Super-Dimensional Wizard Chapter 729 to Chapter 792. After Helen left, Angor checked Lucas' logbook again. According to Helen, this route was not as peaceful as it used to be. All kinds of storms would happen every now and then. He was lucky this time. The weather was fine, and he made it through without much trouble. Looks like I overthought it. Angor rubbed his temples and closed the scroll in frustration. He closed the scroll and read the title again. Generally speaking, only when people were extremely lacking in a certain trait would they deliberately emphasize that they had that trait. The title was The Logbook of Lucas, the most honest captain in the Age of Gold. Who would put most honest in front of their logbook? The reason Lucas emphasized that he was an honest captain was probably because he lacked this quality. But Angor also believed that people who liked to lie would rarely tell the truth. Only people who did not believe him would insist that they were honest. From this perspective, there seemed to be a possibility that Lucas's logbook was true. Angor shook his head. His mind was in a mess. As for Lucas' logbook, he was still doubtful. He put away the scroll and continued his research on the boots of flight. The clock on the wall kept moving. Day turned into night in the blink of an eye. The gentle moonlight covered the calm sea with a layer of starlight. Angor finally looked up after half a day. A pair of artistic black leather boots appeared on the paper. There were delicate dark patterns on both sides of the boots, which gave them a mysterious look. First time making shoes. Let's start with the simple ones, Angor muttered to himself. He had made many clothes these days, but this was his first time making shoes. He took out the necessary materials from his bracelet according to the blueprint and began to cut and tan the leather before making them. When he was about to finish the leather, he heard some noise outside. Since he was almost done with his work, Angor opened the door and went to the balcony to see what was going on outside. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a dazzling light shining in front of him. Tweet tweet tweet. Toby flew out from the room and happily circled around Angor when he saw the beautiful scenery outside. The starry sky was boundlessly resplendent. This was already a beautiful scene, but what was even more dazzling was the sparkling brilliance under the surface of the sea. The starry sky covered the surface of the sea. At the same time, rings of sparkling light appeared beneath the surface of the sea. On the calm surface of the sea, it was as if countless glowing donuts had appeared and were drifting with the waves. Coupled with the stars and the night sky, it was simply beautiful to the extreme. This was also the reason for the clamor of the sailors. From their conversation, Angor learned the name of the phenomenon, Death Ring. The glowing ring under the sea was actually a creature called the death jellyfish. Its body was very fragile, but its body was highly toxic. Those who were pierced by the death jellyfish had almost no chance of survival. Because there were too many dead jellyfish piled up here, and in addition to the fact that they would flicker in the night, this phenomenon was called Death Ring. At the same time, it was also the name of this area. Helen also appeared on the deck. Unlike the other sailors, who were only here to admire the beauty of the death ring, she ordered the sailors to work together in an orderly manner. They were about to change their course and enter winter passage. Everyone needed to change into warmer clothes, check the ice saw at the bottom of the ship, and apply anti-freezing oil to the most vulnerable parts of the ship. All these things had to be done in a short amount of time. The sailors who were enjoying the scenery had no choice but to return to their posts. Angor also jumped down from the third-floor balcony and landed beside Helen. Good evening, sir. Helen was stunned for a moment before she bowed. Respectfully. We're entering winter passage soon? Yes. The limpet is already slowing down. We'll do some final maintenance inside the death ring. We should be able to enter winter passage in about an hour. He looked around. To be honest, all he saw was the sea. He couldn't see where the waterway was. I'll draw a temperature-stabilizing rune on the ship, which will keep the ship's temperature at a normal level so that it won't get too cold. However, in order not to damage the hull and ensure the integrity of the hull, this temperature-maintaining mageweft can only be made using floating magewefts. Therefore, it won't last for too long, only about half a month. Helen was overjoyed. Thank you, sir. Half a month is enough for us to leave the frigid winter waterway. Angor nodded. He took out a bottle of gargoyle blood ink from his bracelet and began to draw the rune. He knew that some people on the ship needed to check the temperature, humidity, and wind direction to determine the weather, so he left an observation deck outside the range of the rune. Angor worked quickly. The rune only needed to be supplied with energy, and the ink itself was already releasing energy waves, so it didn't take much effort. However, it would take him at least half a day to fully cover the limpet with the rune. The limpet was slowly moving forward while Yizichin was drawing. Soon, he heard someone yelling. Before he could make out the content of the yelling, he saw everyone moving. The limpet abruptly changed its direction and sped up. "Sir, Tulu just told me that there's a strong tornado coming." Helen quickly came to him. Helen quickly came to him and reported. Angor recognized Tulu as the young fisherman who told him the story of Naya the Beauty. "Are you sure?" "That's why Captain Irwin brought Tulu on the limpet. He's never been wrong about the weather ever since he joined the ship," Helen said. Angor frowned. They were in Death Loop, which happened to be the intersection point of all the surrounding seas. It would be terrible if the ship was carried away by the hurricane and entered a dangerous area. "Do you have any ideas, sir?" Helen looked at Angor eagerly. Angor considered for a moment. If he used the sequence of gravity, he might be able to stabilize the limpet. However, they were up against nature, and it would be difficult for them to deal with it for a long time. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, so he had to give it a try. "How far are we from Winterfrost Channel?" "At full speed, we can get there in half an hour," Helen said. "How long until Tulu says the hurricane is here?" Helen was staring blankly into the distance. Angor followed Helen's gaze and saw the clouds in the distance moving rapidly. It looked like a dragon was slithering toward them. In the hologram tablet, he once saw Xianxia charging at him like a white line. Now, there was also a white line coming from afar. However, this white line was countless times larger and more terrifying. "The hurricane is here," Helen said in a daze. Angor checked the time and estimated that it would reach the limpet in less than 2 minutes. In other words, if they wanted to reach Winterfrost Channel, they would have to rely on the sequence of gravity for at least half an hour. With his and Toby's sequence of gravity, it would be extremely difficult for them to hold on for half an hour against Mother Nature. "How long will it take to get to the other two safe routes, Summerdew Ridge and Windless Sea, by boat?" "We are now on the frigid winter sea route, so we are quite far from the other two sea routes. It will take us 2 hours to reach the Summerdew Ridge, and more than 5 hours to reach the Windless Ocean. Then there's no other way. We can only take the winter sea route. But I don't know if we can make it." Angor glanced at Toby. "Looks like we'll have to do our best." Toby nodded and called out to Angor. "There's another way." "Let's ride the wind," a man's voice suddenly came from behind them. Helen turned around and saw Irwin standing at the door with a serious expression. "Ride the wind?" Helen also seemed to have thought of something, and her eyes lit up. "Captain, do you mean that we can borrow the power of the hurricane?" Irwin quickly joined them. "That's right. If we're going to Winterfrost Channel, we'll have to go against the wind. But if we ride the wind, we can take advantage of it." Irwin took out a map and pointed at an area. "Summerdew Ridge." "Summerdew Ridge? We can ride the wind. With the wind, we can even reach the Summerdew Ridge in a short time," Irwin said. "This is indeed a good idea, but..." Helen carefully looked at the sea map, and a trace of hesitation appeared on her face. "But will the wind really be as we think? The hurricane at Devil's Water is a dangerous element, and it can easily change its course. We'll have to leave it to fate then." Irwin sighed. Helen didn't say anything. In the end, they both looked at Angor and waited for him to decide the final route. "I don't know which route is better. But if we go to Summerdew Ridge, won't we be attacked by Summerdew Witch?" Angor asked. "Yes. But if Summerdew Witch is in a good mood, we can explain the situation to her. Maybe she'll let us go. There have been many ships that went through Summerdew Witch's territory before." "Even mortal ships," Irwin said. Helen chimed in, "Most of those ships were attacked when they went too deep into Summerdew Ridge. We can stop at the edge of Summerdew Ridge and wait for the hurricane to pass. Then we can return to Deathloop and choose another route." "But some of them were attacked as soon as they entered Summerdew Ridge," Irwin added. So, no matter which path we take, there will be dangers. We can only leave it to fate. Helen nodded her head and said, so, no matter which path we take, there will be dangers. He turned around and looked at the approaching hurricane. How long could he and Toby maintain the limpet at this rate? He didn't know. Let's ride the wind and go to Summerdew Ridge. All right. We'll call for help right away. After receiving the order, Helen and Erwin did not hesitate and immediately went to arrange their own affairs. Angor watched the hurricane in silence. It was normal to run into such a hurricane at Devil's Water. But this was the first time they ran into one in such an important area. It could only be said that their luck was really bad. He chose Summerdew Ridge mainly because he trusted the two captains' judgment. Moreover, the survival rate of the Summerdew Ridge was obviously the highest. If they tried to sail against the wind, they might not be able to protect the limpet and make it into the winter channel. If there was an accident, the limpet would be blown into dangerous waters. According to Angor's information, as well as Roman's Devil's Sea, there were many strange things that even wizards could not solve. If the limpet was unlucky enough to crash into one, Angor himself might die, let alone mortals. To be safe, he decided to take Summerdew Ridge, which he was more familiar with. Maybe Summerdew would let them go because they were familiar with the limpet. If the witch Summerdew was angered, the limpet would be destroyed. Angor was not completely out of options. He and Toby could take one person each and escape with Helen and Erwin using the sequence of gravity. With the speed of the sequence of gravity, even an official adept like Summerdew might not be able to catch up to him. Besides, Angor did not think that Summerdew would come out to kill them as soon as they entered Summerdew Ridge. Even if she did, it would probably be her servants. Once they escaped, no one would be able to catch up with them. After that, Helen and Erwin would lead the way to the Faron continent. It would be safer and faster to reach the Faron continent. If he did not care about the lives of his sailors, he would have done this already. The hurricane came as expected. Angor returned to the balcony on the third floor and asked Toby to place a gravity barrier around them to maintain their center of gravity. Then, he quietly looked at the apocalyptic scene. The sea, which had been silent for half a month, finally came to life. The sleeping dragon began to open its bloody mouth, revealing its hideous and terrifying fangs. The limpet felt like it was riding a roller coaster. Waves rose from several meters to dozens of meters high, and the waves showed no signs of stopping. Even with safety ropes, the sailors were still thrown several meters into the air before they fell to the ground. More than one person was bleeding. Their screams of pain were completely suppressed by the hurricane. Blood and seawater were pouring into the limpet, which was about to sink. Angor kept his eyes on Erwin and Helen. If anything happened to the limpet, he would be ready to rescue them. However, Erwin and Helen were still calm. Even in the face of such a terrifying force of nature, they still displayed the wisdom of mortals. Using the limpet as their weapon, they were able to survive the raging waves and raging hurricanes. Again and again, they won the game against nature. There were times when he thought the limpet might not hold on for much longer, but the two captains did not flinch in the face of danger. They danced on the edge of a blade and fought their way out of this predicament. Mortals are not weak at all. Angor muttered to himself. After adjusting several times, the sail finally borrowed the wind's momentum and rushed in the direction it had set. Some of the sailors were too injured to even care for themselves, but they still cheered when they saw that the limpet was safe. It's not over yet. We're only out of danger for now. There's still some distance to Summerdew Ridge. We must take advantage of the wind and rush in one go. Helen roared loudly, conveying her message to everyone on the ship through the loudspeaker. No problem. Go with the wind and the waves, victory belongs to us. The sailors shouted in unison, their young faces brimming with confidence. Angor was secretly transferring his spirit feelers to Gondola in his bracelet. Now he smiled and retracted his spirit feelers. Judging from the high morale of the two captains of the limpet, the hurricane was going to be another one of their victories. Angor shook his head and prepared to enter the cabin. He was tanning some animal skins when he came out of the cabin. The hurricane pushed the seawater into the cabin, and his belongings were all over the place. He wanted to go inside and clean them up. But before he could enter the cabin, he sensed a powerful energy fluctuation behind him. At the same time, Toby dashed out of the cabin. Angor looked back and saw a group of about a dozen people wearing gray wizard robes appearing in the sky. They were the ones responsible for the energy fluctuation that almost reached the level of an apprentice. The energy fluctuation was extremely destructive, and its target was the limpet. Toby flew forward and released a gray sequence of gravity around him, which blocked the energy fluctuation. Under the shocked gazes of the people on the other side, Toby's sequence of gravity vibrated and deflected the energy fluctuation back. For a moment, the people in the sky immediately scattered in all directions to avoid this energy that originally came from their hands. "Who are they, sir?" The attack didn't land on the limpet, but everyone on the ship saw it and understood that these people were hostile. Angor gave them a cold glare. "A bunch of rats. Don't worry about them. Keep steering. I'll handle this." Angor placed an energy tag on the limpet and jumped into the air. "Toby, turn into a griffin." Toby turned around and summoned an orange-yellow flame. Under everyone's gaze, Toby transformed into a giant half-lion, half-eagle beast. Angor hopped onto Toby's back and slowly rose into the air until he was at the same level as the apprentices. Something happened on the deck of the limpet, which was still floating on the surface of the sea. "What should we do now, Miss Helen?" Captain Nachi looked at Helen. The wizard left the ship. "Should we wait here?" Helen glanced at Erwin, who was still in the captain's cabin with a grim expression. Erwin's expression was also very ugly. This was something that people like them who made a living on the sea were most afraid of. Helen muttered to herself. She took off her wet hat and tied her long hair into a ponytail in one go. Then, she put on her hat and waved her hand to order, "Continue sailing." "But what if there's no guardian on the ship? What should we do if we run into a sea monster?" "No buts. That's what Mr. Pat told us. We should leave first. I'm sure Mr. Pat will come looking for us." The more Helen spoke, the less confident she became. Could he really take care of a dozen wizards who looked like they were not to be trifled with? Helen tried her best to calm down and ordered her crew to get back to work. Seeing that the sailors were still worried, Captain Erwin's voice came from the loudspeaker. "Let's solve the leak problem first before we talk about anything else. As for whether it'll rain overnight, we'll see if the god of sea blesses us." In the middle of the hurricane, the dark clouds covered the starry sky. Judging from the energy waves, Angor was facing a group of apprentices, ranging from level 2 to level 3. There were 13 of them in total, and all of them had their faces covered by their hoods. "That's Sunder's student, isn't it? He doesn't look like one. Didn't I read that he's not even 20 yet? Why does he look older than me? Are you blind, little 12? He must have used some sort of transformation cantrip. Don't recognize him. Look at that bird, that monster. It's Angor's familiar. Lock onto it, and he's not going anywhere. Damn it. Hurricane Sky. It's all the fault of those people from Song of the Deep. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to run so far to stop him." The 13 people on the other side were all talking to themselves, looking very lazy. However, Angor could tell that they were all holding back their auras, which indicated that they were afraid of Toby's monster form. "Brother, should we go now?" someone asked. At the same time, everyone looked at the man in the middle. It was a scrawny man with a hunched back. "You're Angor, aren't you? Come with us if you don't want to die. Don't worry. We won't do anything to you as long as you cooperate with us. If you don't want to," a chilling laugh came from the man's mouth. He glanced down and saw the limpet flying away with the help of the wind. After making sure that the limpet was out of their range of attack, he slowly raised his head and looked at his enemies. "Do you really have no confidence in me, Rat Ant Society?" Angor's voice was cold, but he didn't sound nervous at all. He knew who these people were as soon as he saw them. The robes they were wearing were made of real gray linen, which wasn't expensive even in the mortal world. He was dressed so shabbily, and his energy fluctuations were so obscure. He didn't even need to think to know that he was a wasteland apprentice, or perhaps a wandering apprentice. The Rat Ant Underground Society was the favorite place for these wanderers. Angor didn't think twice about their identities. "What do you mean?" The hunched man frowned. "Don't you think it's humiliating to send people like you to attack me?" Angor smiled. As the other apprentices gasped in surprise, the environment around them slowly changed. Before the hurricane stopped, a thick white mist suddenly surrounded them. The rapidly changing mist quickly blinded their eyes. When did he set up this illusion? Why didn't I sense any energy signature? Quick! Find the illusion nodes. Or we'll be in trouble. While they were searching for the nodes, someone suddenly screamed from behind them. What's wrong, 12? He's attacking me. He's right in front of me. In the fog, the hunchbacked man suddenly had a bad premonition. He hurriedly said to the others, "Be careful. Be careful of any traps." However, it was already too late. Several fierce attacks had already been launched. At the same time, an even more terrible scream came from the front of 12. Everyone realized that it wasn't Angor. We seem to have hit the wrong person just now. Is it Little 8? Little 8, are you alright? No one replied. It was as if Little 8 had disappeared from this world. Everyone's face turned pale, and their emotions began to fluctuate. Little 12, what about you? Are you alright? Little 12 did not reply. Everyone immediately reacted. What happened just now was definitely a conspiracy. Are you all stupid? Before you destroy the illusion nodes, don't do anything. The hunchbacked man's fierce voice spread throughout the fog. Everyone trembled in fear. The hunchbacked man was the strongest in their group. His strength had already reached the peak of a level 3 apprentice. Rumor had it that he was once a seed apprentice of a sorcerer organization, but because of some evil deeds, he was chased out. However, his inheritance was far more powerful than everyone else's. Who is attacking me? Ah, someone screamed again. Third brother, what happened to you? That kid is sneakily attacking me. Don't do anything. I can still hold on. Be careful not to fall into a trap. Third brother's voice was filled with fear. Everyone could only listen to third brother's screams, but they did not dare to do anything. In the end, third brother's voice became weaker and weaker. When they shouted again, third brother was no longer breathing. The third person disappeared in the fog. No one knew if he had fallen or been captured. So far, they did not even catch a glimpse of the other party's figure. Real and fake, real and fake. Playing this game with us. The hunchbacked man's expression changed. The rest of you, prepare to defend yourselves. Try your best to find the illusion nodes. If there are any problems, I will deal with them. The others nodded. However, after the hunchbacked man's words, there was no news of anyone being attacked for a long time. The hunchbacked man's eyes darkened. Since the other party did not do anything, he had to quickly find the weakness of this fog illusion. However, after a while, the hunchbacked man suddenly clenched his fists. This illusion is too powerful. The eye of barrier breaker can't see through this fog. How could it be? It was just the most basic fog illusion. How could he not see any flaws? The hunchbacked man became more and more alarmed as he ventured deeper. He was certain that they were now in the middle of the hurricane. The fog seemed to be surging along with the hurricane, but he could not find any sense of direction. From time to time, the wind would come from the east, but after he went over, the wind would come from the west. It was as if they were not in a hurricane, but in a tornado. Big brother, I was attacked by that brat. While the hunchbacked man was still looking for a way out, Little Seven's voice entered his ears. The hunchbacked man rushed over without hesitation, wanting to save Little Seven. When he rushed over, he still couldn't see Xiaoqi's figure. In other words, ever since he entered the misty illusion, he hadn't seen anyone at all. He could only vaguely hear their voices. The hunchbacked man seemed to come to his senses slowly. This is not just a visual fog. This illusion also confuses our sense of direction. No wonder the others attacked Little 8 when Little 12 called for help. It was because they had misjudged the direction. Angor was toying with their sense of direction as if he was toying with it. The hunchbacked man even believed that Angor didn't even lift his hand from the beginning. He simply played with their minds and the fog. The hunchbacked man quickly shared his thoughts with the others. However, after a long while, he did not receive any response from anyone else. The hunchbacked man was puzzled. Could it be that the others had already been affected? But at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. I found the illusion nodes. Attack according to the directions I tell you. You'll definitely be able to break this damned illusion. As soon as this sentence was spoken, it received a response from the crowd. Great, we'll do whatever you say, big brother, let's let that brat taste the power of the 13 rat brothers. The hunchbacked man paled. That wasn't his voice, it was Angor. He was imitating his voice. Don't believe him. The hunchbacked man yelled. He regretted not using Spirit Bond to connect everyone before the battle. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a passive situation. The hunchbacked man's call did not receive any response. After a long while, an abundant energy fluctuation erupted in the illusory realm. The hunchbacked man's expression grew darker and darker as he screamed in agony. He knew there was no turning back now. No wonder Angor didn't care about them at all. He had the power to crush them all. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the hunchbacked man. It's you. It was Angor. Without hesitation, the hunchbacked man used his strongest attack, green poison corrosion, in an attempt to take Angor's life. Angor didn't move at all. He didn't even try to dodge the attack. The hunchbacked man was about to succeed, but he didn't look happy at all. Angor wasn't afraid at all. Something must be wrong. As expected, when the green poison mist covered Angor's figure, it wasn't Angor who screamed in agony. The mist slowly dispersed, revealing Angor's body. His other 12 brothers were now standing in front of him. While the hunchbacked man was still panicking, a calm voice suddenly came from behind him. Crescent barrage. Before the hunchbacked man could turn around, he was already drowned by countless wind blades. Crescent barrage was only a level 1 cantrip, and he was defeated by a level 1 cantrip. The hunchbacked man finally realized that numbers were useless against an illusionist. He could control your speech, your sense of direction, and even your emotions. Angor had many ways to toy with them. He could even kill them one by one. However, the other party had only used a fog illusion and a few small tricks. 13 of their brothers had been completely annihilated here. Such a person was simply not someone they could kill. Thinking back to what they had said earlier, it all seemed like a joke at this moment. The hunchbacked man fell into a dark, sweet illusion in his regret. Angor removed the mist. In a short time, these people were killed one by one in a battle of attrition. Angor shook his head as he watched Toby use the sequence of gravity to keep the dead bodies floating in the air. He didn't find anything useful after a quick check. They were even poorer than when he first came to Brute Cavern. He only found a single-use space capsule on the hunchbacked man's body. After a closer look, Angor found that the capsule contained all the other people's belongings. How pitiful and poor. Angor cleaned up the corpses and tossed them into the sea. As for their souls, he didn't know when they would be born. Angor wasn't interested in waiting. He would just let them wander around Devil's Water. In the end, he only left one person alive. It was the hunchbacked man. He was still alive. He was only unconscious due to his severe injuries. Angor only spared his life because he wanted to learn more about the rat ant society. He planned to keep a few more people alive so that he could gather more information. However, all of them were poisoned to death by the hunchbacked man. Fate was not in his control. After taking care of these people, Angor prepared to return to the limpet. He couldn't see anything on the vast sea. The only thing he could see was the rolling waves caused by the hurricane. Angor considered for a moment and tried to sense the energy signature he left on the limpet. The hurricane was so strong that it mixed up the natural energy in the area. Angor couldn't find the exact location of the limpet. He could only vaguely sense its general direction. Northwest? That's a bit far, Angor muttered. He carried the unconscious hunchbacked man and ordered Toby to fly forward. He was worried that Toby would go too fast and enter the core area of Summerdew Ridge without permission. If that happened, he would offend Summerdew Witch. Therefore, he only asked Toby to maintain the speed of the hurricane. He didn't even need to use the sequence of gravity. 10 minutes later, Toby had already eaten a magic flower to maintain his griffin form. Angor could clearly feel that he had entered a new channel. He couldn't see the undead jellyfish anymore. However, the hurricane did not stop and continued to blow inwards. Another 5 minutes passed. Angor looked at the pitch-black sea with a puzzled look. Was this the Summerdew Ridge? According to the map he saw, the ridge had many reefs and islands. Also, the limpet wasn't slowing down at all. Didn't they say to circle around the ridge instead of entering the inner area? A while later, Angor was out of the hurricane's range. At the same time, he sensed something strange around him. It was a chilling aura that was slowly eating away at his life force like maggots. Angor already felt that something was wrong. Was this the Summerdew Ridge where the limpet used to travel? Or was this the same place? Definitely not. Maybe something happened on the way and the limpet entered another area of the sea. Angor knew that the Death Ring was surrounded by terrifying waters. His best option right now was to turn back. But even if he did that, he wouldn't be able to get out of here without a guide. He decided to tell Toby to hurry up and find the limpet first. He wanted to know what was going on before deciding on anything else. Following the energy signature, Toby soon arrived at the limpet's location. He could already tell that the limpet was in a bad condition even before he boarded the ship. It was a small island with a radius of about 1 kilometer. There were no mountains or buildings on the island, only dark, vine-like plants. The limpet was entangled by the vines and dragged ashore. The limpet was also being stared at by countless dark eyes. The eyes hidden in the dark vines were filled with malice and hatred. Also, he sensed something familiar from those hostile gazes. "Captain Helen, what should we do? These monsters are holding us back. We can't leave at all." Naki looked worried. "The sea hasn't calmed down yet. Those evil creatures won't dare to come out. But if we stay stranded, we won't have a chance." "Now you're asking me, what can I do?" Helen gritted her teeth. "Chop these damn vines with all your might." Everyone knew that as mortals, they had no power to fight back against these abnormal beings. "Shit. The mast is tangled up by the vines." As soon as she finished speaking, she felt the hull of the ship shake, followed by a loud bang. Helen turned around in bewilderment, and saw that a mast at the rear of the ship had fallen down, smashing into the sea and causing large waves to splash. "We're done for," Helen murmured. Everyone's expression was grim. Even the mast was broken. It would be extremely difficult for them to set sail again. The only way was to repair it. But, they looked around. The dark sea, the creepy vines, and the chilling aura were everywhere. Would they be able to repair the hull in such an environment? The answer was no. Just when everyone was about to give up, Erwin stepped forward. He also looked serious, but at least he was not completely disheartened. "Don't worry about that. Let's get rid of the vines first. We have to hold on until Mr. Pat arrives." Everyone finally realized that Mr. Pat was the embodiment of wisdom. He must have a way. With that in mind, they began to fight the vines again. Helen and Erwin looked at each other and wondered if Mr. Pat would be able to survive the attack of 13 enemies. That was an unknown. Even if he did survive, would he be able to find them and save them in time? That was even more unlikely. The only thing they could do now was to keep the crew alive. However, they themselves already understood that the road ahead was hopeless and their hopes were slim. Helen closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "It'll be fine. Don't give up. After we get rid of the vines, we'll repair the ship at dawn." "Understood." The sailors shouted in unison. Cleaning up the vines was not an easy task. These vines seemed to have a life of their own and were extremely strong. The only thing they could do was to rely on their agility to chop them down. Although the vines would lose their vitality once they were cut down, they noticed that as the vines pulled the limpet closer to the island, more and more vines would appear. They were like weeds that could never be burned down, growing back again and again after being cut down. Moreover, the dense aura of death in the surroundings was constantly eroding their will to fight. Towards the end, although they were still swinging their swords, their faces began to stiffen, and they became more and more pale and powerless. Helen and Erwin were both people with strong wills. They could still hold on to their beliefs, but looking at the expressions of the people around them, they could not help but feel despair. "This is one of the most dangerous seas. Can we really survive?" When even they began to doubt themselves, the vines around the boat became even more rampant. A vine that was bigger and thicker than the previous one suddenly rose up high and wrapped around the watchtower in front of everyone's eyes. The mast on which the lookout stood was the main mast of the ship. If something happened to the main mast, it would be enough to smash the entire ship. "Don't!" Helen yelled. However, the vine did not understand her. It curled up its long tail and broke the main mast from the middle with a crack. The main mast fell down to the deck. Helen and Erwin were both on the deck. The shadow of the main mast had already covered them. "We're done for." Helen began to recall the things that happened in the past years. She was almost middle-aged, alone, and all her memories were about the sea. She was going to die in the sea in the end, as if this was her destiny. The last memory that flashed in Helen's mind was of a lazy middle-aged man. "Mr. Pat. I'm sorry. I didn't keep my promise," Helen murmured to herself. A drop of crystal-clear tear slid down from the corner of her eye. After a loud noise, the surroundings suddenly became silent. "So it's over? Am I dead now?" Helen thought, but she did not seem to feel any pain. Helen tried to open her eyes, and there was a dim light flashing in front of her. When she came back to her senses, she found that Captain Erwin was holding a lamp filled with fluorite and shining it on her. She turned her head and looked around. She found that she was still on the deck. The expressions of the sailors nearby suddenly changed from stiff to lively. "I'm not dead? What's going on?" Helen was confused. "Mr. Pad saved us." Erwin's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. "He's here. We're saved." Hearing this, Helen abruptly looked up. Under the dark clouds, a giant beast with a flaming tail was circling in the sky. Every time it flapped its wings, flames would scatter and burn the vines around it. However, the flames did not seem to have a mind of their own, as they did not touch the limpet at all. "This giant beast looks like that seabird?" Helen remembered that not long ago, when they parted ways with Mr. Pat, the seabird flew into the sky and turned into this half-eagle, half-lion beast. Helen raised her hand to cover the strands of hair falling down her forehead and looked at it carefully. On the back of the beast, there was a man whose body was covered in flames. Unlike his usual lazy look, he was now swinging his arms and turning all the vines around him into ashes. Just like Erwin, Helen's eyes were filled with tears. Once again, Mr. Pat had pulled them back from the abyss of death. None of them would ever forget this favor for the rest of their lives. When the flames around the limpet slowly disappeared, and there were no more vines within 100 meters of it, Angor slowly descended from the sky. After a series of noises that sounded like the expansion of rubber, Toby turned from the Fury Griffin into a soft, cute seabird with intense white smoke popping up. Toby looked a little uncomfortable without any clothes on. It quickly dived into Angor's chest pocket, and when it came out again, it was wearing a cow costume. It was something he made while he was on the way. There were runes on it to prevent dust and water from leaking out. After praising Toby, Angor looked at the limpet, which was now in a mess. "So many things happened in such a short time," said Angor as he walked to Helen, whose eyes were still wet with tears. Helen lowered her head and said softly, "Sir, I'm sorry to disappoint you." It was unknown whether it was out of guilt, or other emotions. "This isn't Summerdew Ridge, is it?" Angor asked Captain Erwin. "Is this the Summerdew Ridge?" Erwin nodded helplessly. "The hurricane changed its direction halfway. We didn't borrow the strength of the wind to get to Summerdew Ridge, but instead, we were blown into another sea by the wind." At this point, the surrounding people, be it Helen or the sailors, all revealed gloomy expressions. "Where are we?" After a moment of silence, Erwin uttered a name with trembling lips. "Spectre Sea?" Angor turned around and looked at the darkness of the island. Instead of disappearing because of Toby's light, more and more people were looking at them. Naki suddenly shouted, "I can't feel the hurricane anymore. The waves have stopped." Following the appearance of this sentence, a white figure emitting a pale white light suddenly emerged from the darkness of the island. It was staring at the limpet with a pair of pale eyes. Was that an undead? There was more than one. More undead creatures floated out from the island. Looking down from above, they looked like fireflies, which was quite a beautiful sight. But from a closer look, one could feel the chilling wind coming from them, as well as the terrifying evil intent. The sailors on the ship trembled in fear when they saw the endless horde of undead creatures. Helen also swallowed her saliva. She remembered that Lord Roman had once said that this kind of thing that didn't have intelligence and only knew how to kill was called an undead. This was a terrifying thing that even he was helpless against. There was more than one undead here that even Lord Roman couldn't deal with. In fact, at a glance, there were undead everywhere. Helen felt a little dizzy. She had just escaped from the jaws of death, but now she found herself falling into an even more terrifying abyss. Could it be that they were destined to fall here today? At this moment, a clear and cold voice suddenly rang out. It seems that we've arrived at an incredible place. Helen turned around and saw Mr. Pat standing beside her. For some reason, Helen sensed a hint of excitement in Pat's voice. Mr. Pat, those aren't normal souls. They're undead. What should we do? Helen asked. Angor jumped to the front of the ship and looked at the glowing undead with a grin. It's not a soul. That's good. Undead creatures? I'm in need of undead creatures anyway, so I don't know how to deal with them. Angor tossed the hunchbacked man onto the deck. Toby, keep an eye on this guy. I'll deal with them. With that, Angor took out Prelude to Undead from his bracelet and aimed at a group of undead creatures nearby. The undead seemed to have discovered that the humans in front of them were attacking them. They originally wanted to slowly nibble away at these prey that happened to visit them, but at this time, they couldn't help but roar crazily. Lines that looked like protruding blood vessels appeared around their wide eyes, and they howled in a terrifying voice that sent chills down one's spine. Everyone on the ship began to feel dizzy. Angor wasn't affected at all. He aimed at the undead creatures and fired a shot. Ripples seemed to extend outwards in the air. Before the undead could react, the row of nearly a dozen undead turned into smoke and disappeared. Helen finally regained her consciousness. She also saw what happened outside and widened her eyes in shock. Mr. Roman said that even Pat couldn't handle him? Why was Mr. Pat's attack so easy to deal with? Why were they so powerless against him? Mr. Pat is much stronger than Mr. Roman. Helen suddenly remembered hearing Roman's comment about Mr. Pat not long after they set sail. Trash. Now that she thought about it, Mr. Roman was the one who was useless. While Helen was lost in her thoughts, the sailors around her began to cheer. They thought they were done for, but when they realized that the undead creatures were nothing more than food in Angor's hands, their spirits were lifted again. In fact, they were even more excited than when they were saved. Helen looked over and saw that Mr. Pat seemed to be addicted to killing. He didn't seem satisfied after killing several hundred undead creatures in a short time. With a strange weapon in hand, he charged into the crowd of undead creatures. While killing the undead creatures, Pat also released a large amount of fire from his weapon to burn away the stinky vines. The fire was bright, and the sound of gunfire was deafening. While everyone was still immersed in this romantic scene, Angor had already returned to the side of the ship. After a short moment of silence, the sailors on the ship began to cheer. It was as if he was welcoming a general who had returned in triumph, and he was not stingy in expressing his most passionate emotions. Angor, on the other hand, wasn't the one being cheered. Instead, he was looking at the gun case with a disappointed look. Previously, he had killed about 1,000 undead, but in the end, not even a single white bullet had taken shape. He could only vaguely see the outline of a white light, and there was still a faint brilliance inside. If he wanted this bullet to take shape, according to his previous experience, he should have to kill another 1,000 undead. According to his previous tests, 1 or 2 bullets wouldn't work. He would need at least 6 bullets to stabilize the energy inside an undead creature to reach 98%. In other words, if he wanted the white light bullets to be effective, he had to replenish all of his white light bullets. Currently, he was still 3 white light bullets short of a full magazine. He still had a long way to go if he wanted to make up for it. He thought he could use this chance to fill up his gun case, but he didn't expect the undead creatures to be so weak. When he looked back, he saw that the 1-kilometer-wide island was completely barren. There were no more undead creatures or vines. The chilling aura was also gone. Angor sighed and looked at the people on the ship. Ignoring the rowdy sailors, he locked his eyes on Helen and Erwin. The undead creatures are all gone. You can rest easy now. Do what you need to do. If you're hurt too badly, come find me, Angor said. At this time, Helen was still immersed in the shock of seeing countless undead disappear in an instant and had yet to recover. Erwin nodded at Angor. Thank you for your help, sir. I'll arrange the repairs right away. Don't worry. Angor nodded and looked at the dark sea behind them. Spectre Sea. Do you know anything about this place? No. We've never been here before. But I heard that this place is extremely dangerous. There are death traps everywhere, as well as ghost ships, Erwin said. Angor looked around and didn't sense anything dangerous. So far, they were safe. We're safe for now. But if anything happens, report it to me immediately, no matter how small. Understood. They all knew that this was a matter of life and death, so they all nodded without hesitation. He was going to ask about the rest of the ship's route, but he didn't want to give it a second thought since the limpet was in such a terrible condition. If they couldn't even fix the ship, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Angor asked Toby to stand guard outside while he returned to his bedroom with the hunchbacked man and set up a soundproof nightmare mist. He would deal with everything else for now, but he still needed to find out more about the Rat Ant Society. A while later, Angor killed the hunchbacked man whom he didn't even ask for his name. While inside the nightmare illusion, Angor's ability to manipulate emotions had reached the point of perfection. Using some psychological pressure and nightmare fear, the hunchbacked man told Angor everything that happened since they left Salem Highlands. After all the key members of the Rat Ant Society were killed by Sunders, they moved their headquarters to Salem Highlands. Salem Highlands was similar to Parmajai Highlands in that it was the intersection of 3 different countries. However, due to its harsh and barren environment, the 3 countries kept it as their own reserved lands. In other words, it was a place that no one cared about. The Rat Ant Society was located in an underground cave in Salem Highlands. The Calamity Rat mentioned that the cave was a hidden base after his death, which was inherited by the current Wild Rat. One of the 2 leaders of the Rat Ant Society, Wild Rat Barbaro. The other leader of the Rat Ant Society was Rotten Ant Rubens. According to the hunchbacked man, both of them were level 1 wizards. Angor also heard about them from Sunders. But according to Sunders, they were only level 1 wizards. However, no matter how powerful he was among the official magi, he would definitely be able to crush an apprentice. Angor's only chance of survival was to run away as fast as he could. Using the sequence of gravity, he had a good chance of escaping. However, according to the hunchbacked man, the 2 leaders of the Rat Ant Society did not come to kill him in person. They were delayed by something else, and it sounded like they would not be able to deal with it in a short time. That was why they sent the 13 brothers to capture Angor. However, they underestimated Angor's strength and all of them died in the end. Angor remembered Sunders saying that he would arrange some people to stop Barbaro and Rubens. It must be Sunders who did it. After killing the hunchbacked man, he retracted his nightmare illusion fog and sat on the bench. He listened to the noise outside while thinking about his next move. Since the wild rats and moldy ants had no time to deal with him, he should be safe for now. Even if someone came to kill him, as long as it wasn't an official wizard, it would be nothing more than a meal for him and Toby. However, Angor did not let his guard down. There were still 2 things on his mind. First, he needed to find a way to locate himself. According to the hunchbacked man, they found their sailing records and followed the White Clam Shipping Company's route to this place. Angor believed that. But how did the Rat Ant Society know about him? There were not many people who knew about his return home. Even if the Rat Ant Society wanted to infiltrate Brute Cavern, they would not be able to do so. Otherwise, why would they become wasteland wizards? It would be better for them to join a wizard organization. Therefore, Angor could only assume that a prophet was behind the Rat Ant Underground Society. He was still worried about the mysterious prophecy element. The death of the hunchbacked man could not be kept a secret for long. A prophet might expose his location soon. The wild rat and rotten ant might not come in person, but he was here to go home. If his family was threatened, he would be in big trouble. After all, both Sunders and Greya warned him that the Rat Ant Society was a despicable organization. They would do anything to achieve their goals. Even if they were to break the unspoken rules and attack the relatives of Magi, it was still highly possible. Therefore, this was still a hidden worry. Angor believed that he needed to check if there was an alchemy array on his tablet that could block prophet spells. Otherwise, he would not dare to return to the old earth. The existence of a prophet was something he was worried about. Apart from that, there was something else he was worried about. Song of the Deep suddenly showed up at Devil's Water. According to Rickety Man, they had been captured by Song of the Deep's members before, but they were released for no apparent reason. Angor did not think this had anything to do with Song of the Deep. However, Angor noticed something strange about Song of the Deep's description. When they were captured, they thought they were dead for sure. However, after being interrogated by Song of the Deep and being imprisoned for 2 days, they were released. The interrogation was to ask them why they came to Devil's Water. The Rat Ant Society was hated by many, but none of the major wizard organizations would go so far as to capture them just because they were passing by. Song of the Deep's behavior was strange in itself. It seemed they had their own plans for Devil's Water, and they forbade outsiders from interfering with them. Secondly, the Rat Ant Society's answer to Song of the Deep's question was that they came to Devil's Water to kill or capture Angor. This answer didn't have a specific location, nor did it delineate a range. But Song of the Deep let them go after hearing this answer. Did this mean that the people of Song of the Deep were happy to see him die at the hands of the Rat Ant Underground Society? It was only a guess, but Angor could not let it go. Besides, he was also curious about why Song of the Deep showed up at Devil's Water and showed such a domineering attitude. Sunders once told Angor about the major organizations in the wizarding world, and his comments about Song of the Deep were quite biased. Angor could tell that Sunders didn't like the organization. Sunders also mentioned that Song of the Deep's core organization had been infiltrated by otherworldly beings. In the entire wizarding world, Song of the Deep was the organization that the supreme cult paid the most attention to. So Song of the Deep came to Devil's Water because of otherworldly beings. Helen's voice came from outside the door. Sir, 2 sailors are seriously injured. Can you help them? Angor rubbed his temples to clear his mind. For now, the prophet and Song of the Deep were not a problem. He needed to find a way to get to Faron land safely. He walked out of the door, and under Helen's guidance, he came to the temporary medical cubicle on the shore. After a while, he walked out of the cubicle. He had temporarily saved the lives of the 2 people in the cubicle with his healing technique. However, it would take a lot of time for them to recover from their injuries. Therefore, in the days to come, the ship would probably have 2 fewer laborers. Helen didn't mind. She was happy as long as the sailors were fine. After taking care of the injured, Angor saw that the limpet situation was stabilized. Everyone was feeling better now. Angor planned to ask Helen about their next course of action. Mr. Pat, to tell you the truth, we don't even know if the limpet can set sail again. Helen frowned and whispered to Angor when no one was around. Mr. Pat, I'm not sure if the limpet can still sail. 10,000 kilometers away, on a small garden island at the center of Summerdew Ridge. A purple-haired woman with a pair of black wings descended from the sky and landed in the garden filled with fireflies. She landed without a sound. As she landed, the pair of black wings that extended from her shoulders transformed back into a pair of slender hands. Her feathery claws also reverted back to a pair of bare feet. Her gloomy eyes flashed slightly. The woman tied up her purple hair that was messed up by the night wind and walked towards the ancient castle in the center of the garden. However, before she could reach the castle, she was stopped by someone at the corner of the hallway. Swan, the master is receiving a guest. No one is allowed to enter the castle. You can talk to me if you need anything. The person who spoke was a woman in a graceful and luxurious black dress. She wore a lace crown inlaid with pearls on her head. Her facial features were very beautiful, but they were densely covered with fine scars. The purple-haired woman, Swan, half knelt on the ground and kissed the foot of the woman in front of her. Then she respectfully said, Lady Payne, my sorcerers, I sensed an unusual energy fluctuation in the Deathloop area. I went to check it out and found traces of a battle. Oh? Someone fought in Deathloop? According to the traces left behind, an illusionist apprentice was fighting against another group of people. But the battle ended quickly. The undead jellyfish found several corpses in the sea. They should be rogue apprentices from the Rat Ant Society. Madame Payne raised an eyebrow. The Rat Ant Society? Why would they come to Devil's Water instead of staying in their rat hole? Are they trying to get their hands on that item as well? Swan shook her head. I don't think so. Apart from us, only Song of the Deep and its members know about the mysterious space. As long as we don't tell anyone, the Rat Ant Society won't know anything about this place. Madame Payne nodded. You're right. So they're only here to stop that illusionist apprentice? What's the background of this illusionist apprentice? According to the undead jellyfish, that illusionist apprentice is the guardian of the limpet. The limpet? Madame Payne nodded. Then he has nothing to do with the mysterious space. Floating Mech City sent us a list of ships last year, and the limpet will arrive here this month. Don't worry about them. Let them pass. When Madame Payne finished speaking, she turned around and prepared to leave. The limpet is trapped in the Sea of Spectres. Should we send reinforcements? Swan hesitated for a while before she spoke. Ghost Sea? Madame Payne stopped in her tracks as a trace of disgust flashed through her eyes. It seems that the hurricane just now not only welcomed a guest from the Storm Canyon for master, it also blew a small boat into that disgusting sea. Madame Payne shook her head. Don't worry about it. We're not the saints from the orphanage. Their lives have nothing to do with us. The agreement between us and Floating Mech City is to not disturb each other. We have no obligation to save a bunch of lowly mortals. After she finished speaking, Mrs. Payne turned around and left in her needle-like high heels. Swan turned around and looked at the Sea of Spectres. That Sea of Spectres was a place that even her master hated. He wondered if she would be able to survive this time. We can't set sail? Angor frowned. Helen explained in a small voice, we can fix the other parts easily. But the 2 broken masts can't be fixed in a short time. Especially the main masts. They need to be repaired. Otherwise, they'll be in big trouble again. Angor looked at the limpet, which had been dragged back into the sea and anchored. 2 broken masts were being propped up by the sailors, using iron sheets to connect them together. The clanging sound was accompanied by the sound of the surging waves, and there was a kind of high and mighty feeling to it. Is this not going to work? Angor pointed at the mast that was pried open by the shipwright. It's fine if we're in normal waters. But if we're at Devil's Water, who knows what kind of weather we'll encounter. If we run into turbulence, we won't be able to fix it. Helen frowned. Captain Irwin and I have to keep this from the others for now. Otherwise, they'll lose confidence. Do you have any ideas? Helen hesitated for a moment before shaking her head in the end. No. The only thing we can do now is to pray that the weather doesn't get too bad. If there's a hurricane like the one we just saw, the limpet is doomed, Irwin said as he walked down from the limpet with a serious look on his face. Don't get hit by a hurricane? That's impossible at Devil's Water. Helen sighed. Both Helen and Irwin remained silent. Angor carefully examined the broken mast and rubbed his chin. He was lost in thought. After a moment of silence, Helen spoke up hesitantly, actually, it's not like we don't have a way. We can go to the Summerdew Ridge for help. That's the territory of the Summerdew Witches. I once saw a town of living people there. Irwin shook his head. Forget it. If we enter the Summerdew Ridge, we won't be attacked. How can we ask for help? Helen opened her mouth, and a figure appeared in her mind. She once saved a witch at Blackberry Waters. According to her, her name was Swan, and she came from Summerdew Ridge. She told Helen to go to Summerdew Ridge if she couldn't solve a problem. If they could meet her, perhaps they could still be saved. However, this was something that happened almost 20 years ago. She herself was not sure if the other party still remembered her. She did not even know if the other party was from the Summerdew Ridge. She didn't know if she should tell Irwin or not. How about I do it? Angor suddenly spoke up when Helen was still hesitating. Helen and Irwin looked at Angor in surprise. I've never repaired a ship before, but fixing the masts isn't a big deal. Angor smiled lazily and spoke in a slightly embarrassed tone, well, I don't know how to repair a ship, but fixing the masts isn't a big deal. Under everyone's surprised gazes, Angor flew onto the limpet. He used thaw to reshape the broken parts and added some harder magic materials. In just a few breaths, the mast regained its metallic luster. He patted the dust off his hands and said, "Send a shipwright to check and see if it's okay now." Helen and Erwin looked at each other and nodded. "We don't need a shipwright. We can do it ourselves." A moment later, Erwin's face lit up with joy. According to his test, the masts were completely intact and sturdier than before. Erwin thought to himself. Let alone withstanding a hurricane, even if a giant wave came crashing down, the mast wouldn't have any problem breaking. Helen also came to the same conclusion. But when she heard the answer, she felt troubled. In the eyes of others, all of her previous worries were actually resolved in just a few minutes, and it looked like it was effortless. Just like how they were worried about the vines and the undead creatures on the island, Mr. Pad didn't seem to be a problem at all. In the past, Helen used to think that supernaturals were just a bunch of arrogant peacocks. But now, she saw more of their brilliance from Mr. Pad. Powerful, knowledgeable, generous, and kind. For the first time, Helen felt like she was looking forward to the world of supernaturals. Seeing Mr. Pad and Erwin discussing the next route, Helen turned around and looked at the direction of Summerdew Ridge. She was reminded of the time when she met Swan 20 years ago. Next time I come to Summerdew Ridge, I'll have to find which swan. Helen clenched her fists and looked at Angor's direction. Maybe I'll have a chance to enter your world too. The masts were repaired, and the injured were put into their cabins. Following Erwin's order, the limpet, which had been stranded for the whole night, was once again set sail. It was 9 o'clock in the morning, but the Spectre water was still as dark as ever. Not only was the water dark, but the clouds above were not dispersing either. It was as if the sky was covered in layers of black scales. Angor felt as if he was back in Dark Castle. When he was in Dark Castle, it was always dark like this. According to his discussion with Captain Erwin, they decided to return to Deathloop from Spectre Water and enter Winter Waterway again. Spectre Water looked peaceful for now, but it was still considered a dangerous place. Who knew what would happen next? It was better to change their course. However, on the way back, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared on the originally calm sea surface in front of him. The sailor on the observation deck was the first to notice it and quickly reported it to the captain's cabin. Erwin quickly ordered them to turn around. The whirlpool on the sea was a fatal danger to ships. It was even more frightening than the huge waves. Once one was sucked in, it was almost impossible to escape. The whirlpool is getting bigger. We have to turn around 180 degrees. Following Erwin's order, the limpet, which had just set sail, returned to the island they came from. They chose a new route and prepared to bypass the whirlpool, but this time, they didn't walk for long before a small island appeared in front of them. The limpet wasn't planning to stop there. However, when Angor sensed the dark and chaotic energy coming from the island, his eyes lit up. From afar, the island looked exactly the same as the one they spent most of the night on. The terrain was still flat, and the vines were growing everywhere, giving the place an ominous and deadly atmosphere. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the island. They didn't run into any trouble on the other island, but that didn't stop them from fearing this place. Erwin ordered the ship to move faster so that they could avoid the island as soon as possible. Hold on. Angor signaled the ship to slow down. Under everyone's puzzled looks, he jumped into the air and landed on the island with 2 tornadoes under his feet without any explanation. No matter how reluctant they were, they had no choice but to approach the island with their ships. As soon as Angor landed on the island, the vines that sensed the presence of a living human came back to life and swung their barbed tentacles at Angor. Angor slowly walked toward the vines. As he did so, several dancing flames appeared around him and burned all the incoming attacks into ashes. When Angor began to attack the vines, the strange auras hiding in the dark finally woke up. Under the gloomy sky, several glowing undead creatures crawled out of the ground and glared at Angor with ferocious expressions. So there are undead creatures. Angor wasn't surprised. He already sensed negative energy from afar, and he was right. This island was full of undead creatures just like the previous one. Angor's test for Prelude to Rebirth was almost finished, but he couldn't be sure about the results until he actually tested them. In order to complete the test, Angor needed a large number of undead creatures. he wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he prayed that there would be as many of them as possible. With Prelude to Reincarnation in hand, dealing with these undead was like cutting grass. In fact, it was even faster than cutting grass. By the time the limpet reached the shore, Angor had already cleared half of the undead creatures on the island. In less than 2 minutes, he had cleared an entire island. The dark energy was completely gone. He didn't return to the ship right away. Instead, he walked around the island to find out why there were so many undead creatures here. The island wasn't big, so it didn't take him long to finish. During this process, he didn't discover anything. Other than the smelly ground, there was nothing else. Angor dug deep into the ground, but he did not find anything strange. These undead seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Logically speaking, if there were so many undead, there should be so many corpses, right? Why couldn't he find a single skeleton? In the end, he could only blame it on the uniqueness of this area. Next, he jumped back onto the ship and told the limpet to keep moving. Captain Naki, who had just put away the sail, quietly untied the rope. For the next few days, he would land on any island he came across. After waking up the sleeping undead, I immediately took out Prelude to Reincarnation to harvest them. As time went by, Erwin also realized that the ship wouldn't go ashore or anchor. Instead, it simply drifted along the sea. Angor would soon return to the island on his own. After clearing 5 islands in a row, Prelude to Rebirth successfully filled up 1.5 bullets. He still needed 1.5 bullets to fill up the magazine. Angor was planning to move on to the next island, but Erwin stopped him. "We'll reach the shallow reefs if we go any further." The shallow reefs were a nightmare for ships. They could easily run aground if they weren't careful. He looked ahead, but it was too dark to see anything, so he had no choice but to give up. He already searched all the islands he came across, and he didn't want to go too deep into the center of Spectre water. He had no choice but to return to Deathloop. As for filling up Prelude to Rebirth's magazine, he would have to worry about that later. With that in mind, the limpet turned around and headed for Deathloop. However, they didn't go far before another strange vortex appeared on the surface of the sea. "Why is there another one? We're already dozens of kilometers away from the last one," the sailors commented. Erwin ordered the ship to turn around and leave again. However, when they tried to turn around for the 3rd time, the vortex still followed them like a shadow. It was as if every time they tried to go back to Deathloop, the vortex would appear. "It's like it's sentient. It's trying to stop us. It's more like it's trying to lure us deeper into Spectre water. This is so weird. I'm wearing so many layers, but I still feel cold. This kind of coldness is like a coldness that chills to the bone." Someone said as goosebumps appeared on his arm. "I keep having the feeling that we might stay here forever. It's not an illusion. As long as the vortex doesn't disappear, we'll be stuck here forever." At first, they were still discussing the strange phenomenon. But as time went by, they began to feel pessimistic because of the ominous aura. Helen and Erwin had no choice but to ask for Angor's help again. Angor was confused as well. Was the vortex trying to stop them from going back as if it had a mind of its own? Was it something unique to this strange place? Couldn't they leave Spectre water after entering it? His mind was filled with questions as he watched the vortex getting bigger and bigger. "Do we have no choice but to keep going through Spectre water?" Helen had a bitter expression on her face. Such a strange thing had happened in the periphery of the Ghost Sea. No one could guarantee what would happen if they went deeper into the Ghost Sea. "We'll take the Spectre Sea as our last option. The best choice is to take the Winter Waterway. But the vortex is stopping us. I don't think we have a choice." Angor considered for a moment. "How about this? You guys keep patrolling the area while I check the water." Angor had a feeling that the vortex wasn't natural. Maybe it was controlled by some kind of creature. As for whether he was right or not, he just had to check it out. Humans had an innate sense of security towards places that they could see with their eyes, such as a sparkling ocean. However, people tended to imagine the evilest things when they couldn't see them. For example, the bottom of the ocean. To give a simple example, a giant blue whale that was floating on the surface of the sea and a giant shadow that was hidden at the bottom of the sea gave people a different feeling of horror. The enclosed environment of the ocean, the dim light, and all kinds of dark corners gave people plenty of room to imagine. The more they thought about it, the more scared they became. Even the shallow parts of the ocean that were illuminated by light would cause people to imagine something horrible lurking in the dark corners. Needless to say, in their eyes, this spirit sea was simply pitch black. Sometimes, sailors wouldn't even dare to look at the surface of the ocean, fearing that they might see something terrible. Not to mention that they were going to dive into the ocean to investigate. When Angkor suggested that they should dive into the ocean, everyone on the ship looked worried. The dark ocean, the unknown horrors, and the specter water, the most terrifying of all. All these prefixes made Angkor feel like he was a hero who would never come back. Of course, that was only what the others felt. As for Angkor himself, he wasn't too afraid to explore the sea. He once spent a long time in the Sea of Purification. He even stayed alone in the darkest parts of the ocean. That was why he was quite calm. Leaving Toby on the ship to protect everyone, Angkor jumped into the dark ocean. With a splash, Angkor's figure reached the bottom of the ocean in front of everyone's eyes. As soon as he entered the water, he smelled something even more fishy and salty than other parts of the ocean. After activating the purification force field, the unpleasant smell slowly disappeared. He couldn't see anything in the darkness. However, the turbulence caused by the vortex reminded him that the ocean was even more dangerous than the surface. With a thought, Angkor cast light to illuminate his surroundings. As soon as the light appeared, a giant rodent fish appeared in front of him. Angkor almost jumped out of his skin when he saw its hideous appearance. He tilted his body, dodged the fish's bite, and casually cast a quick freeze. The fish was instantly turned into a block of ice. It was a simple cantrip he learned from analyzing ice wall from his tablet. However, it worked perfectly in a watery environment. After killing the fish, Angkor looked around. There were no other fish in the darkness, but there were quite a lot of tiny mayflies. Angkor decided to move closer to the vortex. He slowly approached the center of the vortex while withstanding its powerful pull. Before he reached the center, he saw a faint glimmer coming from the bottom of the vortex. His instinct told him that the glimmer might be the source of the vortex. Angkor loosened his control over the water around him and dove deeper into the darkness. When he was about 100 meters below the surface, his pupils shrank. He was still some distance away from the light source, but he still saw the glowing object clearly. It was a giant umbrella made of white light, which floated up and down in the water. Through the light of the canopy itself, one could clearly see that the power of the whirlpool extended out from the center of the canopy, rolling up circles of turbid water ripples. There must be someone behind the vortex, Angkor muttered to himself. But what was that thing? From afar, Angkor could already sense a powerful, chilling energy seeping out of the umbrella and into the water, slowly eroding his body. He was sure that this was no ordinary creature. Also, the creature was already so huge from afar. Angkor guessed that it had to be at least 100 meters wide. Perhaps it was a powerful monster that he couldn't defeat. To be safe, Angkor floated back to the limpet's deck. "Sir, is there a problem?" Erwin and Helen quickly came to greet him as soon as they saw Angkor returning to the deck. "Something's down there. I'm not sure what it is yet." It was the first time Helen saw such a serious expression on Pat's face. She hesitated and said, "Sir, I'm glad you're okay. If there's danger down there, should we change direction?" Angkor shook his head. "I have a feeling that it's on to us. If we don't take care of it now, we'll run into trouble wherever we go." Angkor could use gondola to leave this place, but he had to take care of the threat before the limpet could leave this place safely. "How do you plan to deal with it, sir? Do you need our help?" Erwin asked. Angkor considered and looked at Erwin. "For safety's sake, take out your scout puppet. Let's see what that thing is." After tossing the puppet into the water, he controlled it to move toward the glowing canopy. While doing so, Angkor used his illusion to show the others what he saw. Angkor didn't know much about the sea, but these people who spent a lot of time at sea might recognize the umbrella. Not long after the scout puppet entered the water, everyone saw the umbrella that was emitting a faint white light through the illusion. "Do any of you know what this is?" Angkor asked the others as he carefully controlled the puppet to dive deeper. Apart from the sentries, the other sailors were still looking at the illusions. They only shook their heads after hearing Angwar's question. The edge of the umbrella is soft, and the way it's bobbing up and down, it looks like a jellyfish. Many people agreed with this conjecture, including Helen, who nodded. It does look like a jellyfish. But if it is really a jellyfish, does it have the ability to create a vortex? A butterfly can create a hurricane by flapping its wings, and a jellyfish can also create a vortex. This is devil's water, you know. Angor ordered the scout puppet to keep going down while the others wondered what was going on. But as he descended deeper and deeper, a strange feeling suddenly assaulted his vision. Ugh! He gasped and abruptly let go of the puppet. At the same time, the illusion also disappeared. What's wrong, sir? Helen quickly asked. Angor rubbed his temples. I don't know. Something stung the spirit I attached to the puppet. I'm sorry, but I don't think we can get the puppet back, Angor apologized to Erwin. As long as these alchemy creations are used properly, you can always ask the company for compensation even if you lose them. Don't worry, sir. It's within reason. While speaking, Erwin asked a sailor to bring up an iron box, which was filled to the brim with dozens of scout puppets. Erwin said, all these years, there have been no reports of loss of the scouting puppets. Every year, we'll ask for more. Angor didn't know what to say. The floating mech city really was rich. A single scout puppet wasn't worth much, but all of them together would be worth several hundred magic crystals. Since there were so many scouting puppets here, he decided to explore the area one more time. Also, the strange feeling he just sensed was getting more and more important. When the scout puppets saw the white light again, one of the sailors suddenly spoke up. Did you notice that the canopy is bigger than before? Is it? Maybe it's because the scout puppets are falling faster than before. Angor was distracted by creating illusions, so he didn't hear the sailor's words. All his attention was on the scout puppet. Just now, he had been struck by a strange feeling in the vicinity, causing him to fall into a trance. In the end, he lost contact with the scouting puppet. Angor carefully checked his surroundings. Just as he was concentrating, a strange force of impact hit him again. When he came back to his senses, the connection between him and the puppet was cut off again. I think it's some kind of frequency that can affect spirit power. Angor tried to recall what he sensed and spoke in a hesitant tone. Angor knew that many high-energy creatures emitted such frequencies that could cause people to lose their minds. Could it be that the jellyfish below was the source of that wave frequency? Angor decided to give it another try to confirm his theory. However, when he tossed the scout puppet into the sea, he heard a sailor yelling, "Huh? We can see it now. I'm not mistaken. It's rising." Angor also noticed it when he heard someone calling his name. This time, although the white light umbrella was still far from the surface of the sea, he could already see the white light as soon as he threw the scouting puppet into the water. This meant that the canopy was indeed moving upward. So it's not going to trap us? Is it going to fight us head-on? Angor wondered. But they didn't even know how strong the enemy was yet. It wasn't a good idea to fight without any preparation. Angor signaled Erwin to evacuate the limpet from this area for now. At the same time, Angor removed his glove and released a layer of nightmare aura around the limpet. With the help of the nightmare aura, the limpet quickly disappeared from the sea. While the limpet was retreating, Angor controlled the scout puppet to observe the white canopy from afar. As the canopy floated upward, Angor's expression grew more grim. The white canopy was about 500 meters away from the sea, which was enough for Angor to get a good look at it. It was a giant jellyfish. But there was something special about it. The reason why the jellyfish was glowing was because there were countless tiny dots all over its body. Angor couldn't see them clearly in the illusion. He only felt that the densely packed dots made him feel a little disgusted and irritated. However, he was able to see them clearly through the scout puppet's eyes. They were countless undead souls wriggling around the jellyfish's body. Angor could even see the hideous expressions on their faces and the hands that reached out to grab at the jellyfish. Angor used to feel disgusted when people from Dark Castle used human blood to bathe in. But this time, he didn't feel any fear toward the giant jellyfish. Instead, he felt disgusted physically. Finally, someone noticed the tiny dots on the jellyfish's body. Almost at the same time, people on the ship began to vomit. Angor stopped the illusion and looked at Helen, who was trying her best to hold back her nausea. "Have you heard of this monster?" Helen covered her mouth and shook her head. "No, sir." "Is it a sea monster too?" Angor didn't know how to explain it. Undead creatures had a natural hostility toward all living creatures, and they would do anything to get rid of them. Not only that, but the jellyfish also seemed to be living with the undead creatures. Undead creatures had no intelligence. They only knew how to kill. They didn't even care about their own lives, let alone the concept of mutual benefit. Angor couldn't help but wonder if the jellyfish had something to do with the undead creatures. Maybe the jellyfish had the ability to control undead creatures. While he was pondering, Angor felt his spirit wavering again, and he lost contact with the scout puppet. This time, he didn't move the puppet at all. The only thing that changed was the disgusting jellyfish, which meant the jellyfish was the source of his spirit disturbance. While Angor was still trying to figure out where the jellyfish came from, the creature was already close to the surface of the sea. At the same time, the people on the limpet began to feel unwell. They either vomited, fainted, or simply fainted on the ground. The powerful creature's unique energy wave began to affect the mortals on the ship. Angor himself was fine. He was only distracted because he was trying to attach his spirit power to the puppet, which meant that his spirit power would be easily destroyed if it was separated from the source of his spirit power. But now, his spirit was perfectly integrated with the jellyfish's energy wave, and it didn't affect him at all. People on the ship either fainted or fell to the ground, and the limpet's speed began to slow down. Finally, with a wave, the jellyfish that was shining with white light emerged from the water. At the same time, he sensed a familiar aura in the air. The sky was dark and gloomy. Dark clouds pressed down, turning the day into night. Under the gloomy sky, an umbrella with a diameter of more than 100 meters slowly floated up from the sea and hovered in the air. At the same time, the undead creatures attached to the umbrella slowly separated from it and scattered across the sea nearby. If they didn't look at the disgusting jellyfish carefully, they wouldn't think the scene was too bad. The dark and gloomy background, coupled with the countless flickering white lights that resembled phosphorescent flames, looked like countless bright sky lanterns in the dark night. Even the huge jellyfish, which was shining with white light, was emitting a kind of luster in the darkness, shining on the dark surface of the sea and making it ripple. If it was just a frozen image, it would look beautiful at first glance. However, no one was in the mood to explore whether it was beautiful or not. Their bodies were already uncomfortable under the high energy frequency of the jellyfish. In addition, the terrifying number of undead in front of them, as well as the jellyfish that was as big as a floating castle, brought them a deep sense of fear and powerlessness. The sea breeze brought with it a chilling coldness that chilled everyone to the bone. Angor and Toby were the only ones who weren't affected. Toby was still observing the glowing jellyfish in the air. Out of instinct, he turned to Angor and gestured with his glowing eyes. However, Angor was not in the mood to enjoy the view. He looked a little confused. He was puzzled because he sensed something familiar from the giant jellyfish. The chilling, contradictory, and evil aura was exactly the same as the undead creatures around it. At most, the jellyfish's size increased the intensity of its negative energy. Is this jellyfish also an undead creature? Angor knew that many monsters could fall and become undead creatures. However, such monsters would at least have basic intelligence and emotional perception when they were alive. According to Angor's knowledge, jellyfish were a kind of low-level plankton. It was already difficult for a jellyfish to gain intelligence, and becoming an undead creature was even more difficult. But the jellyfish in front of them had the same aura as an undead creature. That chaotic, complicated, and obscure energy made people feel as if they were being devoured by darkness just by looking at it. Let's see if it's an undead or not. He took out his prelude to rebirth and decided to test the jellyfish. Although he could sense an extremely high level of energy from the jellyfish, judging from its natural aura, this jellyfish had yet to reach the level of an official wizard. Then there was still a chance. The jellyfish shook off the specters on its body and used the specters to search for the limpet. The limpet was covered by nightmare illusions, but it was still on the surface of the sea. He knew that the limpet would be found sooner or later if the undead creatures kept looking for it. He had to distract them before they found the limpet. He patted Toby's shoulder and crouched down. Turn into a griffin, and we'll go check it out. He waited for a while, but still, there was no response. When he turned around in confusion, he saw Toby looking at him with twinkling eyes. Toby then whispered to him in an extremely flattering manner. Angor frowned. It took him a while to realize what Toby meant. Huh? You want a jellyfish costume? Something that glows? Toby nodded quickly and looked at Angor with a pleading look. Angor pursed his lips. Now's not the time to talk about clothes. We'll talk about it later. Let's deal with this big guy first. Toby looked away in dismay. If you can kill it, I'll make you a limited edition glowing jellyfish skirt. How about that? Angor gritted his teeth. Upon hearing this, Toby immediately flew into the sky, and the silhouette of a griffin could already be vaguely seen. Angor looked back at the people on the ship. There were only 2 people who seemed to be able to listen to him. One was Helen, and the other was Tulu, who told Angor about Naya the Beauty. So these 2 were the only ones with strong spirit power on the ship. Helen, I'll leave the limpet to you for now. Toby and I will take care of that jellyfish. I'll lure it as far away as possible so that we can cross this area and enter Deathloop. Angor used voice transmission and jumped onto Toby's back. Helen was in better condition than the others, but she still felt terrible. It was as if she had returned to the time when she first went out to sea. Still, Helen nodded to Angor despite the terrible dizziness in her head. When Angor suddenly appeared in the sky on the back of the flaming griffin, he immediately attracted the attention of all the undead creatures. The undead creatures roared and charged at Angor like dogs attracted by the scent of fresh meat. For a moment, the fireflies scattered on the sea seemed to have found their backbone at this time, and swarmed to the same place. Angor calmly raised his revolver and aimed at the approaching undead creatures. Bang! Bang! The invisible ripples around Angor's body began to spread outward. All the undead that came into contact with the ripples were turned into green smoke by the muzzle of the gun and dissipated. Angor kept an eye on the jellyfish while dealing with the undead creatures. The disgusting appearance of the jellyfish's skin was even more shocking. Angor thought the jellyfish had already released all the undead creatures inside it, but there were still a lot of them on the jellyfish's skin. Most of the undead creatures had already merged with the jellyfish's body, leaving only their heads and organs exposed. This was even more horrifying than what Angor saw in the sea. See? That jellyfish doesn't look good at all. You want to use its skin to make clothes? Angor couldn't help but give Toby a lecture. Meanwhile, the jellyfish didn't move at all. It simply floated in the air while releasing its remaining light. However, when Angor killed almost half of the undead creatures, the jellyfish finally moved. A strange ripple spread out from the jellyfish's body. All the undead creatures inside the ripple stopped and slowly retreated. They no longer tried to attack Angor blindly. Even Angor was surprised by the sudden change. As far as he knew, undead creatures were chaotic energy entities without any self-awareness. Why would they retreat now? Was the jellyfish giving them orders? Did that mean the jellyfish wasn't an undead creature? Angor looked up at the giant jellyfish in the distance. All the undead creatures he released had returned to the jellyfish's body. The creature now looked like an amalgamation of evil spirits, which was releasing even more intense malice than before. When Angor looked at it again, the jellyfish released another wave of ripples. This time, the wave was aimed at Angor. It took less than a second for the wave to reach Angor. Angor didn't even have time to react before he was trapped in the wave. A spirit attack? Angor could feel a giant torrent of spirit energy attacking his spirit source. Compared to the jellyfish's unconscious spirit attack, this kind of conscious attack was much more powerful. Angor's spirit power felt like it was being torn apart. The pain was unbearable. However, this was not his limit yet. He once tried to visualize the patterns on the wall protected by the glutton flowers, and the pain he felt back then was unbearable. Ever since then, he had never tried to visualize the patterns on the wall again. Still, he was much more resistant to the mental pain he was feeling right now. The jellyfish's spirit attack did affect him, but it was limited. Toby, on the other hand, was screaming in agony. While enduring the pain, Angor fired several shots at the jellyfish while it was still attacking. He planned to kill all the undead creatures on the surface of the jellyfish before fighting it head-on. To Angor's surprise, the jellyfish actually avoided the path of the ripples. The jellyfish floated in the air like a deflated balloon. It kept making puff sounds as it moved around. At this time, the huge jellyfish showed a flexible body movement. It dodged all the ripples. Angor frowned. He clearly saw some of the undead creatures on the jellyfish's body getting shaken off and disappearing into the ripples. If the jellyfish was worried about the undead creatures on its body being killed by prelude to elimination, why did it shake off so many undead creatures while running away? Maybe the jellyfish wasn't worried about the undead creatures on its body, but about getting hit by the ripples. The jellyfish was obviously intelligent. Judging from the way it created the vortex and ordered the undead creatures to retreat, it was clear that the creature was capable of thinking. That meant it wasn't an undead creature. But why was it afraid of prelude to elimination? Maybe this jellyfish is actually an undead creature with a mind of its own? Angor began to wonder. If that was the case, then the wizarding world's understanding of undead creatures was still superficial. But now was not the time to look for answers. As he said, he would find out if the jellyfish was a special undead creature by shooting it. In order to avoid prelude to elimination, the jellyfish hurriedly ran away, and the spirit attack it released earlier was gradually disappearing. Toby slowly regained his senses. Use the sequence of gravity and go to that big guy, Angor spoke to Toby. Toby shook his dizzy head and nodded to Angor. He then leaped to the jellyfish's side. Angor raised his gun and aimed at the jellyfish. Let's see how you're going to dodge this time. With a bang, the invisible ripples in the air directly shrouded the jellyfish in it. The jellyfish reacted just in time. It knew how powerful the ripple was, so it tried to remove the souls on its body to block the attack. However, prelude to elimination was an area of effect attack. No matter how many souls came at it, they would all be killed. All the souls were gone in an instant. However, the disappearance of the souls bought the jellyfish some time. The jellyfish took to the sky and tried to get away from the ripple's range. The jellyfish's plan worked. Its course successfully avoided the ripple. However, one of its tentacles was still touched by the ripple from prelude to elimination. Angor could clearly feel the evil spirit coming from the tentacle slowly dissipating. The jellyfish was startled and quickly made up its mind to cut off the tentacle. It wanted to cut off the tentacle to avoid the fate of being punished by prelude to elimination. However, prelude to elimination worked in the same way as the jellyfish's spirit attack. They both used the same frequency. The only difference was that prelude to elimination had a very low frequency, which could only spread through the air at a reasonable speed. However, when it began to work on the chaotic energy inside the undead creature, it spread faster than expected. In an instant, the chaotic energy inside the jellyfish began to dissipate. The evil spirit on the jellyfish was also disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. So it's an undead creature? Angor watched the jellyfish disappearing bit by bit. Prelude to elimination didn't work on living creatures, but it was a deadly poison to undead creatures. Just as the jellyfish was about to dissipate, an extremely powerful spiritual power suddenly burst out from the center of its canopy. The spirit energy looked like a solid beam of light that shot straight into the sky. Angor was startled. Thinking that it was the jellyfish's final attack, he quickly took Toby and ran several kilometers away. When he turned around, he didn't see a palm-sized blue jellyfish rising from the center of the beam of light. The jellyfish swayed its beautiful canopy and disappeared into the clouds. Angor and Toby ran for several kilometers before looking back. At the same time, they cast all kinds of defensive spells to protect themselves from the jellyfish's sudden attack. But after a while, they didn't see any spirit energy coming from the jellyfish. When they carefully returned to their original position, the jellyfish had completely disappeared. As for the spiritual energy light beam, it was unknown where it had gone. It killed the jellyfish so easily? Angor frowned. It seemed the jellyfish was only big in size. He had killed the jellyfish, but he still had many questions. The jellyfish did seem to have a mind of its own. Why did it use the vortex to stop the limpet from leaving? Was it to drive the limpet into the depths of the Sea of Ghosts? But if it had such intentions, why did it suddenly take the initiative to fight and float to the surface? Wasn't this contradictory to its previous behavior? Or maybe, the undead jellyfish has a mind of its own, but its mind is still in chaos? But since the jellyfish was already dead, there was no way for him to find out the answer. He quickly removed the magazine and muttered to himself, I wonder how far away I am from a full magazine. When he looked inside the magazine, his expression froze. It's full. 6 bullets that were emitting white light were quietly stored inside the magazine that was covered with strange patterns, exuding a faint mysterious aura. How could it be full? He didn't kill enough undead creatures just now. Angor frowned. Did that mean the jellyfish was equal to thousands of ordinary undead creatures? That was the only explanation that could explain why the magazine was suddenly full. Forget it. I'll write this down in my notebook and ask my professor when I have the chance. Angor shook his head. It's good that the magazine is full. I can finish my report on Prelude to Rebirth when I have time. Angor put the gun back into his bracelet and was about to leave the limpet when he sensed something approaching him. Suddenly, he sensed a strong energy fluctuation coming from the distance. The energy fluctuation was cold and gloomy, and it carried a lot of negative emotions and malicious intent. It was similar to what he sensed from the jellyfish. Is the jellyfish still alive? Angor looked into the distance with a puzzled look. The energy fluctuation in that direction was so strong that it even affected the weather. The thick black clouds seemed to have turned into a dragon that was sucking in water. They were pulled down from the sky to the sea level, and there was a faint sound of thunder. Angor asked Toby to approach them slowly. Since Toby was fast enough, Angor had the bird move closer to them slowly. However, the closer Angor got, the more he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Toby suddenly called out to him while he was trying to figure out where the familiar feeling came from. Angor pondered for a moment and slapped his head. Yeah, we came from this direction. Toby's words reminded him that the limpet came from this direction as well. I don't know why I have such a bad sense of direction on the sea. Angor began to worry. If he had to travel to the land of Revelation and the old earth on his gondola, he might get lost in the sea. I remember that the island in front of us is where we cleaned up the undead. Angor pointed at a direction and was surprised when he realized that he was pointing at the center of the energy fluctuation. Could it be that the energy fluctuations were coming from that island? But he had clearly wiped out all the undead creatures on that island back then, hadn't he? Angor asked Toby to pick up the pace. Soon, he saw the truth. Just as he had guessed, the center of the huge energy fluctuation was exactly the island they had left earlier. At this moment, the island was shrouded in dark clouds, and the sound of thunder could be heard from the clouds. Accompanied by a loud rumble, countless undead that were emitting white light emerged from the surface of the sea like fireflies, densely covering the surroundings of the island. Angor quickly covered his and Toby's aura with nightmare illusion. His Prelude to Rebirth was fully loaded, and he didn't want to kill these undead creatures unless he could get something good out of it. The undead below were all looking in the same direction, which was where the small island was. They looked like a bunch of fanatics who were focused on their own beliefs. Is there some kind of secret on that island? Angor wondered. Earlier, the limpet passed by several similar islands, all of which were filled with stinky vines and sleeping undead creatures. This island was the same. Angor took a look around after clearing out all the undead creatures, but he didn't find anything special. However, based on the current situation, this island might still be hiding some secrets. A while later, the rumbling of thunder stopped, and a gust of cold wind carrying evil energy began to spread from the island. His eyes widened as he finally saw what was happening. A giant undead creature slowly rose from the ground at the center of the island. It was covered in a bright white light. Judging from its appearance, it was a giant crab estimated to be over 100 meters long. However, the crab's body had lost its color, leaving only the energy of an undead creature. Angor could see the crab moving around in the dark clouds. Suddenly, it raised a pair of glowing claws and released a high-energy wave into the surroundings. With the appearance of this frequency, all the undead in the surrounding sea swarmed to the surface of the crab's body and squeezed together. It looked exactly the same as the jellyfish Angor saw before. As the crab and the undead creatures gathered together, the dark clouds covering the island slowly disappeared. Angor could see a small blue jellyfish swimming toward the depths of Spectre Sea. At the same time, the same thing happened to all the other islands in Spectre Sea, including the ones Angor cleared out earlier. However, the undead creatures were all different from each other. Some were jellyfish, some were clams, some were starfish, and some were nothing more than a strand of water grass. After sucking in the other undead, these huge sea creatures all drilled into the sea and disappeared. On the other side, Angor was already out of the Spectre Sea. When the crab disappeared into the sea, Angor quickly left the island with many questions in his mind. According to the energy marker he left on the limpet, the ship had already left Spectre Sea and returned to Deathloop. When he arrived at the limpet, Deathloop was peaceful and sunny, which was completely different from the dark and gloomy Spectre water. "Sir, you're back!" Helen exclaimed in joy. The other sailors on the ship all looked pale. But when they saw Angor, they felt they had found their pillar of support. The gloomy atmosphere on the ship was instantly lifted. Angor landed on the deck. Toby quickly transformed into a seabird and landed on Angor's hand. "Mr. Pat, is the jellyfish dead?" Captain Irwin came out of the captain's cabin and asked with a tired look. Angor nodded. "Well, it's more accurate to say that it's destroyed. Because the creature was already dead. Only dead creatures would become undead creatures." The others didn't understand what Angor meant, but they knew that the jellyfish was no longer a threat to the limpet. "Did you kill it, master?" Tulu's eyes glowed brightly as he asked. Angor nodded. Seeing that they still wanted to ask more questions, he turned to Helen and said, "I have something else to do. Follow the original plan. I'll come out later to draw a temperature-maintaining rune." With that, he returned to his bedroom. The first thing he did after entering his bedroom was to take out his notebook. Angor began to write down everything that happened in Spectre's water in detail. He even added some nightmare illusions into his notes so that he wouldn't forget about the giant undead creature that showed up at the end of the battle. He recorded the situation at that time in the form of an illusion simulation. This method was taught to him by Sunders. Not only could he use illusions to record what happened, but he could also encrypt the recorded information. It was only a simple trick, but it would be difficult for someone who didn't understand nightmare illusions to decipher it. Angor put down the pen, but his frown was still there. That crab looked very similar to the jellyfish he encountered earlier. Apart from its size, the way it gathered and absorbed the undead creatures was exactly the same. Also, the crab could order the undead creatures around it, which meant it was a special undead creature just like the jellyfish. This was the first time he heard of such a unique undead creature that could think for itself. At least, he didn't see anything like it anywhere else. Or was it a local product of Spectre's water? Angor was also wondering why the crab showed up on the island right after the jellyfish's death. Was it sleeping under the island like the other undead creatures? But why didn't it do anything when the limpet approached the island? Angor rubbed his forehead. His head was full of question marks. He didn't even know why the jellyfish tried to stop the limpet. "Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore." An apprentice who could cast a cleanse spell was worried about a legendary wizard's heart. That was how Angor felt right now. Angor knew that Spectre's water was full of mysteries that even Truthfinder wizards couldn't solve, but he couldn't help but want to find out more. He had heard from Helen that the reason Summer Dew lived in the center of the Devil's Sea was to research the secrets of the Devil's Sea. This was a common problem of most adepts. They were serious. But Angor was only an apprentice right now. He didn't have the strength to do so. The only thing he could do was to write down his questions in his notebook and wait until he was strong enough to solve them one by one. Angor put the notebook away helplessly. He wanted to calm himself down before dealing with the leather that he had tanned before entering the Spirit Sea. Before he could do anything, Toby hopped onto the desk and began to chirp while drawing a jellyfish pattern with its wings. "You saw how disgusting that jellyfish was, and you still want to wear its skin?" Angor wondered if Toby had a unique sense of beauty. "Toby, I just like her." "You promised me before." Toby was worried that Angor might go back on his words. This was the first time Angor saw Toby looking forward to something so much. Even the panda suit was not this desperate. "You already have enough clothes. What do you like about that jellyfish?" Angor took out a piece of ice muslin and half a dozen chiffons from his bracelet. Since he already made a promise, he did not intend to go back on it. While comparing the materials, he took out a piece of white paper and a pen and prepared to draw a basic draft. Toby also answered his question. Angor was amused by what he heard. It turned out that the reason why this guy was so eager was because he had taken a fancy to the glowing feature. Toby slapped his forehead as if to say, I never thought I could do this. Don't you feel ashamed wearing a glowing suit? Angor complained, but he did not slow down at all. In just a few strokes, a dreamy puffy jellyfish dress appeared on the paper. Before Toby could answer, Angor answered his own question. You're a male bird, but you don't mind wearing a dress at all. I shouldn't expect anything from you. Angor could only hope that the glowing was just Toby's whim, and that the dress would return to being a normal jacket. He did not want to open a door to a whole new world. Toby's clothes were made quickly. Toby was only interested in the glowing suit. Jellyfish were known for their gentleness in the sea. Also, the canopy of a jellyfish was filled with liquid, so it would float up and down naturally. To achieve this, Angor added a rune that attracted the wind to keep the dress fluttering in the wind. After it was completed, the dreamy glowing tutu immediately attracted Toby's attention. After asking Angor to put it on, Toby flew out of the room and showed off the dress to everyone on the limpet. Then it returned to the bedroom and asked Angor to put the dress into his bracelet. Clearly, Toby wanted to enjoy the shameful dress with his little friend, the Moon Lily Fairy. After putting Toby inside the bracelet, Toby quickly went to find the Moon Lily Fairy. Angor looked around. Neither of them was a female, so why were they talking about dresses together? Also, Toby had taken off his dress and let the Moon Lily Fairy compare the size of the dress. The scene was so beautiful that Angor shivered a little and shifted his attention away from the two creatures. He didn't leave the bracelet right away. Instead, he searched around for a while and took out a leather scroll from a corner. The log of Lucas, the most honest captain in the Age of Gold. Earlier, when he was making the dress for Toby, he couldn't help but recall images related to jellyfish. From the undead jellyfish, to the death jellyfish in Death Ring, and even the jellyfish he saw in documentaries back on Earth. It was as if he automatically found the word jellyfish in his memory. In the end, he recalled Lucas' logbook. Lucas mentioned something about jellyfish as well. Although he didn't think that the jellyfish mentioned by Lucas had anything to do with the undead jellyfish, he couldn't remember where Lucas had recorded the jellyfish in his logbook. So, he took it out and flipped through it. Reading Lucas' logbook again, he still felt that the title of Most Honest Captain should be left with a question mark. Many of the stories in the log were similar to those of fantasy novels recorded in his hologram tablet. Soon, he saw a line of words on the wall. Spirit of Jellyfish Island? Angor frowned when he saw what Lucas wrote. According to Lucas' log, he arrived at a sunny sea area, where there was a small country called Giant Spirit Kingdom. The country was made up of countless islands, and the people on each island believed in an island spirit. Among them, Lucas mentioned the Jellyfish Island Spirit. Angor also saw the Crab Island Spirit, the Starfish Island Spirit, the Clam Island Spirit. The log didn't mention what an island spirit was. It only mentioned that the island spirits were huge and worshipped by the islanders. For some reason, Angor was reminded of the jellyfish and the crab that crawled out of the island. Could they be the island spirits mentioned by Lucas, and the undead attached to them were actually the people of the island recorded in the log? But wasn't that too far from the truth? On one side, there were undead creatures, and on the other side, there were worshipped island spirits. On the other side, there was dark and gloomy, while on the other side, there was bright sunlight. But it didn't look like it. Still, it wasn't hard to prove whether they were related or not. According to Lucas' log, he mentioned a lot of island spirits. But the most special one was the spirit of the island where the capital of Giant Spirit Kingdom was located. The spirit of the island at the center of the sea area was a towering giant. If there was also an undead giant on the island at the center of Spectre Sea. In that case, there might be a connection between the two. It was easy to prove it, but he had to go deep into the strange Spectre Sea first. He didn't want to get himself killed there. But even if there was an undead giant on the island at the center of Spectre Sea, it didn't mean Lucas' log was real. The more Angor read about Lucas' log, the weirder it felt. If Lucas' log was real, then why did the rumors he heard and the things he saw didn't match up with Lucas' log? For example, Lucas wrote that he shed tears and a sea of flowers appeared on the sea surface. But according to Tulu's story, it was Naya who shed tears and created the sea of flowers. Gender, time, and place were all different. Only the core events were similar. Just like the undead in the Sea of Spirits this time, if the existence of the giant undead was really confirmed, then Lucas's records would only be similar in some aspects, but the main environment and background would be different. Angor still couldn't tell whether Lucas' log was real or not. At most, he could only say that there was a part of it that was true. He couldn't tell if Lucas was telling the truth or not, but he was getting more and more curious about this man. When he arrived at Faron Land, he decided to find out more about Lucas' past. He might even be able to find out the whereabouts of the ship that had mysteriously disappeared. After putting away Lucas' log, Angor went to the balcony and looked at the Spectre Sea. Island spirits? Undead, Angor didn't think too much about it. But he could clearly feel how big this world was. There were so many things for people to explore and study. It was no wonder that wizards would always hide in one place for decades. Angor wanted to explore this wonderful world as well. He leaned against the railing for a while and was about to go back to his room when he suddenly stopped. He looked up and saw something in the sky. There was nothing there but a thick layer of clouds. Huh? Someone's looking at me. Am I hallucinating? Seeing that the limpet was getting further and further away, Swan flapped her black wings and disappeared into the clouds. It seems that they chose the winter route this time. Swan thought for a moment. That's a good idea. Now that the Summerdew Ridge has a guest, a hurricane could happen at any time. It's safer to take the winter route. Swan let out a sigh of relief, but then she frowned again. Although Helen was able to leave the Ghost Sea safe and sound, she was able to relax a little. However, she still didn't know how Helen and the others got out of that nightmarish place. She was lucky enough to go to the Sea of Ghosts with her master once. At that time, her master went to look for materials for experiments, and she was there to transport the giant corpses. During that time, Swan witnessed the horrors of the Sea of Ghosts. The endless undead creatures were like a nightmare that she could not get rid of, and she almost lost her life there. Later, she heard that even her master suffered a great loss in the Sea of Ghosts. After returning to Summerdew Ridge, she never went to the Sea of Ghosts again. This made her even more afraid of the Sea of Ghosts. She wasn't sure if she could survive in the Sea of Ghosts. How did the limpet do it? Swan came to Deathloop to patrol the area. She wanted to go to the outskirts of the Sea of Ghosts to see if she could save Helen. She didn't expect that they would come out of the Sea of Ghosts unscathed. They even survived the night, although he looked a little weak. This was not a big deal compared to the night they spent in the Spirit Sea. One must know that just the aura of death that was everywhere in the Ghost Sea was enough to cause a mortal to fall ill. Now, it was just a little bit of mental depression, which was already very fortunate. Was it because of the man in the hurricane yesterday? Did the small fries in the Sea of Ghosts restrain themselves a little? That's why the limpet was able to return to the ship safely. But the undead shouldn't feel fear or awe, right? While Swan was still trying to figure out what was going on, she heard cheers coming from the limpet. Everyone's mood was lifted. Swan looked over curiously. The guardian of the limpet jumped onto the deck of the limpet on a strange beast. While Swan was still wondering what kind of creature the beast was, it suddenly turned into a small bird and obediently flew into the guardian's hand. Is it an alchemy puppet that can transform? Swan guessed since the guardian came from floating Mech City. The limpet's morale was boosted. Was it because the guardian had returned? Could it be that this guardian had brought them out of the Spirit Sea? While Swan was lost in her own thoughts, the lazy-looking guardian returned to the cabin. She originally wanted to take a closer look at him to determine his identity, but now she couldn't. She remembered that the guardian of the limpet used to be an old apprentice named Roman. Maybe it was because Roman was nearing the end of his lifespan, or maybe he had been killed by the Blade of Time. Although Swan suspected that the guardian was the one who led the limpet back, she believed that the ship was just lucky that the undead creatures weren't active at the moment. The Spirit Sea also had its own tide of undead. During the active phase, even the outer area of the limpet would be filled with undead. During the cooldown phase, the undead would fall into a deep slumber. I'll ask Lady Pei about this when we get back. Swan didn't think too much and kept flying above the clouds. Deathloop had been in a lot of trouble recently because of the Valley of Storm's visit to Summerdew Ridge. She planned to stay in the dark and escort the limpet back to Winter Waterway. About an hour later, she saw icebergs drifting on the surface of the sea. They were not far from Winter Waterway, and Swan was ready to return to Summerdew Ridge. Suddenly, the middle-aged guardian who had been staying in his room came to the balcony. He seemed to be enjoying the breeze. Swan, who was about to leave, stopped in her tracks and looked over curiously. But just as she was scrutinizing it, the other party seemed to have noticed something and raised his head to look in her direction. Swan frowned and subconsciously flew into the clouds. She was discovered, this was obvious. Otherwise, why would he look in her direction? This was the first time she was discovered by an apprentice in her shadow swan form. It seemed that the guardian apprentice had a very strong intuition. Swan didn't linger. Instead, she gave him a deep, emotionless look, then turned and flew back to Summerdew Ridge. While on her way back, Swan was still trying to recall the person's face. Looks like he's quite strong. Is he a potential apprentice from Floating Mech City? It didn't take long for Swan to reach the center of Summerdew Ridge. When she found Madame Pei in the tea house, she asked her about some of the doubts in her heart. Madame Pei was still grinding the tea powder in her hands as she said faintly, "Undead tide?" "Yes, it's time for the undead to fall asleep." Before Swan could say "I knew it," Madame Payne continued, "But Master got the news this morning that something strange happened in the Sea of Spectres. The 3 half-step wizard-level magic puppets she sent out were all destroyed. The danger level will be increased to extreme. It's best if you don't go there for now." Swan was stunned. The Sea of Spirits was extremely dangerous? How did the limpet leave? Could it be that it was really that illusionary apprentice who saved him? Lady Payne raised her scarred face and stared straight into Swan's eyes. "Why are you suddenly asking about the tide of undead? Did you enter the Sea of Spectres before this?" "Of course," Lady Payne did. Swan shook her head. "No, I'm just curious." She wanted to talk about the limpet, but she swallowed the words back in her throat. She knew Lady Pay's personality. If she knew that the limpet was safe and sound, she would definitely try to capture the people on the limpet and ask them about the Spirit Sea. When wizards flourished, mortals would suffer, even if it was just a normal inquiry. Swan didn't want to put Helen in danger, so she lied. She kept telling herself, "Let's just pretend that the limpet wasn't here today." Madame Payne stared at Swan and sneered. "You're lying." Swan raised her head. She felt cold sweat on her back. Madame Pay slowly brewed the tea powder she made herself. The purple tea gave off a mysterious aura. Lady Pay took a sip of the tea and looked at Swan again. "I won't ask why you're lying. But if you find anything in Spirit Sea, don't hide it from the Master. He's your savior." Swan lowered her head and kissed the tip of Lady Pay's foot. "I know. I won't lie to the Master, and I'll never betray him." Madame Pay snorted softly before continuing, "You missed Master's orders when you were out patrolling today. Other than the Spirit Sea, there's another thing you need to know." "Please tell me, Lady Pay." Swan bowed. "The people of Song of the Deep have been doing something recently. They're looking for someone called Lucas. Master has also received news that Lucas is indeed related to the mysterious space. You should also bring some people to investigate him." Swan nodded. "I understand. Leave it to me." With that, Swan was about to leave the room to select people to carry out her mission. At this moment, Madame Pay called out to her again. "The guest that Master is receiving should be leaving soon. After he leaves, Goman King will probably send someone here after receiving the news. When the time comes, restrain your subordinates. Do not tell anyone about that man, or else." Lady Pay put the lid back on her teacup. "I heard that the Master's lab is running low on supplies." "I understand." Swan nodded. "Yes, sir." After Swan left, Madame Pay quietly stared at a painting on the tea table. The man in the painting had red hair that was extremely flamboyant. Angor spent half a day drawing a temperature-stabilizing rune for the limpet. After that, he returned to his room and continued his research on the boots of flight. 2 days later, the boots, which he named Night Crossing, were finally ready. In terms of appearance, this was not an outstanding piece of work. It was just a very ordinary design. However, the black leather boots were painted with faint dark patterns, which made night flight not too mediocre. It added an indescribable sense of mysterious beauty to it. Angor was quite satisfied with the boots. Apart from the appearance, the effect of the boots was as good as he expected. The item was stuck at the last step between low tier and mid tier. With his current ability, he could refine intermediate grade items or above. However, if he succeeded, abnormal signs would descend, and the Devil's Water domain would be filled with danger. The descent of abnormal signs might lead to danger. Therefore, he didn't want to try anything above mid-tier. However, a regular tiered item seemed too weak. So, he planned to craft a near mid-tier one. And the final product was as good as he expected. It wasn't as good as a mid-tier item, but at least Angwar's control over the grades of his items had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Under the cover of the night, Angwar flew into the sky to test the boots. They were quite fast, but not as fast as Gondola. However, they were much better at hiding and maneuvering. In the past, Angwar had to eject his soul to use the sequence of gravity or Toby to carry him in the air. Now that he had this pair of boots, there wouldn't be too many shackles when he fought in the air in the future. His fighting style could also change a lot. Angwar was satisfied with this result. Half of the month of freezing Earth had passed, which meant that winter was coming. Normally, some people would freeze to death during this time of the year. But this time, with the help of the temperature-preserving rune, no one suffered from frostbite or even frostbite. There are many things that Lord Sorcerer can do in this world. The sailor, who was wearing thin clothes, said to his partner on duty beside him, "It can create a warm sun in the cold, a cool breeze in the hot summer, a flood can be diverted, and a drought can cover the sun. It is omnipotent." Another sailor, who was also wearing thin clothing, said, "If Lord Adept is so powerful, then why has Lord Roman never protected us during the cold?" Probably. The sailor who brought up the topic didn't know what to say. Tulu, who was fishing on the railing at the front of the ship, looked at the two people who were chatting. Most wizards are selfish. It's already a great virtue that they don't harm others. You want them to protect you? In your dreams. The two sailors exchanged a look. But Mr. Pat is different from Mr. Roman. Tulu's eyes lit up when he heard Mr. Pat's name. We're lucky to meet Mr. Pat. Not every wizard is as kind and friendly as Mr. Pat. Da sounds of footsteps came from not far away. Everyone turned around and saw Helen in her blue and white uniform walking toward them. Wizards are humans too. But most of them don't see us as humans, Helen continued. Helen chimed in, but, just like pirates and us, there's good and evil on both sides of the sea. The same goes for wizards. Some are good, and some are bad. Mr. Pat is one of the best. If I can become a wizard, I'll be a good one too, Tulu added. Don't even think about it, Tulu. Mr. Roman would have taken you to the headquarters if you could. The sailors laughed. Tulu pouted. Maybe he didn't notice me because it was too dark. Normally, the White Clam Shipping Company would bring any talented apprentices back to Floating Mech City. Mortals who stayed here would be mortals for the rest of their lives. Helen knew that she didn't meet the standards of a talent. However, the witch she had saved had once told her that in the world of wizards, there was no such thing as absolute. Even if he didn't reach the standard, it wasn't as if he didn't have the chance to become a talent. In the past, Helen had never thought of going to the transcendent world, but now she really wanted to see a more exciting and different scenery. Not only did Mr. Pat live in that world, but her idol, Mr. Aspel, was also active in that world. Even if that was the case, she still wanted to take a look. Helen knew that she wasn't very talented, but she still planned to go to Summerdew Ridge to look for Swan after she went to Faron Continent. She wanted to see if she could enter that world. While Helen was lost in thought, Tulu was still arguing with the outpost. It doesn't matter if I'm talented or not. If I become a wizard, I'll be a good one, Tulu said. Helen smiled, revealing two shallow dimples. The good and bad I'm talking about is only relative to the concept of us mortals. In the wizarding world, there are different ways to define good and bad. It doesn't matter if you're good or bad. The most important thing is to have a clear conscience. Before Tulu could react, Helen patted his head. Don't think too much. Come with me. Mr. Pat wants to see you. Mr. Pat wants to see me? Tulu's eyes lit up. He was still mulling over Helen's words, but he quickly put them out of his mind. Let's go, he said to Helen, ignoring the bait that was still jumping around on the hook. Meanwhile, Angor, who was taking a breather on the balcony of the third floor, was looking at the scene on the deck with a smile. Tulu's words were just like a young man who didn't know the meaning of worry. He only talked about the good and bad things in front of him. Helen's words, however, could only be said by someone with a lot of experience. She knew how to see things from different perspectives. Both of them were right. But if there was a chance for them to become supernaturals, Helen might have a better chance of going further than them. Helen's personality, as well as the ideas she had expressed earlier, indicated that Helen had the qualities to become an independent witch. Someone knocked on the door. Come in. Angor walked into the room from the balcony and looked at the two people. Helen lowered her head and prepared to leave, while Tulu didn't know where to put his hands. Helen, you stay too. Angor stopped Helen from leaving. Helen heard Angor's words and walked into the room, but she still stayed behind Tulu. Angor looked at Tulu. You've been affected by that jellyfish for a while now, so you should be fine. I'm guessing that your spiritual force should be pretty good, so I want to test you to see if you have the talent to become a magus. Tulu was surprised by Angor's words at first, but at the same time, his eyes were filled with worry. He knew very well that he didn't have a high chance of becoming a wizard. Otherwise, Roman would have taken him away instead of leaving him on the limpet. While Tulu was happy to hear Angor's words, he was more worried that he would fall from the sky into the abyss of the ocean. Before the test, he could at least brag about his talent. But if Angor told him that he didn't have any talent, he wouldn't even have a reason to brag anymore. Despite his worries, Tulu still held on to a sliver of hope. Mr. Pad chose him out of all people, which meant he had a chance to become a wizard too. Tulu didn't run away. Instead, he walked up to the table and sat down across from Kieran. Angor used Create Water to pour some water into a glass. He then lit up the oil lamp on the wall and used Hand of Spell to bring the cactus from the balcony. Finally, he took out an iron dagger and placed it on the table. It was a simple talent test. Abel's eye could only be used to determine a person's talent. If Angor wanted to estimate a person's talent, he or she would have to see if anything changed in the person's vision. That was why he placed these basic elemental elements in the room. He placed Abel's eye on the table and gestured for Tulu to touch it. Abel's eye was a special item given to him when he accepted the guide mission. He also gave him some basic channeling methods from Brute Cavern. Put your hand on the talent sphere and see if anything changes around you, said Angor. Tulu gulped and glanced at Helen. Helen gave Tulu a comforting smile. Perhaps it was Helen's smile that eased Tulu's heavy heart. He seemed to have made up his mind and carefully placed his trembling hands on the talent sphere. A ray of red light flashed across the surface of the sphere. Helen widened her eyes in surprise. Angor raised an eyebrow. I knew it. Tulu is talented. Ever since he left Spectre Water, Angor noticed that Tulu didn't show any signs of discomfort under the influence of the undead jellyfish, which meant Tulu's spirit wasn't weak at all. Angor already had his suspicions, but he kept them to himself since he had to work on the boots. Today, when he had some free time, he called Tulu over to test his theory. Angor didn't expect Tulu to be a real talent. Looks like what he said earlier was right. Roman is really blind under the light. Angor shook his head. If Tulu wasn't hiding under the light, he wouldn't have stayed on the limpet for so long without being noticed. Is Tulu really talented? Helen looked at Angor enviously. Yes, he is. Angor nodded without hesitation. The talent sphere can't be wrong. The red light is proof of his talent. But as for what kind of talent he has, I'm not sure yet. A while later, Tulu woke up from his daze. Mr. Pat, I don't think I saw anything. Tulu looked at Angor and felt a little guilty. Angor nodded. It's fine. You're talented. Tulu was still feeling down when he heard Angor's words, but he quickly raised his head. Mr. Pat, I'm talented? Angor nodded. Yes, you are. But we still need to test your spiritual power level. But I'm sure you're talented. Tulu stared blankly for a while before his gloominess was swept away. His eyes were filled with ecstasy. I'm really talented. Awesome. Tulu stood up excitedly and hugged Helen behind him. Deputy Captain Helen, I'm really talented. Helen pushed Tulu away in annoyance. Fine, fine. Don't be so happy. Tulu scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm just too excited. But I have a chance to become a good wizard. Helen smiled but didn't say anything. It's not that easy to be a good wizard, Angor said. Just remember what you just said. After a while, Tulu finally calmed himself down and bowed to Angor. Sir, can I learn from you from now on? Angor was thinking about the same thing. He gave Tulu the test on a whim, and it turned out that his hunch was right. However, it would take some time for him to become Tulu's guide. On the surface, Tulu was still a member of the White Clam Shipping Company. But White Clam Shipping Company was backed by Floating Mech City, which meant that White Clam Shipping Company was a regular shipping company. Floating Mech City was a powerful organization, and Angor himself already had a good relationship with the Floating Mech City. Plus, Tulu already had access to the most important research center of Floating Mech City. It didn't seem right to take someone from Tulu like this. Tulu noticed Angor's hesitation and slowly lost his joy. Can't I learn from you, Mr. Pat? Angor looked at Tulu's sad face and decided to tell him the truth about Floating Mech City. You're working for the White Clam Shipping Company. I don't know if I should take you with me. Helen suddenly spoke up. Tulu's name isn't on the company's list. Tulu isn't an official member of the White Clam Shipping Company, Helen repeated as if to emphasize her point. He looked at Helen and saw a confident look on her face. It was worth mentioning that Tulu, on the other hand, was the one who was completely dumbfounded. Why didn't I know about this? 3 years ago, Captain Irwin brought Tulu on board the Limpet. He was only 15 years old at the time, and he was taken away by Captain Irwin. Because of the White Clam Shipping Company's regulations, one can only be officially registered as an employee at the age of 18, so Tulu has always been a probationary employee of the company, or rather, a special employee of Captain Elwin. All these years, Captain Irwin paid for Tulu's salary and other living expenses out of his own pocket. Tulu is now Captain Irwin's subordinate. Helen continued, Captain Irwin said that he would apply for Tulu's qualification when we arrive at Faron. But now, I don't think that's necessary. My salary is paid by the captain himself? Tulu was surprised to hear that as well. Yes. Helen nodded. Helen looked at Tulu in disbelief. Sir, Tulu isn't a member of the White Clam Shipping Company. You don't have to worry about that. He tapped the table with his finger and muttered to himself, if that's the case, then there's no problem. Helen quietly stomped on Tulu's boots. Tulu was still immersed in his gratitude for Irwin's help, so he couldn't react in time and yelped in pain. Helen, who was standing beside Tulu, was giving him a look that said, I'm disappointed that you didn't live up to your expectations. Tulu didn't know what Helen was trying to say. You idiot. Accept him as your teacher. Tulu finally realized what was going on and tried to bow to Angor. However, Angor quickly released a stream of nightmare aura to seal his voice. I'm just a guide. I'm not qualified to take you as a student. Even if you want to become my student, you'll have to wait until you arrive at the organization. Helen saw that Tulu's mouth was wide open. He wanted to say something, but no words came out. Sir, you're so strong. You should be able to become my student, right? Angor shook his head. I'm not even a speck of dust in the wizarding world. There are plenty of people who are stronger than me. Tulu, if you want to become my student, you'll have to find someone stronger than me. That's the rule, Angor said before Helen could say anything else. Also, every talent had a different talent. I was good at illusions, but Tulu wasn't necessarily talented in them. It was best to teach him according to his aptitude. If you really want to join the organization, you'll have to wait for the organization to assign you a teacher. Both Helen and Tulu fell silent upon hearing this. Angor was right. They didn't know the rules of the wizarding world. They only thought that Angor's talent, which was their first impression of him. If they found out that Tulu wasn't going to Tulu's teacher, Tulu, they would be in trouble. I'll find a time to talk about the details. Angor removed Tulu's silence and put away his lazy expression. I'll ask you one more time. Are you sure you want to join Brute Cavern and ask me to be your guide? White Clam Shipping is backed by the Floating Mech City, which is an organization that's as powerful as Brute Cavern. Floating Mech City is a good choice for you. Think carefully before you make your decision. Tulu was going to say yes right away, but he hesitated after hearing Angwar's words. He didn't know much about Floating Mech City or Brute Cavern. The only thing he knew was that Mr. Pat was a wizard he admired, while Mr. Roman was a wizard he didn't like. Just like Helen said, there were good and bad wizards. He didn't like Mr. Roman, but that didn't mean Floating Mech City was all bad. On the other hand, Brute Cavern, who represented Mr. Pat, wasn't all good either. That was why he hesitated. Angor knew what Tulu was thinking, but he didn't tell Tulu the difference between Floating Mech City and Brute Cavern. It was enough for him to point out that Floating Mech City was a large wizard organization. After all, he was here to recruit talents, not to send them to other organizations. While Tulu was still hesitating, Angor looked at Helen. You should take the test as well. The jellyfish didn't affect you too much. You and Tulu have the highest spirit power on the limpet. After hearing this, Helen shook her head, and a trace of bitterness appeared on her face. Sir, I was tested 20 years ago. I don't have the talent. Helen mentioned that the company would arrange a test every 10 years. She took the test 20 years ago, and she didn't have any talent. That's a pity. Compared to Tulu, Helen was more suitable to become a wizard. Helen lowered her head and chuckled. A moment later, Helen looked up at Angor. Sir, do you think I can become a talent without talent? Angor nodded. Yes, you can. But you have to have at least 10 spiritual power first. If your spiritual power is too low, it'll be difficult. Helen asked, then can you tell me the value of my spiritual power, sir? Angor glanced at Tulu, who was still thinking hard, and then at Helen, who was still unwilling to give up. Sure. Tulu's here anyway, so I can give you a test. But the process might be painful, so you have to endure until the end. Helen nodded with a solemn expression. I will persevere. Angor took out the spirit gauge and handed it to Helen. Helen took the meter and glanced at it subconsciously. She felt dizzy, and she would have fainted if Tulu hadn't helped her up. It's a spirit scale. There's a special spirit rune engraved on it. The closer you get to the end of the scale, the more dangerous the runes will be, and they can easily damage your brain. Don't look at anything else. You have to start from zero. After a while, Helen felt that she had recovered a bit. When her body and mind were at their best, she picked up the scale and began the first test. When Helen focused her attention on the zero scale, she could clearly see a golden line slowly climbing up from the origin. The golden line moved in a gentle and smooth manner. Soon, the line reached the 3 mark on the gauge. The golden thread split into 2 lines here, like a double helix. The 2 golden threads entangled with each other and climbed up. Helen was also completely immersed in the golden lines. Her mental strength was rapidly consumed, and as the scale climbed up, her face slowly turned pale. When the value on the spiritual power scale reached 8, her entire body was trembling. It was obvious that the load on her brain had reached its limit. Finally, the number on the spiritual power scale stopped at 9. 3. Helen was soaked in sweat as if she had just been drenched in a rainstorm. She knelt on the floor and gasped for air. Not bad. No wonder you can last so long in the jellyfish's frequency. There aren't many mortals who can reach 8, Angor praised. You still have a chance to become a talent. When Helen heard this, she was still gasping for breath, but in an instant, she stopped breathing. A tear rolled down her cheek. She lowered her head and looked at Angor. He didn't know if it was because of sadness or joy. But to become a talent, you still need a certain amount of luck. Helen nodded. I know. I saved a witch once. After this trip, I'll find time to find her. Maybe I can become a talent too. Angor was a little surprised that Helen actually had her own destiny. Then I'll be looking forward to it. I hope to see a witch named Helen rise in the wizarding world. Helen smiled shyly. Her eyes were filled with hope for the future. Mr. Pat, I've made up my mind. I'll go to Brute Cavern with you, Mr. Pat. All right. Angor stared at him to make sure there was no more hesitation in his eyes. Tulu chose Brute Cavern, but he was still a probationary employee of White Clam Shipping, so Angor had to let Erwin know first. While Helen went to find Erwin, Angor also tested Tulu's spirit level. Tulu's spirit level was 13, which wasn't too high. It was the same as the first time Angor tested him. Erwin came as well, and Angor told him about Tulu's condition. Erwin's expression changed from surprise to joy, then to envy. Angor could tell from his eyes that he truly wished Tulu a good life. Your grandmother gave you to me before she passed away. I brought you to the sea, thinking that the sea would be your home. I didn't expect your future to be even more exciting than I imagined. Erwin said, I'm very happy. Erwin didn't try to stop Tulu. He left the choice to Tulu. Since Erwin agreed, Tulu had nothing else to say. In order to avoid trouble, don't tell anyone about you becoming a talented person for the time being. Once we're back at Faron land, I'll tell everyone that you're tired of living on the sea and went back to your village to get married and have a child. Angor glanced at Erwin. Clearly, Erwin was also considering White Clam Shipping's opinion. Even if Tulu was only a probationary employee, he was still a member of the floating mech city. Taking Tulu away would be a humiliation to the city. Erwin, on the other hand, was able to take care of both sides. Angor nodded, and Tulu didn't dare to disobey. Angor looked at the sky. It's time for lunch. Alright, you can leave now. Come find me in the evening, Tulu. I'll explain to you the basics of the wizarding world. Erwin patted Tulu's shoulder and sighed before he returned to the captain's room. Helen looked at Tulu's happy face and whispered, You better keep a low profile when you get back. Don't tell anyone that you're a talent and cause trouble for Mr. Pat. Got it? Tulu nodded vigorously, but his smile didn't fade. At all. The corners of his mouth were almost curved to the ends of his eyes. Helen sighed. Think about Mr. Roman. The wizarding world isn't as beautiful as you think. It's a dark and bloody world. Learn from Mr. Pat and grow up quickly. Helen shook her head and left as well, leaving Tulu alone in the hallway with a confused look on his face. In the evening, Tulu came to Angor's room alone. Angor told Tulu some basic knowledge about wizardry, such as the structure of the 3 major systems, the distribution of different classes, and other information. When Tulu finished digesting the information, Angor took out a book from his bracelet. This is circular cut channeling, one of the basic channeling methods of Brute Cavern. You can learn it for now. If you find a better channeling method in the future, you can always change it. He also mentioned some taboos about circular incisor channeling. He emphasized that knowledge was the most important thing for wizards, and strictly forbade anyone from teaching the channeling method to others. Tulu accepted the book happily. He didn't expect Mr. Pad to give him the channeling method without hesitation. He had met a lot of supernaturals on the limpet, so he knew what channeling methods meant. All the supernaturals he met valued channeling methods very much. Without a certain degree of trust, they wouldn't pass on the channeling methods to their students. Tulu felt like he was in a dream. Yesterday, he was a mortal, and today, he was an innate talent. Today, he even joined a wizard organization and got his hands on the wizarding arts he'd been dreaming of. He still felt dizzy. If he didn't feel the pain from pinching the back of his hand, he would have thought that he was dreaming. Angor didn't mind Tulu's gratitude. As a guide, he wouldn't make the same mistake as Mara. Mara didn't teach Angor the channeling method in time because he was too selfish and treated Angor differently from Alan and Angor. That was why Sunders took the channeling method from Mara. Angor knew what he had to do now. Since he was going to bring Tulu to Brute Cavern, he decided to teach him the channeling method as soon as possible to avoid any unexpected changes. Once Tulu learned the channeling method from Brute Cavern, it would be impossible for him to join another wizard organization. Unless he became a wizard and joined another organization as a top fighter. Every half a month, I'll give you an hour to answer your questions. With that, Angor asked Tulu to leave. Before leaving, Tulu looked like he wanted to say something but didn't. In fact, Tulu had been like that since he entered the room, but Angor didn't want to ask. When Tulu opened the door and was about to leave, he finally spoke to Angor, Mr. Pat, there's something else I need to tell you. Angor looked at him quietly, waiting for his next words. I said I didn't see any changes during the test this morning, right? It was only after I stepped out of the door that I noticed that the sky outside had changed. It was different from the sky I saw during the test. Tulu described what he saw when he touched the talent orb. There were a few dark clouds in the sky, and they looked a little gloomy. But when he left and returned to the deck, he found that there were no signs of rain or clouds outside. It was completely sunny, and there weren't even any clouds. Is this a change? Tulu asked. Yes. He nodded without hesitation. At the same time, he began to think about the talents that could be used for such a change. He once read many issues of Abel's annual talent collection in Sunder's study. There were so many records about cloud transformation that he did not know how to describe it. There were even instances where clouds were dyed red, and the sunset turned into frost. These records all belonged to different talents. Apart from the bloodline, the other two talents had similar changes. But Tulu was talking about clouds appearing out of nowhere. Angor recalled that there were several similar cases in Abel's Talent Collection Annual Edition's 23rd issue. However, those cases were related to the nature sorcerers, sea sorcerers, and prophet sorcerers. Angor tried to recall. There were clouds in the morning, and rain in the afternoon. Could it be that Tulu was an occult prophet just like Dodoro? If it really was a prophecy type, then it would be very good. Brood Cavern was always in need of such talents. Vice Captain Helen told me that you're quite good at predicting the weather. A few days ago in the Death Loop, it was also you who predicted the hurricane, right? Angor asked. If Tulu already had the ability to predict the weather, he might be a potential prophet. Tulu hesitated. Yes, I'm good at predicting the weather. But I can't really predict it. I'm just good at sensing the humidity, temperature, and other weather details. When I was young, I used to look at the sea from my village, and I learned a lot about it. I see. Angor nodded. Then I think you're a sea talent. Roman used to be one of them. Tulu was happy to hear that. He only stayed on the limpet for 3 years, but he had always wanted to go to the sea. His love for the sea was something he would never forget. His smile brightened up as soon as he heard the word sea. However, the smile on his face froze when he heard that Roman was also a sea wizard. Tulu's mind was written all over his face. Of course, Angor knew what Tulu was thinking. This morning, Tulu told Angor that he wanted to be a good wizard. Maybe he really wanted to be a good wizard. Now that he heard that Roman was a sea wizard, Tulu categorized sea wizards as bad. A wizard's good or bad doesn't mean he's good or bad. A good wizard can be a dark wizard, and a bad one can be a light wizard. You don't have to judge a person's behavior. Vice Captain Helen was right about this in the morning. Roman's good or bad isn't something that can be judged by a one-sided evaluation. Let alone a sea wizard. Tulu understood this, but he still didn't show it on his face. Angor didn't say anything else. He wasn't Tulu's life coach, after all. Tulu was just a target for his guidance. After Tulu left, Angor took out another notebook that recorded his daily life. He turned to the page that recorded his guidance mission and added another name after Dodoro, Papaya, Kudodo, and Lakoko, Tulu. Speaking of which, there were already 5 talented people. This was the least he could do to complete the mission. Still, 5 wasn't enough. Back then, Sunders brought back 9 talents, and he even used the deathmatch as a standard to recruit new talents. He planned to visit several continents and see if he could find more people to join him. After all, the final reward of the guide mission depended entirely on how many talents there were. The limpet sailed peacefully for the next few days. No one knew about Tulu's new talent. Tulu still liked to hang out on the deck and chat with the other sailors. However, he also told Captain Irwin that he wanted to get married and have children, which was the reason why he would leave the limpet in the future. In the evening, Tulu stayed in his room to study circular cut channeling. During this time, Angor gave Tulu some pointers about the meditation process. However, Tulu still hadn't mastered the technique yet. Devil's Water was a dangerous place, and it wouldn't be easy for Tulu to meditate successfully. Apart from meditating and studying illusions, Angor spent most of his time on the hologram tablet. He turned on the tablet and spent most of his time reading Enchantment Cyclopedia. There were 4 chapters in Enchantment Cyclopedia, namely Beginner, Basic, Advanced, and Perfect. The Beginner Cyclopedia mostly talked about simple runes, while the Basic Cyclopedia talked about complicated combinations of runes. The Advanced and Perfect Cyclopedia talked about magic arrays. Angor read the book to see if he could find any enchantment that could prevent prophets from spying on him. Although the first batch of members of the Rat and Underground Society had all been killed by him. However, the information he got from them told him that there was a prophet behind them. In order to avoid further trouble and his family being found out, Angor had to find a way to prevent prophets from spying on him before he returned to the old earth. The Encyclopedia of Enchantment was an extremely valuable ancient inheritance. After half a month of wandering in the sea of magical patterns, he finally found a magic array that could counter divination adepts. Most of them were magic arrays from Enchantment Cyclopedia, Perfect, which was not something he could learn at his current level, so he gave up without hesitation. The rest were from Advanced Cyclopedia, Perfect Cyclopedia. 6 of them were more complicated than Angor could imagine. Even the weakest of them required 38 runes. With Angor's current strength, he didn't have enough mana in his mana pool to draw all 38 runes, let alone crafting them. Finally, there was only one magic array left, which was called Blank Poem. It worked just as he expected. When activated, it could block the detection of any prophets in the 3 sectors. However, it would only work when it was activated. While activating it, Angor had to consume more magic crystals than he could imagine. Compared to Silent God's Entanglement from Perfect Cyclopedia, which came with a passive aura and could block prophets at most, Blank Poem was nothing. However, even so, the number of mageweths in the Blank Poem had reached 15. Every magic array he made before had no more than 8 runes on it. With his current strength, it would be very difficult for him to refine a magic array with 15 mageweths. From this, it could be seen that there were very few tools that could block the detection of divination wizards. Angor also learned that anything related to prophets was extremely expensive in the wizarding world. This kind of tool that could block divination wizards could be used as a strategic tool, and its price was frighteningly high. Angor wanted to challenge Blank Poem, which was not an easy task. In the following days, he immersed himself in learning Blank Poem. He worked day and night, but his progress was extremely slow. He even learned several level 2 cantrips, but he could not even reach the 10th rune of Blank Poem. Time passed quickly. Another year passed in the blink of an eye. By the time Angor saw the time displayed on the bottom right corner of his tablet, the limpet had already reached the Billow Sea route. The Billow Sea route was the first route to Devil's Water for people on Faron land. But for ships heading to Faron land, it was basically the end of their journey. "It's been 5 months since we set sail," Angor murmured as he listened to the joyful singing of the sailors. The more joyful a place was, the more distant it felt. Angor felt empty inside. He didn't want to think about the unknown, nor did he want to reminisce about the past. He just wanted to empty his mind. This went on for most of the night before Tulu's arrival broke the silence. "Mr. Pant, are you going to join the party? Vice Captain Helen asked me to invite you," Tulu said carefully. Angor shook his head. "It's fine. You'll feel awkward if I go. I'll just stay here and watch. We're almost at Faron land." "Everyone wants to thank you in person, sir," Tulu continued. Angor considered and didn't refuse. He was just a passerby. Since they were lucky enough to be on the same ship, it was fate that brought them together. Angor left the stage. As he expected, everyone was grateful to him, but they were afraid to do anything because of him. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Angor only drank a small glass of wine and went to the railing of the ship to enjoy the cold wind. "My lord, thank you." A gentle voice sounded from the side. Angor turned around and saw Helen walking to him in casual clothes. Her hair was fluttering in the wind. For a moment, Angor thought he was back to the time when he first boarded the limpet. He had been blowing on the deck, and Helen had come to thank him. It was exactly the same as what he was experiencing now. "You did your job and helped the limpet reach Faron land. That's all I need." He didn't change the fact that Helen was thankful for his help. Helen lowered her head and remained silent for a while. Suddenly, she asked, Sir, if I were to enter the wizarding world, would I be able to catch up to you? Why me? Angor looked at Helen. His eyes were as clear as the surface of the ocean under the sunlight. Helen was dazed for a moment before she spoke hesitantly. The only extraordinaires I know are you and Lord Roman, my lord. Mr. Roman is already. So, you're the only one I can catch up to. Isn't there still Aspel? Angor chuckled when he mentioned Nausicaa's name. I don't mind being your target. But in both the wizarding world and the world of mortals, you should always focus on yourself. Surpass yourself. That's what you should do. Helen was silent for a moment. After a long while, she nodded slightly and said, I understand. During the past half a year, he could tell that Helen was interested in him. He even guessed that Helen wanted to enter the supernatural world because of him. He didn't mind becoming someone's target to help them grow. But if he became too stubborn, he might end up on the wrong path. Instead of waiting until he reached the final step, it was better to know who he was from the very beginning. Helen was a real witch. She understood what Angor was trying to say. She didn't seem to be struggling at all. She only showed a hint of regret, which quickly faded away. She was able to become the vice captain of the Limpet despite being a woman. She was not only confident in her own abilities, but she was also decisive. He noticed a slight change in Helen's expression, and her eyes revealed relief. Sounds like you're very confident about going to the wizarding world, huh? Angor asked in a joking tone. Helen shrugged noncommittally. Swan had already hinted that she wanted to help her become a talent, but Helen pretended not to understand at that time. Now, she was determined to go to the wizarding world. If you become a talent, you can come to Brute Cavern. While speaking, he took out a parchment from his bracelet. A picture of a lion's heart surrounded by thorns appeared on the paper. He handed the parchment to Helen and said, Burrow from White Shell Sea, you know him, right? If you want to join Brute Cavern, you can take this to him. Helen nodded and put away the parchment. She was sure that even if she became a talent, she would choose to stay with Swan instead of going to Brute Cavern. But the truth was hard to predict. Who could completely guarantee the future? She could always find a way out with this parchment. Even if she couldn't use it, she could at least keep it as a memento. Their conversation didn't last long. Helen returned to the party and drank with everyone else. The party lasted until midnight. Most of the guests were already drunk, but they were still humming champagne songs. Angor leaned against the railing and began to hum along with the melodious song. When the song came to an end, everyone on the ship, except for those who were still on duty, fell asleep. Under the gentle moonlight, the Limpet slowly sailed toward dawn. When the darkness was finally broken, a guard on the observation deck shouted, "The light from the lighthouse is coming in." It was still early in the morning, and the sky was still gray. Those who had been drunk all night were still suffering in their dreams. When they suddenly heard this sentence, their misty eyes all lit up. Almost half of the sailors stood up and looked at the horizon. Angor also came out of his room. He saw a grayish-green lighthouse in the distance, which didn't look very tall due to the distance. The lighthouse on top of the lighthouse was shining toward the Limpet. Most of the light was absorbed by the darkness of the night, but it didn't stop them from seeing it. Almost everyone started cheering. Angor was confused at first, but when he heard the chatter below, he realized why they were so excited. The lighthouse was the symbol of entering Devil's Water. When they saw the lighthouse, it meant that they had arrived at Lighthouse Point. Lighthouse Point was a supply station for traveling to and from Devil's Water. Once they got past this point, they would be out of Devil's Water. They would no longer have to face the waves day and night. How could they not be happy? We're finally out of here? Angor thought about the journey from Devil's Water. It felt like a dream to him. After experiencing a dangerous situation and a miraculous encounter, he felt that this trip had not been in vain. When the Limpet arrived at Lighthouse Point, Angor saw a group of mortals standing under the lighthouse, cheering for the Limpet. Some of them even threw food and cloth onto the ship. So, this is Lighthouse Point's hospitality? Every time I see this place, I feel like the trip was worth it. Although I still don't know them, every time I see their enthusiasm, I feel like a general returning in triumph. Angor heard the sailors' conversation. To his surprise, the mortals on the island all cheered for the Limpet. He could vaguely hear the islanders praising the ship, the brave ship that vanquished demons. They're very kind indeed. Angor was touched by the sincerity of the mortals. He deeply felt that there were too many people in this world. Although they lived insignificant and lowly lives, they had their own way of living, and they also had their own beliefs and beliefs. This was the real world, not the cold data recorded in books. The limpet didn't stop there. Instead, it continued to sail past enlightening Long Island. It was as if they had become warriors who had conquered the demons. According to the map, Lighthouse Point belonged to Orium, a country at the southwest border of Faran. In another day, they would arrive at Orium Nation's Xianxia port. Everyone was eager to return home. Many of the sailors who were from Faran continent couldn't wait to return home. Even those who weren't from Faran continent wanted to return home as soon as possible. Since they had enough supplies, they didn't want to waste time at Lighthouse Point. On the morning of the second day, the coastline of Faran continent was already in sight. The limpet entered the port without a hitch. When the merchants saw a freighter from Fake Continent, their eyes lit up and they quickly went to report the news to the major trading companies. Angor also got off the ship while the cargo was being unloaded. Helen and Erwin were by his side, while Tulu stood behind Erwin. "Sir, I have a mansion in Yother City. If you don't mind, why don't you stay there for a few days?" Erwin asked politely. Angor considered. He was planning to stay at Faran Continent for a while. First, he wanted to investigate Lucas, and second, he wanted to see if he could find more talents here. Besides, he hadn't finished studying the blank poem yet, so he didn't reject Erwin's offer. "Thank you for your hospitality. Sir, you've been taking care of us along the way. We're just doing our part as a host." Erwin was about to lead the way when he saw a man approaching them. But as soon as he turned around, he saw a man in the White Clam Shipping Company's uniform in the distance. He frowned and said, "Sir, I may have to excuse myself. The company's supervisor is here. He probably wants to find out why Sir Roman hasn't received any signal for a long time. Helen and I are going to report to the company about Sir Roman." Erwin looked at Tulu and said, "Tulu, why don't you take the Lord back to my place? I'll go to the company and remove your status as a probationary employee." Tulu nodded and walked to Angor's side. Angor also noticed the man in the distance. He sensed a faint energy aura coming from him, which meant he was a new apprentice. "All right then." Angor was about to leave with Tulu when he suddenly stopped. "Captain Erwin, there's something I need your help with." Erwin's house was located in the upper district of Luna City. Most of the residents in this area were either rich merchants or elites from various fields. Erwin's house was located on the top floor of a four-story building, which overlooked the busy Marcel Street. At the entrance of the street, there was a statue of a man with wings. When carriages entered the street, the coachmen would take off their hats and bow to the statue. "That's Marcel. Rumor has it that he's an emissary from the divine realm who came to Lulua and turned this desolate tribe into a prosperous nation," Tulu said as he walked out of the room with a cup of hot water in his hand. Angor was standing on the balcony of Erwin's house and looking around the mortal city. "So you don't believe that Marcel is the messenger of the divine realm, do you?" Angor took a sip. Tulu pursed his lips. "Who's going to believe that? Mr. Erwin, those coachmen and passers-by might take off their hats when they pass by the statue. It's just a formality." "Oh?" Angor put down the cup and looked at Tulu curiously. "The royal family of Orium always believes in Marcel. Nobles like to follow the trend and mention Marcel's name when they talk. They even built statues of Marcel everywhere as if to prove that they're on the same side as the leaders of Orium. Since this trend is popular among the nobles, merchants who want to join the upper class, as well as mortals who admire Marcel, do the same." Tulu rolled his eyes. "Most of them don't believe in Marcel. In fact, I think even the royal family doesn't believe in Marcel. I don't know if other people believe it, but I think the royal family of Orium will." "Why do you say that, Mr.?" Tulu frowned. "That statue has traces of a transcendent being. I guess some big shot wanted to collect faith for research? If the royal family is willing to do this for someone important, they must believe in him." Angor looked at the statue again. The traces of supernatural energy were faint, but anyone with a little bit of training would be able to tell. "You can collect faith?" Tulu was surprised. Of course. Demons from Abyss love to collect faith. During the past few months, Angor and Tulu learned a lot about the wizarding world, including the bigger picture. He also briefly mentioned the other planes. As a high-energy world, the Abyss had always been inextricably linked to the sorcerer world, so he emphasized on it. Tulu wasn't a stranger to Abyss plane. Sir, you mean that Marcel is actually related to the demon god, and he is the demon god's messenger? Not necessarily. Angor said, Marcel's Abyss plane. But from the looks of it, this statue has been here for a few hundred years. Nothing bad has happened in Yether over the years. It must have been left behind by a wizard who collected beliefs for research. He didn't really care about the statue. Even if a demon god was collecting faith, it had nothing to do with him. Even the floating mech city was infiltrated by the belief of a demon god, which even went as far as to call itself Abstruse Alchemy Guild. It was only natural that the belief of a demon god would appear in the mortal world. Erwin's house was huge. There were more than 10 rooms on the 4th floor, and they were all his. Tulu was the only one who stayed with him. Angor's room was small, but it had 2 balconies. The one on the left was facing the busy Marcel Street, while the one on the right was facing a park. Clearly, Erwin gave Angor the room with the best view. However, Angor didn't want to waste his time looking at the scenery. He only stood on the balcony because Marcel's statue attracted his attention. After that, Angor went back to his blank poem without paying any attention to the outside world. Erwin said he was going to report to Angor about Roman, but he didn't come back until the afternoon of the second day. The first thing Erwin did was to look for Angor. Sir, I've given the recording crystal ball to the inspector. He said he wants to see you. See me? Angor wanted to refuse. But considering that Erwin might not be able to tell him the truth, and that the white clam shipping did help him cross Devil's Water and reach Faron land safely, Angor nodded. All right. Angor nodded. Erwin quickly arranged a carriage and went to the branch office of the White Clam Shipping Company in Yether City. On the way, Erwin spoke in a small voice, Sir, the thing you asked me to look into is a long time ago. It'll take some time before I can confirm it. As long as you can find it. It's fine if you can't. Angor nodded. It was already dark when they arrived at the branch office of the White Clam Shipping Company. The evening glow gave the white building a reddish hue. Angor met with the inspector of the White Clam Shipping Company in a guest room. It wasn't the man Angor saw at the harbor yesterday. Instead, it was a bald man named Bismarck. Nice to meet you, Mr. Pat. After exchanging some pleasantries with Bismarck, Bismarck got to the point. I've heard that you're a powerful illusionist, sir. I can't tell if the images recorded in the crystal are your illusions, so I need your cooperation. Bismarck went straight to the point. However, although he maintained a certain level of respect in his tone, there was a hint of aggression in his words. Angor remained calm. Cooperate with the investigation? How, Mr. Bismarck? The company has sent someone to take charge of the company. They hope that you can stay in Yether City for a while, Mr. Pat. Bismarck's eyes were filled with respect. Both Bismarck and Angor were level 3 apprentices. Since their levels were similar, Bismarck and Angor only talked to each other on the surface. However, Bismarck's tone was full of respect when he talked about the person in charge. Judging from this, Angor assumed that the person in charge was a wizard. How long do you want me to stay, Mr. Bismarck? 1 day, 2 days, or a month, or 2 months? Angor looked up at Bismarck and locked eyes with him. The person in charge has just arrived. But I'm sure it's shorter than when you crossed the Devil's Water. About 3 months, Bismarck replied with a blank expression as if he didn't notice the coldness in Angor's tone. 3 months is still too long. I have my own mission, and I can't stay at Faron for too long. Please don't make things difficult for me. Bismarck's tone suddenly turned sharp. Or maybe you're hiding something, and everything in the crystal ball is just an illusion you created? Angor chuckled. Are you really that stupid? Or are you just playing dumb? Can't you find someone to check whether the crystal ball is real or not? Angor was already releasing energy ripples from his body. You don't know how to check things, but do you think the people in Floating Mech City don't? You think I'm lying? Can't you come up with a better excuse? Bismarck's expression darkened. You're right, Mr. Pat. You can check the crystal ball with an illusion spell, but I don't know how to do that. How about you wait until the person in charge comes and ask him to check it himself? Of course I won't lie to you, Angor said, but I'm sure you already know that. But you still want me to stay. So, I'd like to know why you're forcing me to stay. Bismarck didn't say anything. Angor chuckled. I don't want to know why you're here. But since you don't want to tell me, I won't keep up the act. You know what I'm talking about. I'll take my leave now. With that, Angor stood up and prepared to leave. Seeing Angor leaving, Bismarck's expression slowly turned cold. His eyes flickered, and he suddenly reached out his hands. Two shining golden chains rushed at Angor and tried to restrain him. Angor had already concealed his energy barrier. He quickly created an ice wall to block the chains. Then, he walked to the other side of the wall and released illusion nodes from his fingers. Bismarck was also a level 3 apprentice, but he couldn't compare to Roman. Roman spent many years at Devil's Water. Even though he used to be an academician, he gradually became more of a practical fighter. Bismarck, on the other hand, was completely academic. He was trapped in the fog without any hindrance. I didn't want to kill you, for the sake of floating Mech City. But since you attacked me first, I have a good reason to kill you. Angor didn't attack right away. He only sent Toby inside the mist to harass Bismarck. However, Bismarck clearly heard the murderous intent in Angor's words. He didn't kill Bismarck because he wanted to know why Bismarck wanted to keep him here. As for the crystal ball, Bismarck made it up in embarrassment. Of course, Angor wouldn't believe it. While Toby left bloody wounds on Bismarck's body, Angor slowly used his nightmare illusions to pry open Bismarck's mouth. Bismarck didn't say a word. His face was pale, but his lips were tightly clenched. When Angor used nightmare fear, Bismarck suddenly saw something and curled up into a ball. Angor used this chance to interrogate Bismarck. However, Bismarck was already scared out of his wits. His words did not make any sense, and Angor's questions were also ambiguous. But at least Angor knew that Bismarck didn't want to keep him here because of the rat ants. As for the reason, Bismarck didn't explain it clearly, but he kept mentioning two things, Roman and Leviathan. Angor guessed that Bismarck had something to do with Leviathan. As for why Roman was mentioned, Angor guessed that Roman had something to hide. But Roman was already dead, and whatever he knew was buried in Devil's Water. Angor couldn't find out. Angor didn't bother to ask any more questions. He simply threw an attack at Bismarck's forehead. Although there might have been some misunderstanding, it was a fact that Bismarck had taken the initiative to attack him. There was enough reason to kill him. Before the attack could reach Bismarck's forehead, Angor sensed a powerful aura coming from Bismarck's body. Angor stopped on his way out. He turned around and looked at the old man with a puzzled expression. Who dares attack my student? A furious roar was accompanied by a phantom that appeared in front of Bismarck. That powerful aura was on the surface, and this person's strength was definitely at the Magus level. Holy shit. An ordinary apprentice with a wizard spirit signature? Angor cursed in his mind. Was Bismarck really that important to his teacher? Even Sunders did not leave a spirit imprint on Angor's soul. Damn it. It was only a spirit signature, but it could reach Bismarck's body. Even if he let Bismarck go now, Bismarck would have already seen him. This kind of endless cycle of beating up the young one and then the old one comes as too old, isn't it? Angor complained in his mind, but he had no choice now. It was time to make a decision. Should he kill Bismarck? The phantom suddenly lowered its voice and spoke in a low voice. Let's see what you're doing. Huh? That's a familiar illusion. Angor froze when he heard the voice. Huh? That's a familiar voice. The man's voice sounded familiar to Angor. He raised his head and looked over. Although the fog was obscuring him, it did not prevent him from seeing the other party's appearance. It was a burly man in a silver robe. Mr. Sabo? Angor asked in a small voice. The illusion also looked at Angor when it heard his voice. The mist didn't seem to affect him at all. His sharp eyes pierced through the illusion and saw Angor's face. Who are you? Sabo looked at the middle-aged man behind the mist with confusion. Angor cancelled the illusion and glanced at Bismarck, who was lying on the ground. The fear cantrip already pushed Bismarck to the brink of collapse. Now that Sabo's spirit descended, Bismarck's wizard-level aura directly knocked him out. Angor and Sabo's illusion were the only ones left in the living room. There's something strangely familiar about your illusory energy waves. Who are you? Do you know me? Sabo asked again. He didn't answer. Instead, he removed the illusion from his body. The middle-aged man's body began to distort, revealing a young and handsome face. Angor? Seeing this, Sabo's brows slowly relaxed as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. But when he saw Bismarck, who had fainted at his feet, Sabo asked in a confused tone, "Why are you here? What happened between you and Bismarck?" Angor didn't expect Bismarck's teacher to be Mad Bear Sabo. When Angor traveled to Fey Continent from the Old Earth, Sabo was the one who guarded the Redbud. Later, he learned that Sabo was also Master Mitra's student. Angor felt a little embarrassed when he recalled Mitra's kindness back in Floating Mech City. He almost killed Mitra's student. "Mr. Sabo, is Bismarck your student?" "I think there's a misunderstanding." Angor considered and decided to tell the truth. He also wanted to know why Bismarck insisted on keeping him alive. Sabo nodded. "I'm sure there's a misunderstanding. But I'm going to lose my spirit mark now." Sabo looked at the unconscious Bismarck and said, "Let him go first. Tell him to contact me through the signal tower later." After Sabo finished speaking, the illusion slowly fluctuated and then disappeared. With a wave of his hand, he reactivated transfiguration and turned back into the middle-aged man. Since Sabo had said so, it didn't matter if he believed there was a misunderstanding or not. He couldn't continue attacking Bismarck. Let's hear what Sabo has to say first. A water spell appeared above Bismarck. The cool water splashed on Bismarck's face. Bismarck shuddered and slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Angor standing beside him, his expression turned into one of fear. Don't kill me." Bismarck didn't even get to his feet. He pressed his hands against the ground and backed away. Perhaps it was because of the fear spell or something else, but Bismarck looked like a frightened rabbit, shivering in the corner of the room. "Your teacher is Mad Bear Sabo?" Angor asked with an expressionless face. Bismarck was surprised. He touched his neck and took out a necklace. There was a cylindrical crystal pendant attached to the necklace. However, the pendant was now cracked. He exerted a little force and it broke into several pieces. "It's broken. You triggered my teacher's spirit mark." Bismarck looked up and glared at Angor. "My teacher saw you. If you kill me, he won't let you go." Angor didn't say anything after confirming that Bismarck's teacher was Sabo. In Bismarck's eyes, Angor had already admitted defeat. Bismarck slowly stood up and said in a voice that lacked confidence, "As long as you let me go, I will plead with my mentor to give you a lighter sentence." Angor looked up and gave Bismarck a cold grin. "Go to the signal tower and contact Mr. Sabo." Bismarck was confused. What are you going to do?" "I know your teacher. If you can't talk to him, I'll talk to him." Bismarck didn't believe Angor's words, but he didn't refuse. Instead, he led Angor to the signal tower. The signal tower looked like a dome with a lightning rod installed. There were many machines inside. Bismarck operated the machines and reluctantly took out 3 magic crystals and inserted them into the power source. Instantly, a wave of frequency spread out from the needles on top of the tower. A moment later, Sabo's image appeared on the screen in the middle of the tower. "Mr. Sabo." Angor lowered his head and bowed. "No need to be so polite. You were only halfway through your sentence. Continue. I want to know what's going on." Sabo glared at Bismarck, who was standing on the side. Bismarck lowered his head and stepped aside. So Sabo wasn't lying. He really knows my teacher? Moreover, judging from the instructor's tone, he seemed to be very close to him. "Your disciple is clearly here," Bismarck complained in his mind. Angor briefly told Sabo about what happened, including Roman and why Bismarck tried to stop him. Sabo gave Bismarck a grim look. "Tell me. Why did you force Angor to stay? And why did you attack him first?" Do you want to die? Just for a company traitor with solid evidence? Angor? It took Bismarck a while to realize who Sabo was talking about. For some reason, Bismarck felt that the name sounded familiar. While Bismarck was puzzled, Sabo roared again, "Are you mute? Say something." Bismarck shuddered in fear. "Mentor, this is Master Mariasa's decision," he said hesitantly. "Mariasa?" Sabo frowned. Why did Mariasa want to keep him here? Bismarck hesitated for a moment. It seems that Roman knows something about the Leviathan. Sir Mariasa is very interested in the Leviathan, and he thinks that Mr. Pat might know something. He asked me to keep Mr. Pat here so that he can interrogate him himself. Interrogate him? Him? Sabo humphed. Angor only needed to show the access card given to him by Mr. Muse. Not even Sabo had the right to interrogate him, let alone Mariasa. Sabo said, "Why would Mariasa be interested in a sea monster like the Leviathan that offers very little profit?" "Do you know?" Bismarck shook his head. "I don't know. But I heard something while I was in the other city." "What is it?" "There are several groups of people at Devil's Water who are interested in the Leviathan. There might even be a large wizard organization among them." Bismarck added, "Besides, the Leviathan has been staying on Silver Palm Island for a long time, which is also against the Leviathan's biological nature. Maybe there's something fishy going on here." "Something fishy?" Sabo pondered for a moment but still couldn't figure it out. He gave up and looked at Angor. "It's Bismarck's fault. I'll ask him to apologize to you in person. As for Mariasa, I'll talk to him myself." "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." Since Sabo said so, Angor didn't mind. "Mr. Sabo, you know that my mentor is ill, and I need to get back as soon as possible. That's why I can't accept Bismarck's offer of keeping me here for 3 months." For years ago, Sabo was also present at Barbie's restaurant. Angor told Sabo that he had a 5-year agreement with his mentor, and it was almost time for him to stay here for 3 months. No wonder Sabo was mad at him. Sabo glared at Bismarck coldly, which made the latter uneasy. Finally, Bismarck stood up and bowed to Angor in apology. At the same time, under Sabo's urging, Bismarck was forced to take out a space capsule that contained more than 200 magical crystals. This was Bismarck's entire fortune. Angor nodded and took the magic crystals, which made Bismarck's heart ache. "I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Sabo." Angor paused for a moment before he continued, "Maybe Roman knows something, or maybe he doesn't. I don't know anything about it, because I went to Roman's room after he died, but it was empty." Angor lowered his spirit barrier so that Sabo could tell that Angor wasn't lying. Sabo said, "I trust you. I'll talk to Mariasa." At this point, the matter was settled. Sabo was satisfied, and so was Angor. He only stayed a little longer, and he got several hundred magic crystals for free. Angor did not need the money, but it was a fact that Bismarck offended him. Making Bismarck feel the pain was a form of punishment. Bismarck was the only one who wasn't satisfied. Bismarck did not care about Angor's presence. He began to sob and whine. Not only was he beaten up by Angor, but he was also scolded by his teacher, and he even lost a lot of money. Angor left with a satisfied expression. Erwin was waiting for him at the door. Angor sat in the carriage and thought for a moment. "Do you know who told Roman about the Limpet's sailing route?" "I don't know. But I think it's someone from the company." "Have you heard of Mariasa?" Erwin's pupils shrank. He moved closer to Angor and whispered, "Mr. Roman once told me that Mr. Mariasa is the boss of White Clam Shipping Company." Angor didn't want to get involved in the Leviathan's business. It was a wizard-level monster, after all. Even if there was a great destiny waiting for him inside, it was not something he could join. Therefore, he didn't care about the Leviathan at all after returning from the White Clam Shipping Company. Every day, he immersed himself in studying the blank poem. A week later, with the help of the tablet, Angor finally managed to create 10 runes on the blank poem. Although he was still a distance away from the final full set of mageweths, every 5 mageweths was a threshold. If he could break through to the 10th mageweth, he would not be far from the full set of mageweths. Meanwhile, Erwin also returned home from the White Clam Shipping Company. Mr. Pat, I've collected all the information you asked for. But this is only the company, so the earliest date I can find is 2,000 years ago. Erwin walked in while dragging a large cloth bag that was almost as tall as himself. The pile of documents almost filled up the entire corner of the room. They contained detailed information about the weather conditions of all major shipping routes at Devil's Water in the past 2,000 years. What Angor was looking for was the always sunny waters recorded in Lucas' logbook. Angor searched for a long time, but he didn't find any detailed information about the weather conditions of any particular region. Instead, he found a clear timeline of each voyage. To do a regional climate analysis, he had to match the locations one by one. This wasn't an easy task. It would take a long time to analyze the weather conditions of each region using hundreds of thousands of voyages over the past 2,000 years. Angor didn't have the time to do that either. He simply recorded all the information into the tablet and let it sort it out. Thanks to the tablet's fast processing speed, Angor soon obtained a summary of the weather conditions at Devil's Water. Was there an always sunny waters in the past 2,000 years? Was Lucas lying to him? Angor went straight to the final conclusion. Half a day later, Angor frowned. There's no such thing as always sunny waters. Almost every region has records of never sunny weather. But Angor's eyes stopped at a place called Nautilus Sea. Nautilus Sea had a record of changing weather conditions 1,800 years ago, ranging from rainy days to thunderstorms. But after that, the weather records of the Nautilus Sea were all sunny. The weather had been fine for 1,800 years. Of course, it was impossible for a region to record the weather every day. After all, the ships were moving. At most, there would be 7 or 8 ships a month. In other words, the weather of the region would be recorded at most 7 or 8 times a month. Therefore, there were still coincidences. However, if the total time was extended to 2,000 years, then the chance would be greatly reduced, and the final appearance would definitely be inevitable. In other words, it was very likely that the Nautilus Sea had maintained a clear weather for 1,800 years. If we count from 1,800 years ago, the Nautilus Sea can barely be called an eternally clear sea. But Lucas clearly lived in the Age of Gold 3,000 years ago. Angor rubbed his forehead. I knew it. Something like this happened again. Logically speaking, a logbook would record the events that happened at that time. In other words, Lucas' logbook must have recorded the events of the Age of Gold that he lived in 3,000 years ago. But the eternally clear sea recorded in Lucas' logbook didn't happen 3,000 years ago. Instead, it started around 1,800 years ago. Also, the flower of tears mentioned in the logbook didn't happen 3,000 years ago. According to the story of Xianxia the Beauty, it happened 2,000 years ago during the Age of Silver. Even the island spirits recorded in Lucas' logbook, if the giant undead creatures Inspector C were counted as island spirits, there were also some discrepancies. The more Angor read about Lucas' logbook, the more he felt that it was strange and absurd. If the logbook was real, then it didn't match the actual situation at that time. But if you want to say that everything he recorded was fake, that Lucas was a liar, that wouldn't be right either. What Lucas recorded in the logbook appeared in a different way. That's strange. Is Lucas a prophet like Dodoro? Is he a prophet? Maybe his logbook only recorded what he saw from prophecies? But that doesn't sound right. Angor pondered. I think I've found something, but I can't see it clearly. After staying in his room for about a week, Angor finally left his house. He planned to go to the library in the other city and see if he could find anything about Lucas. The library was located in the Academy district, which was not far from the upper city. Angor was on his way to the library when he ran into some trouble. He was refused entry because of his attire. Oh, dear Marcel. A vagrant like you wants to enter the Palace of Knowledge? That's against the rules. The guard at the library didn't seem to be well dressed himself, but he still had a good reason to criticize Angor. Angor checked his own clothes. Indeed, they weren't all that neat. Also, Angor's middle-aged man was supposed to be sloppy and unkempt. It made sense that he was rejected. Angor didn't want to argue with a mortal. He used a nightmare illusion to confuse the guard's mind and walked into the library. There were checkpoints set up in every section of the library, which required a library card to read the books. Now that Angor had activated infinite reticence, the checkpoints were useless. No one could stop him from moving freely in the library. He stayed in the library for about a day and read about the legend of Xianxia the Beauty. However, he didn't find anything about Lucas. Angor left the library and returned to Marcel district. When he came back, he didn't see Erwin here. Instead, he saw Helen. Every time the limpet goes out to sea, someone dies in eternal sleep. Captain Erwin always brings compensation to the families of the deceased sailors, Helen explained. There aren't many sailors who died on the limpet this time, but they are all from the Fey continent. However, their families are all on the Fey continent. The only one in the Faron continent is Ivy City, the capital of Aluris. Captain Erwin left for Ivy City yesterday morning. Angor planned to ask Erwin for help, but since the man was already gone, he looked at Helen. So, Miss Helen, do you know anything about Yother City? Dressed casually, Helen tucked her hair behind her ear. It's okay. Yother City is my second home. Can you do me a favor then? Help me find someone who knows a lot about history, especially the Age of Gold and Age of Silver. Helen didn't ask what he was going to do. She agreed without hesitation and turned to leave. While Helen was away, Tulu also came to ask for a leave of absence. Mr. Pat, I want to go back to the fishing village, Tulu said. My grandmother is gone, but I still know a lot of people in the village. I don't know when I'll come back, so I want to see them. Sure. You can even stay in the fishing village for a while longer if you want. Tulu was confused. Angor explained, I'm going to visit other places in Faron to see if I can find other talents. I'll come and pick you up when I'm back. When will you be back, mister? About 1 or 2 months, said Angor as he considered. In the meantime, you can stay in the fishing village or Yother City. 1 or 2 months wasn't a long time. Tulu also wanted to use this time to learn circular cut channeling. Due to the bad weather, the limpet was often tossed around on the sea, so Tulu couldn't meditate yet. Tulu nodded. All right. I'll stay in the fishing village and wait for you, sir. Before Tulu left, Angor took out 2 defensive scrolls for Tulu to protect himself. Since Tulu was a rare talent, Angor didn't know if he could find another one in the future. After Tulu left, Angor was the only one left in the room. Such peaceful days actually made him feel quite comfortable. In fact, it only took 2 days for the blank poem to break through another magewef and reach the 11th magewef. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Helen finally showed up in front of Angor with a tired look. She was accompanied by a handsome man in noble clothes. Mr. Pad, only nobles have the right to record history in Orium. It's a serious crime for mortals to pry into history. Therefore, I could only ask Tony to help me ask around. Helen pointed at the man beside her. Neat quickly bowed to Angor. Mr. Pat. You look familiar. Angor looked at Neat from head to toe. Neat scratched the back of his head. Last time, on the ship, you asked me about the story of Xianxia the Fair. You're the noble sailor who told me another story about Xianxia the Fair? Angor nodded. Tulu did tell him about Xianxia the Fair, but there was also another noble sailor who told him about a cruel version of Xianxia the Fair. This young man named Neat was the one who told Angor about Xianxia the Fair. He took off his rough linen clothes and put on a gentleman's outfit. He immediately turned from a rough man into an elegant noble. Angor didn't recognize him yet. Helen explained Neat's identity to Angor. Neat was a hereditary noble of the Amram dynasty, and his family had the title of Glorious Count. Normally speaking, Neat grew up in a traditional noble family. However, he didn't like the rules, so when he came of age, he went to Yother Academy under the pretext of studying abroad. However, he failed and ended up on the limpet instead. Neat was also an oddball among the nobles. He didn't care about the life of the upper class. Instead, he was attracted by the life of wandering the sea. However, Neat was a man who was willing to follow his dreams and live his own life. Compared to those nobles who were bound by rules, Angor liked Neat more. Tell me. Did you find anything? As night fell, Yother City, which had been busy for the whole day, gradually became quiet. As an old street located at the edge of the lower city, Cleansing Street was always unsafe due to its proximity to the slums. Not many people would come here during the day, and the night was even quieter. But on this night, a magnificent carriage suddenly drove into this long street. Countless evil eyes stared at the carriage in the dark, but they all lowered their heads when they saw the insignia on the carriage. A headland under the moonlight. The insignia represented the city lord's mansion, which meant the carriage came from there as well. The coachman was a young man wearing a noble's robe. He also saw the evil eyes in the dark, but he didn't show any fear. Instead, he waved his whip and showed a disdainful look. Neat and Angor were inside the carriage. Neat lowered his head in embarrassment. "Mr. Pat, I'm from the Amram dynasty." Orium is a vassal state of the Amram dynasty, but due to historical reasons, the nobles of Orium don't care about our titles. So I had to ask Charles for help. Charles is a friend of mine when I was studying in the academy. He knows the local nobles best. At this time, the curtain of the carriage was pulled open, and the head of the young man with the horsewhip poked out. He looked into the carriage and said, "Master Wizard, please don't worry. If you want to find someone with a profound history, I will definitely be able to help." No noble in Yether City would dare to offend the Manson family. It was a serious crime for mortals to talk about history in Orium. Apart from nobles, it was hard to find anyone who knew about history. Angor nodded. "Young master of the city lord's mansion." "Thank you." The young coachman was the noble friend Neat mentioned, Charles Manson, the son of the city lord. As a local tyrant, Charles had more influence in Yether City than Neat. No problem at all." Charles grinned from ear to ear, revealing his 2 canine teeth. The freckles on his cheeks were clearly visible under the candlelight on the carriage door. Charles slowly lowered the curtain and winked at Neat. Not long after, when the moon slowly rose to the middle, Charles's voice came from outside, "Sir, we're here." They were standing in front of a small courtyard. In the courtyard, there were large patches of garlic flowers and a few unknown fruit trees. The wind carried a faint fragrance. A 2-story house made of stone piers stood in the middle of the flowers and fruits. There's a retired teacher specially hired by the Aurelia royal family. His name is German, and he has the title of Viscount. He used to be a professor at the capital's Ivy Academy and has a deep understanding of history. Charles tied up the carriage and knocked on the iron gate while explaining. A crisp sound echoed into the courtyard. Soon, a middle-aged woman dressed as a maid walked out. "You are?" The middle-aged maid looked at the people outside in confusion. "Does Professor German live here?" "I have some questions for you, Professor German." Angor nodded. "It's already late, and Master is about to go to bed. Please come back tomorrow." Before Angor could say anything, Charles already yelled, "No way. We want to see German right now. That old man lives on the 2nd floor, right? The lights are still on. Tell him to come out." Angor didn't say anything about Charles's attitude. He was planning to leave for now and go to German's room. But since Charles had already made such a fuss, he might as well stay put. The maid didn't dare to refuse Angor's kindness. But seeing Charles's playful behavior, the maid began to hesitate. German used to be a teacher hired by the royal family, but that was all in the past. She could tell that this man was a noble. German lived in Yether City for the rest of his life. If they offended one of the nobles here, they would be in big trouble. With that in mind, the maid looked back at the window on the 2nd floor. Because the argument was too noisy, at this moment, the window on the 2nd floor, which was covered with ivy, was gently pulled open. The old German looked outside and noticed Charles first. He looked confused as if he had seen this young man before. But soon, his attention was attracted by the middle-aged man standing behind Charles. His pupils shrank, and he looked a little surprised. Before the maid could say anything, German spoke first, "Open the door and let our guests in." Since the master said so, the maid didn't say anything else. She opened the door and bowed. "Please come in, my guests." Charles proudly lifted his head at Neat. Neat chuckled, while Charles looked at Angor eagerly, hoping to show off in front of this mysterious wizard. Angor, however, was only looking at German on the 2nd floor. He didn't notice Charles's behavior. If he wasn't mistaken, German's expression changed a little when he saw Angor. It was obvious that he didn't know the middle-aged man he created on a whim. Then why did he reveal such a look of surprise? Following the maid's lead, they entered the room. A red stove was emitting a warm aura, which dispelled the chill from their bodies. Please have a seat. I'll get you some hot tea. The maid led them to a sofa near the stove. She then took several cups and a teapot from the stove and poured them some tea. Gurman, who was wearing a thick robe, slowly came down from the second floor with his cane. Gurman sat on the opposite side of the sofa. When everyone was done, Gurman asked the maid to leave the room. Angor looked at Neat and Charles, who both took their teacups and left the room. Soon, only Angor and Gurman were left in the living room. Sorry to disturb you so late, Professor Gurman, Angor apologized. It's fine. What do you need, sir? Gurman looked gentle and elegant. Even a simple wave of his hand was enough to show that he was a gentleman. Angor raised an eyebrow. The way Gurman addressed him was interesting. The supernatural world is far away from mortals. But as someone who once worked for the royal family, I know a little about it. Sir, I can sense something that doesn't belong in this world. You must be someone from the supernatural world, right? Gurman spoke slowly, but his voice was filled with persuasive power. Something that doesn't belong in this world? Angor was confused. Can you explain, Professor Gurman? Sir, your presence is weak. No one would notice you if you were in a crowd. However, Sir's group was outside just now. If they had noticed Sir's presence would have increased instead. Naturally, you'll be able to find out what's wrong, Gurman said. Angor nodded. He didn't activate infinite reticence yet, but it still worked. It was one thing for others not to notice him, but after the commotion caused by Charles, Gurman naturally paid attention to everyone outside, including him. It wasn't hard for Gurman to notice his presence. I see. Since he was already exposed, he decided to admit it. Yes, I'm a supernatural. Gurman knew from some ancient records that extraordinaires were extremely powerful, but they were selfish and would often kill without saying a single word. As such, Gurman carefully chose his words as he spoke. My lord, may I know why you've come to look for this old man? I'll tell you everything I know. Angor didn't ask about Lucas right away. Professor Gurman, have you heard about the story of Xianxia the Fair? Xianxia the Fair? Gurman considered for a moment. Sir, are you asking about legends or historical facts? I don't care. Just tell me everything. Angor changed his posture and spoke lazily. There are two versions of Xianxia the Fair. I'll start with the folklore. No matter which version it is, the story of Xianxia the Beauty happened more than 2,000 years ago in the Age of Silver. Gurman told Angor about both versions of Xianxia the Fair in one breath. What Gurman told Angor was almost the same as what Angor knew. According to the folklore, Xianxia the Fair was framed by her sister and sent to a slave ship. In the end, she told her story on this ship and died at the bottom of the sea. According to the historical facts, there was an evil Xianxia who envied those who were prettier than her. She killed them and bathed herself in their blood. When her husband found her, he executed her and threw her body into the sea. Which one do you think is true and which one is fake, Professor Gurman? Angor expected Gurman to deny the folklore outright. To his surprise, Gurman considered for a moment and said, no one can tell which one is true. Maybe they're both fake, and maybe they're both real. I can understand that. But what do you mean by both real? Angor asked. Maybe the folklore is true. Xianxia the Fair really did sleep at the bottom of the sea. Or maybe the historical facts are true. That evil Xianxia is actually Xianxia's sister in the folklore. Since they're twins, no one can tell the difference between the evil Xianxia and the kind Xianxia. So, that's what the story is all about. Gurman's words were similar to Angor's own theory. Perhaps the combination of these two stories was the real story. Furthermore, I actually know a piece of unofficial history. Gurman continued, the Nayaki people did indeed exist in history. She was the wife of a viscount. According to some records, before she married the viscount, she was known as a kind-hearted woman in the area. But according to the historical facts, her personality suddenly changed after she married the viscount. Such a change is rare. Maybe Xianxia the Fair Maiden was harmed by her sister and replaced by her. Angor nodded. This unofficial story may not be true, but it can prove the connection between the two stories. Gurman was still trying to recall if he had any other useful information about Naya the Fair Maiden when Angor suddenly changed the topic. Let's put Naya the Fair aside for now. I have something else to ask you. Have you ever heard of Lucas, Professor Gurman? Gurman was surprised by Angor's question. Why is it Lucas again? Lucas again? Angor frowned. What do you mean? Could it be that other than me, someone else has asked you about Lucas? The window was blown open by the cold wind, and a chill swept into the room. Gurman reached for a teacup on the table and tried to warm it up. However, he noticed that the tea was already cold. Angor noticed Gurman's trembling body. He waved a hand, and the fire elements in the room slowly rose, turning the cold wind into a warm one. Thank you, sir. Gurman's eyes glowed. Don't mention it. It's nothing. Angor paused for a second. Back to the topic. Why did you say Lucas again? Gurman hesitated for a moment, and his expression slowly changed. In the end, he sighed and said, Sir, your guess is correct. There are indeed other people who have asked me about Lucas, and more than one. Angor frowned. More than one person? Angor frowned. Is this Lucas really that powerful? You said he's powerful? I don't think so. The warm air in the room made Gurman's face redden, and he sped up his speech. According to the information I've gathered, Lucas is nothing more than a liar with an empty title. A liar? Gurman nodded. Yes. Whether it's the official history books left behind by nobles or the unofficial ones I found, there's a lot of evidence that Lucas is a liar. Angor recalled Lucas' logbook. Lucas purposely used the title, the most honest captain in the Age of Gold, to cover up Angor's mistake. Angor also believed that Lucas was a liar. But later, he found out that Lucas was a strange and absurd person. It was impossible to say that the man was a liar. If he's a liar, why do people keep asking about him? Angor gave Gurman a curious look. Gurman frowned. I don't know. He's been dead for more than 3,000 years. Why do people keep asking about him in the past month? How many groups of people have asked you about him? Who are they? Angor asked again. Gurman, including you, sir, there are 3 groups of people who have found me. I didn't know the first group of people either. They were contacted by a fallen noble a month ago. The person who came was a man covered in a black robe. So he asked me about Lucas's information. But I don't know much, so he asked me to do some research. And you agreed? Gurman chuckled. I've been short of money ever since I moved to Yother City. The black-robed man gave me a lot of gold coins, so I agreed. Angor nodded. Did he come later? Not yet. He said he'll come to me in a month. I think he'll come in a few days. Angor nodded. What about the second group? Gurman was silent for a while. The second group of people is a purple-haired woman. However, this woman might be someone from the transcendent world like my lord. What do you mean? When the woman left, I saw her transform into a human-faced bird with black wings and fly out the window. A black-winged human-faced bird? Was that a transformation spell? Or was it the manifestation of some kind of bloodline? However, no matter what it was, it meant that a magus was involved in this matter. But why would they care? What kind of secrets did Lucas have that they wanted? Angor still couldn't figure it out. Angor narrowed his eyes. Lucas was getting more and more interesting. The woman got the information from you? Did she know that someone else came here to ask about Lucas? Angor asked. Yes, I did. I told her all the information I had found. She also asked me about the first group, but she didn't say anything and left. From her attitude, I think she might know the first group, Gurman said. The purple-haired woman could transform, so she must be a supernatural. She knew the first group? This meant that the first group of people was also very likely to be superhumans. This was strange. A group of extraordinaires was actually inquiring about a mortal? Angor thought for a while and couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. Perhaps they had also discovered the ship that had mysteriously appeared? But he already took away the ship's logbook. Even if they did, they shouldn't be targeting Lucas. If it wasn't because of the ship, then was it because of Lucas? Could it be that there was something special about Lucas that was worthy of their attention? Professor Gurman, you don't mind letting me have a look at your files, right? Gurman nodded and stood up with his walking stick. Please follow me, sir. He followed Gurman to his study. The study was filled with messy books, and there was a faint smell of books in the air. Gurman picked up a duster and brushed the dust off the mahogany desk. I'm the only one here. I don't want my servants to mess up the books, so no one came here to clean them. Sorry for the dust, sir. Angor nodded and looked around. Most of the books were about the history of Furon continent. There were even some books about other continents. From this study, one could tell that Gurman was indeed an expert in the history of Furon continent. Here. Gurman took out a stack of papers and handed it to Angor. That purple-haired woman only read it once and said she remembered it. She didn't take it away. Do you mind if I read it here? Of course, sir. Gurman summoned a maid and asked her to bring 2 cups of hot tea to Angor's study. Angor found himself a chair covered with a blanket, leaned against the window, and began reading while sipping his tea. There wasn't a lot of information, probably due to the age of the book. It looked like a thick stack, but in fact, it was more of a description of Lucas's title. Most of the background information was used to trace the origin of this title, which was generally meaningless. There wasn't much information about Lucas himself, though. In Lost Paradise City during the Age of Gold, Lucas was one of the more famous people in the aristocratic circle. When he was a child, he was already famous for being a bad boy. When he grew up, he became a playboy. Later, when he inherited the title of nobility, his family quickly declined because of him. After he ran out of money, he became a swindler. Not only did he cheat women of their bodies and rich merchants of their money, he even tricked the king of Furon continent. That was the end of the book. What a typical playboy, Angor muttered. Professor Gurman, do you know what happened to Lucas? Angor asked in a puzzled tone. Gurman shook his head. That purple-haired woman asked me the same thing. My answer is the same. I don't know. But I think he was executed by the king, right? After all, he lied to the king of Furon continent. Even if he's a noble, it's reasonable to assume that he was executed during the Age of Gold. Do you know what he lied to the king about? I'm not sure. According to the book, the king once sent him out to sea. Maybe it has something to do with that? Angor nodded. According to Lucas' logbook, he wasn't executed. And if Angor wasn't mistaken, the headless corpse on the strange ship belonged to Lucas. Is that all you have? Yes. That's all I can find about the Age of Gold. If you want more information, you'll have to go to the Anram dynasty. Anram dynasty? Neat mentioned that he was from Anram dynasty. What did that have to do with another country? The Age of Gold, the Age of Silver, and the Age of Burning Bronze. They're not describing the Orium Kingdom. They're describing the ruler of Orium Kingdom, the Anram dynasty. As someone who grew up in Orium Kingdom, Gurman wasn't happy about being forced to become a citizen of the Anram dynasty. Gurman wasn't the only one with such sentiments. The entire Oriat Kingdom was filled with such sentiments. Even Neat, a noble of the Anram dynasty, didn't receive any special treatment here. However, even though Gurman disliked the Anram dynasty, he had to admit that the Anram dynasty was the most powerful country in Furon continent since ancient times. The Anram dynasty rose and fell, but it still stands at the top of Furon continent. Apart from the barren central region, 70% of the other countries are vassal states of the Anram dynasty. As for Lucas, he was a minor noble from the Anram dynasty 3,000 years ago. If you want to know more about him, you'll have to go to the Anram dynasty. Angor nodded. He thought Lucas was from Orium Kingdom, but it turned out he was from the Anram dynasty. All right. I'll leave you to it then. Angor put down the file. I'll keep this in mind. Professor Gurman, I have a favor to ask. Yes, sir. I don't care about the others, but please don't tell anyone that I'm here to look for Lucas. Can you? Angor looked at Gurman quietly. Gurman looked at Angor's eyes and slowly nodded. All right. Angor glanced at the nightmare aura that was slowly disappearing from Gurman's forehead. Thank you. Angor only used the nightmare aura to affect Gurman's emotions. Once he achieved his goal, the illusion would disappear. On the way back, he was still thinking about what Gurman told him about Lucas. Lucas was not a good person at all. What was the purpose of the other people trying to find out more about Lucas, and they were all supernaturals? Angor tried to find out more about Lucas just to solve his own doubts. He didn't care if he could find Lucas or not. But now, there were several groups of people who were also looking for Lucas. This gave him a strange feeling. It was only a momentary curiosity, but now, he was getting more and more curious about Lucas. Angor decided to investigate further. He still had Lucas' logbook, which mentioned several specific locations. Lost Paradise City, the Anram Kingdom? Angor remembered that the logbook mentioned that Lucas decided to commit suicide because others didn't trust him. And the place where he committed suicide was Lost Paradise City. If Lucas really did commit suicide in Lost Paradise City, his body and ship wouldn't show up at Devil's Water, nor would they be recorded in the logbook. But after all, the last entry in the logbook was about Lucas committing suicide. Angor decided to check it out. But before that, there was one thing he needed to confirm. Who the hell is investigating Lucas? The purple-haired woman who could turn into a bird was probably not found out yet. But Gurman said that the first group of people would come back for more information, so Angor decided to check it out. While he was thinking, he heard Charles coughing outside the carriage. Angor thought it was just the weather, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Neat, who was sitting near Angor, heard Charles's coughing and rubbed his nose with a hesitant look. Charles didn't stop coughing. Neat saw Angor looking out of the window as well. He sighed and moved closer to Angor. Sir, Charles has a small request, and I hope you can agree to it. Neat noticed Angor's expressionless face, so he quickly changed his tone. Of course, it's fine if you don't agree. Angor raised an eyebrow. He thought Charles was sick. So he was just trying to send a message inside the carriage. Go ahead. Angor wasn't surprised. He already noticed how Neat and Charles kept exchanging glances when they arrived at Sleepy Street. The world of adepts had always been about equivalent exchange. Since Charles had helped him, he didn't mind hearing what Charles wanted. Of course, whether or not he was willing to help was another matter altogether. It's like this. Charles has always admired the sorcerer world since he was young, but he couldn't find a way in. This time, he heard about you and wanted to ask you to guide him. Neat's voice became softer and softer as he spoke. He seemed to realize that he had gone overboard. Angor didn't say anything about it. Before Neat spoke, he had already guessed what would happen next, and it turned out that his guess was correct. Seeing Angor's hesitation, Neat lowered his head further. Charles, who was outside the curtains, also tightened his grip on the reins, his heartbeat accelerating. You've been on the limpet for years, Neat. I'm sure you know that you can't just enter the wizarding world whenever you want, right? Neat squeaked. To enter the world of adepts, you have to have talent. If you don't have talent, you're not destined to become a supernatural. Angor considered. Since Charles helped me before, I'll give him a chance to test his talent. If he has talent, I won't mind being his guide. Really? Charles poked his head into the curtains with a surprised look. He didn't lower his voice, which was meant for Charles to hear. But you have to have the talent first. Charles took a deep breath. I know. I've read about wizards in some books. If I don't have the talent, I won't have any more extravagant hopes. I'll accept my fate and take over my father's position. Like you're being wronged. Your father is the mayor of Yother City. Why do you look like you're not happy about it? Neat complained in a low voice. Compared to being immersed in the vortex of power, I want to escape from this cage more. Charles's expression was very serious, completely different from the playboy look he had when he was talking to Gurman's maid. Everyone had their own stories. Charles might look like a spoiled brat, but he had his own reasons. Angor chuckled. So, what about you, Lucas? You look like a liar, but do you have any sincerity in your heart? I came from Fey Continent, and I'm responsible for looking for talents. Angor considered for a moment. If you want to test your talent, why don't you do me a favor and find someone who's interested in becoming a wizard? I'll find some time this Sunday to do the test for all of you. Charles's eyes brightened up. I've formed a club in the academy. They're all interested in learning about the supernatural world. Can I invite them too? Sure. Angor glanced at Neat. If you have any friends, you can introduce them to them. Sunday, Angor was going to ask Erwin to do the test for the others, but he didn't want to do it without the permission of the owner. How about my place? Charles suggested. All right. Let's do it at the mayor's mansion. Angor considered the possibility that the test would favor the nobles, but he had to admit that nobles had a much higher chance of becoming a talent than commoners. Living in a better environment was always beneficial. Of course, this was only relative. Many commoners still had strong talents. For example, Easley, who was the first one to become an apprentice on the Redbud, was actually a commoner. Maybe not even a commoner. He was just a servant in a noble family. Are there any restrictions on who can join the test? Charles asked. Apart from the age limit of 30, there are no other restrictions. Both commoners and nobles can join, Angor said. It was possible to become a talent after the age of 30. However, the older one was, the more complicated their thoughts would become, which would make it harder for them to meditate. Besides, Brute Cavern only accepted people under the age of 30, which would make it easier for them to gain loyalty. After this matter was settled, Charles had a smile on his face the entire time, as if he was very confident that he would become a genius. However, the smile froze on his face 3 days later. Sunday. Many nobles gathered in the main hall of the mayor's mansion. Outside the door, many young nobles were chatting with each other in high spirits. People kept coming in and out of the mansion. This time, the news about a wizard's apprenticeship test spread out from the academy district in no time. Not only did people in the upper city know about it, but also people in the lower city and even the slums. Currently, some commoners were huddling together in a small corner of the mansion, whispering to each other. There were even several people in ragged clothes standing outside the hall. They did not leave even though they were being pushed aside. Mayor Richard paced back and forth in the hall with a worried look. Charles was testing his talent. If Charles really did become a talent, the glory of the Manson family would last for a long time. Richard's gaze was fixed on a curtain at the side of the hall. Past the curtain was a long corridor, and the end of the corridor was where the talent test would take place. I didn't think Yether City would welcome a wizard this time. I heard that 10 years ago, a wizard came to the East Coast to recruit a disciple. My son missed that chance. This time, it's in Yether City. We must seize the chance. A noble lady wearing a wide-brimmed hat was chatting with her best friend. I really don't know what the wizard is thinking. Even commoners are coming in. If it wasn't for my daughter, I wouldn't want to stand here and breathe the air with those commoners. Don't talk about it. When the wizard arrived, I noticed his clothes. He shouldn't be a noble. If he hears you, it won't be good. The noble lady who had let it slip immediately took out an exquisite folding fan to cover half of her face that was covered with white facial cream. Just as the hall was filled with discussion, the curtain was pulled open. Charles walked out. When Richard saw his son, he immediately went up to greet him. When he saw Charles's pale face, he knew the result without needing to be told. Richard sighed softly. This is fate. The smile on Charles's face disappeared at this moment. He sat in the hall absent-mindedly. The nobles, who had been making a ruckus, quietened down. Even Charles failed. Is the talent test really that difficult? Sigh. I'm a bit worried about my daughter now. The noble lady with the folding fan sighed softly again. As time went by, more and more people went in and came out in low spirits. From morning to afternoon, when dusk was about to arrive, nearly 1,000 people were tested. Not a single one passed. The nobles in the hall all looked at Angor in disbelief. Even Angor himself was surprised by how difficult the mission was. It seemed that he was lucky enough to meet Tulu on the airship. When the last person left, the city lord's mansion, which had been bustling all day, slowly fell into silence. Angor walked out of the hall while yawning. Since no one passed the test, the whole day was wasted. No wonder no one wanted to accept the recruitment mission. Not only was it a waste of time, but the chance of finding a talent was so low that it was almost impossible. When Angor came out of the hall, he heard a pair of noble ladies with folding fans questioning the result of the test. Could it be that he's been tricked? My son failed? Must be a liar. My daughter said she only touched the crystal ball once and then kicked her out. This isn't a test at all. I heard wizards value knowledge, so I asked my daughter to memorize a lot of stuff. But there's no written test. That's not proper at all. Angor saw Charles talking to his father. He didn't greet them and went straight to them. Gossiping behind people's backs will make you a gossiper, Angor said as he released 2 strands of nightmare aura on the 2 ladies. In an instant, they began to cry out in alarm, their mouths calling out strange words. They pointed at Angor's face and yelled, "What's wrong with your face? What's wrong with you? Don't pull my tongue, ah." Everyone in the hall fell silent as they watched the 2 ladies yelling and tearing each other apart. Clearly, this was the work of the wizard. No one dared to question the result of the test anymore. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Seeing that Angor didn't do anything else, they gathered their courage and left. Only the husbands of the 2 ladies came to Angor with embarrassed and frightened expressions. Creating karma with words is not the behavior of a noble. This is just a small punishment. It'll be gone in a month. Angor didn't wait for them to say anything and left. He did not respond to the city lord's pleas for him to stay. With a kick of his flying boots, he flew into the air and disappeared. Not long ago, Toby came back with a piece of news. The group of people he was waiting for finally arrived. As he stepped on the ground with his flying boots, faint golden patterns appeared in the air. Without a trace of smoke or fire, he blended into the boundless night. Angor flew across half of Yother City without alerting anyone. Not long after, he stopped at a corner of Cleansing Street. Looking down from the sky, Gurman's small courtyard was elegant and exquisite. It was a small 2-story building with a pointed roof, and a few windows with a word Tion emitted a faint light from within. The window of the study room on the 2nd floor was opened. A man in a black robe was reading through a stack of documents by the light of a candle. The information in his hand was the information on Lucas that Gurman had shown him a few days ago. Presumably, this black-robed man was one of the first people to ask Gurman about Lucas. He could clearly sense the energy ripples coming from the black-robed man's body. Judging from the level of energy, the black-robed man was probably just a beginner apprentice. He should not have been an apprentice for too long. It didn't take long for the man to finish reading the documents. His expression was a little angry as he questioned Gurman. Clearly, he wasn't satisfied with the information he had received. From what Angor heard, Gurman's explanation was the same as what he told the black-robed man last time. According to him, the only way to learn more about Lucas was to go to the Amram dynasty. After asking a few more questions about the Amram dynasty, the black-robed man tossed a bag to Gurman with a dark expression and left the place. Angor asked Toby to follow the man while he slowly landed on the 2nd floor. Through the window on the 2nd floor, Angor saw Gurman pouring out the contents of the pouch with a joyful look. Dozens of gold coins fell on the desk. Angor knocked on the window. Gurman looked up in surprise. When Gurman saw the figure outside the window, his turbid eyes suddenly turned misty. After a while, Gurman shuddered and said, "Huh? Why is the window still open? No wonder I felt cold." Gurman hobbled over with his walking stick and closed the window. When he returned to his seat, a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. "Why do I feel like I've forgotten something? Oh well, it's fine. I'm getting old, and my memory is getting messy." Gurman shook his head and returned to his desk to count the gold coins he just earned. Meanwhile, Angor was deep in thought in the sky. He asked Gurman about the black-robed man's visit, and it was pretty much what he expected. The black-robed man took Lucas' information, vented his anger, and left. However, it was worth mentioning that the black-robed man had asked Gurman if anyone else had inquired about Lucas. Gurman only mentioned the purple-haired woman. After the black-robed man heard this, he didn't say anything. He just sneered and said, "Basket which actually got involved." Gurman wasn't sure if he meant basket witch or something similar. Apart from that, the man didn't say anything else. Angor rubbed his chin while thinking about the basket witch. He never heard of such a name before. Could it be the purple-haired woman? Angor didn't spend too much time thinking. He was curious about the purple-haired woman's background, but he was more concerned about the black-robed man's identity. He glanced at the dark sky and sensed Toby's energy signature. Then he flew toward the northwest. Soon, he found Toby, who was keeping an eye on the black-robed man. He listened to the sound of waves and looked down at the busy people who were still busy in the middle of the night. He raised an eyebrow. He was familiar with the black-robed man's location. Yether Port. This was where they got off the ship when they arrived at Yether City. He even saw the limpet amidst the layers of cargo ships. The black-robed man came to the port. Was he going to take a ship to Anram? Since the man was not that strong, Angor planned to take him away and get some information from Lucas. But when he saw the man looking around, he decided to wait. From the expression of the black-robed man, he seemed to be looking for someone. Could it be that he wasn't the only one who wanted to find Lucas? Was there someone else behind this? Angor observed the man walking around the port for a while before he reached a secluded area. Trees were blocking his view, so no one in the port could see him. But Angor, who was in the sky, saw everything. The black-robed man came to a hidden trestle by the shore and walked along the trestle to the end. There were no railings on either side of the trestle. Usually, it was a place where people from the city came to fish and relax. At this time, the black-robed man stood at the end and threw some fireflies into the sea from his wide sleeves. Soon, the surface of the water began to move. A white dolphin appeared on the surface of the water. The man hopped onto the dolphin and rode it away. Is this a summoner apprentice? Angor wondered. Or, is this his familiar? The dolphin did have a faint glow of energy around it, which was different from other sea creatures. Angor couldn't tell if the dolphin was born or contracted, though. Still, Angor could gather some information from the dolphin. This black-robed man probably had a team or organization behind him. It was impossible for a wandering magus or a wasteland magus to obtain a magical creature as a level 1 apprentice. If it's an organization, is he looking for Lucas on his own? Or is he looking for Lucas on his own? Puzzled, Angor followed the black-robed man again. After traveling for about an hour, the man finally stopped at a spot several hundred kilometers away from the shoreline. Surrounded by the vast sea, there were no islands, and there was nothing to rely on. Why did he stop here? As Angor wondered, he heard a strange sound coming from the bottom of the sea. Buzz, under the gentle moonlight and starry sky, the surface of the sea suddenly began to tremble. Waves rose high, and under Angor's shocked gaze, a gigantic blue whale emerged from the water. Angor was surprised when he saw the sharp horn on the whale's head. There were countless supernatural creatures in the wizarding world, and Angor couldn't remember every single one of them. But he did recognize this whale. It was a horned whale. Last year, Angor saw one in the Purification Garden. That whale belonged to Jibra, god of Sea Flunza's disciple. An adult horned abyss whale was a magical creature with spatial properties, and its preciousness was comparable to that of a cloud whale. Angor knew what it meant to see a horned abyss whale. Here. He was already regretting it now. If he had known that the power behind the black-robed man was not small, he would have captured him at the port. Now was not the time to do it. The black-robed man's body did not sway under the layers of waves. Borrowing the strength of the dolphin under his feet, he easily jumped onto the back of the single horned whale. He thought the mastermind behind the horned whale would show up soon. However, the black-robed man simply stood still and mumbled something under his breath. The horned abyss whale waved its tail and rose from the sea into the air. It was right above where Angor was hiding. Angor frowned. Was he discovered? He quickly turned around and retreated several hundred meters away. Before he could do anything, a cold voice came from behind him. Why leave when you're already here? Pillars of water rose from the sea and rushed toward Angor's location. Dark golden runes flashed on Angor's boots as he stepped on the air and dodged the sea pillars. He was safe for now. On the other side, Toby rushed to the front of the black-robed man. Toby, who was surrounded by grey mist, carried 1,000 pounds of gravity. The black-robed man was unable to resist and was knocked to the ground. Angor summoned Toby back and looked at the man lying on the whale's back with a frown. Did he just get rid of him so easily? And why wasn't the whale doing anything? Angor had a feeling that something was wrong. The black-robed man tilted his head and stood up. At the same time, Angor sensed some water vapor moving around him. Before he could figure out whether the mist came from the sea or something else, the mist suddenly turned into a glowing blue bubble and trapped Angor inside. The water bubble was extremely tough. He couldn't break through it just by relying on his physical body. A cantrip model flashed in his mind space, and countless flames slowly ignited around him, as if it was a large array. The flames began to burn the bubble bit by bit. However, Angor noticed that the sea had an endless amount of water vapor. Even if he burned a hole in the bubble, it would recover faster. Even if he wanted to burn out an opening to escape, the durability and recovery speed of the bubble were not enough to support him to burn out a passage that could allow him to escape. Stop struggling. You won't get away in this place filled with water elements, the man spoke again. Angor looked up. The man's head was tilted as if he didn't have a neck. It was a very strange sight. You lost your human scent just now. Angor frowned. Are you an alchemy puppet? You know quite a lot. So you learned something from someone. The man's eerie laughter reached Angor's ears. You're from Basket Witch? But I've never heard of that old witch taking in a man. Basket Witch? Who's that? The black-robed man stopped laughing and gave Angor a cold look. Since you're not from Basket Witch, I'll see you later. Dense water vapor began to pour into the bubble. The man saw that Angor was still trying to burn the bubble and sneered. It's useless. You won't get away. Is that so? Suddenly, the black-robed man's eyes widened as he saw a giant flaming beast appear in the water bubble. In an instant, the surrounding water bubble burst open. Before the water vapor could be replenished, the giant beast carried Angor on its back and rushed toward them at an incredible speed. Killing an alchemy puppet won't do me any good, but at least the horn of this whale is a good alchemy material. You're a flame griffin? I remember now. You're Angor. The black-robed man suddenly shouted in surprise. Angor paused for a second in midair when the man suddenly pointed out his identity. In the next second, the horned whale began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye until it was as small as a human palm. At the same time, a young man wearing a white hood appeared out of nowhere and stood in the air using the help of a bubble. Angor stood on Toby's back and looked at the handsome young man with a blue fish scale between his eyebrows. Jibra? So you're the one behind all this. Jibra was wearing a white robe with blue trim. He stood tall and straight like the son of moonlight, looking elegant and noble. He held the black-robed man's collar with one hand and placed his other hand on the back of the man's head. Ripples began to spread out from the man's head and went into Jibra's forehead. The black-robed man's body slowly withered and turned into dust. Jibra patted the dust off his hands and patted the little blue whale that was swimming around him. No wonder I felt so familiar with that grayish bird that was following my puppet around. By the way, you're using an illusion spell, right? Angor released layers of energy from his body, but he didn't say a word. Don't be so cold. You're Mr. Phantom's disciple, so I won't do anything to you. I just wanted to say hello to you. At least, we're not enemies yet, right? Jibra waved a hand, and all the water vapor around him returned to normal. The violent water energy also calmed down. Angor's appearance slowly became blurry, and he returned to his normal appearance. What? You're not going to ask why I'm following you? Angor raised an eyebrow. Jibra chuckled. I know you're here for the old earth, which has nothing to do with us. But I'm still curious. Why are you following my puppet? Angor was a little surprised. He didn't think Jibra was pretending. He suddenly remembered what the hunchback from the Rat Ant Underground told him several months ago. The hunchback was captured by Song of the Deep, but was released by Song of the Deep after hearing that they were going to kill Angor. It made sense that Jibra knew where the hunchbacked man went. So those people from the Rat Ant Society weren't lying, he said with a straight face. That was all it took for Jibra to think about many things. The fact that Angor was standing here unharmed meant that the Rat Ant Underground Society's plan had failed. Since Angor said they weren't lying, he must have interrogated the Rat Ant Underground Society people. Of course, Angor knew that Song of the Deep's plan was to release rats and ants underground to kill people. Unlike Sliv, Jibra's attitude toward Angor was the same as Flunza's. He wanted to build a good relationship with Angor. First of all, Angor was a genius alchemist, and being on good terms with an alchemist was a good idea. Maybe Jibra would need someone's help one day. Secondly, Jibra had other plans to deal with Shilyu. His first reaction was not to ask why Angor was following them. Instead, he wanted to explain to Angor why he let the members of the Rat Ant Society go. Yes, I did release the rat ants, but it has nothing to do with me. It was Mr. Sliv who gave the order to capture and release the rat ants. Jibra paused for a second before continuing, I'm sure you know that Mr. Sliv is a man who doesn't like Mr. Phantom, so he doesn't like you either. But he didn't want to do anything to you, so he let the Rat Ant Underground Society people go. Jibra's willingness to explain meant that he was trying to appease Angor. Jibra was known as the child of the sea on the sea, which meant he was much stronger than before. If Angor really wanted to fight Jibra here, he would be the one at a disadvantage even if he had the sequence of gravity. Unless he told Toby to turn around and go back. Since Jibra was willing to help him, Angor decided to use this chance to get away with it. However, in terms of attitude, he couldn't be less pretentious. Angor spoke in a cold tone. I thought you're from the Rat Clan, and I wanted to catch you all in one fell swoop. But I didn't expect to run into you here. Angor decided to use this as an excuse to explain why he was tailing them. Jibra didn't say that he believed Angor's words. He knew that Angor only came to Faran to return home, so he didn't care about Angor's reasons. As long as he knew that Angor didn't come for the mysterious space, he didn't care about anything else. Now that we've cleared up the misunderstanding, why don't we stop arguing? I'm heading to Yother City anyway, so why don't we find a place to sit down and talk? Clear up the misunderstanding? Now that you know why I'm here, I'd like to know why you're here. Angor's expression was still cold. At the same time, there was a hint of anger in his tone. Jibra looked at Angor with a doubtful expression. You'd better stay out of this and stay out of it. Let me give you a piece of advice. My teacher will be coming to Devil's Water soon. If you keep asking, you'll end up dead. Jibra saw Angor's expression change and quickly added, Mr. Phantom is in the abyss right now. He won't be able to save you in time. Are you sure you want to know more? If Jibra kept asking, Angor knew that Jibra would probably tell him the same thing. But it was another matter whether they would end up on good terms or not. Angor chose to remain silent. Jibra sighed in relief. He really didn't want to become Angor's enemy. However, he didn't know that Angor wasn't as calm as he appeared to be. Jibra didn't think he was telling the truth, but Angor still learned a lot from his words. Currently, everything revolved around Lucas, but Lucas was a mortal and a dead person. How could he cause so many waves? At first, Angor thought it was just some apprentices trying to find information about Lucas. But now, Jibra confirmed that alchemist Sliv and his teacher, god of sea Xianxia, were also involved. Xianxia was an experienced truthfinder wizard who was even stronger than Sunders. Jibra didn't know that Angor was also trying to find out more about Lucas. In fact, Angor probably knew more than them. Therefore, Jibra's words couldn't be false. What's so special about a mortal that so many powerful wizards are looking for him? Angor wondered. Angor didn't accept Jibra's invitation to talk to him at the tavern. Instead, he snorted coldly, turned around, and left with a cold attitude. Jibra didn't stop Angor from leaving. When Angor was out of sight, he tapped the blue scale on his forehead and released several ripples. When the ripples touched the whale's horn, they suddenly disappeared and reappeared somewhere far away. Half a day later, the whale released a new ripple from its horn. Jibra carefully examined the content of the ripple. He spent a whole day testing the talents of mortals in the city lord's mansion? Jibra's frown relaxed a little. I didn't think he would accept a guide mission when he returned home. It seems like he doesn't know about the mysterious space. But, why did I feel a strange premonition earlier? Perhaps he was overthinking. Jibra shook his head and turned into a puddle of seawater before disappearing into the sea. Meanwhile, Angor had arrived at Marcel Street in the upper city. He sat down in front of his desk and began writing down some speculations in his notebook. Angor only looked up when the night was about to end, and it was already past dawn. Fui turned around and saw Toby curled up on his little bed. Toby's red eyes were not closed. Instead, he was looking at the moonlight outside the window with a slightly disappointed expression. Angor knew why Toby looked so down. Before he left, he asked Jibra how he found him. Since infinite reticence was fully activated, even wizards would have a hard time finding him. Jibra only pointed at Toby. Angor could use infinite reticence to weaken his presence, but Toby couldn't. It was normal that Jibra could sense Toby's presence. However, Toby felt like it was dragging Angor down, which was why it had been unhappy ever since it came back. Angor walked to Toby and stroked its feathers. "It's not your fault. It's my fault. I didn't think it was Jibra's puppet, not a beginner apprentice." Toby grumbled as if unhappy about Angor's ruffling of its feathers. Toby's mood disappeared just as quickly as it came. After receiving Angor's consolation and promise to make some clothes for it, Toby's mood was quickly forgotten. After Toby fell asleep, Angor returned to his desk. While he was comforting Toby, he also realized that the rat ants were able to locate him so quickly because of Toby. This time, it was also because Toby failed to hide his energy signature, which led to Jibra noticing it. Angor managed to get through both times, but who knew if something similar would happen again in the future. Now, he had to figure out how to hide Toby's energy signature. But before that, there was something else he needed to do. When the first ray of the morning sun shone on the Liege Library, the two tall red bronze doors were pushed open. Accompanied by a burst of book fragrance, the guards walked out of the door. The library was close to the academy, and the early risers were already waiting at the entrance. They walked in as soon as the doors were opened. When all the students had entered, an exquisite mahogany carriage appeared in front of the library. However, even though the carriage had stopped, the people inside had not alighted from the carriage. The fat guard at the door walked over and pulled the curtain aside. He had a fawning expression on his face. "Master Fry, you're early today." "She's not here yet." The young man in the mink cloak was shivering as he touched the hand warmer in his hand. "Why are you pulling the curtain?" "Put it down." "Do you want me to freeze to death?" The fat guard put down the curtain. Master Fry mumbled, "Give me the signal when she's here." The fat guard rolled his eyes in his heart. "Got it." When he returned to his post, he joked with the thin guard at the door. "I told you to suck up to her. See? I told you, these nouveau riches are like dogs looking for food in front of the nobles. When they see us, they order us around. The losses they suffered at the hands of the bigwigs will surely be vented on us." The fat guard was annoyed. "Fry didn't take it out on us. He's just crazy." The thin guard added, "And blind." Yes, yes, yes. He likes a fat middle-aged woman and waits here every day. But it's strange. That fat woman is much worse than Fry. She doesn't like Fry. Does she think she's a saint?" The thin guard said, "Hey, whose side are you on? Why are you talking about women all of a sudden?" The fat guard said, "None of us. Since Fry doesn't know what to do, let's just enjoy the show. I'm tired of the handsome men and beautiful women in the theater. Let's eat something else to appease my appetite." The skinny guard pondered for a moment and recalled the woman who came to the library every day. "Speaking of which, she doesn't seem to be as bad as you described. Although she's a little old, she still has a certain charm to her. Moreover, she's not fat, just plump. She must have been a beauty when she was young. Beauties can only be kept fresh for a few years. After that, they'll be like moldy cheese. It's a pity to throw them away. You'll have to pinch your nose if you want to eat them." Just as the fat guard was speaking, the thin guard suddenly tugged at his collar. "Stop, the main character is here." The fat guard looked over. Under the bright sunlight, a slightly plump woman wearing a uniform inlaid with fur walked towards the library. "She's here. Aren't you going to inform Master Fry? Come on, who cares about him?" The fat guard turned around and walked back to the rest pavilion behind him. "If you don't want to report, then don't report. Why are you leaving? In the end, you still chickened out." The skinny guard smiled. "All right, you can rest in the back. If Fu Lai asks why you didn't inform him, I'll tell him that the chief guard called you out." "Thanks, bro." When Helen walked past the library, she saw the fat and thin guards greeting each other. She had no idea what they were doing. Helen didn't continue watching. Instead, she walked into the library. On the third floor, Helen found a book she hadn't finished yesterday, The Magical Shaman Tribe. She then picked up a few more books, such as Pharaoh's Mythologies and The True World. She was going to find a quiet place to read them. However, Helen had only taken a few steps when she suddenly saw a book fall from the bookshelf, coincidentally landing at her feet. She squatted down to pick it up and put it back. However, when she picked it up and saw the title, she was stunned. The Wizard's Call. Huh? There's a book about wizards here? She flipped through a few pages and found some basic knowledge about the wizarding world. She had met supernatural beings on this ship all year round, so she knew most of the things recorded in the book were true. Helen was overjoyed. She came to the library to read books in order to see the descriptions of the extraordinary world. Although she had taken a few books, most of what she saw here was actually fabricated. It was rare to find a book about the wizarding world. How could she refuse? Helen picked up The Wizard's Call and walked towards the reading area. She didn't even think about why the book had suddenly fallen from the bookshelf. When Helen found a secluded corner to read quietly, a purple-haired woman walked out from behind the bookshelf where the book had fallen. With a faint smile on her face, she looked at Helen, who was reading in the distance, and her eyes flashed with joy. Helen was soon immersed in the book. The content about the wizarding world was too real. From the wizarding organizations to the wizarding world, the three major structures, everything was recorded. Even if there were some parts that she didn't understand, she could always see a few lines of graceful handwriting under the book, explaining the profound principles in simple and straightforward language. So, knowledge is the most important thing for a wizard? Helen nodded. She used to think that spells were the most important thing. Is alchemy really that hard? There's not even one alchemist in 1,000 talents. Helen thought to herself. But Mr. Pat seemed to be very good at alchemy. Just as Helen was engrossed in watching, a sudden movement came from her side, directly interrupting her thoughts. She looked over angrily. It was rare for her to immerse herself in the book, and she was annoyed that someone had interrupted her. She purposely picked a quiet corner to read the book. However, she frowned when she saw the young man in a large cloak. You again? Fu Lai was cursing the fat guard for not keeping his word in his mind, but he put on a fawning expression. Helen, we must be fated to meet you here again. Are you sure it's a coincidence? Helen rolled her eyes and stood up. She picked up the book and wanted to go somewhere else to read. She had been annoyed by this young Master Fry for the past few days. If his father wasn't one of the most important suppliers for the limpet, she would have beaten him up. As soon as Helen left, Fu Lai immediately caught up to her, muttering, "What a rare opportunity. We can sit down and read together, and enjoy the pleasure of reading. We can even go for a drink when we're done. By the way, the Bounty Tavern has a new kind of sea beast card that simulates a battle between sea beasts. You'll be interested. We can talk about all kinds of battle techniques over drinks." Helen sighed. Master Fry, when are you going to stop bothering me? I already told you that I'm not interested in you. You're 1 generation younger than me. I'm old enough to be your mother. Fu Lai was stunned. So, you like my father? He murmured after a long pause. What kind of bizarre train of thought was this? Helen clenched her fists. I don't like you, and I don't like your father either. I prefer to live alone, and I want to live alone in the future. Helen said fiercely. Fu Lai pouted and continued to follow Helen without a care in the world. Helen was furious, but she still couldn't vent her anger. Suddenly, Fry felt like a wall had appeared in front of him. Before he could react, he bumped into it and fell to the ground. Didn't you hear that she doesn't like you? A melodious voice entered Fray's ears. Fry looked up and saw a woman standing in front of him. Helen was behind her, so he couldn't see her expression. As for the woman in front of him, because her back was against the light, he could only see a circle of shiny hair and a few strands of long purple curly hair that shone against the light. Who are you? Fry was confused. The purple-haired woman didn't answer. She just stared at Fry. Fry felt like he had fallen into an ice cellar. He felt like he was in a world of ice and snow. When the strange feeling disappeared, Fry realized that there was no one around. Helen was nowhere to be seen, and so was the purple-haired woman. Don't tell me I ran into a ghost? Fu Lai shuddered as he recalled the extreme cold he felt earlier. He shuddered as he ran out of the library. On the third floor of the library, on a secluded balcony, Helen was pleasantly surprised to see the purple-haired woman standing in front of her. "Lady Swan, why are you here? You don't have to be so formal with me. You can just call me Swan." Swan smiled flirtatiously and lifted Helen's chin. "I'm here because I saw you." Helen blushed and stepped back. "I mean, why are you here in Yether, Lady Swan?" "I'm not talking about the library." Swan brushed her purple hair behind her ear. "I'm here to help Summerdew. I didn't expect to see you here." Helen expressed her surprise as well. Helen suddenly remembered her wish to enter the supernatural realm. She had planned to wait until she had the chance to go to Summerdew Ridge before telling Swan about it. She didn't expect the chance to come now. Swan smiled. "Looks like the book I prepared for you didn't go to waste." Swan pointed at the wizard's call in Helen's hand. It was only then that Helen realized that the book had fallen in front of her because of Swan. "I told you that I can help you become a talent. That's what I'm saying now." Swan nodded. "Since you've decided to enter the wizarding world, you should follow me for now. I'll get you a potion to increase your spiritual power when we get back to Summerdew Ridge." Helen's eyes flashed with joy. She was still doubting whether she could become a wizard. Now that Swan had confirmed it, she was relieved. "All right. But I need to say goodbye to the captain and the crew first." "I'll give you time to say goodbye. I still have some time on Faron. At least, I won't be leaving this place for a month." Helen suddenly asked, "Lady Swan, what are you doing here on Faron? Are you going to recruit talents as well?" Swan shook her head. "I saw what happened in the mayor's mansion yesterday morning. Summerdew Ridge doesn't recruit outsiders, especially men. Speaking of which, there's one more thing I need to ask you about." Swan suddenly said, "Actually, there's one more thing I want to ask you. That apprentice who recruited people in the mayor's mansion is the guardian of the limpet, right? Why haven't I seen him before? What kind of person is he?" When Swan asked the question, Helen's face was filled with suspicion and vigilance. "Lady Swan, why are you so interested in Mr. Pat?" Helen asked carefully. Swan narrowed her eyes. She had a bad feeling when she saw Helen's expression. "Why do you care so much about my question?" Helen cleared her throat and looked away. "I'm just curious. You've never been interested in the limpet before, Lady Swan." Swan's expression darkened. "Don't tell me you've taken a liking to that kid." Helen's eyes widened. Helen waved her hand to deny it, but when she saw Swan's expression, she lowered her hand. "I have to admit, there's something about Mr. Pat that attracts me." Helen turned around and leaned against the railing. Looking at the morning sun and the thin clouds and mist, his eyes were calm. "Well, I don't think so. We're on the same ship, but we rarely see each other. There's something about him that's different from the other supernaturals I've met. He's knowledgeable, kind, and generous. I like those qualities." "So, liking him is just an illusion," Swan said. Helen shook her head. "I'm not sure. But, it doesn't matter now." "What's wrong?" "Different perspectives lead to different things." Helen recalled the conversation she had with Mr. Pat on the night of the New Year's banquet. She learned a lot from that conversation, and she saw herself clearly. Swan didn't know what was going through Helen's mind at that moment, but she could tell from the change in her expression that Helen was relieved, and then she felt a sense of relief from her body and mind. "What did he say to you that made you change so much? Did he reject you?" Swan's voice was soft, but Helen still heard it. Helen shook her head. "Mr. Pat is very mature and wise. I didn't confess, and he didn't reject me. I learned a lot from our conversation that night. That's why I decided to become a supernatural. To pursue a brighter future, to pursue Mr. Aspel, and to realize my own worth." Swan's eyes flashed with surprise. She had tried many times to persuade Helen to join the wizarding world, but Helen seemed to be content with the life of a mortal. She respected Helen, so she did not force her. Who would have thought that this Pat guy would actually enlighten Helen? Swan was a little jealous, especially when she heard Xianxia say, "that night." "What night? What happened between you two?" Also, who is this Aspel? Helen looked at Swan's jealous face and giggled. What are you talking about? It's just a simple conversation with Mr. Pat about our future goals. As for Lady Aspel, she used to be the uncrowned ruler of the Blackberry Waters, but she disappeared all of a sudden. I heard from Mr. Pat that she also joined the wizarding world. She used to be my idol. Helen noticed the strange look on Swan's face and added, also, she's a beautiful woman. A woman? Swan was taken aback. She felt a bit better, but still a bit uncomfortable. Follow Aspel's footsteps? Why don't you follow my footsteps? Fine. Looks like you really do respect this Pat kid. Seeing as how he gave you the motivation to pursue your dreams and how tactful he is, I'll try my best not to hate him. Swan pursed her lips at the end of her sentence. Helen smiled. Lady Swan, you haven't told me why you're asking about Mr. Pat. Like I said, you can just call me Swan. I'm not that much older than you. Swan glared at her. Actually, it's not a big deal to ask around about him, she said in a serious tone. I'm just curious. Last night, this Pat guy you're talking about fought with a genius apprentice on the sea. Last night? A genius apprentice? That's right. That genius apprentice is a natural-born son of the sea. Even a formal wizard wouldn't be able to kill him on the sea. Helen was also surprised. She had just read The Wizard's Call and roughly understood the difference between an apprentice and a formal wizard. That was why she was even more surprised. How about you, Swan? How strong are you compared to him? Swan shook her head. I'm only a level 3 apprentice. Compared to him, I think he can crush me with his little finger. Swan recalled how Jibra noticed her when she looked at the battlefield from afar after the battle ended. She still couldn't forget how terrified she felt. Is Mr. Pat all right? Even Lady Swan couldn't defeat him? Helen asked worriedly. He's fine. But it was precisely because he was completely fine that I found it very strange. I sensed some energy conflicts between them, but they parted ways peacefully. As far as I know, Jibra isn't someone who would let someone go so easily. That's why I think there's something wrong with this Pat guy. Helen relaxed a bit after hearing that Pat was fine. What's wrong with Mr. Pat? Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Wouldn't it be a truce if they explained clearly? Or maybe they know each other? That son of C is a big deal. If they know each other, I want to know who this Pat guy is. Seeing that Helen had let down her guard, Swan said, Don't worry, I'm just looking for some basic information. I doubt you'll know anything more than that. Besides, I can ask someone else on the limpet if you don't want to tell me. Helen considered and agreed with Swan's words. All right. What do you want to know? Which organization is he from? What's his full name? Brute Cavern. He never told me his full name. Brute Cavern? That's a big organization. But I thought White Clam Shipping was backed by Floating Mech City? Why did they send an apprentice from Brute Cavern to guard the limpet? It's a long story. The truth is that Master Roman was disloyal. Even though it was an internal affair of the White Clam Shipping Company, everyone on the limpet knew about it. Swan could ask someone else and get the answer she wanted. Swan's brows furrowed. Leviathan is involved in this? Helen asked. Wait a minute, Leviathan is involved in this. Also, you said Pat is good at illusions. I know that. But I didn't think he would be able to fool even the Leviathan. Even if Leviathan is a little stupid and doesn't have enough spirit perception, it shouldn't be able to fool him with illusions. The more Swan thought about it, the stranger she felt. This Pat is no ordinary man. If only I could see the video recording of the incident. Unfortunately, the recording was already given to White Clam Shipping. Next, Helen told Swan about what everyone on the ship already knew. This included the strange ship in the fog that they had encountered by chance. Swan didn't pay much attention to the ship. She simply treated it as a ghost ship. There were too many strange things happening at Devil's Water. She had seen ghost ships a few times herself. However, Swan was more interested in something else Helen mentioned. He knows alchemy? There were two things Swan was interested in. First, Pat used alchemy to repair the ship, and second, the runes Pat drew on the ship. Of course, Swan was also interested in what happened at Spectre's water, especially the giant jellyfish that showed up. Still, it had nothing to do with Swan's current goal. She could write it down and ask Lady Payne to analyze it later. Helen described the scene with great certainty, and even pointed out that the magewef Pat had drawn was called the constant temperature magewef. Swan's expression slowly turned strange. He came from Brood Cavern, new illusions, new alchemy, and more importantly, enchantment. A name came to mind. So he used some kind of method to disguise his appearance, Swan mumbled to herself. She did notice that Pat looked like a lazy, middle-aged man. But if it was Pat, he didn't look like this at all. Mr. Pat's appearance is fake? Helen exclaimed. Seaman nodded. Didn't you say you're old enough to be the mother of that mortal who's pursuing you? Let me tell you something. If I'm not mistaken, this Pat you're talking about is even younger than that mortal. Helen's eyes widened. She looked like she just got struck by lightning. Swan noticed the absent-minded look on Helen's face. She looked calm on the outside, but inside, she was very happy. Is this true? Helen suddenly remembered something. She took out a piece of parchment from her pouch and showed it to Swan. Mr. Pat gave this to me. Do you know what it is? Swan took the parchment and read the symbols on it. She was even more certain now. A lion's heart entangled by thorns. That's it. The Mr. Pat you're talking about is Angor. I remember his last name. His name is Pat. Swan took out a magazine from her pocket. Take a look and you'll know. The cover of the magazine was very complicated, but Helen saw the same pattern on the cover at a glance. The title on the side read, Moonshot of Ancient Times, a master's work revealed. After reading it, Helen fell into silence. There was no picture of Angor on the cover of the magazine, but she did find some information about him. It was exactly as Swan said. It's a gossip magazine. I know it's a bit exaggerated, but it's still too early to call him a master alchemist. Still, the fact that an entertainment item can be sold for 200,000 magic crystals is proof enough. Swan sighed. No wonder Jibra let him go so easily. If I were him, I would have shown him some respect too, considering that he's an alchemist. Swan thought to herself. Angor's appearance here probably has nothing to do with that mysterious space. Maybe I can report it to Master. But I think the rumor about him not being on good terms with Jibra is just a rumor. Swan didn't get a response from Helen after a long while. Confused, she turned to look at Helen. In the end, she found that Helen had lowered her head and was still maintaining her initial silent posture. You're not hurt, are you? Fine, I don't want to admit it, but he's a lot better looking than the middle-aged man he pretends to be. I heard that Bogula once took a liking to him. Swan sighed. Age doesn't matter if you really like him. That's right. I'm fine. I told you I've already gotten over it. I was just thinking that Mr. Pat is even better than I thought he was. I guess I'll have to work harder to catch up to him. Helen nodded. I'm fine. I told you I've already gotten over it. I'm just thinking that Mr. Pat is even better than I thought. After making sure that Helen wasn't dispirited and was even more motivated than before, Swan paused for a moment and then smiled. She didn't like Angor at first, but now she felt grateful. At least he changed Helen's mind. Marcel Street. Angor lives here? Swan looked at the old building with mottled walls. He's not picky at all. Miss Swan, seeing Swan's cold glare, Helen quickly swallowed her words and said, Wait here. I'll go upstairs and talk to him. Go ahead. I'll wait for you here. Swan didn't feel offended at all. After all, the young man was a famous alchemist. Even Lady Payne would treat him with respect, let alone her. Helen ran upstairs. Not long after, she returned to the street garden downstairs with a frown. What? You don't want to see me? Swan raised an eyebrow. Helen shook her head. That's not it. I went upstairs and saw that Mr. Pat had left. There's no one in his room. I only found this note in the living room. Swan took the note and saw a neat line of words written on it. Unfortunately, I didn't find a suitable talent in either city. So, I'm going to visit other cities. I won't say goodbye to you. May we meet again someday. Good luck. From Pat. It was a simple note with no name. Obviously, it was meant for Erwin and Helen. He left just like that? Swan read the note and shook her head. Looks like every organization has the same problem when it comes to their guides. Not only do they work hard, but they also work hard. Too bad I didn't get to meet him this time. He's a future master alchemist. Sigh. It won't be so easy to meet him again. Swan sighed in her mind. Helen, on the other hand, held the note with a smile on her face. I'm so jealous of him. But I guess I'll do the same in the future. Angor left a note saying that he was going to visit another city. However, he didn't leave right away. Instead, he went to the branch of White Clam Shipping near the harbor. When Bismarck saw him, he touched his bald head with a complicated expression. He already learned about Angor's identity from his teacher. A future master alchemist who had access to the R&D department. According to Bismarck's teacher, Angor sold a music box for 200,000 magic crystals at an auction at Remnant River not long ago. If he had 200,000 magic crystals, he could easily become an official magus. And this was just the price of an alchemy product that the other party had casually made. Bismarck looked at Angor as if he was looking at a magic crystal mine, and he couldn't wait to flatter Angor. But when he thought about how he attacked Angor that day, he hesitated. A few days ago, his teacher had ordered him to apologize, so he had no choice but to do so. But now, if he lowered his head to curry favor with the other party, wouldn't he lose his dignity? Oh, Master Pat, why are you here? Bismarck stepped forward and pulled out a seat for himself. At the same time, he brought out the tea set that was gifted to him by the royal family of Aurelia in a fawning manner. Dignity? Pride? What was that? Angor looked at Bismarck speechlessly. As he recalled, Bismarck was a rather cold person a few days ago. That's right, I have a small bag of mana algae powder that I bought from the sky auction. Sir, when you drink tea, you can pour this in. Taking a sip is even better than going to a blissful house. Bismarck took out a small bag of blue powder and placed it on the table. Although he was flattering Angor, his expression showed that he was reluctant to part with it. Mana algae powder. Angor had heard about it before. It was a special type of algae extracted from the mana trench. Similar to pheromones, it could stimulate the brain and release large amounts of pleasant pheromones. It was not harmful to the body, but it could easily lead to addiction. Angor pushed the bag back to Bismarck. No need. I'm here to ask you something. No problem. I'll tell you everything I know, Bismarck agreed quickly and almost bowed to Angor. Angor skipped the small talk and went straight to the point. Do you know someone called Basket Witch? Basket Witch? Bismarck pondered for a moment and shook his head. No, I've never heard of her. What's wrong? You have a grudge against her? Do you want me to help you? Angor waved a hand. No, I'm just asking. If you don't know her, I'll take my leave now. Bismarck realized that his plan was not finished yet. Wait, Mr. Pat, he said as he rolled his eyes. Wait a second, Mr. Pat. I don't know. My professor is here. How about I contact him for you? Angor considered for a moment. Won't that disturb Mr. Sabo? Of course not. My professor has nothing better to do. I'm sure he's at the Tower of Infinity right now. Bismarck betrayed his professor without hesitation. They were thousands of kilometers away from each other anyway. Sabo's anger would not reach him. Angor did not doubt his words. Then I'll leave it to you. Let me pay for the magic crystals needed for the communication. Bismarck really wanted to say, no need, I'll pay for it. But in this remote mortal continent, it was too difficult for him to get magic crystals. So, he had to save as much as he could. Thank you, Bismarck said shamelessly and led Angor to the top floor. Meanwhile, on the 355th level of the Tower of Infinity in floating Mech City, Sabo was panting heavily as he faced his opponent. It was a burly man wearing the same outfit as him. That was also him, or rather, it was his projection. The Tower of Infinity he was attacking was different from the ones used by apprentices in the outside world. This was the real Tower of Infinity, which was only available to wizards from Floating Mech City. The Tower of Infinity was created by Infinity Corridor, one of the two most powerful mystery items in Floating Mech City. It was said that the Tower of Infinity had tens of thousands of floors. However, so far, only 2,000 floors had been cleared. Even thousands of years ago, when there were still legendary wizards in the southern wizarding region, the Infinity Corridor could only be cleared up to 10,000 floors. It was said that the Infinity Corridor could allow apprentices to achieve miracles. But that was only a rumor. There were no legendary wizards in the southern wizarding region, let alone miracles. Back to the present. Sabo had been stuck on this floor for a long time without any external help. He didn't have a good chance of winning against a projection who perfectly mastered his bloodline power. However, Sabo was in great shape today. He managed to avoid several dangerous situations. 2 of his counterattacks were completely out of his control. Although he was panting heavily, his projection wasn't doing too well either. One more hit, and I'm sure I can get to the next floor. Sabo tried to cheer himself up while focusing his spirit power. The 2 of them went back and forth. Sweat and blood dripped all over the ground, and they were filled with the aura of masculinity. Here's my chance. Sabo let his mind wander again and let his body make a move on its own, which allowed him to find a weakness in his projection. Now that the projection was facing away from him, he just needed to construct the model of his bloodline spell and he would be defeated without a doubt. However, when he was about to finish constructing the model, the blue earring on his ear suddenly lit up. Before Sabo could react, he heard an annoying voice. "Professor, where are you? What are you doing? Do you have time?" Triple enchantment chant, together with the voice, the projection turned around and released a fist full of energy waves. "No, I can't take it." Sabo shouted without hesitation, "I admit defeat." Sabo knew that if he didn't surrender, he would be lying on the ground already. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. The projection's fist paused for a second before it turned into specks of light and slowly disappeared in front of him. "I almost did it." Sabo's face darkened. He squeezed out a name through gritted teeth. "Bismarck." Angor looked at Bismarck in confusion. Bismarck kept calling, but there was no response. Bismarck frowned. Is the professor taking a bath or doing something indescribable? Angor didn't know what to say. Who would talk about their professor like that? Just as Bismarck was speaking, the screen behind him lit up. Angor looked at Sabo's darkened face and quietly stepped back. He closed the door behind him. Soon, a series of high-pitched yelling came from inside. Even from outside, Angor could feel the anger coming from inside. Well, it was coming from the faraway floating mech city. After a while, Bismarck opened the door and spoke in a mechanical voice, "Come in. The professor wants to see you." Angor looked at Sabo's face and saw that he was much calmer than before. "Angor, I talked to Mariasa a few days ago, and he already knew what happened. I don't know why he still wants to go to Faran, but it has nothing to do with you anymore," Sabo said. "Thank you, Mr. Sabo." Angor showed a grateful look. "It's fine." Sabo waved a hand. "By the way, Bismarck said you wanted to talk to me about something?" Angor nodded. "It's nothing important. I just want to know if you've heard of the Basket Witch, Mr. Sabo." Sabo frowned when he heard the name Basket Witch. "Why are you suddenly asking about her? Did you get involved with her?" "There's nothing to do with it. It's just that I heard this name because of something. I want to know who she is." Angor didn't explain what it was, and Sabo didn't ask. "She's not easy to get along with. You better stay away from her." When Angor left the White Clam Shipping Company, he already learned about the Basket Witch from Sabo. The Basket Witch referred to the actual owner of Summerdew Ridge, Summerdew Witch. According to Sabo, Summerdew was a truth-finder wizard. She was a Carabid who loved to modify living creatures. The reason why she was called the Basket Witch was because Summerdew sat on a basket monster all year round. That basket monster was also personally created by her. Another truth-finder wizard is looking for Lucas. Angor was getting more and more curious about Lucas' secret. Or rather, what did Lucas know that made all these hidden giants go after him like a flock of ducks? Ever since meeting Jibra, Angor had been thinking about whether he should investigate Lucas further. So far, there were already 3 wizards looking for Lucas, including Sorcerer Big Fish. 2 of them were truth-finders. If Angor decided to get involved, he might get himself into a dangerous situation. But once his curiosity was piqued, he would not let it go. After thinking for a whole night, he decided to go to Amram Dynasty. He knew that curiosity killed the cat, but he also knew that curiosity was the most important virtue of a researcher. If humans did not have such curiosity, they would not have developed to their current level. Angor was willing to follow his own curiosity and look into this matter. However, he also set a limit for himself. Curiosity was fine, but he had to have a certain level of tolerance. He had to explore his curiosity without risking his personal safety. Currently, both Song of the Deep and Summerdew Ridge were out in the open, while he was in the dark. He was in the open, while Angor was in the dark. He had more room to maneuver than them. Besides, he also had a reason to go to Amram Dynasty, to recruit talents. Even if he showed up in the open, no one would suspect him. Besides, he did not plan to go too far. He only wanted to check out the places mentioned in Lucas' logbook. Especially the last part of the logbook, where Lucas committed suicide. If he really did commit suicide in the Amram Dynasty, then what about the ship, the skeleton, and the logbook? Did someone bring his skeleton to the Devil's Water? He would have to go to Amram Dynasty to find out the answers. Angor followed the main road until he reached the outskirts of the city. Only then did he release Gondola and fly toward the north. About 2 minutes later, Angor landed on a bridge by the river. At this moment, there was a man wearing a mink cloak and a waistcoat on the inside. The river water was a little frozen, and the cold wind was howling. The man rubbed his hands and breathed into his palms to ease the cold. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Neat." Angor's voice came from behind. The man on the bridge was Neat. Every nation in Faran had strict control over their maps. Since he couldn't find a way to get to Amram Dynasty, he decided to ask Neat for help. Neat wanted to go back to his home in Amram Kingdom, so he decided to give Angor a ride so that he could show Angor the way. Since he was going to the White Clam Shipping Company to ask about the Basket Witch, he decided to meet Nietzsche here. Hearing the voice behind him, Neat turned around and immediately caught sight of the magnificent flying ark that seemed to be carrying a dreamy starry sky. His mouth was wide open, and his face was filled with amazement. Neat had seen a lot of supernaturals on the limpet, in his company, and in White Xianxia City. He thought he had seen a lot of wizards, but now he realized that the world of wizards was much brighter than he had imagined. There was a popular saying in gossip magazines, "A man's romance is a vehicle." Ever since Neat boarded Gondola, the light in his eyes had never disappeared. Even in the bone-chilling wind outside, he would still take his hands out of the warm gloves to feel the sensation of Gondola. Still, Neat didn't forget his duty, to lead the way. Normally, we can travel from Orium to Amram Kingdom by sea, or we can take a detour to Domingo Kingdom. Then we can travel by sea until we reach Amram Kingdom in the north. Neat paused for a moment. But if we travel by air, I think a straight line is faster. We can cross the central wilderness and reach the border of Amram Kingdom. Let's go straight then. Faran continent wasn't far from the old Earth. Only the Blackberry Waters and Whalebone Sea were between them. It would take about half a year to reach Faran continent by boat, but it would probably take less than a month by gondola. There was still about a year left before the 5-year promise was made. For now, he still had plenty of time, which was why he decided to ask Lucas for more information. However, he wasn't going to wait until the last minute to return to the old Earth. It was better to save as much time as possible. Of course, he would take the fastest route. Thanks to Gondola's speed, they soon arrived at the central wilderness. It was a vast area that was almost as big as the old Earth. However, there were no countries in the area. Only primitive tribes lived here. Neat explained as the gondola flew. Most of the primitive tribes are cruel. They often kill people and cook their food. In addition, there are shamans in many large primitive tribes. Under the deterrence of many shamans, no surrounding country dares to covet the fertile land of the central region. They can only let the primitive tribes take root here. Angor read about shamans before. Shamans were supernaturals who possessed some mysterious abilities. However, most of them came from otherworldly barbarians. By worshipping the powerful barbarians from another world, they could beg for help from some insignificant power. In fact, shamans even needed some strange materials to support them if they wanted to use supernatural powers, and even human skulls could be used as a casting medium. Because the shamans were natives of this world, and the power they had obtained was insignificant, no adepts had gone out of their way to deal with them. Angor didn't mind. He kept listening to Neat's explanation. Neat would tell him about the tribes below from time to time, as well as some other information. Neat traveled to many different continents with the limpet. Since he was a noble, he didn't go for fun like other sailors. Instead, he liked to explore different places and read about local cultures. Neat knew a lot of things, and Angor did not find it boring at all. Instead, he found it interesting. Actually, the people in the primitive tribes weren't really ignorant. Many of them have connections with the outside world. Some of them even send their people to other countries to trade furs for daily necessities. Wait, we're already at Beastbone Mountain? Neat suddenly noticed a tall mountain not far from them. The Tatamu tribe is located to the south of Beastbone Mountain. It's not far from Clare, the border city of Amram. Neat was surprised. It had only been a few hours since he boarded the airship. At this speed, they could reach the capital of Amram within a day. That's incredible. It took me almost a month to travel from Lost Paradise City to Yother City. Neat exclaimed. Angor was amused by Neat's reaction. Neat was just like Angor when he first entered the wizarding world. For someone who was used to living within a 10-kilometer radius, traveling to a city 100 kilometers away felt like a long journey. But now that he had his gondola, he could travel 80 kilometers in no time. Tens of thousands of kilometers didn't feel like a long journey. They set out at noon, just as the sun was setting and the sky was dyed red. They arrived at their destination, Lost Paradise City, the capital of Amram Kingdom. Neat was still in a daze after getting off the airship. He was having lunch with Charles in the morning, and now he was back home? This speed was simply too fast. Lost Paradise City was about the same size as Midnight Sovereign. One couldn't even see the end of the city. Night had just arrived, and the entire city was covered in a hazy glow. It was as beautiful as Chang'an's night in the movies. Amram Kingdom has a lot of fluorite mines, so there are many fluorite lamps in the city. You just need to cover them with colorful gauze to create a beautiful light. That's why Lost Paradise City is even busier at night than during the day, Neat explained. Under Neat's guidance, Angor entered the dreamy city that never sleeps. As he got closer to the city, he learned more about the importance of fluorite to the lives of the local people. Aside from street lamps, fluorite could also be used in many other ways. For example, it could be used to draw the shadows of statues. There were also pet bells, moonlight bridges, colorful concert halls, and so on. There was even a circus that used fluorite to create a 30-meter-long arch gate. The gate was painted with a special color, which made it look like a rainbow that would never fade. If Orium Kingdom's style is Marcel statue, Amram Kingdom's style is fluorite. The more Angor saw, the more he felt like he was peeling away the veils and making the world more real. Mr. Pat, why don't you rest at my place tonight? Neat asked politely. He knew that Mr. Pat came to Lost Paradise City to look for talents. Neat didn't have any talent himself, but he hoped that his family could produce one. Even if he couldn't find one, he could at least earn Mr. Pat's favor. Maybe he could even use his relationship with Mr. Pat to improve his family's status among the nobles. Angor planned to go to Widow Street directly. Lucas mentioned in his logbook that there was a private house in Widow Street. However, it had been more than 3,000 years. Many things had changed in history. Perhaps even the streets no longer existed. Angor decided to find out more about it first. In Amram Kingdom, nobles were the only way to learn about the past. According to Neat, his family was an old noble family from the Age of Gold. It might be a lie, but Angor didn't mind checking it out. Sure. Thank you. Angor nodded. When it was almost dawn, Angor finished checking the talent of the last member of Ross' family. Still nothing. Neat sighed. He already saw how rare talents were in the city lord's mansion yesterday, but he still wanted to get lucky and asked his family members to check their talents. He even summoned his servants. But in the end, reality was cruel. Need asked his servants to comfort the crying children. He exchanged a glance with his father, the current Count of Ross, and shook his head helplessly. Ross sighed again. I'll take them back first. I won't bother you any longer, Mr. Wizard. As for your request, since I've agreed to it, you can bring him to the basement under my study. All the historical materials are kept there. Neat nodded. He was a naughty boy who often went to the basement to look for treasures. However, there were no treasures inside. Only piles of books containing the history of Ross family. That was when Neat became addicted to reading. He learned about Xianxia the Vicious from one of the history books in the basement. Remember, Mr. Wizard. You don't have to ask for my permission as long as it doesn't go against your will. Ross patted his son's shoulder and left with the others. When everyone left, he put away the talent orb and leaned against a pillar to take a nap. Are you going to read the records now, Mr. Wizard? Neat came to him and asked. Angor nodded. Lead the way. Neat quickly led Angor to the basement of the study. The room was brightly lit by the fluorescent stones. Our family history is on the gold-lacquered bookshelf near the desk. The other bookshelves are filled with other historical materials that have been passed down in the family. Most of them are official history, and some of them are unofficial history. After Neat finished speaking, he tactfully left. Before he left, he asked his servant to bring Angor some special snacks and a teapot that was still warm in the pot. As soon as Neat left, Angor removed the disguise he had been putting up for the whole day. He sat on a chair lazily with an unknown green dessert in his mouth. Then, he controlled the hand of spell and began to read while eating. As day came, the clock in the corner of the room moved one round. From dawn to noon, he finally put down the book. The Neat family had a rich collection of history books that spanned from the Age of Gold to the Age of Copper. They were all well preserved. It was obvious that the Roth family treasured their books a lot. However, in the Age of Burning Copper, consultation was more developed than before. Therefore, the historical materials here still focused on the events that happened in the past 1,000 years. The Age of Gold was the one he wanted to know the least. There was not much information, but he still found something about Lucas. And it was highly possible that this was the only copy of Lucas' book. That was because this was not a historical document, but a handwritten scroll left behind by the ancestors of the Roth family. Neat wasn't lying. The new Ross family had been around for over 3,000 years. However, the title of Earl was something that happened during the Age of Copper. During the Age of Gold, the new Ross family was just a local tycoon. What was more interesting was that the new Ross family at that time was actually related to Lucas. It was because of this that there was such a handwritten scroll. Back then, in year 1331 of the Age of Gold, the new Ross family had been around for over 100 years. They were rich, but they did not have the status of nobles. They tried everything they could but failed to join the upper class. What they wanted the most was to become a noble. However, nobles valued bloodlines very much back then. Without a good bloodline, one would not be accepted as a noble. Therefore, the new Ross family did something. They wanted to marry into a noble family so that their family could slowly become one. However, nobles usually despised merchants. After several failed attempts, they decided to start with some destitute nobles. Or they simply arranged for their daughters to get in touch with some loose nobles so that they could give birth to a child with a bloodline. Of course, the latter was not a good choice. Mixed bloodlines would also be criticized. However, at that time, the new Ross family had gone mad. They really did it on two fronts. Professor Gurman was right when he said that Lucas was a playboy as an adult. At that time, a daughter of the new Ross family named Moya was arranged to get in touch with this playboy Lucas. The handwritten scroll Angor found was Moya's handwritten account. Putting aside the irrelevant records of the previous relationship, as well as a part of the narration of the process, Moya's evaluation of Lucas in the article was not high. Angor saw 3 familiar labels: playboy, foppish, and liar. Even when Lucas was in love with Moya, he still had several lovers outside. However, it was worth mentioning that according to Moya's memoirs, Lucas only left behind a total of 3 children, and 2 of them died before they could grow up. Moya's child was the only one who survived. He also checked the genealogy of the new Ross family and found that Moya had 2 children in total. One was Lucas' son, and the other was a girl who married into the new Ross family and gave birth to Lucas. Both children were at the top of the family tree. So, if I'm not mistaken, the new Ross family still has a trace of Lucas' bloodline? Angor shook his head. What a coincidence. In addition to these records, Moya also mentioned some very daily things in the handwritten notes, including the house where she and Lucas lived, Widow Street. Back then, Lucas' family business was on Widow Street, so he arranged for several of his lovers to live there. This point was consistent with Lucas's logbook. From this, it could be seen that Moya's notes were not fake. There were also some complaints from Moya about Lucas, saying that Lucas always told all kinds of lies to deceive her, but there was nothing else. Angor put the scroll back and asked a servant to call Neat over. What's wrong? Didn't sleep at all? Angor noticed the dark circles under Neat's eyes. Neat rubbed his head. My little brother kept telling me stories about sailors for most of the night. When he fell asleep, I felt better. Angor paused for a second. Neat's words reminded him of his childhood. When Leon went to school in Waterford, Angor would not see him for an entire semester. Whenever Leon came home, Angor would pester Leon to tell him about the strange things about Waterford. Sometimes, Neat would talk for an entire night. Old Pat came to ask him to sleep, but Neat refused. Looks like your family is quite close, Angor commented. Neat scratched the back of his head and chuckled. It's because I don't have anything to worry about at home that I dare to run around. No matter where I am, no matter what kind of life I'm living, home will always be my last shelter. You're quite carefree, Angor commented. By the way, I'm planning to take a look around Lost Paradise City tonight. Do you have a map of the place? Oh, right. Sunders nodded. Sunders nodded. Sunders nodded. Sunders nodded. Neat nodded. Yes, I do. I'll go get it for you, mister. After Neat left, he muttered in his heart, why did you go out so late at night? Lost Paradise City was beautiful at night, but most of the shops were closed. The map Neat gave him was a carefully edited version, which even showed the most common buildings. Just the crisscrossing streets alone numbered in the hundreds, which was enough to show the size of Lost Paradise City. Soon, Angor located Widow Street. I didn't expect Widow Street to still exist after 3,000 years. Angor wondered if this was the same Widow Street he saw in the logbook. Can you find a map of the past, Neat? Angor asked. About 3,000 years ago, during the Age of Gold. Neat was surprised. A map from the Age of Gold? The library of the Academy should have it. If you want, mister, I can borrow it for you. Angor nodded. Thank you for your help. While Neat went to the Academy to check out the map, Angor went to meditate. When night fell, Neat returned to the Count's mansion with a frown. I followed your order and tried to borrow a map of Lost Paradise City from 3,000 years ago. But I lost it a few days ago. Lost it? Angor wondered if someone from Song of the Deep did it. No one would be interested in a map from 3,000 years ago, except for the 2 groups of people who were looking for Lucas. Yes, according to the words of the guards that night, they said that they saw a person who could fly leave through the window. It's very likely the thief who stole the map. Neat paused. But since the man could fly, he must be strong. Plus, the lost map wasn't that important, so they didn't report it. So it's related to them. Angor sighed. He was too late. But at least they wouldn't be alerted. Do you know where else we can find a map from 3,000 years ago? Under the cover of the night, Angor stepped on the air and traveled among the clouds. Beneath his feet was Lost Paradise City, which looked like a city of dreams from a bird's-eye view. Following the wind, Angor's gaze landed on the magnificent buildings in the center of the city. That was the central palace of Lost Paradise City, where the royal family of Anjou resided. Infinite reticence, activate, Angor's figure slowly faded away in the air. Following Neat's instructions, he flew straight into the palace. A moment later, he exited the library and quickly flew out of the palace. He landed on the street outside the palace. Neat was right. He found a map from 3,000 years ago in the Royal Library of Anjou. However, Angkor didn't find anything about Lucas in the royal library. Even the Roth family, who had been merchants 3,000 years ago, had records of the Roth family. However, there was no record of Lucas, who had deceived the king. It was obviously impossible. Perhaps the Song of the Deep or the Summerdew Ridge had taken it away. Angkor was glad they didn't know about Muria's handwritten scroll. Otherwise, they would try to take it away as well. Tail Rat Street was right next to the Central Court, which happened to be right next to Widow Street. Instead of flying, Angkor slowly blended into the crowd and followed them to Widow Street. As soon as he turned the corner, he arrived at Widow Street. However, before he stepped into the street, he felt a strange feeling, as if someone was watching him. His heart skipped a beat. He originally planned to enter Widow Street, but in the end, he abruptly turned around and went to the crowded Sunglow Square. Just as he entered the Sunglow Square and confirmed that the feeling of being watched had disappeared, he pretended to inadvertently turn his head back and look at the long, dark street. There were not many people in Widow Street at the moment, but Angkor quickly saw two apprentices hiding on top of a roof. Due to the distance, he couldn't see them clearly. The reason why he was certain that they were apprentices was because they were constantly casting some kind of visual magic at the crowd. The ripples of energy couldn't be seen by mortals, but he could clearly sense them. They seemed to be watching the crowd. So they're here too. Angkor frowned. Yeah. 3,000 years ago, more than half of Widow Street was taken over by the Lucas family. The records are clear. It shouldn't be hard for them to find this place. He glanced at Widow Street from afar and saw two apprentices guarding the entrance. He wondered how many supernaturals were inside the building. Even if he used infinite reticence to break in, it wouldn't grant him absolute invisibility. He might get himself killed in a carpet search. Instead of going to Widow Street, Angkor decided to go somewhere else. According to Moya's handwritten scroll, Lucas had a small detached house in Pompey Lane, which he had bought for one of his lovers at that time. Because that lover was pregnant with Lucas's child, Lucas was worried that if she lived in Widow Street, his other lovers would be jealous and plot against her, so he specially bought a courtyard to house her. According to Moya's notes, the child didn't live past the age of 3. She didn't know how the child died either. Pompey Alley was far away from Widow Street. It was located in the east of the city. Angkor didn't know if there were other supernaturals nearby. For safety's sake, he didn't fly up immediately. Instead, he walked slowly and planned to leave Sunglow Square first. But when he reached the center of the square, he suddenly paused. Previously, he had focused all his attention on the Widow Street and did not notice the appearance of the square at all. Only now did he notice that there was a 10-meter-tall tree in the center of the square. There was a tree that didn't seem to be anything special, but in fact, it wasn't a real tree, but a carving. It was carved out of fluorite. From afar, the tree looked blurry. But up close, it looked like something out of this world. The tree was glowing faintly. All kinds of wind chimes, which were used for prayers, were hanging on the tree branches. There were 3 reasons why Angkor noticed the tree. First of all, it was already rare to find such a large piece of fluorite. Second, the carving was clearly the work of a master. Last but not least, there was a note in Moya's handwritten scroll that caught Angkor's attention. Gold age 1347, month of resuscitation. Prince Domingo came to visit, and the royal family held a big banquet in the palace. Lucas, that playboy, still went to seduce Prince Domingo's cousin. And the girl was blind. Ugh. What did he just say? There's a glowing wishing tree near Anerma Lake? And he said he would take her there to make a wish and restore her sight? Enough. Why did I have to meet him here? He didn't pay much attention to Muya's words. But when he looked at the luminous tree sculpture, he suddenly remembered what she said. He didn't know what Sunglow Square looked like 3,000 years ago. But he still remembered that on the map from 3,000 years ago in the Anru Royal Court, there was a lake next to Widow Street. It was called Lake Anmar. A tree made of fluorite? A glowing wishing tree. Could the tree in front of him be the one that Lucas was talking about? Angkor noticed that there was a shop selling wishing chimes near the square. A group of girls were chatting around the shop. Angkor walked closer and heard what they were talking about. I heard this wishing tree works really well. I hope Clone will fall in love with me. I just hope Master Volga can come to Lost Paradise City to hold a concert next month. I hope I can lose weight. They bought a few copper wind chimes and wrote their wishes on them. The merchant immediately arranged for someone to take a ladder and hang their wishing wind chimes on the fluorite tree carvings. So that's how the chimes came to be. Angor thought to himself. No wonder there were so many notes on the chimes. Angor used his spirit feelers to check the notes. Most of them were wishes for their families. Of course, there were also some similar wishes. But the weirdest one was a golden chime hanging from the top of the carving. I hope my someplace can grow 5 centimeters longer. The girls left while Angor was still in a daze. The shop owner looked up and saw Angor standing in front of him. Sir, are you looking for a wishing chime? The merchant said with a smile, the glorious wishing tree is very efficacious. The present princess consort prayed here to marry a good husband, and it finally came true. The shop owner pointed at the golden chimes hanging on the top of the carving. That one at the top is the princess's wishing chime. Angor followed the merchant's words and checked carefully. The merchant was not lying. There was indeed a piece of paper with a marriage wish written on it. What's the price for your wishing chime? Asked Angor. Bronze chimes, 2 gold coins. You can hang them on the tree for a month. Silver chimes, 20 gold coins. You can hang them on the tree for a year. As for the golden chimes, 200 gold coins. As long as the carving still belongs to us, we will hang them on the tree for you forever. The shop owner sounded casual, but the price was shocking. 1 gold coin was enough for a commoner to live on for a year. Here, 2 gold coins were needed to hang a wind chime for a month. Perhaps only nobles and rich merchants with extra money could afford to hang wind chimes on trees. Angor picked up a random wind chime and played with it. The shop owner's eyes brightened up. He began to talk about the advantages of the wind chimes, such as cleaning them every 3 days, covering them when it rained, and guaranteeing a high success rate. Angor did not believe it. He sensed no energy ripples from the carving, so it was basically a scam. But he did not come here to expose the shop owner's trick. Boss, you said this tree belongs to your company? Angor asked. That's right, this tree was custom-made by our Firefly Chamber of Commerce's boss. This radiant wishing tree does look very beautiful and dreamy. May I ask, when was the carving of this tree completed? He gulped. For some reason, he was looking forward to the answer. The shop owner frowned. This guy did not want to buy the wind chimes, and he kept asking questions. This made him a little annoyed. Also, he looked a little sloppy. Was he trying to trick him? As the shop owner was considering whether he should ask the shop assistant to kick him out, a large bag was suddenly thrown on the table. Puzzled, he opened it and saw that it was filled with gold coins. I think this wishing tree is interesting. Give me a golden wind chime, Angor said casually. The shop owner's expression changed instantly. He did not even care where Angor took out the gold coins from. He respectfully took out a piece of sandpaper from the drawer, a quill and an ink bottle, and placed them in front of Angor. My honorable guest, please write down your wish. I'll ask the shop assistant to find you a good place where you won't get wet. The shop owner rubbed his palms and showed a flattering attitude. 200 gold coins was not a small amount. The shop owner threw out a bag of gold coins without hesitation. He must be very rich. Angor took the quill but did not start writing right away. Instead, he looked at the shop owner. You still haven't answered my question. When was the carving done? This time, the shop owner did not hesitate. More than 600 years ago, and Master Warsaw has been dead for 600 years. I'm not lying. Angor nodded with a blank expression. But in his mind, he could not help but think I knew it. It happened again, Lucas said it himself, but it did not appear in his era. Instead, it was delayed for hundreds or even thousands of years. Many things did not match, but the core of the story remained the same. Once or twice could be a coincidence. But after so many times, it must be inevitable. There was something strange about Lucas. People in the Age of Gold did not notice it. They only thought that Lucas was a liar. Only when people in the future slowly investigated the matter would they find out more. Sir, why aren't you writing? The shop owner's urging reminded Angor. Sorry, I was thinking about what to write down. I have too many wishes to fulfill, so I'm arranging them in order in my mind. The shop owner nodded and looked at Angor with a kind look. Angor did not even arrange his wishes before paying for the wind chime. He was a fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. After thinking for a while, he quickly wrote down a line of words on a piece of paper. May Professor John recover, may my brother be in good health, and may the flame of the lion's heart never be extinguished. On his way to Pompey Alley, Angor was still thinking about the wishing tree in Sunglow Square. According to the information he gathered, Lucas' secret seemed to have something to do with prophecies. However, Lucas' prophecies always came true in a strange way. Maybe his prophecies were wrong? This was Ng's guess. But if Lucas really did have a prophecy ability, it wasn't a big deal. Many races were born with such abilities, such as the Phantom Servants. When Angor first met Weeby, his phantasm body ability gave him temporary invincibility. Compared to Lucas' ability, it was much more efficient. It wasn't just the powerful races. Humans could also awaken supernatural abilities. Just like the sleeping draining stream, before she became a wizard, she already had the ability to change the nature of water. Humans rarely had supernatural abilities, but they were not unheard of. There were too many creatures with supernatural abilities among wizards. Why did Lucas' ability attract so many people's attention? And even if Lucas' prophecies were accurate, there were plenty of prophets in the wizarding world. Angor still didn't know why Song of the Deep and Summerdew Ridge were interested in Lucas. With Lucas' abilities, was he really worth the investigation of a truth-finder adept, unless there was something more to it? For example, did Lucas predict something related to Song of the Deep or Summerdew Ridge? Or perhaps, Lucas's ability didn't originate from him. Maybe Lucas has an item that can make prophecies. Wait, don't tell me it's a mystery item? Angor mumbled to himself. Then he chuckled. He must have lost his mind to think that Lucas had a mystery item. Maybe I missed the dream wealth too much. Angor shook his head. Angor went to Pompey Alley, but he didn't find the small house Lucas bought for his lover. Time passed and the clouds changed. It was not easy for things from 3,000 years ago to be preserved until now. Angor still walked around Pompey Alley and didn't find any energy reaction. Next, he went to several other locations mentioned in Moya's log or Moya's records. Either these places were washed away by the passage of time, or there were supernaturals nearby. In order not to attract their attention, he only observed them from afar for a while before leaving. That night, he did not gain anything. When he returned to Ross Manor, he took out Lucas' logbook and checked it again. He had visited almost all of the addresses mentioned in the logbook. The only place he didn't go was the place where Lucas committed suicide. Golden Age 1353, on the 6th day of the month of looming frost, foggy. It's been 30 days since I returned to the mainland. No one believes the words of honest Captain Lucas. They say that I'm a liar if I can't take out the treasure. I jumped into the well angrily. Lucas had committed suicide by jumping into a well, but there were many wells in the city. He couldn't tell which well it was. However, the general area could be determined because many of the wells were private. Lucas couldn't possibly go to someone else's well to commit suicide, right? If it wasn't his own well, it must be a public well. And even if it was a public one, it shouldn't be too far from Lucas' house. Angor summoned Neat and took out the map Neat gave him. He circled several areas where Lucas might be active. After handing the map to Neat, he took out a bottle of light blue water from his bracelet and placed it on the table. Neat was dazzled by the blue glow of the water. It was as if he saw the birth of a new life. This is light blue water. It's a special alchemy potion. It can increase a person's lifespan by up to 10 years. Neat's eyes lit up when he heard Angor's explanation. Neat's parents were old now. He chose not to travel with the limpet because he was worried about their health. If his parents could use this potion. Neat swallowed his saliva and looked at Angor with longing. Angor saw the light in Neat's eyes as well. The light blue water was a low-tier potion he bought, and its quality wasn't too good. Normal light blue water could increase a person's lifespan by up to 15 years. This one didn't meet the standard. Light blue water had too many limitations and would drain one's potential. Even apprentices didn't like using it. He bought it for mortals in the first place. While I'm living in your house, I might need you to do something for me. Once I leave, I'll give you this as a reward. At first, he only planned to give Neat the glowing velvet potion, which he made back in Brute Cavern. However, Angor liked Neat's attitude. At least some of Neat's ideas resonated with him, so he decided to give him the light blue water instead. Next, Angor moved on to the map in Neat's hand. Help me find out how many wells there are in this area, Angor said. Also, tell me when these wells were built. You don't have to tell me the exact date, just the approximate year. Neat didn't doubt Angor's words. He quickly nodded and said, private wells need to be reported to the barons in the area, who will record the details and hand them over to the church council. I have a friend who's a church master. He should be able to look into such trivial matters. The Amram dynasty was a country ruled by both the church and the church. It was normal for the church council to handle such matters. I'll leave it to you then. Remember, keep it a secret. Time flew, and it was nighttime again. It suddenly started snowing in the middle of the night. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. In the end, the snowflakes looked like willow catkins that danced in the wind. Lost Paradise City was even more dreamy in the snow. Originally, this city that never sleeps was like a delicate demoness trying to show off her charm, but in the hazy snow, it became a quiet maiden separated by a gauze curtain. There weren't many people on the street. The only thing that could be seen was the fluorescent light shining on the snow. At this time, a middle-aged man, wearing thin clothes and covered in white snow, stood in front of a factory by the river bank. As he approached, he left a long trail of footprints on the snow. Thud, 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 amidst the complaints and doubts, the iron door was opened from the inside, revealing an old man smoking an opium pipe. The cold wind from outside poured in. The old man shivered and puffed out smoke. Who are you looking for? I heard there's an experienced shipwright living here. I'm here because of his reputation. The old man looked at the middle-aged man from head to toe. His clothes were a little wrinkled, which gave him a sloppy and lazy look. If you're looking for a shipwright, I'm the only one here. The old man looked at Angor suspiciously. You don't look familiar. Are you trying to rob me in the middle of the night? I'm a bit famous, but I've donated all my money. If you want to rob me, you'll get nothing. Donated? Did you donate it to the casino? A teasing voice with a low chuckle entered the old man's ears. The old man blushed. Who do you think I am? I'm not here to rob you. I'm here to give you your money. He opened a cloth bag, which was filled with shiny gold coins. The old man's eyes lit up. He took a deep puff of his cigarette and grinned with his yellowed front teeth. He welcomed them in. So it's a guest. Please come in. The old man closed the iron gate and rubbed his hands. How should I address you, sir? Shipwright. You can call me Pat. The middle-aged man smiled and stared at in front of him. In fact, his spirit feelers were already spreading out. The large factory was filled with all kinds of lumber. In the middle of the river, there was a sailboat that was being repaired. Angor retracted his spirit feelers. There were no supernaturals around. Mr. Pat, do you want to build a boat or repair it? Politely pulled Angor to a chair on the side. There was a fire burning nearby, which dispelled the cold. Neither. I'm here to ask about something. Angor smiled at the man's puzzled look. Ask about something? Frowned. Ask about what? I don't know anything about nobles, but I do know about the dirty things in casinos. I'm not interested in that either. I just want to know if Shipwright knows anything about historical ships. That depends on what kind of ship it is. I know a thing or two about famous ships, answered honestly. The Feather Fan. Have you heard of it, Shipwright The Feather Fan? Repeated Angor's words with a hesitant look. Huh? I think I heard about it somewhere before. Angor placed the money bag on the tea table. The crisp sound was like a key that unlocked Ohm's memory. Some of the stories the shipwright told him when he was young suddenly appeared in his mind. I remember now. Mr. Pat, you're not talking about the ship that Lucas took 3,000 years ago, right? I think that ship was called the Feather Fan. Angor didn't deny Ohm's words. How much do you know about Lucas' ship, shipwright Ohm? Can you tell me? Angor slowly pushed the money bag towards Ohm's direction, which made Ohm anxious. The Feather Fan is an exploration ship. It's a typical three-masted sailing ship from the Age of Gold. When Ohm pointed out that the Feather Fan was an exploration ship, Angor knew that Ohm was right. The ship he saw on the sea was indeed Lucas' ship. As Ohm explained, Angor pushed the money bag closer and closer to Ohm. Ohm found that when he talked about the gossip about the Feather Fan and Lucas, the speed at which the other party pushed the money was obviously faster. When it came to talking about the shape and function of the ship, the other party simply stopped, so he picked up the gossip at that time. When Ohm told him about Lucas' scam of the century, he pushed the pouch to Ohm's hand and loosened his grip. It's yours now. Before leaving the shipyard, Angor gave Ohm a nightmare hint so that he would forget what happened. Since he couldn't find any other clues, he decided to use Lucas' ship, the Feather Fan. Surprisingly, he got some valuable information. For example, he learned from Ohm about Lucas' fate. Ohm was certain that Lucas was sentenced to death in the history books. Back then, Professor Gurman had only guessed that Lucas might be executed. However, Ohm's words were very certain that Lucas would definitely be sentenced. Obviously, the historical facts that they had confirmed might have been wrong in the inheritance. They didn't know that Lucas wasn't executed. Apart from that, Angor also learned something else. Both Professor Gurman and the ship's logbooks didn't mention it in detail. What was Lucas' trick of the century? According to Ohm, Lucas went to the palace to ask the king for instructions when his family was in decline and he was in financial distress. He said that he wanted to sail through the Sea of Devils and take the lead in opening up new territory for the king. Back then, Devil's Water was considered a forbidden area. No one dared to sail into it. However, they had to cross Devil's Water if they wanted to find other continents. The king had always offered a high reward, hoping that someone would go out to sea to explore. Unfortunately, no one had accepted the reward until Lucas volunteered. Overjoyed, the king happily agreed to Lucas' request and gave him a large amount of resources. Even the Feather Fan was built with the full support of the national treasury. Lucas left on the Feather Fan in the year 1347 and returned at the end of 1353. He left for nearly 6 years, and when he came back, he said something strange to the king. Ohm didn't know exactly what it was, but all the ministers present at that time felt that it was extremely absurd. Furthermore, there were a lot of sailors who went there, but when they returned, they were all dead. Lucas said that they were killed by pirates, but without any evidence, everyone thought that Lucas was lying. Why didn't the pirates kill Lucas? The king also suspected that Lucas was lying because Lucas had always had a bad reputation. In addition, some of the ministers in court said that they had seen Lucas in some country or place in foreign continent in the past 6 years. He was basically having fun. The words of these ministers seemed to prove that Lucas did not go out to sea at all. His going out to sea was actually a lie to cheat the country of its wealth. The king was furious. It must be known that the king knew that Lucas was going to risk his life and had even announced it to the entire dynasty. Now that he was told that Lucas hadn't left at all and that it was all a scam, the king was furious. Finally, he ordered the guards to arrest Lucas and execute him with capital punishment. This was the so-called deception of the century. Not only did it deceive the king, but it also deceived the entire country. The first half of the story might be true, but the second half was not. If Lucas was executed, then why was his ship in the Devil's Sea? And how did he write the logbook after his death? The last entry clearly recorded that it had been more than 30 days since he returned to the continent. During these days, no one believed him. Everyone accused him of being a liar. He had been back for more than 30 days, and should have been executed long ago. How could he be left to wander around outside? Obviously, the king did not execute Lucas in the end. As for why he didn't kill Lucas, Angor had no idea. Still, Angor was sure that no one from Song of the Deep or Summerdew Ridge knew about Lucas' suicide attempt. Angor believed that his secret investigation of the well wouldn't attract attention. Devil's Sea, near Silver Palm Island. Sliff frowned as he looked at the water bubble in front of him. Nothing in Lost Paradise City? No, that's not right. Tuvalu already asked around. There must be something in Lucas' hometown. Jibra, take a closer look. Maybe you're just being careless. Jibra was currently hovering above Lost Paradise City. He was looking at the water bubble emerging from the horn of a single-horned whale. He carefully listened to the information inside and pinched his forehead helplessly. Tuvalu was a prophet. He didn't belong to one of the three major factions such as the River of Fate. Instead, he belonged to a small and special faction called Inquiring Bell. Tuvalu's information from the Inquiring Bell was almost impossible to be wrong. In other words, Lucas must have left something behind in Lost Paradise City. Jibra also noticed that people from Summerdew Ridge also showed up in Lost Paradise City, which meant that the prophet behind them must have received some kind of instruction as well. Prophecy. Why can't they just tell us what the clue is? Jibra scratched his head in frustration. But he also knew that he couldn't blame the prophet for this. He was just mumbling to himself. Most of the time, prophets couldn't get rid of the mystery just because they wanted to. Besides, prophets were no different from other factions. The more important the information was, the greater the backlash would be. Even if they didn't enter the mysterious space yet and only found important clues about the item, they would still be able to maximize the outcome of the prophet. In other words, even if the prophet found a clue and the item was stolen by someone else, the backlash would still be based on the value of the item. It wasn't that they didn't want to look for important clues. It was just that they couldn't find anything even if they wanted to. While Jibra was fretting, another water bubble appeared. It was Sliv's voice again. I've read Lucas' information, and I have 2 suggestions for you. First of all, you can start by looking at the ship he sailed. Second of all, there should be something fishy about Lucas's ending. You can start from there as well. Remember, you must find out the connection between Lucas and the mysterious space, and why all the prophecies we received at the beginning all pointed to this nameless Lucas. Jibra landed in a secluded courtyard. As soon as he entered, a dozen apprentices greeted him politely. They all wore different clothes, and most of them had fish scales on their bodies, which meant they were all from Song of the Deep. Since we can't find anything useful about Lucas' property, let's disperse our men. We'll split into 2 groups. One will look for Lucas' ship, and the other will investigate Lucas' death, Jibra ordered. Understood. The apprentices dispersed, leaving only one person in the courtyard. It was a petite woman with white pupils and no eyeballs. However, that didn't stop her from observing the world with her spirit energy. Why are you still here, Whitey? The girl called by lowered her head and said softly, Sir, I accidentally saw a strange wizard apprentice on Widow Street the other day. He obviously noticed the abnormality on Widow Street, but he didn't notice me because my innate ability is to hide. Oh? Maybe he's from Summerdew Ridge. Don't worry about them. It's a man. Jibra was surprised. Summerdew Ridge was full of women, and there was no way a woman would recognize a man. What does he look like? Jibra asked curiously. Whitey took out a portrait from behind her. She was prepared for this. It's him? Jibra frowned and muttered to himself. Jibra looked at Bai and asked, did he go to Widow Street? What did he do during the past few days? Since Whitey found him, she would definitely follow up. Whitey didn't disappoint. He didn't go to Widow Street. He just wandered around the square nearby and bought a wishing wind chime and hung it on a wishing tree. Here's a note I copied from him. Jibra checked the note and didn't see anything wrong with it. But he was curious about this Mr. John. Judging from the note, John seemed to be sick. Maybe he was Angwar's teacher when he was a mortal? Jibra didn't mind the note and kept listening to Bai narrating. He's too strong, so I couldn't track his movements. I only know that he's staying at Ross Mansion. I don't know what he's been doing for the past 2 days, but when he arrived at the mansion, I heard from the servants that he spent most of the night testing talents for other people. Jibra nodded. I see. Don't worry about him. He has nothing to do with what happened to Lucas. He's only here to find talents. Bai asked, Sir, do you mean that he's the guide who accepted the guiding mission? Yes. Jibra nodded. Should I keep an eye on him? Forget it. Jibra muttered in his mind. Since Angwar noticed the apprentices in Widow Street but did not go in, it must be because of what happened that day. Jibra didn't want to get on the bad side of an alchemist with a bright future. Besides, the alchemist wasn't weak at all. With his powerful illusions and that flame griffin, Jibra couldn't afford to send all of his men here. So he decided to take a step back. What Angor didn't know was that he was already exposed to Song of the Deep's intelligence network. Fortunately, he didn't go to Widow Street after discovering the supernatural. Otherwise, Jibra wouldn't have let him go so easily. Angor was looking at a map given to him by Neat. The map recorded the location of each household's well. Angor was glad to see that there weren't many wells in the entire Lost Paradise City, which would greatly reduce his workload. There are several wells in my house. I thought every household would have one, and I thought it would be troublesome. But I didn't expect there to be so few wells in Lost Paradise City. My friend told me that Lost Paradise City has several rivers intersecting with each other. Since there is no shortage of water, there are fewer people building wells, Neat said. Young Master Jing's elimination speed was very fast. Besides, Neat also marked the time of construction next to each well. Many wells with uncertain dates were also marked with approximate locations, which allowed Angor to narrow down the search area to the smallest possible size. It was evening. An elk sleigh was gliding across the thick snow. Angor was sitting at the back of the sleigh while carefully studying the map in his hand. Neat was sitting beside him, who was trying his best to pull the reins of the elk sleigh to make it run faster. This was Tail Rat Street, which was filled with residential houses on both sides. Warm light shone through the windows, and smoke from the chimneys twisted in the wind due to the heavy snow. There were not many adults on both sides of the street. Most of them were children dressed like meatballs. They were happily playing snowball fights with their friends while waiting for dinner. When the elk sleigh approached them, the children were not afraid at all. They even picked up snowballs from the ground and threw them at the sleigh. Neat was enjoying the ride of elk pulling the cart when a snowball hit him in the face. The snowball slid down and left a red mark on Neat's fair face. The other child who hit him even pointed at Neat's nose and laughed out loud. If it were any other noble, they would probably be burning with rage by now. However, Neat was a weirdo among nobles. He wandered the sea all year round and experienced a lot, so he was more tolerant. Neat did not get angry. He only looked at the person beside him nervously. Mr. Pat had always been a kind person. But if he was offended by a child, Neat suddenly froze. Mr. Pat was not angry. None of the snowballs hit him. Every snowball that flew over naturally bypassed him. Moreover, not only was he not angry, but he also had a devilish smile on his face. With lightning speed, he caught the snowballs flying in the air and hit them back one by one. The children could not hit him, but that did not mean he could not hit the living target stuck in the snow. Even if the sleigh was moving, he still hit one of them accurately. Every time the elk sleigh ran a certain distance, a thud could be heard from behind. It was the sound of a child falling down after getting hit. Tail Rat Street was only a few hundred meters long, but Mr. Pat was like a snowball god. When he got off the sleigh, not only was there no snow on him, but he also showed a polite smile to the children he hit. Then, he spat out a word that made Neat's head spin. "Thank you for letting me win." Amidst the children's cries, he walked to a fir tree in satisfaction. There was a public well here, but since there was no shortage of water at the moment, the well was sealed by a large rock. "This is the 26th well. I hope it doesn't disappoint me," he muttered. Neat walked over as well. He couldn't believe that Pat was the same person when he saw the serious look on Mr. Pat's face. But now, he was starting to understand Helen's words. Mr. Pat was indeed different from the other supernaturals. Angor put a hand to his forehead in disappointment. He used his spirit feelers to reach the bottom of the tunnel and found nothing. "I'll go down and take a look. Wait for me here." With that said, Angor used Hand of Spell to remove the sealing rock, covered himself with a thin layer of water, and jumped into the well. It didn't take him long to reach the bottom of the well. Just as his spirit feelers told him, nothing was wrong. He had no choice but to go back up. When he jumped out of the well, he left a trail of mist behind him. This was because the water in the well was warmer than the outside world, which was a natural phenomenon. Neat looked at Mr. Pat's gloomy expression and knew he didn't find anything this time. He didn't know what Mr. Pat was looking for, but he wouldn't ask. If Mr. Pat was willing to tell him, he would know. Asking Mr. Pat if he didn't want to talk about it would only make Mr. Pat angry. Mr. Pat, shall we go to the next place? There are still 4 wells in Widow Street that we haven't checked yet. Angor was also thinking. According to his inspection, there were 33 wells that were older than 3,000 years in age in the area he marked. Including the other 3 whose age couldn't be determined, there were 36 wells in total. It wasn't a lot. If he was fast enough, he could finish all of them in one day. However, he had already checked all the wells in the outer area. The remaining wells were all located in Lucas's residential area. Normally, Lucas would have killed himself in one of the wells. However, when Angor wandered around the area 2 nights ago, he noticed that there were no supernaturals around. If he went in now, he might attract unwanted attention. Angor hesitated. Should he check it out? Speaking of which, there's a well in Widow Street. It belongs to a good friend of mine. He's the son of the commander of the Western Expedition Knights. He's a baronet now, Neat explained while looking at the map. Angor's eyes lit up when he heard this. Neat, the main reason I came to Lost Paradise City this time is to find talented people. Since your friend is the son of a knight, maybe he has some talent. We can go there and test it out. Neat didn't know what to say. Was a knight's son supposed to be talented? Was there such a thing? Neat didn't dare to refute Angor's words. He nodded and continued his work as a sleigh driver. Angor knew that his reason was far-fetched. He closed his eyes and said, "From tomorrow onwards, you can help me spread the news and find suitable talents. You should know the restrictions. The place for the test will be your home, right?" Neat's face brightened up. The test at his home meant that the Ross family was related to a wizard. This was a great opportunity for his family. Neat nodded without hesitation. "Don't worry, sir. I'll get it done." But Neat suddenly remembered something. "Sir, Lost Paradise City has a population of over 1 million. There are a lot of people of suitable age. I don't think your home is big enough for you to spread the news. Also, your workload will increase." Angor understood this. This was a big city with a population of over 1 million people. He considered for a moment before saying, "You can limit the spread of the news. Also, if you want to test your talent, you have to pay 5 gold coins first. The 5 gold coins will not be refunded regardless of the result." 5 gold coins was the same as giving away everything to a normal family. Gold coins weren't useful to Angor, but they could be used to test one thing. Are you prepared to pay the price for everything you have? The same logic applied to the path of a magus. If you paid the price, you might fail. But if you didn't pay the price, you would never succeed. The gold coins were only a way for Angor to limit the number of people. He planned to draw a spirit attack rune in front of Neat's home. Only those who could survive the spirit attack would be qualified to take the test. There were only 2 kinds of people who could survive the spirit attack, those with strong spirit power, and those with strong willpower. This would serve as the second threshold. With these 2 thresholds, Angor believed that there wouldn't be too many people taking the test in the end. Neat sighed in relief after hearing Angor's explanation. It would be too chaotic if all the people of suitable age flocked here regardless of their wealth. While they were talking, the sledge had entered the Rue de Widows. He was surprised to see that all the apprentices who were guarding the place had left. Either they got what they wanted and left, or they didn't find anything useful. Angor preferred the second possibility. It happened 3,000 years ago. Even if there was something left behind, it shouldn't have been discovered until now. Since the apprentices had left, Angor didn't need to go to Neat's friend's house right away. Instead, he followed his original plan and checked the wells one by one. As for whether or not he should check Lucas' mansion, he gave up the idea after some consideration. If there really was something strange about it, the people from Song of the Deep would have taken it away long ago. Why would they wait for him to pick it up? Angor checked the first 3 wells in Widow Street one by one. They were all diving wells, so he could easily reach the bottom without finding anything suspicious. Angor could only hope that Neat's friend, the knight's son, would find something useful. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything from the last well either. As for Neat's friend, he was also a mortal who didn't have any talent. After leaving Widow Street, Angor went to check the other areas of Lucas' mansion. There were supernaturals patrolling these areas, but they had all left. He successfully explored the last 6 wells, but in the end, he still didn't find anything. On his way back to New Ross Mansion, Angor was puzzled. Could it be that his judgment was wrong? Lucas didn't jump into his own well, but went to someone else's well to jump into. How could he be so shameless, or perhaps Lucas wasn't lying about jumping into the well, was he? In Lucas's logbook, other things happened after a delay of hundreds or thousands of years, such as the sea of flowers and the wishing tree. Could it be that his jumping into the well was something that happened a long time later? That shouldn't be possible. There were 2 kinds of logbooks. The first kind looked real, such as daily routines, food, and drinks. There was no need to fake them. The other type was obviously imaginary, such as the tearful sea of flowers, the island spirit, and the luminous wishing tree. These were also obvious at a glance, and they all had some kind of imaginary component. Angor considered all these fictional things as some kind of unreliable prophecy. The last entry he wrote about jumping into the well was obviously the first one, which was why Angor had been searching for it so hard. But now, he didn't find anything in all the wells. Angor used his spirit feelers to scan the area, but he couldn't find anything. Could it be that Lucas was lying in the last entry? He couldn't even tell if Lucas was the honest man he claimed to be, or if he was just a liar like everyone else said. That night, Angor thought for a long time and decided to give up on exploring Lucas. There were 3 reasons. First of all, it would be a waste of time. Second of all, a truth-finder wizard was involved. No matter how cautious he would still end up in a dangerous situation. Third of all, he couldn't tell what kind of benefits he would get if he kept going. Lucas' story was complicated, and it felt like there was something fishy going on. But at the same time, Angor couldn't figure out what to do. It was a waste of his brain cells. He might as well save his time, find a talent, and get to the next continent as soon as possible. With that decided, Angor put away Lucas' logbook and began studying the blank poem while waiting for the next day. Early in the morning, Angor arrived at the gate of Ross Mansion when the sun was just about to rise. When he arrived, he found the Earl of New Ross, with his wife and children, standing outside the door in splendid attire. Angor wondered why they were dressed so well. Ross Mansion's wife even had her shoulders exposed. The temperature wasn't high at all. It wasn't snowing, but it was even colder than usual. Angor glanced at them, only to see them looking at him in awe. Angor didn't want to waste time with them. He nodded politely and took out his enchantment tool to draw a spirit shock rune on the gate. About 20 minutes later, the rune was finished. The mysterious patterns flickered with a faint radiance before finally disappearing into the ground. Although it was called spiritual shock, the mageweth was actually an auxiliary mageweth. It was a corner of a large magic array. Usually, it had to be combined with mageweths with catalytic and amplifying effects to adjust the amount of spiritual shock. Even mortals with subhealthy bodies wouldn't be hurt by such a rune. At most, they would faint for a few days. It was quite useful to use it as a threshold to test talent. Angor left the room after finishing the rune. He was going to wait for the other candidates in the room. Neat, who had been watching Angor's work from afar, quickly caught up to Angor. But when he stepped through the gate, he felt like someone kicked him in the head. His body spun around and almost fell to the ground. He cast a spirit barrier around him and used Hand of Spell to lift him inside. I've set up a spirit shockwave barrier on the door. If you want to come in, use the side door. Angor pointed at a door that was usually used by the servants. Neat shook his dizzy head. That mental attack was too frightening. If it wasn't for Sir's help, I would have fainted. Those with strong spirit power can walk in easily. What are you doing out here so early in the morning? Angor asked as he walked forward. What are you doing out here? Speaking of this, Neat sighed slightly. It's the royal family. When the king learned of Sir's existence, he sent a message saying that he would be bringing a few princesses and princes over today. Because of this, my father woke me up in the wee hours of the morning and guarded the gate. It was so cold that I started to doubt my life. Although Neat's words were full of complaints, it couldn't hide his excitement. It was an honor for the Roth family that the king was willing to come in person. I see, Angor replied in a flat tone. He had already arrived at the main hall. Count Ross had put in a lot of effort for the talent test, so much so that he even gave up the main hall for the test. Then why are you here? Aren't you going to wait for the royal family? Angor found a comfortable sofa and sat down. My father thinks that it's better for me to stay by your side and serve you, sir. Actually, Count Ross was giving Neat a chance to show his face. If Neat stayed by Angor's side, he would naturally see Neat during the talent test, which would further confirm the relationship between the Roth family and Sir Wizard. At the same time, Neat's family could also expand their connections. Angor was born a noble, so he knew what Count Ross meant. However, he didn't point it out. Since Count Ross might not return to Ferran in the future, there was no point in establishing a good relationship with him. Still, Angor didn't mind if Count Ross only wanted to use his name. Angor allowed Neat to stay. Neat was smart enough not to disturb Angor. Instead, he waited outside the door. Time passed, and the first batch of testers finally arrived. Without a doubt, they were all from the royal family. The king asked to see Angor at first, but Angor refused. Only a few of his sons came in. However, Angor didn't test them. Instead, he kicked most of them out. Mr. Pad said that he won't accept anyone who hasn't passed the mental shock test, no matter how talented they are. Neat paused for a second and said, Mr. Pad said that he won't accept anyone who hasn't passed the mental shock test, even if they're talented. Since this is your first offense, I'll give you a chance to change your behavior. If you want to take the test, go through the front door. Neat's words angered the royal children. Some of them even gave him a vicious look. However, before he could yell, a seabird in steel armor descended from the sky and trampled him to the ground. At the same time, the seabird released a powerful aura that pressured everyone in the room, including the king and queen. The cold sweat on his back flowed out. They couldn't move their legs at all, as if they were made of lead. Only now did they realize that the person inside was a wizard, not one of the mortals they usually bullied. The door of the inner hall was pushed open, and the long silence was broken. It was Prince 13 who came out. He was the only one who came in through the front door and successfully passed the spirit shock test. He was the most honest one among them. As soon as he showed up, the heavy pressure in the room was finally relieved. The seabird screeched as if it was warning everyone. Then it flapped its wings and flew to the roof, where it stood like a statue and looked into the distance. The prince who was stomped on by Toby had already fainted. It was impossible for him to take the test again. The king ordered his men to take the prince away and looked at Prince 13, who just came out of the inner hall. He didn't like this son of his, but he didn't expect him to be the only honest one among them. Prince 13 shook his head. I don't have talent. The king sighed and asked him to stand behind him. At the same time, he said to his other sons, you can go now. Go through the front door again. Remember, don't try to cheat. The royals nodded and left. Neat glanced at his father. Earl Ross lowered his head with a slightly red face. It was obvious that his father was one of the culprits who let the royals go through the back door. He quietly walked up to Ross and whispered, wizards are powerful. There's no way they can't see through this trick. My lord is very clear. He must know what happened outside. Father, please don't do this again. It won't be good if the lord dislikes you. Earl Ross nodded. He wanted to open the back door for the royals, but he didn't expect it to backfire. After a while, a servant came to report. Unfortunately, all the royals were defeated. Not a single one of them passed the spirit shock test. The king swayed, but he didn't faint because of the queen's support. He didn't expect that no one would pass the spirit shock test. He had heard from Neat that those with strong willpower could also pass the psychic shock test. Did this mean that other than his 13th son, who he looked down on the most, the rest of his children not only did not have enough spiritual power, but also did not have enough willpower? After a moment of dizziness, the king sighed. Let's go back. He looked at Neat and whispered, please apologize to the great wizard for me. If the great wizard has any orders, please don't hesitate to send a message to me. Neat was flattered. He didn't expect the king to speak to him so gently. He quickly nodded. I understand. Don't worry, your majesty. I'll pass on your words to the great wizard. The king left the mansion in shame. The only thing he gained was that his attitude towards the 13th prince had slowly changed. After the royals left, the blockade on the street was lifted. The sons and daughters of the nobles and rich merchants all rushed to the gate of the mansion. Since there were too many people, Earl Ross led a team of knights to the gate to give orders. When the king left, he also left a team of men behind to maintain order and ensure the safety of the people present. Gold coins were the first requirement, while spirit shock was the second. Almost 99% of the people present were stuck at the two thresholds. In the end, not many people were able to enter for the appraisal. Sometimes, even after 10 minutes, no one was able to pass the mental shock threshold. Angor even took a nap during this time. From morning until midnight, he didn't find a single talent. After Meat told everyone that the test was over, the crowd finally stopped. Under the dim light of dusk, Haku, who was wearing a tasseled dress, and Jibra, who was wearing a luxurious golden robe, were both looking down at the dispersing crowd. "So he's the guide who accepted the guide mission," said Haku. She couldn't see Angor with her eyes, but she could sense it with her spirit power. "Yes." Jibra nodded. He didn't come here because he wanted Haku to check on Angor, but he also had some doubts in his mind. Back in Yother City, he already had his doubts about Angor, but he didn't think too much about it. However, after thinking about it for 2 days, he still felt that something was off. He was sure that Angor couldn't get involved in this since the door to the mysterious space was about to open, and the Leviathan was located in the first half of Devil's Water. Even if Angor did go there in time, he wouldn't be able to affect the overall situation. However, his inexplicable intuition made him decide to confirm it again today. Angor didn't do anything else. After resting for a few days, he began to conduct a large-scale talent test. Since he didn't hide anything, there shouldn't be any problems. The talent test went on for 3 consecutive days. On the 4th day, the talent test finally came to an end. Haku, who had been loitering outside Ross Mansion, reported 2 pieces of news to Jibra. Not a single talent? Jibra didn't seem to mind. That's normal. That's why the guide mission is always so daunting. Jibra chuckled. Speaking of which, when I heard that he accepted the guide mission, I really admired him. I've never done it before. It's a difficult and rewarding task. You seem to know him well, sir? Haku asked curiously. Who is he? How come I don't know him? As far as Haku knew, Jibra didn't treat many people in such a manner. Amidst the limited number of people, Hale could not find any faces that corresponded to the apprentices of Earl Ross' residence. He covered his face. You can find out who he is by yourself. Jibra didn't reveal Angor's identity, not because he wanted to keep it a secret. Haku sighed and told Jibra the second piece of news. I heard from one of Ross Mansion's servants that he left the mansion last night. We don't know where he went, and we don't know if he's coming back. He left? Jibra frowned. Yes. I've been keeping an eye on him, but I didn't notice when he left. Haku was frustrated that she couldn't see Angor's whereabouts. However, she quickly put on a serious look and asked in a cautious tone, Sir, I don't know where he is now. Is he, you want to know if he's involved in Lucas' matter? I don't think so. But I can't rule it out completely. Before Jibra could analyze the situation, he sensed a strange energy fluctuation coming from the distance. Jibra and Haku exchanged a glance and looked at the source of the fluctuation at the same time. The source of the fluctuation was near White Oak Mountain, which was a tall mountain next to Lost Paradise City. Clouds of clouds spread out for hundreds of kilometers. They covered the peak of White Oak Mountain in layers. In the eyes of mortals, these clouds looked like a strange, low-hanging rain cloud that covered the peak of White Oak Mountain. However, in the eyes of supernaturals, these clouds were filled with mysterious and powerful energy fluctuations. Moreover, almost all extraordinaires were familiar with this kind of fluctuation. This is an alchemy omen? Bai exclaimed. How could an alchemy omen appear here? Did I sense it wrongly? Jibra grinned. Looks like we were wrong again. He's not involved in Lucas' matter. Instead, he's looking for a place to do alchemy. Haku looked at Jibra in surprise. Sir, Are you saying that the apprentice from Ross Manor is an alchemist? Jibra nodded nonchalantly. This alchemy omen is at least a mid-ranked alchemy product. But he's only a rank 3 apprentice. Bai's heart skipped a beat as a name popped up in her mind. Could it be him? Haku looked at Jibra, hoping to get some confirmation from him. However, Jibra didn't answer. Instead, he kept looking at the omen and tried to recall the books he read about alchemy omens. He wanted to know what kind of alchemy item Angor was working on. Sir, is he Mr. Phantom's student? Bai couldn't help but ask. Jibra muttered in a low voice, he's no longer worthy of being called Mr. Phantom's disciple. Jibra didn't say it out loud, but Bai was sure that Angor was indeed the person she was thinking about. She suddenly felt her mouth going dry. If she knew who this alchemist was, she would have tried everything she could to befriend him. Jibra chuckled as if he saw through Bai's thoughts. Now's the best time to do that. When alchemy omens appeared, alchemists were usually defenseless and could get caught in them. They had to break through the omen first to complete their alchemy. If they approached the alchemist now, they might be able to befriend the alchemist. Of course, there was also the possibility that the alchemist would think that they were intruding on his personal space, which might lead to him becoming an enemy. Bai began to wonder if she should go and check it out. Jibra, on the other hand, didn't have such concerns. He tapped his forehead with a finger, and a miniature whale emerged from his forehead and slowly grew bigger. The single-horned abyss whale's body was huge, but it only grew to about 5 or 6 meters before stopping. Jibra hopped onto the whale's back and looked at Bai. It's an obvious alchemy omen. There's no reason why we shouldn't go. While speaking, Jibra pointed at the dark sky in the distance. Bai placed his mental power on his pupils, and a ray of light flashed across his pale pupils. Following Jibra's finger, she saw a figure flying toward White Oak Mountain. The arms of the figure seemed to be a pair of black wings. That's Shadow Swan. Bai recognized the figure. Let's go. Those people from Summerdew Ridge aren't worried, so why should we? Let's go check it out. Jibra created a water bubble around Bai and pulled her onto the whale's back. After a long turn, the whale flew towards White Oak Mountain. When Jibra and Bai arrived at the top of the mountain, they realized that they couldn't get close to the center of the mountain at all. Even Shadow Swan, who arrived earlier than them, was blocked by the thick layer of clouds. And within the dense clouds, a huge flaming figure was coldly looking at the people outside. Is that the Toby? Helen? Swan looked at the half-lion, half-eagle creature with a puzzled expression. The creature's eyes were red as if it was the embodiment of violence. That's a flame griffin. Jibra slowly approached them. Miss Swan, I see you know who it is as well. Where did you learn that? Swan already noticed Bai and Jibra's presence. She didn't seem surprised at all. There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. There are always clues, aren't there? Jibra chuckled and ignored Swan's ambiguous answer. Instead, he focused on the flame griffin that was looming in and out of the clouds. Looks like Angor already has a reliable guard. Looks like we're doing something unnecessary. With that, Jibra ordered his whale to shrink down and landed on the side of White Oak Mountain with Bai. Swan glanced at the flame griffin and felt a little intimidated by its intimidating aura. Not to mention those strange flames, just the gray mist around the griffin's body was enough to make her fearful. She didn't think she could defeat such a giant creature. Since Jibra had already taken a step back, Swan didn't hesitate and landed on the side of the mountain in her human form. The three of them were waiting for the clouds at the top of White Oak Mountain to dissipate. Toby, who was still in his flame griffin form, looked back at Angor, who was standing in the middle of the clouds. Just like before, Angor was still standing on the same spot. Not far from him, a cloak was floating in the air. The cloak was covered in golden runes, which made it difficult to see what it looked like. The only thing Toby could hear was the rustling of the wind. Toby looked at Angor worriedly. Angor had been immersed in the strange omen for almost half an hour. This had never happened in his previous alchemy experiments. Could there be a problem? While Toby was worrying, Angor finally opened his eyes. However, it wasn't his physical body that woke him up. Instead, he woke up from his dream by the river. When he woke up, the magnificent river in front of his eyes was slowly disappearing. Angor was still in a daze. Anyone who went through a different life would feel this way. He had to start from the beginning. While testing his talent, Angor also spent some time studying the blank poem. He had been working on it for half a year, but he was still stuck at the last rune. Last night, he had a feeling that he had reached the threshold of crafting the item. After the test, Angor found a place with fewer people and planned to draw the blank poem in one go. The poem had 15 runes, and the smallest he could shrink it to was about 1 meter in diameter. In addition, the blank poem had to be kept close to his body to avoid being spied on by the prophet wizards. Therefore, he had decided to make the blank poem into a robe. In order to reduce the margin of error, he decided to make a bigger cloak. As soon as the blank poem was drawn on the cloak, Angor was immediately dragged into the unusual space by the omen. The so-called alchemy omen was actually more of a test for alchemists. It was a test to see if the alchemist could withstand such a heaven-defying item. Last time, Angor went into an unusual space to craft the bracelet with infinite reticence. At that time, he went to a dark, silent place. He had experienced a lonely journey, and on that journey, he understood the meaning of alienation and concealment that the boundless silence represented. Based on that experience, Angor assumed that this time, the cloak with the blank poem on it would also enter an unusual space with the same effect as the magic array. Sure enough, after he entered the dimension, the first thing he saw was an extremely surging river that caused one to feel tiny and tiny in the heart, and it was filled with mighty force. When he saw the river, an idea popped up in his mind. The river of fate. His intuition told him that this river must be the river of fate, one of the 3 major schools of thought worshipped by prophets. The effect of the blank poem was to prevent the prying eyes of prophets, so it was reasonable for the river of fate to appear. It was called a river because the waves inside were flowing in a certain direction. As for whether it was water or not, that was another story. Angor did not know what to do after entering the unusual space, so he could only walk along the river bank. He wanted to find something useful, but the more he walked, the more tired he felt. In the end, he simply fell asleep. After he fell asleep, he somehow entered another person's life. The owner of this life was a strange man who lived in a clock tower. He was an autistic, crazy, and paranoid freak. Due to his personality, the freak never stepped out of the clock tower. However, he liked to stay at the top of the clock tower and peek at the people below with his terrifying eyes while imagining how to kill them. Angor was trapped inside the body of such a freak. He could not control the freak's body, but he could sense the freak's thoughts, spirit, and obsession. It was like a second soul inside the same body. Even though Angor was an independent being, being trapped inside the freak's mind was like falling into a dark swamp. The freak must have sensed Angor's presence as well. However, due to his autistic nature, he never spoke to Angor. Angor was trapped inside the freak's body, but he knew how to get out. There were 2 options. First, he could merge with the freak's soul and accept all of his thoughts and obsessions. Second, he could become a bystander and wait for the freak to die. These were the only 2 ways to break free from the monster's physical restraint. The first option was the fastest, but it also came with a great cost. The freak was immortal, but according to Angor's observation, the freak's mind was filled with all kinds of distracting thoughts. If Angor merged with the freak's soul, he might lose control of his mind. Such extreme thoughts might also cause a drastic change in the freak's personality. Would the freak still be himself if his personality changed? This might all be an unknown problem. Therefore, Angor chose not to merge with the freak's body. Instead, he watched the freak's life as a bystander. During this process, Angor tried to communicate with the freak. Whenever the freak showed signs of madness, Angor would explain his own ideas to him. The freak's ideas were not necessarily wrong, and Angor's own ideas were not necessarily correct either. They were just different standpoints. Angor explained his ideas in the hope that he could get some ideas from the freak. If there was a spark, he might be able to change some of the freak's personality defects, such as being autistic. However, the freak never spoke to him. Angor could feel that the freak knew what he was thinking. In this way, Angor stayed inside the freak's body for 5 years. He knew that he was in a strange dimension, so his concept of time was definitely wrong, but he could clearly feel what the strange man had been through for the past 5 years. The strange man still lived a lonely and autistic life in the clock tower. Every night, he would adjust the clock at midnight. This was his job and also his source of income. When he was adjusting the clock, he would still look down on all living beings, thinking about how to torture and kill them. To him, the life of another person was like a piece of duckweed floating in the ocean. No matter how strong the storm was, no matter how strong the waves were, Angor would just sit on this piece of duckweed and slowly sail to the other side. He thought he would be trapped inside the monster's body for decades. However, on a snowy night in the 5th year, when the strange man was adjusting the clock, he jumped off the building without warning and landed heavily in the snow. The pure white and the seductive red gradually merged together. The strange man closed his eyes as the crowd around him exclaimed in surprise. Angor knew that he should be able to leave the monster's bondage. Suddenly, the strange man who never responded to him spoke to him in his mind. "You're weird, you're weird." At the last moment of his life, the strange man broke through the wall of autism and whispered to Angor in confusion. Angor always thought the strange man was weird, but the strange man thought he was weird. They both lived in the same body, but they were still two sides of the same mirror. Perhaps the person in the mirror only felt what was on the surface. As the snowflakes fell from the sky, he once again heard the roaring of the river of fate. Then, he woke up. Angor remained silent for a long time. Even when the river of fate slowly disappeared, he did not react. Instead, he was trying to digest the strange life experience he just experienced. It took him a long time to regain his senses. He was no longer at the bank of the river of fate. Instead, he was in a dark and empty world. The only light in this world was the giant clock that kept ticking above his head. This clock was a roulette. When the needle inside moved, the outer gears of the roulette also moved slowly. The gears were connected to an unknown space, so Angor had no idea what their rotation meant. But he had a vague idea about the name of the clock, the Wheel of Time. Just like the River of Fate, the Wheel of Time was one of the 3 major schools of divination. Angor wondered if he had to go through the tests of all 3 schools of divination in order to create an item to draw a blank poem. While he was thinking, he heard a strange laugh coming from the top of the Wheel of Time. Angor looked up. He could not use any cantrips or fly, so he could only watch from afar. There seemed to be a dark figure sitting at the top of the Wheel of Time. Angor could not see the man's face clearly. Perhaps he was trying to hide it. All Angor could see was a shadow. "Who are you?" Angor asked in confusion. The figure did not answer. Instead, he laughed even more happily. After a while, the figure on the clock spoke again. "Too bad you chose to wait. Wouldn't it be faster if you just fuse with it?" Angor was surprised. Was the figure talking about the strange life he went through? "That's right, young man." The figure's tone was a little cocky. "I don't want to be changed," Angor considered and answered. The black shadow said. "But, every time you go to a place, every time you meet a person, every time you experience something, when you make a choice, aren't you changing your past self?" Angor frowned. The figure was trying to argue. "The you of yesterday is not who you are today." The figure suddenly laughed. "The future you imagined when you were young was not what you are today, right? Moreover, ask yourself honestly, have you lived the way you wanted to live? Is your current appearance the one you used to like? You're changing the concept. Even if I'm living the life I hated, it's still my own choice." Angor looked at the figure in confusion. Was this a test from the Wheel of Time? The figure seemed to be able to read minds. Instead of continuing the previous topic, he said, "Wrong. The Wheel of Time didn't ask you to do this. I gave you the choice." "What choice?" Angor didn't know what the shadow was talking about. "You've already made your choice. That's what I said earlier. Between fusing and waiting, you chose the latter. But what does that have to do with what I'm doing now?" Angor was confused. The figure chuckled in a strange manner. "Since you chose to wait, I'll take the other choice away." "Huh?" Angor's head was full of question marks. What did he mean by take the other choice away? "My test is over. I can only take away one of your past choices, but it's still delicious." The figure's body suddenly turned into a black dot and was about to disappear. "Who are you?" Angor shouted. What do you mean by take away the other choice? A faint reply came from the void. My real name is Long. I prefer to be called Cassini. You people from the Adept realm often refer to me as Time. The figure's voice was getting smaller and smaller. Angor could not make out the words clearly. He only knew that the figure's name was Cassini. As the figure disappeared, so did the giant wheel of time. His surroundings began to change as well. He thought he was going to experience the last of the 3 major divination techniques, the world string. But he did not. As the void around him disappeared, a door appeared in front of him. Behind the door, he could already vaguely see the cloak that could not wait to rush out of the shackles of the golden patterns. Angor stepped out of the door, and everything behind him became nothing more than a bubble. At the same time, when he slowly opened his eyes, the clouds surrounding him dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a strange energy surged into his cloak. At the last moment, he had achieved great success. The 3 people on the hillside also saw the changes happening at the top of the mountain. They also sensed a spirit wave scanning the area. It's done, Haku muttered. Also, judging from the energy wave and the omen, it's at least a mid-tier alchemy product, Swan added. Half-tier? Haku looked at the changing clouds with a surprised look. Does that mean he's one step closer to becoming a master alchemist? Swan sighed. I didn't believe it until now, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I have to believe it. Haku sighed. Even the most powerful alchemist in Song of the Deep could only refine a half-step advanced alchemy item. If Angor joined Song of the Deep, he would be treated even better than a wizard. Brood Cavern sent an alchemy genius like him, and they even gave him the most troublesome job of all. I don't understand. Jibra, who had been silent all this time, jumped onto the whale's back. Time to go, Haku. Aren't we going to meet him, sir? Didn't you feel that spirit wave scanning the area? I don't care if he's grateful or disgusted. He already knows we're here, and that's enough. Do you think he has time for a new alchemy product? Swan sneered at Haku as she turned her arms into black feathers. Then, she flew away from Haku's side. Haku also jumped onto the whale's back and followed Jibra. Of course, Angor noticed the 3 people on the hillside. He thought there would be a tough fight waiting for him. But when Toby told him about them and saw them leaving without hesitation, Angor understood what they were trying to do. It was probably just to curry favor with her and gain some face recognition. The woman with white eyes and a fish scale tattoo on her earlobe should be an apprentice of Song of the Deep. As for the purple-haired woman whose arms turned into a pair of black wings, she reminded Angor of another group of people mentioned by Gurman. Summerdew Ridge, huh? Angor wondered. Judging from the atmosphere when they left, Summerdew Ridge and Song of the Deep didn't seem to be on good terms. He thought the 2 organizations were working together, but it seemed that they weren't. Since they were gone, Angor didn't think too much about it. He put the cloak back into his bracelet, summoned Toby, and flew back to Ross Mansion. He was curious about the effect of the cloak, but he didn't check it out in the wild because of Jibra's appearance. On their way back, Toby chirped at Angor out of curiosity. Why did the omen last so long this time? Angor repeated Toby's question. Half an hour? That's a bit too long for an alchemy omen. But I spent a lot more time in the omen space. Thinking about the omen space, Angor couldn't help but think about the shadow he saw in the Wheel of Time. Who was that? Was he a virtual character created by the omen space to test Angor's luck? Angor thought about the omen space he entered when crafting the bracelet. There was a lively town inside, and the people in the town were all characters created by the omen. But Angor still felt that something was wrong. Cassini mentioned that his real name was too long, and he preferred people to call him Cassini. However, would a fictional character add a specific persona for himself? Also, what did Cassini mean by taking away his choice? Angor had already made his choice. How could Cassini take away the other choice he gave up? Cassini once told him that he could only take away one of your past choices, but it's still very tasty. Take away, past choice. Did this mean that Cassini could still take away his future choices? Or was he just deliberately mystifying things? The premise of these doubts was that Cassini was not a character created by the phenomenon space. If Cassini was the avatar inside the dimension, then Angor didn't need to care about what he said at all. Unfortunately, he couldn't even figure out the answer. Still, at least he knew the name of the man. This was a clue that he could ask Master Mitra about when he met him again. At the same time, inside a rose garden in Brute Cavern, accompanied by the elegant fragrance of the flowers, Dave was immersed in the test that Leona gave him. The test included many items, including Dave's understanding of alchemy knowledge, the breadth of his thinking, and many experimental alchemy experiments. Most of the knowledge contained in the test was beyond Dave's knowledge. At least, Dave never learned them before. Fortunately, Leona had given him half a year to figure out the answers. Through the research in the Cloud Library and his own personal opinions, he was able to overcome many of the tests. However, the information in the Cloud Library was not free. In just a few months, he had spent almost 6,000 to 7,000 magical crystals, which was almost impossible for David in the past. But he had no choice. He had to try his best to pass the test. This test would determine whether he could become Leona's disciple or not. Speaking of which, Dave should be thankful for Angor's help. Lady Leona took a liking to him because he helped Angor sell the music box. That was how the test came to be. And now, the test had come to an end. Dave turned to the last page of the test. Dave was surprised. There was only one line on the page. What's your future goal? Apothecary or tooling? What's your field? Aroma crafting, of course. You're a mayfly, aren't you? Isn't that obvious? I really wonder if my dear master is cursed. Why would she give you the chance to become her student? With a rhythmic tone and vicious words, a large rose with a mouth and teeth came out from the mouth of a large rose with a mouth and teeth. This bright red rose was in the middle of the garden, right next to the stone table where David was sitting. Because of its flowery tongue, the flower did not have the elegance of a rose. Instead, it was filled with an obscene aura. Jack Sue, can you shut up? Dave narrowed his eyes and glared at the rose. The rose named Jack Sue still had her mouth wide open and kept saying, "Don't you know what master is good at? Do you still want to study tooling? Come on, if you don't want to be her student, leave now. Every time I see you in the rose garden, it's like salt in the morning dew." Jack Sue kept mocking Dave. However, Dave had gotten used to Jack Sue's personality over the past few months. Apart from its vicious mouth, Jack Sue's heart was also vicious. However, Dave had been spending most of his time either in Prom's alchemy shop or in the rose garden. Now that Jack had found someone to complain to, and they had spent more time together, Dave could feel that Jack cared about him from time to time. Like now. Jack Sue's words were harsh, but it was seriously giving Dave advice. Dave wasn't sure what he should choose in the future. Originally, he was determined to walk the path of synthesis and tooling, but this was also due to Master Prom's influence. As Jack Sue said, Master Leona was better at making aroma crafting potions. He wanted to be her student, so apothecary was obviously better than tooling. But was he going to give up on tooling? Dave didn't want to. However, this was the last test Master Leona gave him. She wanted to see if Dave was suitable to be her student. Perhaps apothecary was the right choice. Dave's mind was in a mess. He hesitated for a long time but still couldn't write it down. Jack Sue kept nagging, which made Dave even angrier. Out of instinct, he took out his weapon and slammed it on the table. "Shut up." With a clang, Jack shut his mouth, and David gasped for air. Only then did he realize that he had taken out a tang knife. It was a tang saber he made himself. It carried a sharp and cold aura. Back then, even Leona had praised him. Tang saber. David looked at the tang saber, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. He spent half an hour looking at it. In the end, Jack Sue swung its thorny body and stabbed the back of Dave's hand, which woke him up. According to the previous plot development, David would pinch the back of his hand that had been stabbed and chase after Jack Sue in the garden. However, today's plot seemed to have taken a detour. After David woke up, he ignored Jack Sue and quickly wrote a row of words on the paper. Tooling, synthesis. That was his answer. Dave thought for a long time and chose tooling in the end. It was Master Prom who led him to this path, but as he went deeper into his research, he realized that he really liked tooling. Only deep love could motivate him to move forward. Dave remembered the first time he met Angor. Angor was the one who tricked Toby into giving him an experimental device. Dave knew that the device was useless, but he still looked forward to it because it was his hobby. Another example would be the icy Tang saber. It was also because of his deep passion that he neglected sleep and food for a long time before it was finally born. Without love, Dave believed that he would become a mediocre person if he made a choice against his own will. After making his choice, Dave sighed in relief. Jiaxu saw the answer on the paper and did not say anything else. Are you sure you want tooling? Let me remind you again. My master is best at making perfumes. Dave nodded again. I'm going to choose tooling. I like tooling. As for apothecary or perfumery, I'll take it as a minor in the future. Right now, I'm more interested in tooling. A minor? Jiaxu said coldly, maybe you won't be able to wait until that day. The time thief will steal all your choices. Time thief? What's that? Dave was puzzled. Jiaxu, that is a legendary figure that you will never come into contact with. If you really do meet the time thief, congratulations, you already have the potential to step onto the path of truth. Dave still did not understand. What did this have to do with his choice? Before Jiaxu could answer, Leona showed up at the side of the garden. It has nothing to do with your choice. Jiaxu just wants to tell you that as time goes by, variables will appear all the time. If you make one choice, you'll have to give up another one. When you try to find the one you gave up before, the variables will make it impossible for you to pick it up again. Are you saying that if I choose tooling, I can't learn apothecary in the future? Of course not. I'm just saying that every choice you make is important. Leona looked straight into Jiaxu's eyes. Are you sure you want to choose tooling? Dave was a bit surprised by Leona's serious expression. After a while, he nodded firmly. Yes. Leona stared at Dave for a long time. Suddenly, she smiled. Very good. You are my disciple from now on. Here is your poster. Leona took out a poster from her space and threw it to David. The poster drew an arc in the air. Under the sunlight, it shone with a golden light. Countless choices lead to countless paths. There were countless paths, but there would always be one that led to the truth. Am I here to eliminate the wrong path for you, or steal the right one from you? That's a multiple-choice question, young man. The figure standing on the other side of the river of time looked at Sunders with a smile. Sunders abruptly opened his eyes when he saw Sunders looking at him. In front of him was a charred land. The dilapidated walls and ruins were enough to show how prosperous this area used to be. This was the hinterland of Abyss Plain, an outpost city built by humans to resist the invasion of Abyss Plain. Unfortunately, the city was attacked by demons thousands of years ago. The city was turned into ruins, and the humans were reduced to skeletons. What's wrong, Sunders? An old man with white eyebrows walked out of a magic hut. Sunders was stunned for a moment. It's nothing. I just had a dream, said Sunders. Cantor, we haven't entered the Abyss Plain yet. You still have a chance to leave. The Gravity Forest people have left. You don't need to stay here. The old man with white eyebrows was Sunders' old friend and the current leader of Lilith's clan. People called him Eventide Cantor. Cantor shook his head. The Gravity Forest wizards can't stop you. Song of the Deep is the real problem. If Maya sent me a message, she must have foreseen something dangerous. But why hasn't Song of the Deep shown up yet? Something must be holding them back. Sunders sighed. Mr. Monkey wanted to invite you. Now that you're involved in this mess, it'll be hard for you to get away. Sunders was trying to comfort Cantor, but his eyes were filled with gratitude. He didn't expect Cantor to help him. He wasn't afraid of Song of the Deep, but that didn't mean he could beat them all by himself. With Cantor's help, he could relax a lot. It's fine. Keely is growing up. She's enough to take care of Lilith's clan. At this point, Cantor's eyes were filled with nostalgia. I'm a bachelor now, and I have nothing to worry about. Even if I agree to Sir Monchi's request, it doesn't matter. If Sir Monchi succeeds in becoming a legend, I'll be able to find my future path. Still, Mr. Monkey, you're quite brave. You even dared to target the descendant of a demon god. If he really enters the legendary realm because of this, it's hard to say whether he can escape from the hands of the devil god. Cantor also understood this. Whether Manchi succeeded or failed, he would definitely incur the wrath of the demon god. At that time, all of them who were involved would be in danger. But there's nothing we can do about it. We're stuck in a quagmire. It's hard to get out. Cantor sighed. Both of them fell into silence. After a while, Cantor said, "Let's not talk about this. You said you had a dream?" I remembered Maya once said that a wizard's dream had some sort of premonition. Looking at how absent-minded you were earlier, you couldn't have dreamt of the demon god Calamity, right? Sunders pondered for a moment and shook his head. The great demon Calamity is inevitable. Mr. Monkey's stubbornness will only bring disaster to the south. So you didn't dream of the demon god Calamity? Then what did you dream of? Cantor narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me it's about your little student? You mean Angor? Why do you think so? I heard about him on my way here. He's famous these days. He sold a music box for a whopping 200,000 magic crystals. Now, he's really famous. Keely is very motivated because of this. She doesn't want to lose to him. Cantor was puzzled. I'm curious too. What kind of music box could fetch such a high price? Sunders grinned. The music box he used for the auction is already the most basic one. You haven't seen his real strength yet. His true power? Cantor was surprised. Sunders thought about the music boxes that were fused with mystery objects and sighed. The entire wizarding world will be shocked if he shows his true power. Cantor didn't know what to say for a long time. Sunders suddenly took out a blue diamond-shaped object from his ear stud and handed it to Cantor. You're curious about the music box in the auction, right? It's called Monument Loop. It's similar to the alchemy illusion he sold at Old Ruin. Since you're an old friend, I'll lend it to you for a few days. Cantor took the object and studied it. Well made. It's starting to look like a master's work. Cantor put away the monument loop and asked again, You haven't told me what you dreamed of yet. Was it Angor? Sunders shook his head. No. I dreamed of the time thief. The time thief? Cantor gasped. He's here again? What choice did he steal from you? The past, the present, or the future? Sunders shook his head again. My past choice. So be it. He doesn't care about my current choices. As for my future choices, it's not time for him to take them yet. You're right. The time thief wants to steal the choices that can lead you to the truth, Cantor said. Cantor also reacted. After marking you, no matter how bad it is, it will have to wait until you become a legend before the time thief will patronize you. Sunders told Cantor about his dream. It happened when he met the time thief by accident when he was a young man. Cantor had heard it countless times, but every time he heard it, he felt envious. You sound regretful, don't you? Sunders grumbled. Of course I am. I've never met the time thief before. There was a legend in the wizarding world that said everyone who met the time thief was a seed of potential. The time thief's visit and mark meant that you could reach the truth in the future. From another perspective, it also proves that your talent is not ordinary. Also, the time thief said that he wanted to steal choices. But in fact, he gave the choice to the marked person. The time thief only stole the choices you gave up. As for whether the choices you gave up had the right path, it was up to you to make the right choice. More importantly, once the time thief stole your choices, he would compensate you accordingly regardless of whether they were correct or not. It was similar to the equivalent exchange between wizards. It was a forced trade, but you still had the initiative. The path to the truth is also relative. One path is for me, and the other one is for you. Each path can lead you to the other side. That's why I don't believe that I'm destined to reach the truth in the future. Sunders didn't care at all. You think everyone has a chance to reach the truth? That's just a theory. But don't forget, in the process of life's growth, every choice will affect the outcome of the future. Maybe some people have already thrown the truth to the corner when they first made the choice. Cantor said. Anyway, if the time thief came to visit me, I'd laugh my head off. Then, I'll ask him to quickly take the choices that I discarded in the past and exchange them for some benefits for me. Sunders shook his head with a smile. Cantor's words reminded him of the time when they were traveling together hundreds of years ago. They were young and carefree, and they could become hot-blooded at any time. Unfortunately, they wasted their time and gave up many things, including some choices that they had to give up. Maya said that the dream of a wizard might be an omen, Cantor said. Speaking of which, why did you dream of the time thief at this time of all times? Cantor asked. Who knows? Maybe he has his eyes on some unlucky bastard again. Sunders stood up. Let's go. I feel better after a good night's sleep. Let's cross the line today and enter the abyss plane. A certain unlucky bastard was hiding in a dark basement, staring at the cloak in his hand with wide eyes. What's going on? Angor shook his head. Did I see it wrong? Or is there something wrong with the server of Narda's vision? Angor closed his eyes and waited for a long time before opening them again. He restarted the server in his mind space, which was filled with Narda's algorithm, and activated Narda's vision. In Angor's vision, countless data streams rose from the cloak. 90% of them were known data, while the remaining 10% were unknown. They were all gathered in the server and began to calculate. Angor didn't care about the known data for now. The remaining 10% puzzled him. He took all possible consequences into consideration when crafting the cloak. Why was there still 10% unknown? A moment later, Narda's vision showed the cloak's effect. Just like what he tested earlier, the effect of the cloak changed again. First of all, the cloak was now at the peak of intermediate level, half a step away from reaching advanced. Next was its effect. Blank poem, shielding aura. When activated, it can block the prying eyes of the three major divination schools. Just like the enchantment encyclopedia said, blank poem's shielding effect was within Angor's expectations. It required energy to activate the blank poem. In addition, due to the material used, the cloak also had some properties such as toughness, fire and water resistance, and self-cleansing. The effect of the cloak should have ended here. However, when the server checked the effect of the cloak, it showed a strange string of data. Even the gaze of a legendary will not work in front of you. Being stared at will consume a large amount of energy. This was a one-time effect. This extra effect meant that the cloak's aura could prevent him from being detected by legendary creatures. It was a one-time effect, but it still had a powerful effect. Angor was glad to see this unexpected effect, but he had no idea where it came from. Did he activate a special effect of some kind of magic material? Many of the materials he used were tiered, but they shouldn't be able to block the gaze of a legendary being. Angor couldn't figure it out. He even wanted to try making a new one. However, he didn't have enough materials, and he was on a continent ruled by mortals, so he had to give up. At least this effect was better than nothing. Angor looked at the cloak in front of him again. The bottom of the cloak was pure black with faint dark golden patterns. When the wind blew, the golden patterns would float in the air. The inner lining was bright red. It was made from the fur of a high-quality fire rat, which could keep the cloak warm and clean. The golden shoulder cover was attached to the right shoulder, and there was a tear-shaped crystal attached to the end. The crystal was both a pendant and a subspace artifact. The cloak could be stored inside the crystal at any time. At the same time, the cloak's power source was also inside the crystal. The cloak only had 3 colors: black, dark golden, and bright red. However, these 3 colors happened to belong to nobles. Together with the golden patterns on the bottom, the cloak looked good. It suited Angor's taste. It was neither ostentatious nor dull. Angor was quite satisfied with the overall design of the cloak. However, Nano, the original designer of the cloak, would probably be pissed. Before Angor and Nano decided on the design, Nano decided to use bright purple on the inner lining, grass green on the bottom, and bright red patterns on the bottom. Nano was probably the only one who dared to use such bold colors. Angor was quite satisfied with both the appearance and the effect of the cloak. What he needed to test now was how long the blank poem could last when activated. Angor took out a magic crystal from his bracelet and placed it near the tear-shaped pendant. The magic crystal naturally melted into the pendant. As the power source gradually filled up, the tear-shaped pendant suddenly began to flash with a faint golden light. After putting on the cloak, Angor activated the blank poem magic array. At the same time, the golden light on the tear-shaped pendant turned into countless light ribbons and merged into the cloak. Angor didn't feel any change in his surroundings under the effect of the blank poem. There was no energy fluctuation either. However, he somehow felt safe. If he didn't notice that the energy inside the magic crystal was decreasing, he wouldn't even know that the blank poem was working. Based on the rate of energy loss, he estimated that one magic crystal could last for 3 days if he fully activated blank poem. One magic crystal could last for more than 70 hours, which seemed pretty good. But after some careful calculation, one would know how big of a debt this was. No one knew when a prophet would come to make a prophecy about him, so for his own safety and that of his family, he had to wear it for a long time without taking it off. In other words, he had to change a magical crystal every 3 days, and there was a 99% chance that the magical crystals he consumed would not be of any use. It was a complete waste of money. If it were any other apprentice, they probably wouldn't be able to handle this kind of money-burning speed. Luckily, he still had a lot of magic crystals, so he could maintain the spell for a long time. Still, Angor felt sorry for her. Since he had already activated blank poem, he didn't plan to turn it off again. From now on, he would keep the spell as effective as possible. Luckily, blank poem was an aura effect, so he did not need to wear it 24/7. The cloak was stored in the teardrop pendant, and it could still be used. However, the range of the aura would be greatly reduced, and it could only shield him. Experiment done. Angor stretched his back and took out his personal notebook to record the results of today's crafting. Among the notes, Angor focused on Cassini, as well as the strange effect of the cloak. These questions would have to be solved in the future. When Angor put away the notebook, he came up with a name for the cloak. Crimson Night Shelter. The outer cover of the cloak was the color of night, while the inner cover was the color of blood. It also prevented prophecies from prying. This was why Angor gave it such a name. Angor felt quite happy about it. He would only realize how silly he was when he read the notebook again in the future. With Crimson Night Shelter completed, he would not have to worry about anything for now. The rats and ants would not be able to find him anymore. His tense nerves finally relaxed. Thanks to the blank poem, Angor finally had a good night's sleep. His dream was blank, and he felt as if he was back in his mother's arms. The gentle chanting sounded in his ears. It was like the sound of nature, dispelling all the negative and evil invasions. The next morning, Angor felt better than ever. All the complicated thoughts in his mind were gone. It was as if he had been reborn. Angor thought about his dream last night and realized why the magic array was called blank poem. It was still a snowy day. Angor woke up and drove his gondola to an uninhabited mountain range several thousand kilometers away from Lost Paradise City. He found a flat and quiet place, took out all kinds of materials and alchemy tools, and began his alchemy today. Halfway through the alchemy process, another alchemy anomaly appeared. However, he was already familiar with the omen and managed to get through it without much trouble. When the omen disappeared, he found a gray feather in front of him that did not seem to belong to this world. It was a feather he crafted specifically for Toby. Compared to Snowy Feather, he named it Gloomy Feather. It was a low-tier mid-tier item. Both the Rat Ant Society and Jibra were able to detect Angor's presence because Toby's presence was too strong. Therefore, Angor crafted this feather with the infinite reticence engraved on it. This way, Toby would be less likely to be noticed if he needed to track Angor again. The feather was placed inside Toby's chest feather, which perfectly blended with the surroundings. At the same time, Toby's presence slowly faded away. If Angor did not keep an eye on Toby all the time, he would have forgotten about Toby's existence. Let's go. Angor called back Toby, who was still very excited about his new toy, and hopped onto gondola again. Now that the gloomy feather was finished, Angor planned to leave Lost Paradise City. He came to Lost Paradise to look for clues about Lucas' whereabouts. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything after searching for a long time. Plus, Jibra's spies were keeping an eye on him, so he gave up trying to find Lucas' whereabouts. Since he couldn't find any talents here, staying in Lost Paradise City would only be a waste of time. It was better for him to go to Yother City and leave Faran with Tulu. Before leaving, however, he planned to visit Ross Mansion first. He promised Neat that he would give him the blue water before leaving, and he would not go back on his word. Gondola traveled quickly and arrived at White Oak Mountain in just a few minutes. Angor put away the gondola and quickly headed to Ross Mansion. A moment later, he arrived at the silver-covered mansion and floated in the air. The crimson barrier behind him was still rattling in the wind. Using his spirit feelers, Angor saw Neat chatting with a young girl in the backyard. Angor quickly landed beside Neat. Neat was startled at first, but he quickly stepped forward and bowed to Angor together with the girl. "How may I help you, sir?" Neat asked politely. Angor glanced at Neat and the young girl next to him. Both of them were blushing, and their eyes were filled with something else. "Sorry for interrupting your fun." Angor chuckled. Neat cleared his throat. "You must be joking, sir. Sana and I are just," Neat didn't know what to say. Instead, it was Sana who spoke first. "Sir Wizard, I'm just a gardener in Snow Jasmine Garden. I have nothing to do with Mr. Neat." Neat quickly shook his head. "Sana, Sana looked a little disappointed. She was only a servant while Neat was a young noble. Even if they had feelings for each other, it was hard for them to stay together." Angor watched them for a while and understood what was going on. A young noble fell in love with the daughter of a gardener at first sight. That's enough. I'll leave you to it. Angor stopped them from talking to each other. "I'm here to give you this." A bottle containing a light blue liquid fell into Neat's hand. Neat was delighted to see the bottle and quickly thanked Angor. Angor gestured for him to stop. He then looked at Sana. "You said you're a gardener in Snow Jasmine Garden?" Sana nodded. Angor frowned. Muya's notes clearly stated that Muya loved Snow Jasmine Garden the most, so she lived in Snow Jasmine Garden for the rest of her life. Was this Snow Jasmine Garden the same as the previous one? "Where's Snow Jasmine Garden?" Angor asked. "Sir, this is Snow Jasmine Garden," Neat answered before Sana could answer. Angor looked around and didn't see any buildings. There were only purple flowers that stood tall in the snow. These were snow jasmine flowers. Suddenly, Angor noticed a corner of the garden. There was a well covered by dried grass. Angor looked away and asked Neat, "Since when did your family settle here?" Neat didn't understand why Mr. Pat was suddenly interested in the Ross family. But he was quick to react. "The Amram Empire has been embroiled in wars for the past 3,000 years, but Lost Paradise City has never been affected. Our territory is in Winter Domain, thousands of kilometers away from here, but we've been living here since the Age of Gold." "So you've been living here for 3,000 years? Neat nodded. Yes. He wasn't sure if this was the Shelley Garden mentioned in Moya's handwritten notes. Angor suddenly recalled that Moya once had a relationship with Lucas, and she even gave birth to a child for him. When Lucas was mocked by everyone as a liar and decided to end his life in despair, would he come to Muya at the last moment to see his son? If he really came to look for Muya, would he jump into the well out of sadness? Angor's curiosity got the better of him as he walked toward the well covered by dried grass. Neat and Sana followed them. Sana was still confused, but when Neat saw Pat standing next to the well, he immediately remembered the 2 days when they were searching for the well. "Is this well more than 3,000 years old?" Angor looked at Neat. Neat hesitated. "I think so, but I'm not sure." Angor then looked at Sana. "Why is this covered with dried grass?" "It's been abandoned for a long time. There's no water in it, but there's a storage room down there. We used it as a cellar to store our vegetables. The grass is used to prevent anything dirty from getting in and spoiling the vegetables." Neat seemed to have remembered something as well. "I remember now. When I was a kid, I went down there for fun. It was full of vegetables. I was too young to get up there. I cried for a long time before Aunt Neville found me and carried me up." "Oh, so my mother saved your life." Sana glanced at Neat. Neat scratched his head and chuckled. Angor used his spirit feelers to check the well while they were talking. It was only about 10 meters deep. As Sana said, there was a small path down there, which probably led to the storage room she mentioned. According to Neat, the storage room should have been here a long time ago. Could it have been here since 3,000 years ago? Angor stood at the mouth of the well and pondered. He already decided not to get involved with Lucas' business, but the well was right in front of him, and no one from Song of the Deep or Summerdew Ridge was watching him. It wouldn't take him long to check it out. Just to satisfy my curiosity, Angor muttered to himself. There was no harm in going down there since there was no danger. I'll go check it out. You guys stay outside. Angor spoke to Neat. With that, Angor pushed the dried grass away and jumped into the well. Sana curiously looked at the well and whispered to Neat, "Why did Mr. Wizard jump down?" Neat looked at Xianxia and made a shushing gesture. "Whatever Mr. Wizard does has nothing to do with you or me. Remember, don't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, you won't just end up dead." Neat knew that there were a lot of servants who liked to sell information about Mr. Pat, so he told Sana this just in case. Angor was still paying attention to the bottom of the well. When he heard Neat and Xianxia's conversation, he curled his lips into a smile and walked toward a small path nearby. The path was about 5 or 6 meters long. The wall of the path was smooth and covered with glowing fluorites. Angor wondered if the Ross clan's territory had remained the same for 3,000 years. But there might be some changes in the ground due to some external factors. The storage room under the well couldn't have been preserved for so long. The path looked new as well, which meant it wasn't built long ago. Again, he had to return empty-handed. Angor pondered. Soon, he arrived at the storage room. As Xianxia said, the room was filled with vegetables and stored food. The small room was only about 10 square meters in size, so Angor could easily see everything inside. He looked around the room and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Even if there were traces left behind by Lucas, they must have been lost in the passage of time. Angor was about to leave, but he didn't want to give up so easily, so he stopped and checked the room again. This time, Angor asked Toby to use the sequence of gravity to lift all the vegetables from the ground. When all the baskets and boxes were emptied, Angor took a closer look and still didn't find anything out of the ordinary. However, when Angor used his spirit feelers to check carefully, he noticed a line of tiny graffiti at the bottom of the wall facing the path. Angor moved closer and noticed that the wall was covered with something greasy. Using the cleansing spell, it took him nearly 5 or 6 minutes to remove the stains that had accumulated for an unknown number of years. It was also at this moment that the graffiti traces that he had detected with his psychic tentacles were revealed. When he looked over, his eyes widened and his pupils shrank a little. It was a line of words, but Angor was too familiar with the handwriting. Even though the words were a little crooked because they were carved on the wall, the trajectory of some of the strokes was exactly the same as the handwriting in Lucas's logbook. So this place really has something to do with Lucas. Angor's heart began to race again. He already had a hunch that this was the place where so many people from Summerdew Ridge and Song of the Deep were looking for. He calmed himself down and began to read the book word by word. With my soul, I hope. It was only a short line of words, but the meaning was vague. What was Lucas trying to say? He thought for a moment and tried to recall if he could find something similar in the books he read before. But there was none. Could it be that this sentence actually means what it says? He considered enchanted spirit mantra in his mind. Soon, his soul, which looked like a real body, crawled out of his body. As soon as his soul left his body, Angor immediately felt something wrong. The originally empty wall was suddenly filled with countless patterns. These patterns were shining brightly in his soul state. So it's the literal meaning, Angor muttered to himself. While muttering to himself, he looked at the runes on the wall, which were familiar to him. They were all runes. However, these runes were different from the ones Angor used for enchantment. They were more similar to those used by rune warlocks. Angor didn't know the meaning of these runes, but it wasn't a difficult task. He just needed to figure out the meaning of each rune. A moment later, Angor had a general idea of the runes in his mind. He returned to his body and left the well. But before he left, he erased the words that Lucas had engraved. Angor didn't care if this was the place where he could uncover Lucas' secret. He didn't want to share it with anyone. He stayed in the well for a long time this time. When he came out, he saw Neat looking at him with a puzzled look. So the well Mr. Pat was looking for was the one in his house? But what exactly was the meaning of the well below? Angor glanced at Neat. Sometimes, the more you know, the more dangerous you'll be. Neat, Sana, come with me. I have something to tell you. Neat's face paled. He glanced at Sana, who was still confused, and gulped. Is Mr. Pat going to kill me for knowing too much? Angor asked them to come with him because he needed to keep the well of Shelley Garden a secret. Before this, he took Neat to look for the well. Since they couldn't find any clues, Angor didn't care if Neat told others about it. However, when he confirmed that the well in Shelley Garden was indeed related to Lucas, and that it was most likely the well that Lucas had recorded in his diary that he had jumped into, then the matter of confidentiality should be brought up. As for killing Neat, well, Angor didn't think about it. There were cruel ways to deal with things, and there were gentle ways to deal with them. Neat already left a good impression on Angor, so he didn't need to kill Neat to keep his mouth shut. Neat's heart almost jumped out of his chest when he arrived at Angor's temporary room with trepidation. You look scared? Angor asked in a plain tone. Neat quickly shook his head. He looked down and saw Neat holding Xianxia's hand because he was too nervous and scared. Sana didn't look scared at all. Instead, she blushed because Neat was holding her hand so tightly. Taking advantage of a lady for personal reasons? That's not something a noble would do, Angor teased. Sana blushed even harder when she heard Angor's words. She pushed Neat's hand away and stepped away from him. Neat, on the other hand, was taken aback. Alright, I asked you to come because I have something important to tell you. Don't worry, it won't be dangerous. Neat and Sana looked at Angor in surprise. In the next second, their eyes began to blur. Streaks of nightmare aura emerged from Angor's fingertips and went into their foreheads. Angor didn't stay idle while traveling on the sea. He learned a lot about the basic illusions of all major schools of illusionist. Through basic illusions, Angor was able to alter their original memories and create a new chain of memories for what happened today. Sana's memories were easier to modify. Angor only needed to shorten the few minutes he spent in the well. Neat's memories, on the other hand, needed more time since he had to change all the memories of them searching for the well together. 10 minutes later, Angor snapped his fingers and woke both of them up. Neat's mind went blank for a second. Then, when he saw the blue water in his hand, he remembered that he was chatting with Xianxia by the well when Mr. Pat suddenly showed up and told them to come here. Then, Mr. Pat gave him the blue water. Thank you, sir. Neat looked at Angor with gratitude. I'll be leaving in a couple of days. I saw you and Xianxia getting along quite well. Do you need me to put in a few good words for you to Count Ross? Sana blushed in embarrassment. Neat finally realized that Mr. Pat had brought Sana here just to help them out. Sana's identity made it difficult for them to stay together. But if Mr. Pat could help them, it would be a great help. Neat nodded without hesitation. Thank you so much, sir. I'll put in a few words for you before I leave. I'm a bit tired now, so you can leave now. After Neat and Sana left happily, Angor took out a pen and paper and began to analyze the runes he just recorded. Each corner of a rune had its own meaning. It could be nature, living creatures, or images. As long as one mastered the basic runes, they could basically reverse the direction of most runes. Of course, such a method could only give one a general idea of the rune's effect. It would be impossible to completely replicate the rune. A rune had its own writing path. If the writing order was wrong, the final rune would be different. What Angor needed to do now was not to replicate the rune. He needed to figure out the meaning of the rune. Reversing a rune was not an easy task. Complicated runes had too many overlapping parts. One had to pick out the overlapping parts bit by bit from the corner of the rune, then understand and expand it. The night passed. The wind was still howling outside, and snow was drifting in the air. He looked up, put down his pen, and rubbed his arms that were a little sore after a night's work. On the desk, there was a stack of paper filled with densely written words in front of him. Angor took a moment to clear his dizzy head and began his final analysis. According to my speculation, the runes at the bottom of the well are multiple runes, which should be a magic array. There are more than 4 digits worth of runes that can be extracted. But I can only understand about 300 of them. This is the contract rune that describes something. This is the stealth rune that reveals something. This is the passage rune that describes something. Angor analyzed until he reached the last corner of the rune. This is the blood rune that indicates the activation of the rune. Angor analyzed the runes one by one. In the end, he came up with a surprising result. Using the bloodline of a descendant, one can go to a certain place. There were still hundreds of runes he could not understand, but he guessed that they were some quantifiers used to describe a certain place, such as distance, size, spatial coordinates, and so on. But none of that mattered. What mattered was the sentence he came up with. That sentence in the well, "Look up with your soul," must be left by Lucas. So it's not hard to guess the descendant's bloodline. It should be Lucas' descendant, Angor thought to himself. As for the last sentence, it meant that the descendant's bloodline could activate the magic array at the bottom of the well and go to a secret place. But he had no idea where this secret place was. His instinct told him that the people from Song of the Deep and Summerdew Ridge were heading to that secret location. According to Lucas' logbook, Lucas committed suicide by jumping into a well. But why was there no corpse inside the well? Why was there only a magic array? And Lucas' skeleton and this logbook appeared on that strange ship. Could it be that the magic array in the well was connected to that ship? He couldn't figure it out, but it didn't matter. He would find out soon enough. The magic array at the bottom of the well was not a one-way passage. If something went wrong, they could just return to the bottom of the well. Angor burned the paper on the table and threw it into the wind. Next, he opened the door, sensed Ross' location, and flew there. There were two things he wanted to talk to Ross about. First, it was about Neat and Xianxia. He didn't want to force them to be a couple. He just wanted to remind Ross not to care too much about social class. Second, it was about bloodline. According to Moya's handwritten book, Lucas' children were all dead. Only Moya's child was still alive. If Angor wasn't mistaken, the Ross family had Lucas' bloodline in them. And the bloodline of Lucas' descendant was the key to activating the magic array at the bottom of the well. Using a little trick, Angor successfully extracted a vial of blood from Ross' body. Then, he dispelled the illusion and landed in Shelley Garden without looking back. The wind was howling outside. Almost everyone was indoors. There was no one in Shelley Garden at all. When he reached the bottom of the well, he returned to the wall where the magic array was located. Since there was a rune of concealment inside the array, Angor could only see a part of it in his soul form. There was nothing on the wall at all. When he ejected his soul, a large number of glowing runes appeared on the wall. The glowing runes reflected a warm glow on Angor's soul. Angor quickly looked at the top right corner of the magic array, where there was a pattern that looked like an eyeball trapped inside a pyramid. This was the magic array's activation source. Angor couldn't hold back his excitement. He took the blood he extracted from Ross and smeared it on the center of the activation source. The viscous blood was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, fusing into the wall. Next, the magic array on the wall began to shine brightly. At the same time, Angor's storage room seemed to have fallen into the starry sky. Nothing was left behind except the runes on the wall, which served as the brightest focus of the starlight. The eyeball at the center of the pyramid blinked in a strange manner. A vortex-shaped passage appeared at the center of the wall. However, the passage was extremely small. It was less than half a meter wide. Also, the runes on the wall were still flickering, as if they were trying to tell him something. When Angor returned to his body, he could still see the vortex. He tried throwing a magic crystal into the vortex. The runes on the wall brightened a little, and the vortex grew bigger. So it's running out of energy? Angor began to feed the vortex. Each time he threw in a magic crystal, the runes on the wall would brighten a little, and the vortex would grow bigger. At the same time, the starlight around him grew brighter. When Angor threw in about 20 magic crystals, the vortex finally grew big enough for him to enter. Behind the whirlpool was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Angor reached his spirit feelers into the vortex while throwing in more crystals. It was also dark inside. But when his spirit feelers reached a certain distance, he saw a beam of white light. The white light corresponded to the exit of a passage. My spirit feelers sensed the property of space in the darkness. This must be something like a plain passageway, Angor thought. Angor pondered. But the exit was close enough for a mortal to enter with his or her mortal body. After making sure he was safe, he took a deep breath and stepped into the vortex with a nervous heart. The tunnel wasn't long. Angor raised his guard as soon as he reached the beam of white light. However, from the moment he left the exit to the moment he landed, he did not encounter any danger. However, as soon as he came out, he smelled a very familiar salty smell. It was the smell of seawater. There was also the smell of rotten wood. Angor heard a clear sound when he touched the ground, but he didn't feel anything solid. The floating and falling sound reminded him of the days he spent on the limpet. Was he on the ship now? The surroundings were pitch black, but the faint sound of water flowing could be heard. However, it was extremely subtle, like the sound of water splashing when it came into contact with something. Angor took out a fluorescent lamp from his bracelet. The room was instantly brightened up. When he saw his surroundings, he frowned. His previous guess had come true. He was on the same ship as the limpet, the one he encountered in the mist zone. Also, he was standing in the last place he saw, the captain's cabin. The skeleton without a head was still sitting firmly on the captain's seat. He could even see a white area on the table, which was clearly different from the rest of the room. That was where Lucas' logbook was kept. That was why the table was much cleaner than the rest of the room. As the wooden planks under his feet creaked, he walked past the desk and arrived at the window behind the headless skeleton. He wanted to see if he was still in the mist zone at Devil's Water. He used cleanse to remove the dust on the window. It was also dark outside. With the help of the fluorescent lamps, Angor could only vaguely see what was happening on the deck. The deck was empty except for a few holes. It was exactly the same as what he saw on the limpet. He couldn't see the front of the ship, but from the back, he could see the semicircular feathers that looked like a peacock spreading its tail. Judging from these signs, this was the Feather Fan, the ship that Lucas had taken when he went out to sea. But this wasn't the mist zone. There was no light outside. This obviously wasn't the foggy area. Although there wasn't much light in the foggy area, the moon could still be faintly seen at night. More importantly, he sensed seawater below the ship. But it seemed to have lost its vitality. It was like stagnant water, and the salty smell was much stronger than the outside world. Angor decided to take a look outside to see where this place was. Was this the place Song of the Deep and Summerdew Ridge were looking for? But before that, he had something else to do. He had to make sure he didn't have a way out. The fluorescent lamp illuminated the captain's room. Angor looked around but didn't see any magic array. He thought for a moment and chanted spirit mantra. His soul left his body. When he looked around with his soul, he still couldn't find the magic array. He didn't feel too discouraged after returning to his body. He didn't see any magic array here, but he was sure that the one at the bottom of Shelley Garden wasn't a one-way passage. According to what he knew, there had to be a magic array that led back to this place. But he needed to find it first. Before leaving this place, he planned to search the captain's room again. When they first saw this ship in the foggy area, they had used scouting puppets to board the ship just in case. There were many places that they didn't check carefully. For example, the drawer. He walked to the desk where he found the ship's logbook and followed the clues to find his way here. He wondered what he would find in the drawer. He opened the drawer and smelled something rotten. It was empty. There was only a piece of parchment stuffed inside, which looked exactly like the one he found in Lucas' logbook. Angor opened the scroll and raised an eyebrow. So it's from the logbook. I didn't expect to miss something like this. Gold Age 1353, month of looming frost, the 8th day. I died quietly at the bottom of the well. It's a pity that my treasure is still far away. I hope my descendants can find it. It is the only glory I have left for you. On this piece of parchment, there was only such a short record. Angor also noticed something from the date. Lucas jumped into the well, Gold Age 1353, month of looming frost, the 6th day. This entry was written 2 days after he jumped into the well. In other words, this piece of parchment stuffed in the drawer was the last page of Lucas' logbook. When he finished reading the last entry, he was a little confused. Lucas claimed that he died quietly at the bottom of the well, but his remains were clearly on his feather fan. Could it be that Lucas' remains had been brought here by someone else? Also, Lucas hoped his descendants could find his treasure, which meant his descendants used their blood to activate the magic array at the bottom of the well, which brought them to this strange place. Then, according to the meaning of his diary, was there still a treasure in this strange place? Was Lucas lying in the last entry, or was he telling the truth about how he felt after jumping into the well? Was Lucas a liar or an honest man? Since he couldn't find anything, he put the last entry away and decided to check if there were any treasures mentioned by Lucas in this place. As he turned around, he caught a glimpse of the skeleton sitting on the bench. The headless skeleton looked a little strange. There were still some cloth strips on the skeleton, but they were obviously rotten. Angor picked up the skeleton and inspected it, but he didn't find anything wrong. This should be Lucas' remains. But where's his head? Angor mumbled to himself. He shook his head and left. He stepped out of the captain's room and quickly went down to the cabin. Half of the feather fan was submerged in water. Many rooms were submerged in the water. When he first saw the feather fan at Devil's Water, the ship was floating on the surface of the sea in a strange way. The rooms inside the ship were all submerged by water, which was exactly the same as the cabin he saw now. He carefully checked the soaked parts of the cabin and tried to recall what happened to the feather fan when he used his scout puppet. Angor was very sure about this. The reason why the feather fan was submerged in the water was because it had been here all along. Angor just didn't know why it suddenly showed up in the mist zone. Could it be deduced that the feather fan had returned to this place when it had mysteriously disappeared? But where exactly was this place? How did the feather fan leave this place? And how did it come back? Angor flew out of the cabin and hovered above the statue on the ship's bow. He used a fluorescent lamp to illuminate the surroundings. There was only darkness in front of him. He couldn't see anything. Below him was the quiet sea. Angor looked at the back of the feather fan. It was also dark here, but the weak light from the fluorescent lamp would illuminate the area for a short distance. Angor flew closer and was surprised to see a cliff behind the feather fan. He also noticed that the feather fan was stranded in a pile of rocks near the edge of an island. Is Lucas' treasure on this island? Angor asked himself. He didn't land on the island right away. Instead, he used his spirit feelers to explore the water. He felt that the sea was too quiet, as if it had lost all signs of life. When he was some distance away from the feather fan, he used his spirit feelers to explore the water. The feedback from the seawater was just as he had expected. It was dead silent. There were no currents, no undercurrents, no signs of living creatures, and no signals from living creatures. The sea was truly dead. Angor retracted his spirit feelers and didn't dare to go any further. He didn't know how to tell directions on the sea. If he went too far, he might not be able to find his way back. Therefore, he returned to the place where the feather fan was stranded. He woke up Toby, who was sleeping in his pocket, and asked the bird to transform into a griffin. Protect my body. I'm going to use my spirit form to check the area. Toby was still in a daze. He didn't know how he ended up sleeping on the sea. Angor explained the situation to Toby in a low voice, and the bird finally realized what was going on. Toby's eyes glowed when he heard that there was treasure here. He nodded without hesitation, as if saying, I'm here for you. Angor shook his head and ejected his spirit. Toby wrapped his body inside the gravity power. I'll see if there's a magic array nearby. With that, Angor began to search around the feather fan. Normally, a magic array wouldn't be too far away from the exit. Angor searched the nearby beach but didn't find any runes. He then dove to the bottom of the sea and found nothing. However, he did find several skeletons hidden in the dust. There was no identifying information on these skeletons, but judging from their position, it was very likely that they had fallen from the feather fan. Perhaps these skeletons belonged to the sailors of the feather fan. Since he couldn't find anything at the bottom of the sea, he could only check the cliff. He flew closer to the cliff and searched around, but he still didn't find anything. Just as he was wondering if he had made a mistake, Toby, who was unwilling to be left out, suddenly called out to him. Angor followed the voice and saw Toby bringing his body to the edge of the cliff. There was a dead tree next to Toby. Angor's eyes lit up as he tried to figure out why Toby called him here. There was a hidden cave behind the tree. Could it be that the teleportation channel was in the cave? Curious, Angor flew into the cave. The cave wasn't very deep. Under the illumination of the fluorescent stones, Angor quickly reached the end of the cave. In Toby's eyes, there was nothing here. It was just an abandoned cave. Toby looked disappointed. But to Angor, the cave was filled with a faint glow. Seeing the familiar magic array on the wall, he finally felt relieved. There really was a way back. But he didn't expect it to be hidden in such a hidden cave. Now that he had found the way back, he no longer needed to worry about anything else. He could now explore the island without worrying about anything else. He brought Toby with him and headed out of the cave. Just as he was about to reach the entrance of the cave, his vision blurred as he saw a shadow flashing past the entrance. He quickly ran to the entrance of the cave, but there was nothing there. There was only the shadow of the dead tree, which looked twisted and strange, as if it was imprisoning a struggling soul. Am I hallucinating? Angor shook his head and looked around again. Still, he didn't see anything alive and gave up. Let's go to the other side of the cliff and see what Lucas' treasure is. Where did he hide it? Angor flew to the top of the cliff. The other side of the cliff also looked like a sharp peak, but there were many strange-shaped dead trees. When he walked down with the fluorescent lamp, the shadows of the trees on both sides looked like terrifying monsters, observing him from the dark. The dark and silent environment gave Angor goosebumps all over his body. He stuck close to the ground and quickly flew across the cliff. If it weren't for the lack of light and the fluorescent lamp, Angor would have flown. Just like that, he traveled dozens of miles. There was no living creature around. Finally, he and Toby stopped at the edge of a lake. He stopped here because the lake was huge, and he saw signs of human activity near the shore. Not far in front of him, there was a simple outdoor stove on a piece of scorched land. An iron pot covered in dust was placed on top of the stove made of stones. Judging from the thickness of the dust, the stove was at least decades old. These traces were enough to tell him that this island used to be inhabited. However, just like the sea, the island died a long time ago. Angor guessed that the people on the island weren't natives. They must have come here by accident, just like him. Angor walked around the lake to see if there were any other signs of human activity. At the same time, he wanted to clear his mind. The island looked very deserted. Based on what they had seen so far, there wasn't anything of high value. The only thing they were interested in was the illusory treasure recorded in Lucas's logbook. Could it be the thing that attracted Song of the Deep and Summerdew Ridge? Now, he had to find the location of the treasure mentioned by Lucas and confirm it. But he also knew that he didn't have much time. Since the two Truthfinder wizards, Poseidon and Basket Witch, were already on the move, it was only a matter of time before they found this place. The pressure put out Angor's excitement. Whether he found the treasure or not, he had to leave this place before the Truthfinder wizards arrived. Tweet, Toby's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. He looked over and saw Toby flapping his wings at the center of the lake with a fluorescent lamp in his hand. Angor flew closer and found out why Toby was calling him. Right below his feet, there was a small wooden stick stuck straight out of the water at the center of the lake. With the help of the fluorescent lamp, Angor could see that the stick extended far under the water. Angor tossed a fluorescent lamp into the lake along the stick. The fluorescent lamp slowly sank to the bottom of the lake and illuminated a large shadow under the water. The water was stagnant and filled with a foul stench. When the fluorite fell, Angor could clearly see the floating black substance. Soon, the fluorite reached the bottom. The huge shadow at the bottom of the lake also revealed its true appearance. Is this the ship? Tattered sails were stuck to the wooden pillars, which looked like they were floating in the water. The bare mast, the black substance hanging on it, and the faintly discernible cabin, all pointed to a sunken ship. Sunken ships weren't unusual. But it was strange that something like this was at the bottom of the lake. The lake wasn't small, but Angor had already circled around it and didn't find any outlet to the sea. There were no tributaries connected to the sea outside. How did the ship sink? Or rather, how did the ship reach the lake? There shouldn't be a shipwright who decided to fix a ship at the edge of the lake, only to find that it couldn't get out, and simply sunk it. The mere thought of it made him feel stupid. No shipwright would come to a dead lake to fix a ship. Also, from what he saw, the ship should be a cargo ship. A cargo ship would travel across the vast ocean. There was no way it would stay in a small lake like this. So where did this ship come from? Angor decided to check it out. He activated his purification field and removed all the filth around him. Then he walked around the lake to make sure there was no hidden passage before he returned to the sunken ship. The sunken ship was right at the center of the lake. Angor thought the ship was huge when he looked down. But when he got closer, he realized that the ship was smaller than the limpet, about the size of the feather fan. It was a cargo ship, but Angor couldn't tell which era it came from. If Helen or Erwin were here, they might be able to tell him. He went into the cabin and saw nothing but stinky black wadding. He did not find anything that could prove the identity of the ship under the illumination of the fluorite. When he reached the bottom of the ship, he saw that the central beam of the keel was broken. Broken pieces of wood were floating in the water. Judging from the cracks, it seemed that the ship broke the beam due to a strong impact. But the damage was at the bottom of the ship. Only a giant sea monster could cause such a strong impact. However, there weren't any sea beasts in this lake. There weren't even any living creatures. Then how did the crack in the bottom of the ship come about? He didn't find anything valuable on the ship apart from a bunch of corpses. Even the cargo on the ship was empty, and there was nothing in the captain's room. He gave up and returned to the lake. Putting aside the origin of this ship, there were currently 2 doubts about this ship. Why did it sink to the bottom of a dead lake with no way out? Also, who was the one who caused the keel to break? There were no sea beasts in the lake, so where did the force from the bottom come from? It didn't fall from the sky, did it? Angor mumbled to himself. Then he froze on the spot. A thought flashed through his mind, as if he had caught on to some clues. He silently floated in the air. On the surface, he looked motionless, but in his mind, the memory box was quickly flipping through the memories of the past, and then combining them with the things he saw after entering this area. Why can't it fall from the sky? The feather fan went from here to the mist, then disappeared from the mist and came back here. Doesn't that mean something? Angor tried to figure out the possible facts in his mind. Angor looked up at the dark sky. Perhaps the space in this strange area was extremely unstable, which caused ships to fall into this place from time to time. One day, a spatial crack appeared above the lake, and the ship fell from the sky. The violent impact broke the ship's girders and caused it to sink. Falling from the sky explains why the cargo ship appeared in this lake without any tributaries. And it also explains why the bottom of the ship was broken. He glanced at the iron pot on the edge of the river and imagined a scene in his mind. Perhaps the people inside the ship didn't all die when it fell. Some luckily survived, swam to the shore, and built a stove. But even if they did, they couldn't find any food in this dead place. They must have died in the end. Angor considered the possibility that the bodies of the survivors were nearby. There was no light, no food, and even the water was dirty. They must have been injured, and they couldn't have run far. Soon, Toby returned with 2 skeletons from several hundred meters away. Angor also found an iron necklace around the neck of one of the skeletons. He saw similar necklaces worn by some of the sailors on the limpet before. The sailors themselves knew very well that they had to endure the precarious fate of making a living at sea. This was why it was necessary to leave a will before setting sail. As for this iron necklace, it was actually similar to a suicide note. The contents of the iron box were usually personal information and precious items of the sailor. The sailors hoped that if they were lucky enough to be found, the discoverer would be able to identify them through the contents of the iron box, and then send their bones back to their hometowns. The valuable items in the iron boxes were the goods they prepared for the people who found them. If the people who found them took the items away, they would have accepted the promise. However, if they didn't do anything, they would be cursed by the dead for revenge. Of course, this was only a legend without any proof. Angor couldn't find any clues about the ship at the bottom of the lake. He thought that he might be able to find some clues in this iron box necklace. The iron box wasn't big. It was about 1/3 the size of an adult's palm. The outer layer of the box was already rotten, revealing rusty red spots. Angor opened the box, releasing a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Angor saw the contents of the box. There was a ruby ring with broken patterns on it, and a piece of parchment that was folded into a small piece. The ring was an ordinary item. It was probably the money used to buy the bones back to their hometowns. Angor unfolded the parchment to see who this person was and whether he had anything to do with the sunken ship. At the top of the parchment, the owner of the bones was Jeblin Frando. His hometown was Maple Kingdom, Magic Eve's Promenade. The personal information was written neatly. Angor guessed it was written before he set sail. However, at the bottom of the information, it was written very carelessly. This must have been done in a hurry before his death. Angor could tell that Jeblin wasn't calm when he was writing down the information. When he finished reading, he realized what was going on. His guess was correct. The sunken ship was called the Night Lotus. It was a cargo ship that was heading to Faron Land from Magic Eve's Promenade. When it passed by Cogwheel Abyss, it suddenly got caught in the mist and fell from the sky into the dead lake before anyone could react. The ship fell, and the people died. Jeblin was lucky enough to survive. However, he didn't have enough food and water, so he had to hold on for a while. After that, he went into eternal slumber with the Night Lotus. Apart from that, he also got 2 more pieces of information from the paper. The first was the time. The Night Lotus fell into the lake 300 years ago, which wasn't a long time. The second was that Jeblin wrote something in a puzzled tone on the last row of the parchment. Am I seeing things? Why did I see a shadow that looked so similar to the legendary Ruthless King? The legendary Ruthless King, if this wasn't Jeblin's illusion, did it mean there was someone else here? Angor suddenly remembered the shadow he saw not long ago. Was that the so-called Ruthless King? If so, the Ruthless King must have lived for hundreds of years. No matter what, Angor had to stay alert. He couldn't afford to let his guard down in this strange place. He put the parchment and the ring back into the iron box and put them back on the neck of the skeleton. He didn't plan to bring Jeblin's body back to his hometown. If Magic Eve's Promenade was a convenient place, he wouldn't mind doing a good deed. Unfortunately, it wasn't anywhere near the Land of Revelation. Angor prepared to leave the lake. The pressure from a Truthfinder wizard was too much for him to bear. He had to find Lucas' treasure as soon as possible and leave this place. Together with Toby, Angor kept moving downward. It didn't take long for them to leave the mountain area. At the same time, Angor also sensed the coast on the other side of the island. The smell of fish in the wind was getting stronger, which meant they weren't far from the sea. Angor took a look around the area and didn't see any signs of humans except for dead trees. But when he came out of a withered palm forest, he was surprised by what he saw. The coast was right in front of him. But compared to the area behind the cliff where the feather fan ran aground, this place was much more lively. In his sight, he saw countless ships. There were all kinds of ships, including exploratory ships, icebreakers, cargo ships, cruise ships, sailing ships, pirate ships, and so on. However, all of these ships were covered in an aura of decay. Just like the feather fan, they had all died here. Some of the ships still had the light of fluorites, which made the coast look a little brighter. However, the light from the fluorites and the lifeless ships gave Angor goosebumps all over his body. It was just like how he couldn't see anything in the dark forest. But when he saw a bunch of phosphorescent lights, he felt even more terrified. This place is a graveyard for ships, Angor muttered to himself. If the Night Lotus had fallen into this strange land of death due to spatial instability, it would have been impossible for them to escape. What about the ships here? Was it because of unstable space as well? But even if they were unstable, they should have landed in different areas like the Night Lotus and the feather fan. They shouldn't be piled up on this coast. Besides, Angor traveled in a straight line from the other side of the island to where the feather fan was, and he didn't see any possible treasure. It couldn't be that this graveyard was Lucas' treasure, right? Angor had no idea what was going on. There were more and more mysteries surrounding this strange island. This island, which had lost its natural chains, was already considered an island of death. It didn't look like a good place to hide treasures. Why did Lucas choose to hide his treasures here? Also, what exactly was his treasure? Could it be that he was referring to these ships? Angor walked into the graveyard with his head full of questions. There were so many ships here that Angor couldn't see the end of them. Some of them were not damaged at all. If they weren't stuck in a pile of ships, they could still move on. Angor first checked the stranded ship. The Winter Hunt. It was an exploration ship with its name painted on the hull. The bow of the ship looked like a ferocious octopus. The winter hunt was heavily damaged. Angor only took a few steps on the deck and left a big hole in it. The ship was empty. There were no corpses. It was as clean as a ship that never left the port. Angor searched several more ships along the coast. Everything was the same as the winter hunt. The cabins were empty. There were obvious signs of goods being moved away. There were no corpses either. This meant most of the ships were not like the Night Lotus, which suffered a great loss of crew members. The empty cabins were probably empty because the people on the ships moved the goods away on their own. As for where they went, Angor needed to find out more. He checked a dozen ships around the coast and found the same information. There were still some things he missed. For example, Angor found a logbook on a ship called Ozenbrook. The owner of the logbook did not record his name. However, most of the things recorded in the logbook were about his daily life. Angor could tell that the owner was an apprentice navigator. There was not much useful information in the logbook, but it clearly recorded how the Ozenbrook arrived at this place. On the second day of the slumber moon, the Ozenbrook arrived at Xianxia Abyss. Our professor warned the captain that the slumber moon was the peak period of the Xianxia Abyss, so this route was too dangerous. But Baron Parva, that detestable fatty, actually stubbornly took this route just to see his lover as soon as possible? How ridiculous. Sigh. I hope the god of ocean has mercy on us. I hope everything goes well. Emergency. Emergency. He had just experienced something terrifying. The ship suddenly lost its sense of direction in a fog. Most importantly, we had arrived at a strange sea. The sea here was dead. And there were so many ships around, so many ships. If he guessed correctly, this was the graveyard of ships, the legendary burial ground. There were many ships that had disappeared in the past. It turned out that they did not fall into the abyss, but came to this sea of death. The Ozenbrook is trapped in the graveyard, unable to move. The captain decided to get off the ship and look for a way out. Perhaps he could see if there were any good ships on the outskirts and then sail away. All of us agreed, except for that Baron Parva. He was so scared that he hid in his room. He even took all the resources and wanted us to serve him. How despicable. No. There's no way out. This is a sealed sea. We took a small boat, which we had found with great difficulty, but ended up in the thick fog of the open sea, and not long after, we came back here. We walked around the fog and found that the island was the center of the Sea of Death. We have no choice but to return. Perhaps we can only stay here in the future. I miss home so much, I miss my mother so much. It's another pale day. The people who went to explore the island have returned. They said that this is not only the Sea of Death, but also the graveyard of ships. Even this island is a dead island. The earth is scorched earth, the plants are withered trees, and there is no clean water. We are finished. The next few days of blank pages appeared in the log. 3 days later, the trainee navigator finally wrote again. Today, I received the only good news that made me happy in so many days. That fat pig, Baron Parva, is dead. It's because of him that we ended up in this state. He deserved it. But the captain and the mentor were troubled. Who killed Baron Parva? Why did he have such a look of fear on his face? Life still has to go on. Although there is no fertile land or fresh water, we found that many of the ships were rich in resources. There were even crimson trees planted on the ships. We should be able to hold on for a while. I hope that the god of the sea will take pity on us and let us leave this place. Another period of time passed. People are dying one after another. How did they die? The next one may be my turn. That was the last sentence in the log. Angor witnessed how the owner of the log went from despair to hope, and from hope to despair again. From the log, Angor could imagine how painful and desperate it must have been. The log was found in a corner of the deck of Ozenbrook. Perhaps the owner accidentally lost it, or maybe he left it here on purpose. But judging from the dusty cover, it must have been many years ago. He must have been dead for many years, and how he died was a mystery. Angor sighed and continued to search for other ships. He saw skeletons on some of the ships. Judging from the clothes on the skeletons, they all came from different places and different eras. For example, the feather fan was built 3,000 years ago, while the night lotus was only 300 years old. Because of the skeletons, Angor found many iron necklaces, as well as the captain's log in the captain's room. After combining all the information he found something common among all the ships. Most of the ships came here from Xianxia Abyss. There were also ships from storm waters, mist zones, and sentry routes, but only a few. Most of them came from Xianxia Abyss. Xianxia Abyss was a familiar name to Angor. Helen once told him about the legend of Xianxia Abyss. She said that from time to time, ships would sink into the endless sea in the Xianxia Abyss, but no one knew why they sank. Since the ships didn't go missing often, Xianxia Abyss was one of the possible routes. Angor floated in the air and looked at the endless graveyard of ships. Maybe the apprentice navigator was right. The ships that went missing in Xianxia Abyss didn't sink into the abyss. Instead, they came here. Angor searched for a few more ships and found similar clues. However, he found a map of Devil's Water in the hands of a skeleton on one of the ships. It wasn't a complete map. It only recorded a small area, which happened to be near Xianxia Abyss. Angor carefully circled the routes that led to this place and noticed something surprising. All the sea areas were concentrated in one area. Storm waters, mist zones, sentry routes were all close to Xianxia Abyss. At the center of this area, Angor saw a familiar name. Silver Palm Isle. It was an island occupied by Leviathan. Angor didn't think that Leviathan had anything to do with this Dead Sea. Because the Leviathan had only recently moved to Silver Palm Island, and these ships had been here for thousands of years. But Angor did not believe that there was something wrong with Silver Palm Island. Even the Leviathan had taken over the island, which was also the center of this area where many ships went missing. Could there really be some kind of secret hidden in the island? But even if there were secrets, he did not plan to explore them. He did not even know what this strange island was. Angor kept flying around the graveyard. There were so many ships that he couldn't find them all. He had to rely on luck. Suddenly, he saw a very familiar cargo ship among a pile of ships floating on the sea. The shape of the ship was very similar to the limpet. When he arrived at the deck of the ship and saw the familiar markings, he quickly understood what was going on. It was a ship from the White Clam Shipping Company. Even a ship with a Magus background had been destroyed here. Angor suddenly remembered that the crew member of the Night Lotus mentioned that he saw a mysterious man named Ruthless King. Could he be the guardian wizard of this ship? Water cantrips could create water, and gourmet cantrips could make mana bread. Supernaturals could live for a long time. But a ruthless king who could survive for hundreds of years must be quite strong. Maybe he could reach the level of a peak-level apprentice. As for becoming a wizard, Angor didn't think about it. Most wizards could create plain passageways, so it wasn't hard for them to leave this place. If there really was an apprentice still alive here. Perhaps Lucas' treasure had already fallen into the hands of the other party. Angor landed on the White Clam Shipping Company's cargo ship. He wanted to see if he could find any information about the guardian wizard of this ship. Normally, the adepts in charge would be on the 4th level above the deck. Angor flew inside and immediately stopped in his tracks. The room was clean, much cleaner than any of the cabins he had been to before. This was one of the characteristics of White Clam Shipping Company. The guardian's room would always have a self-cleaning effect. Angor stopped because there was someone sitting behind a desk in front of him. The robe covered the person's face, making it look like someone was sitting there with his head lowered. However, Angor couldn't sense any life energy coming from the person. He reached out with a hand of spell and slowly lifted the hood of the robe. A ghastly white skeleton was revealed. Could it be that this skeleton was the one overseeing this place? Angor furrowed his eyebrows. If this was really the skeleton, then he was wrong about his assumption. Puzzled, he began to examine the skeleton. The robe was made by Floating Mech City, and it still looked brand new after so many years. The circulation function on it was still there. The skeleton itself carried a small energy wave, and there was a single-use space capsule on it. Angor was almost certain that this person was a supernatural when he or she was alive. If he wasn't mistaken, he or she was the guardian of this ship. But how did he or she die? Someone who could guard a ship must have learned how to make water and food. How did he or she die when he or she didn't have to worry about food and clothing? A supernatural soul would be born when he or she died, but there weren't any wandering souls around here. As Angor pondered, something unexpected happened. Hundreds of miles away from Silver Palm Island, a giant ray was floating on the surface of the sea. A handsome man with silver hair was standing on the back of the ray, looking in the direction of Silver Palm Island. His eyes were glowing as he observed the scene in the distance. After a while, the man's lips curled into a smile. The Basket Witch's people are testing the Leviathan. The door is still closed, and the Leviathan won't leave so easily. On the island in the distance, the Leviathan stared coldly at the sky. Invisible high-frequency ripples began to spread out from its body. A woman with a pair of bat wings was flying high in the sky. Suddenly, blood began to flow out of her ears. Her vision blurred, and she fell headfirst into the sea. The Leviathan rolled its giant body and swam towards the woman's direction. Just as the Leviathan was about to reach the unconscious woman, a shrill laugh pierced through the sky. The Batwoman's eyes suddenly opened. She glanced at the giant mouth of the Leviathan and panicked. She gritted her teeth and flew away, trying to get out of the Leviathan's range. The Leviathan's pupils became vertical slits, and in a split second, its aura of a truth-finder wizard enveloped the Batwoman. The Batwoman froze on the surface of the sea, unable to move. At the same time, a look of despair appeared on her face as she forced herself to look towards the southeast. The sun was glaring, and her vision was getting blurry. In the end, she was sucked into the Leviathan's gaping maw by a gush of seawater. The Leviathan let out a satisfied roar and curled up at the edge of Silver Palm Island. At the same time, on the surface of the sea in the southeast, a little girl sat on a weird-looking basket. She was holding her chin with both hands, and her face was full of shyness. She was giggling unconsciously. Beside her was a lady with a face full of scars. She covered her mouth with a lace fan and whispered, "Master, it seems like the Leviathan will not leave the Silver Palm Island. Even when it started to chase us, its tail was still entrenched on the Silver Palm Island." The one she called Master was the little girl on the basket. She tilted her head, still holding her chin with both hands, as if her head would fall if she let go. "Even so, it seems to be starting to get restless now. He, maybe it's wondering why it has to stay here." The girl on the basket tilted her head. Her eyes were wide open, but her pupils were wandering around in her eyes. She looked extremely terrifying. "Little Pepe, don't you think so?" Little Pepe was the noble woman with stitches all over her face. At the same time, she was also the housekeeper of Summerdew Ridge, Madame Pei. "Master, you're right. The Leviathan won't destroy anything on Silver Palm Island before that happens. But now..." Madame Pei looked at the messy Silver Palm Island in the distance and smiled without saying anything. "The Leviathan may be foolish, but we can't fight it. It's starting to get restless. It seems like the time for the mysterious space to open is getting closer and closer." The little girl giggled. "The seed of self-doubt has taken root and sprouted. When it blossoms and bears fruit, it will be the day when the door opens." Madame Pei stepped on the water and closed her fan. "Master, there's still some time before the fruit is plucked. Why don't we head back first?" The little girl nodded. She held her chin with one hand and patted the basket below her with the other. "Wheeze, let's go home." The basket, which was originally floating quietly above the sea, suddenly shook a few times. A big mouth grew out of the protruding basket, and a bright red tongue coiled around the mouth as it spoke in a sharp voice, "Hulu, received. Sit tight, master. The Wheeze bus is about to depart." The little girl giggled. Madame Pei turned around and looked at the place where the Leviathan had swallowed Batgirl whole. Her eyes were filled with regret. Suddenly, the little girl on the Wheeze bus asked, "By the way, little Pepe, how's the information on Lucas coming along?" Madame Pei waved the fan in her hand and tapped her shoulder. "According to Swan, there's nothing unusual about Lucas. The biggest thing he did in his life was to lie to the entire Amram Empire. I've already reported it to Master." "Nothing unusual?" "Impossible. Keep looking then. Lucas must have something to do with the mysterious dimension." "Understood." Madame Pei paused for a moment. Swan also told me that Mr. Phantom's new student is doing a guide mission at Faron Land. Oh? That genius alchemist? As the two of them talked, they walked further and further away until they disappeared at the end of the sea. On the other side, the man on the back of the ray watched them leave. After chuckling, he said in a low voice, "Bicky, you can deactivate your stealth state. Let's go back." The ray swayed its body and gradually dived into the sea, disappearing as well. Inside the ship's graveyard, Angor picked up a single-use space capsule to check what was inside. However, just as his mental power tentacles touched the space capsule and before he could begin to explore it, an accident happened. At first, it was only the floor under his feet that was shaking. Before he could figure out what was going on, he heard loud noises of ships crashing into each other. Even the ship he was on was caught in the middle of several other ships. The furnishings in the cabin began to shake. Bookshelves fell down one after another. Even the skeleton in front of him was falling down. Puzzled, he flew out of the cabin. When he looked around in the air, he was surprised by what he saw. The entire ship's tomb began to undergo a great change. The deathly still seawater began to ripple, and the waves continued to push against the dense ship's tomb. Many wooden shelves that had already decayed to the point of collapse were crushed into dust under this pressure. The sound of collapsing buildings and ships crashing into each other could be heard everywhere. Angor wondered if there were any sea monsters in the sea when he sensed a strong fluctuation of spatial energy around him. Did a ship teleport here from Gearwheel Abyss? Angor frowned. If every ship that entered this place by accident always faced such a huge disturbance, the ship in the ship's graveyard would have been destroyed long ago. How could it still be so intact? While he was still wondering, he noticed that there was no space fissure at all. The energy ripples were caused by the shaking of the entire island. An earthquake? Angor landed on the shore. The ground was shaking, and huge waves were stirring up in the sea. The ground was cracking, dead trees were falling down, and waves were crashing onto the island, bringing a terrible stench. Fortunately, the earthquake didn't last long. Still, the ship's graveyard suffered great damage. Almost 80% of the ships in the graveyard showed signs of collapsing or sinking. Even the ships that were still floating on the sea were damaged beyond repair. Angor hovered in the air. His boots were shining with a golden light, and his cape was fluttering in the wind. His expression was one of confusion, not because of the earthquake, but because he had heard a faint roar during the earthquake. It sounded like the roar of some kind of beast, which was full of self-doubt. More importantly, he seemed to be vaguely familiar with this roar. But he couldn't remember where. The cause of the earthquake might have originated from this beast. But where is it? Is it in the fog of the open sea, or under the island? Angor ruled out all the possibilities. He had a feeling that the roar didn't come from this area. It came from outer space? But where was the outer heavens? Angor returned to the ship he came from. The White Clam Sea freighter was damaged by the earthquake, but it was still much better than the other wooden ships. Angor went to the room on the 4th floor. The room was in a mess, with all kinds of books and scrolls scattered on the floor. He browsed through them and found that most of them were about Devil's Water, just like the books in Roman's room on the limpet. Angor went to the skeleton and checked the space capsule. Most of the items inside were daily necessities. Only some of them were related to supernatural. Among them, he found an ID card. He didn't open it immediately because there were too many things in the single-use space soft capsule, and he might end up squashing them all here. Angor searched the room first and found several pages of notes on the table in front of the skeleton. After making sure he didn't miss anything, he left the ship. He found an empty spot on the island and opened his single-use space capsule. Poof! The smoke dispersed, revealing a pile of items in front of him. Using his 3 hands of spell, Angor quickly arranged the items. He put the daily necessities aside, while the supernatural items in front of him were placed in front of him. First, he checked the ID card, which was similar to the bone cards in Brood Cavern. There should be a lot of information inside, but it required mana to activate. However, the card's owner was dead, so it couldn't be activated. Fortunately, there were some basic information on the back of the card, such as the owner's name. His name is Husker. Angor took out several pages of notes on the table and carefully read them. When he saw Husker's name at the end, he was sure that Husker was the captain of the ship. Husker's description was similar to the other logs on other ships. They all talked about how they somehow came to this place. But judging from Husker's neat handwriting and careful wording, Angor could tell that Husker didn't have much trouble writing down these things. Husker even wrote, "The environment here isn't good, but there's no danger. I can train here." However, not long after Husker recorded this passage, he should have died, because the date after that was left blank. As for why he died, Husker didn't mention it. This made Angor even more cautious. What Husker said about being safe here was just a facade. There must be some kind of danger lurking in this place. After making sure there were no other clues, Angor began to organize Husker's belongings. Glowing velvet potion, decipher potion, pheromone-altering water, Windsor witch soup, all low-level potions. But there's a good variety. Angor sorted them into his bracelet according to the labels. When collecting Husker's potions, Angor noticed that one of them was not labeled. The dark green liquid didn't look strange at all, but it somehow gave out a profound aura that attracted people's attention. Angor used Narda's vision to inspect the potion and was surprised by the result. Withering Vigor. It was an intermediate potion, and a very special one at that. The effect of the potion was simple: reduces the consumption of life force and effectively extends one's life. The effect didn't seem to be enough to support the potion's glory. However, Angor's eyes lit up when he read the note. Using this potion will not consume any potential energy. However, during the process, the user's body will wither greatly and become as weak as a mortal. This is a reversible effect. Maximum lifespan can be increased by 100 years. The fact that it didn't consume any potential energy was enough to support the potion's quality. By reducing the consumption of one's body, the potion could increase one's lifespan by 100 years. This was the most powerful life-prolonging potion Angor had in his possession. Since it didn't consume any potential energy and could be used together with other life-prolonging potions, this potion was extremely valuable for apprentices who were stuck at the final hurdle. Withering Vigor would always bring the sweetness of spring back to the earth. This potion alone could be sold for tens of thousands of magic crystals in an auction. Angor didn't expect to find such a valuable potion here. However, this also made him more cautious. The reason why Husker was able to write down notes so calmly was largely because he did not lack lifespan. He believed that with his remaining lifespan and this bottle of Withering Vigor, he would be able to cross the Great Barrier. Once he became a wizard, he could easily leave this place by using a plain passageway. However, Husker didn't expect that there were still hidden dangers lurking in this area. In the end, due to his carelessness, he had to stay here forever. It's a pity that Husker didn't record what the hidden dangers on this island were. Most of Husker's items were potions. There were also several magic scrolls, all of which were still sealed. Angor could tell that Husker died so quickly that he didn't even have time to fight back. Angor anxiously put away Husker's items and prepared to keep looking for clues. However, not long after he left, he returned to this spacious area. He took away all the supernatural items, but he didn't touch any of the daily necessities. He originally thought that since he did not lack these resources, it would be useless for him to take them. But after he left, a trace of vigilance arose in his heart. It seemed rather inappropriate to just leave these living supplies here so casually. If this island was really the place Song of the Deep and Summerdew Ridge were looking for, they would be able to deduce that there had been people on this island before they came in and saw the undecayed materials. Angor knew that wizards had a special spell called Delusion Break. Through the clues, he could go back to the past and restore the truth of history. The traces he left behind here were so heavy that even his daily necessities were placed here. It was possible that someone would be able to use it against him. With that in mind, he took out a single-use space capsule from his bracelet and stored all the living materials in the room. At the same time, he carefully erased all traces of himself, including his pheromones. When he was done, he turned around and left. He didn't go to the ship's grave. Most of the ships were damaged, and he couldn't find anything useful there. Instead, he decided to go along the coast and see if he could find other traces of people. Most of the ships in the ship's grave used to sail at Devil's Water. Even the smallest ship here could carry more than 50 people. There were even some bigger ones that could carry more than 1,000 people. But strangely, he didn't see many skeletons in the ship's grave. This meant that many people left the ship. There would be traces of people who left behind their daily lives, so there should be some clues left behind. What he needed to do now was to find the gathering spot of the people who got off the ship. He walked along the coast and carefully looked in a certain direction. There were piles of human trash on the coast, but he didn't see any traces of people. Eventually, he came to a river channel that led to the sea, where he saw a large number of bonfires. Many people must have gathered here before, but there were no skeletons around, which meant they didn't stay here for long. Angor didn't look at the other side of the river. Instead, he looked at the source of the river channel. This river should be connected to one of the lakes on the island, or to some underground water channel. Since ancient times, humans had always lived by the river. For example, there were many primitive tribes in the central region of Faran land. Their settlements must have rivers around them. Even though the water here was dirty, Angor believed that those who survived would go up the river. He followed the riverbank and headed inland again. As he walked, he controlled the scouting puppets to check the river below. He found a box full of scouting puppets on the White Clam ship. It would be a waste not to take them. Now that he was using it as a warlock's eye, it was obviously much more convenient than searching by himself. The underwater world in Angor's vision was much more interesting than what he could see with his eyes. He found several skeletons under the water from time to time, but he didn't find anything near the river bank. Still, the sight of corpses under the water convinced him that he should find something by following the river bank. After walking for about an hour, he finally saw a platform leaning against a cliff. There were obvious signs of human habitation here. There were even plank houses. At the same time, there were also many skeletons here. The skeletons were scattered all over the place. Judging from where they died, they were probably trying to escape. There were more or less records on these skeletons, such as personal journals, iron boxes, necklaces, and so on. Angor had a feeling that he could find more clues from them. One journal after another appeared in his hand. He read it and put it back. As he read deeper, his expression grew more serious. Most of the records were about people moaning for no reason or screaming at the top of their lungs. However, Angor noticed a word that almost everyone used in this desperate situation. Shadow. Every now and then, a shadow would attack, kill someone in a cruel way, and leave. The shadow had many ways to kill people, and it was incredibly fast. Most of the time, people would feel something hot on their faces in the blink of an eye, and when they opened their eyes, they would find their companions decapitated. The shadow was like a monster in the shadows, weighing down on everyone's hearts. Many people lost their minds under the pressure. Some even showed their fangs and began to attack their companions. There were also people who chose to commit suicide by jumping into the river. Angor finally realized why there were so many skeletons in the river. After reading the journals, Angor thought about Jeblin's record on the Night Lotus, and the shadow he saw earlier. He felt a great pressure. According to their description of Black Shadow, Husker might have also been killed by Black Shadow. Otherwise, Husker wouldn't have had the time to take out the magic scroll. Angor didn't touch the skeletons. After wiping away his traces, he walked to a cave on the cliff. It was obviously a man-made cave. It wasn't too deep, and there were many skeletons inside as well. However, there weren't as many skeletons as outside. Most of the skeletons here were wearing iron or silver armor, which meant they were knights. After all, only knights and other professions could dig out such a cave in such a short time. Angor didn't find any clues from the skeletons. Usually, professionals wouldn't use words to express their emotions. But it was worth mentioning that their armors were in perfect condition. Unlike the half-broken skeletons outside, their armors were in perfect condition. Apart from some rust left by time, there was almost no other damage. There were no external injuries on the skeletons, which meant the cause of death was strange. Maybe the shadow knew how to manipulate energy. He walked around the cave and thought he would not find anything else. However, in a very remote place, a pile of dead wood surrounded by a wooden fence, he found a white skeleton hidden inside. There was also a notebook near the skeleton. Angor picked it up and read. The first half of the notebook was similar to what the others described. The person also accidentally came to this place from Gearwheel Abyss and landed at Ship Graveyard. Angor only paid attention to the last few lines of the notebook. Terrifying shadow was also written in the notebook. However, it seemed the person was also writing something while hiding in the pile of dead wood. He's right outside. I saw him. He killed Taji and Moana. I'm so scared. I'm going to die soon. Ah. I saw him. When he killed Joseph, I saw his back. His clothes, the horned helmet and the hook, it's the same person. The legendary pirate in the book, Torres, the ruthless king. Shit, he found me. There were no other records, but Angor could guess what was going on based on what he read. First of all, he finally learned the name and identity of the ruthless king. He was a legendary pirate, but that title was only given to mortals. It had nothing to do with legendary wizards. The owner of this skeleton was someone who lived in the Bronze Age of Faran continent 1,500 years ago. Back then, the 100 barges against the current was just born. Many young people set foot on the sea, and Taurus was one of them. 1,500 years ago, he had already written about the ruthless king. Jeblin of the Night Lotus, who lived only 300 years ago, also encountered the ruthless king. This meant that the ruthless king had lived for a very, very long time. Perhaps he was still alive. The identity of the shadow was obvious. Perhaps the one who killed Husker was also this ruthless king. He just didn't know what was going on with this person. Why did he kill so many people, and where exactly was he? The Silver Elk floated on the surface of the dark ship graveyard. The Silver Elk was a cargo ship belonging to the White Clam Shipping Company. Its captain was Husker. Angor was currently sitting in front of his desk on the 4th floor of the Silver Elk, reading a large leather book under the dim light of a fluorescent lamp. There was a thick stack of books on the desk. Judging from the way they were arranged, Angor had already finished reading them. The cargo ship slowly floated on the calm surface of the sea. The dim light from the lamp interrupted the tranquility of time. The only sound that could be heard in this space was the clattering of pages as Angor flipped through them. It was difficult to tell the difference between day and night in this dark space. After an unknown amount of time, Angor removed his monocle and closed his eyes to think. He came here because he learned about the existence of the ruthless king, as well as his occupation, pirate. Since Taurus was a legend who made a living on the sea, Angor assumed that the book would contain his life record. But he had already read through all the famous pirates recorded in the Age of Burning Bronze, the most prosperous period of the Age of Sailing, and there was nothing about this ruthless King Taurus. This made him wonder if he had misunderstood. Angor remained silent for a while and slowly moved his eyes to the desk. There was one last book on it. The Shining Age of Silver. This was not a book about pirates. It was a book about people who lived in the Age of Silver, whose influence could be traced back to the present day. These people did not stick to the common life. Even political pests and underground workers were included in the book. Angor only took this book out to make up the number. But after reading all the other books, he still found nothing. This was the only one left. The Age of Silver only lasted for a little over 400 years, but this book was not thin at all, because in this short 400 years, countless cultural masters had appeared. It could be said that the stars were shining brightly. Angor flipped through the book without much hope. As he expected, most of the people recorded were masters of culture. Some of them were even criminals who committed heinous crimes. The book also recorded their achievements and demerits, which meant the Age of Silver was a very tolerant age. Apart from the masters of culture, there were also many famous people who made great achievements. However, most of them were from Faran. Only a few people from other continents showed up occasionally. Time passed slowly, and the thick book was about to reach the end. Just as he was about to give up again, a line of words suddenly appeared on the page: Taurus, the ruthless king. Angor's eyes lit up. He sat up straight and began to read the book. It was a picturesque record of Taurus' life and glory. The ruthless king, Taurus, was born in an unlucky place. He first rose to prominence in the easternmost sea in the year 211 of the Silver Flash. He was 18 years old then. Taurus was a legendary pirate during the Age of Silver Flash, time when both glory and terror spread across the entire world. With a savage beast, he unified the chaotic easternmost sea and was known as the Great Demon King of the Easternmost Sea. Because he killed several royalty and nobles in the Easternmost Sea, more than 3 of the continent's highest authorities listed him as a wanted person. The name of the wanted person is Ruthless King. During his time as a wanted man, Torres did one great thing after another. He even overthrew the highest authority on Valhalla Island, and his terror lasted for an entire era. Later, Torres went to Devil's Water and never died. He became the first person to conquer Devil's Water and draw a detailed map of the sea. His glory still shines to this day. However, in the year 223 of the Silver Flash, Torres suddenly disappeared. No one knew where he went. According to legend, he entered the wizarding world and is still patrolling his former territory with his eyes in some corner. Before he could digest the whole thing, he felt a cold and murderous wind blowing at his face. His head jerked up. The door of the balcony on the 4th floor of the Silver Elk was opened, and a salty wind blew in. A dark figure was standing at the door. Fluorescent lamps were hanging on the mast on the deck, which illuminated everything. Unfortunately, the figure was standing against the light, so Angor could not see his face. However, Angor could see that the figure was wearing a horned helmet and a scythe that replaced his missing left leg. Also, those blood-red eyes glowing with a dim light, Angor glanced at the pages of the Silver Age. Torres' attire was exactly the same as the figure in front of him. The same horned helmet, the same missing left leg, and the same tall and slender body. Torres? While asking, he quickly set up defensive measures in his mind space. At the same time, he chanted spirit mantra. Angor had to be extra careful when dealing with this legendary pirate who killed Husker without leaving a trace and lived for more than 2,000 years since the Age of Silver. The figure at the door did not speak. Those glowing red eyes were filled with malice. Suddenly, the black shadow rushed over without any warning. Its blood-red eyes dragged out a long red light, and it appeared in front of the desk almost instantaneously. At the same time, a powerful, cold energy appeared in his hands. His black fingernails turned sharp and pointed as he swung them at Angor. With a loud explosion, the desk was reduced to sawdust. The fluorite lamp was also turned into countless fluorite dust by the strike. The glowing dust swirled in the air, illuminating the originally dark room. It was only then that the black figure realized that there was no life in front of him. His previous attack, which was full of energy, had only hit an afterimage. There were remnants of gray veins in the afterimage. Although the black shadow did not recognize these gray veins, he could faintly feel that there was a powerful force hovering above them that was very threatening. So that's why you've been alive for so long. Angor's voice came from the left. The figure quickly turned around and unleashed an ear-piercing howl that could shake one's soul. However, Angor did not move at all. It was as if he was just taking a stroll in the park. And here I thought you were a 2,000-year-old monster. So Angor did not even try to dodge the howl. His soul did not waver at all. Even an attack from a soul apprentice like Sokka was nothing to him, let alone one who hadn't even learned soul howl before. An undead? Just as he was about to launch an attack, he felt a familiar wave of undead energy. Angor pointed out the enemy's identity. Unfortunately, the undead creature had no intelligence at all. It only responded by attacking Angor again. He dashed away and dodged Torres' attack. Toby, let's go outside. It's too narrow here, Angor said to Toby, who was still flapping his wings. Since Torres was an undead creature, Angor did not eject his soul. Instead, he asked Toby to control him. Toby nodded and activated the sequence of gravity again to bring Angor out of the cramped room and onto the deck outside. Angor did not stop there. His boots left a trail of golden runes in the air as he dashed across the top of the ships and landed on the shore. Soon, Torres also landed in front of Angor. The undead creature floated in the air while looking at Angor with a pair of crazed red eyes. To Angor's surprise, Torres also noticed Angor's strange behavior and did not attack him immediately. Instead, he carefully observed Angor from the side. None of the undead creatures Angor had ever seen behaved like this before. Of course, Angor did not know what happened to the giant jellyfish at Spectre Water. Otherwise, he would not be so surprised. Torres did behave like a human, but he was still an undead creature. At most, he might have gained more stable energy without being assimilated by the chaotic energy. After observing Angor for a while, Taurus finally lost his patience and attacked Angor first. Angor quickly took out Prelude to Rebirth and fired a shot at Taurus. Taurus' crimson eyes were filled with confusion at first, but when he sensed the power of Prelude to Elimination, he quickly tried to run away. But Angor chose to fire when Taurus was in close range. There was no way Taurus could escape. Angor was counting down in his mind and prepared for the dawn of victory. However, at this moment, something unbelievable happened. Taurus suddenly disappeared from the range of Prelude to Elimination. Angor's eyes widened in surprise. Just as he was wondering what happened, he sensed a cold wind behind him. Taurus was using his black fingernails to attack Angor's face. In the nick of time, Toby moved Angor to a safe place. If Toby didn't move him in time, Angor would have been in big trouble. Angor was immune to most of the negative effects such as soul hell. However, he could not take a direct hit like this. Also, he didn't forget how Taurus destroyed the desk with his last attack. That kind of energy was almost as powerful as a full-strength attack from a level 3 apprentice. However, Taurus's intelligence was lacking, and his control over energy was too weak. Otherwise, Angor would not have been able to escape so easily. Angor frowned. He didn't see how Taurus managed to dodge the attack. His spirit sense told him that Taurus simply disappeared, and in the next second, Taurus attacked him from behind. Teleportation? Angor frowned. Was this one of Taurus' natural abilities? Not only did Taurus have a human-like ability, but he also had a special ability that no other undead creature could match. This was probably the strangest undead creature Angor had ever encountered. Taurus might not be as powerful as the jellyfish at Spectre Water, but he was more agile and difficult to deal with. If there was no limit to his power, Prelude to Elimination would not be able to stop him easily. Taurus managed to evade Angor's attacks several times in a row. Angor even tried to use himself as bait to shoot at Taurus. But every time Taurus sensed the invisible ripples of Prelude to Elimination, he would quickly run away. Angor tried to block Taurus' escape route by attacking him from all directions, but he still failed. Taurus' ability helped him break through the encirclement again and again. Every time, Taurus could teleport away at a critical moment. Angor even tried to use the sequence of gravity to stop Taurus, but Taurus was also afraid of the sequence of gravity. Whenever Taurus saw the sequence of gravity, he would use his ability to teleport away. After several failed attempts, Taurus seemed to have realized that Angor was a tough nut to crack. He began to weaken his attacks and even began to retreat. Angor felt a little anxious when he saw Taurus' strategy of fighting and retreating at the same time. He didn't expect an undead with a special ability to be so difficult to deal with. And it seemed that Taurus was going to retreat. Once Taurus left, Angor would be in the open while Taurus was in the dark. His advantage would be reversed. Using Taurus' spatial ability for sneak attacks was simply unstoppable. When the time comes, it would be very difficult for Xiao Hai to defend against Taurus. He knew the reason why he could not keep Taurus here. It was not only because Taurus was too smart, but also because the ripples of Prelude to Elimination had a wide range, covering a fan-shaped area of 180 degrees in front of him. However, it did not spread quickly. Whenever Taurus sensed Prelude to Elimination's ripples, he would use his ability to teleport away. This was why Angor failed so many times. Other undead creatures, such as the undead jellyfish from Spectre Sea, didn't know how to use Prelude to Elimination. That was why Angor couldn't do anything to Taurus, even though the jellyfish was much stronger than Taurus. In the end, Taurus didn't even fear Angor's Prelude to Rebirth and chose to fight Angor head-on. People always said that fighting undead creatures was troublesome. Angor never thought so. But this time, he felt it for real. Apart from Prelude to Elimination, Angor didn't have any other means to deal with undead creatures. Taurus wasn't even afraid of illusions. If he sensed something wrong, he could teleport away. Angor grew more and more anxious as he watched Taurus retreating. It's just that Prelude to Elimination can't do anything to you because it's too slow. Angor frowned. Then I'll find a way to do it. Angor raised his gun again and dashed away, pretending to be the bait again. This time, he was wide open. Taurus was already retreating, but when he saw that Angor was defenseless, he decided to charge forward. Even if you have some intelligence, you still don't understand that I've used the same plan twice. There must be a trap. Angor quickly moved behind Torres and raised his gun again. Torres was facing away from Angor, so he couldn't see Prelude to Rebirth or sense the energy ripples from Prelude to Elimination. Instead of using his ability to escape, Torres turned around and tried to attack Angor again. But the moment he turned around, a white bullet condensed with a faint mysterious power bolted out of the barrel. This time, Angor didn't use Prelude to Elimination. Instead, he used the precious white bullet. He already knew that the bullet was faster than he could imagine, even faster than the sequence of gravity. If Torres wasn't prepared for it, he would definitely get hit. According to his previous tests, an undead creature would immediately fall into a state of energy imbalance when hit. In this state, the undead would not be able to move, and they might even lose consciousness. Once Torres couldn't move, Angor could easily deal with him. However, this was a good plan, but it would cost him a precious white bullet. Still, the bullets were meant to be used. When he returned to Fey Continent, he could always go to the outskirts of Spectre Sea to replenish his ammo. Angor's plan worked perfectly. Torres didn't even realize what the white light in front of him was before it disappeared into his glabella. Torres' eyes glowed red, but in the next second, his body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. Angor walked to them. He looked a little pained because he used up a white bullet. He was going to use Prelude to Elimination to finish off Torres, but when he was about to open fire, his hand paused and his mind began to wander. He was worried because he didn't have enough white bullets left. However, he planned to use all 6 of them at once and find a chance to experiment on an undead creature. Now wasn't the right time, but this undead creature was a perfect test subject. Moreover, Torres was a very strange creature. He was a rarely seen undead with intelligence. Angor wanted to experiment on the white bullets. Ordinary undead creatures were easy to find, but special ones like these were not so easy to find. Besides, Torres was already hit by a white bullet. To avoid wasting another bullet, Angor had to use him as a test subject. Angor's plan to use Prelude to Elimination to get rid of Torres slowly disappeared. According to the journal he read and the date of Torres' disappearance, Torres had stayed in this mysterious space for at least 2,000 years. If Torres could regain his consciousness, Angor might be able to learn more about this place from him. With that in mind, Angor decided to use all 5 remaining white bullets on Torres. However, before he could pull the trigger, something unexpected happened. Torres, who was still lying on the ground, suddenly looked up and revealed a strange face. His face was divided into 2 parts with his nose bridge as the center. One part was a hideous undead creature, while the other was a normal and calm one. The horned helmet covered most of his face, but Angor could still tell that he was a young man. Half undead? Angor gasped. How? So fast? Torres didn't give Angor any time to react. Without hesitation, he used teleport and reappeared dozens of meters away. Then, he quickly fled into the darkness. Angor was a little frustrated. He didn't expect Torres to become a half-undead so quickly. When he was testing with number 233 on Phantom Island, it took the undead a whole day to become a half-undead. Although Angor was considering whether to keep Torres as a test subject, it only took him 1 or 2 seconds to decide. Yet Torres managed to become a half-undead in such a short time. This was even faster than Goman King's 13 women. Angor still underestimated Torres' special ability. Seeing that Torres was about to disappear into the darkness, Angor quickly chased after him. Angor didn't need to say anything. He glanced at Toby, and Toby immediately turned into a griffin of wrath. The flaming griffin was like a natural source of light in the dark, illuminating the entire island. Toby had the sequence of gravity, so it should have been easy for him to chase after Torres. Unfortunately, Torres's ability was spatial diversion. Although it didn't seem like he could teleport very far, there was no limit to the number of times he could teleport. Torres kept running toward the center of the island. He noticed that Torres was changing his strategy. At first, Torres only moved in one direction. But as time went by, Torres' intelligence improved greatly after turning into a half-undead, and he learned how to move in the opposite direction. Torres was always running in the east, but now he was running in the west. Torres often couldn't keep up with Torres' sudden change in direction. Besides, Torres would also lose some distance due to inertia when he made a 180-degree turn at such a high speed. Torres seemed to be growing more intelligent as he chased after Torres. Slow down. Going too fast will only make it harder for you. The island isn't that big. He won't get far. Angor patted Toby's shoulder. Toby nodded and gradually slowed down. Time passed, and they were getting closer and closer to each other. Angor wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to see how long Torres' ability would last. He knew that there was a limit to his innate ability, such as the amount of energy he could use it with. At some point, Torres would run out of energy, and he would be trapped like a turtle in a jar. Torres seemed to have noticed this as well. His undead face became even more furious, while his human face began to show signs of anxiety. Suddenly, Torres made up his mind and began running toward the center of the island. Angor kept following. When he reached the center of the island, he noticed that Torres suddenly teleported and disappeared. During their chase, Angor concluded that Torres couldn't teleport more than 100 meters away. How did Torres vanish into thin air when he couldn't sense anything within 100 meters of him? When he looked at the central mountain, his eyes suddenly lit up. Is there a place inside the mountain that's empty? Did he move into the interior of the mountain? Angor believed that his guess was correct because it was highly possible. Of course, there was also the possibility that Torres went underground. Most of the time, the undead would rest underground, but that was only because there was a tomb or a space underground. However, no matter which possibility it was, there should be some hidden space in this area. When he thought about the hidden dimension, he immediately thought of Lucas' treasure. He couldn't find the treasure anywhere else. Perhaps, the treasure was hidden here. With that in mind, he tossed several high-quality fluorides to Toby. This place isn't that big. Take these and patrol the sky. If you see any half-undead, inform me immediately. Toby released his griffin form and used the sequence of gravity to arrange the fluorides around him. He nodded at Angor and flew around. Angor gently landed on the ground and circled around the mountain to look for a secret passage. At the same time, he released more than a dozen scouting puppets and began to search and monitor from all directions. 3 days later, Angor floated in the air. Toby came to him and whispered something. Torres didn't come out? Angor nodded. It was normal that Toby didn't see Torres. He sent out scouting puppets to search the island, but they didn't find Torres anywhere. Clearly, Torres was still hiding somewhere. He looked down at the mountain ridge that wasn't too tall and felt the urge to dig it up. But he held back. He didn't want to destroy the terrain unless it was absolutely necessary. If someone else found this place, the traces he left behind would expose him. While he was at his wit's end, one of the scouting puppets sent him a message. Follow the river bank where Angor found the skeletons, and you'll reach a group of mountains with a hidden lake nearby. The scouting puppet found a ship floating on the lake. Since this strange island had a ship grave, it shouldn't be a big deal to find a ship here. But Angor could tell that the ship belonged to a pirate. Most importantly, the head of this pirate ship was a ferocious bull with 2 curved and sharp horns. It looked very dignified. According to the Shining Age of Silver, Torres' ship was called the Savage, and the most obvious symbol of the ship was the statue of a bull head at the front of the ship. So Torres is the one who drove the ship? Angor ordered the scouting puppets to continue searching the mountain ridge while he and Toby flew toward the pirate ship. Inside a dark space at the center of the mountain ridge, Torres was curled up on the ground and shivering. His half-undead state was making him very uncomfortable. Images flashed in his mind from time to time while he mumbled something under his breath. When the two left, Torres suddenly opened his eyes. Torres relaxed a little when he saw his enemies leaving. But when he sensed where they went, the other half of his soul suddenly had an ominous feeling. Go, go, go. Torres mumbled a single word and staggered to his feet. Something behind him was glowing with a golden light. Torres turned around and saw that it was a human skull. There was a brief moment of clarity in his eyes, but the chaotic energy of the undead took over his mind once more. His eyes, which had been clear a moment ago, became hazy once more. He no longer cared about the glowing skull. Instead, he followed the will in his heart and swayed into the deep darkness. Meanwhile, Angor had arrived at the location where the scouting puppet found the pirate ship. This lake was much smaller than the one where the Night Lotus went down. However, there was a river that connected the lake to the outer sea. He landed on the edge of the lake and looked up. He saw the intimidating bull statue in front of him. It had to be said that the sculpture was very well carved. The two horns were exactly the same as Tora's helmet. Angor jumped onto the savage. The scouting puppet already searched inside the ship and didn't find anything. Tora's soul wasn't here either. Angor came here because he saw something interesting from the scouting puppet's vision. Using his boots, Angor quickly flew to the stern of the ship. Under the tall mast, he saw a rudder that looked like a wheel. The rudder was painted with a thin layer of paint, and the rudder blades were engraved with delicate patterns. It looked similar to other rudders. However, there was one thing that caught Angor's attention. At the center of the rudder, a slender knight's sword was firmly inserted into the ground. This knight's sword was like the story of the sword in the stone that Xian had told him before. After the baptism of time, it had completely fused with the rudder of the ship. Gold age 1348, month of resuscitation. Sunny day. I ran into pirates. I picked up my knight's sword and rushed out. Ha ha ha, it was so satisfying. They all died under my sword. Then, I chopped off the head of the pirate leader with a single slash and seized a ship full of treasures. To commemorate this battle, I put my sword on the rudder of the pirate ship and spread my name. As for the treasures, I'll take them all and put them in my treasure vault. Angor took out Lucas' logbook and looked at it with a strange expression. Knight's sword, ship's rudder, treasures, pirates. All these keywords made him feel like he was in a trance. The knight's sword was inserted into the rudder, and the treasure was returned to the treasure vault. Could it be that, just like the sea of flowers, the wishing tree, the island spirit, Lucas had made another prophecy? Lucas lived in the age of gold, while Toras lived in the age of silver. There was a difference of several hundred years between them. There was no other explanation other than a prophecy. According to this theory, the treasure trove that Lucas recorded wasn't his own treasure trove, but a pirate's treasure trove. Or rather, Toras's treasure trove? Ridiculous. But it does make sense, Angor muttered. If it really was Tora's treasure, it didn't mean anything. Treasures were worthless to Angor. But Angor was sure that Poseidon and Basket which were here for something else. Maybe they weren't after Lucas' treasure. Maybe there were other secrets to this island. As he pondered, Toby suddenly let out a loud shriek in the air, which reached Angor's ears. He raised his head. At some point in time, a dark red light had appeared at the top of the ship. Toby was also hovering above the ship. So you finally came out, Toras? Angor floated in the air and looked at the dark figure standing on top of the watchtower. The right half of Toras' face had returned to normal, so the red light came from his left eye. Toras didn't attack. Instead, he kept looking at Angor and growled like a wild beast. It seemed he was trying to chase Angor away. Seeing that Angor didn't move, Toras finally opened his mouth. Leave. Leave me, Angor's eyes widened. It had been 3 days, and Toras could already talk? But it seemed that the chaotic energy was still dominating. Still, this was the only way to maintain a certain balance. Otherwise, Tora's stable energy would overwhelm the chaotic energy, which meant he had to increase the stable energy to 98% in a short time. Otherwise, his energy would dissipate and become energy particles in the air. You keep telling me to leave. What? Is this ship important to you? Angor asked. Leave. Leave. I want to leave. Toras hesitated for a while before he spoke again. Angor finally realized that Toras meant that he was going to leave on his own. Could it be that this was actually his obsession? Angor still remembered the first time he experimented with white bullets on an undead being, the first thing the undead said after turning into a half-undead was, "Give me back my banyan flower." Later, Angor learned that this was the undead's biggest wish before death. So what Toras just said meant that his obsession before he became an undead was to leave this place. That seemed to make sense. The legendary pirate who had shaken the easternmost sea must have pursued freedom all his life. But in the end, he was imprisoned in this dirty, filthy, pitch-black, and lifeless cage. It was normal that his obsession before his death was to leave. In Torres's mind, since he had come in by boat, he had to leave by boat as well. Because of this, Torres almost lost his mind when he saw Angor on the ship. Torres didn't attack Angor because he didn't want to destroy his only means of escape. However, this obsession wasn't stable at all. Before Angor could try to get more information out of Torres, the chaotic energy overpowered his will. Torres' expression changed again and he charged at Angor with his gloomy energy. Angor dodged to the side and took out Prelude to Rebirth. When Torres saw Prelude to Rebirth, he suddenly remembered something and ran back into the darkness without looking back. Angor sighed. Are we going to play catch-up again? At the same time, in a sea area tens of thousands of miles away from Silver Palm Island, under the sunlight, a small boat seemed to be floating leisurely on the surface of the sea. However, if one looked closely, they would find that this silver-white canoe was shockingly fast. There were two people sitting on the canoe. The one driving the canoe was a little Shoto with long fangs. On his back was a pair of grayish-black bat wings. His appearance was very cute. However, his four limbs, including his neck, were all hung with heavy black chains. The other end of the chains was tied to a wooden stake behind the canoe. Beside the pole was a sun chair, which was sunbathing in sunbathing. A tanned man was lying on the chair, basking in the sun. He was wearing a tailored suit, but the buttons of his shirt were unbuttoned, revealing his smooth chest. Xianxia, who was sitting in the front, secretly glanced behind him. When he turned back, his eyes were filled with anger and resentment. His heart was cursing all the vicious words he knew. "Darky, what are you mumbling about?" The man's voice reached Xianxia's ears. Darky trembled and panicked. It took him a while to realize that he was cursing the man in his mind. He didn't say anything out loud, did he? Darky put on a flattering smile and looked back at the man. "Master, I'm not mumbling anything. I'm just wondering why this area is so empty. There are no reefs and no sea beasts." The man's eyes flashed and he said lazily, "Spacious? I don't think so. The calm surface of the sea can't hide the undercurrents under the sea." Darky stuck out his tongue and licked his white fangs. "Master, I'm just a little demon with a low IQ. I don't understand." "Is that so? Speaking of which, I didn't notice the undercurrents at first. You're the one who reminded me." The man smiled at Darky. Darky was surprised. He followed the man's gaze. His demon tail was reaching the bottom of the sea through the wooden planks. Darky awkwardly pulled his tail back. Coincidentally, when his tail went through the wooden planks, it didn't cause any damage. "Tell me, what did you find?" The man looked at the dispirited Darky. Darky struggled for a while. When he felt the shackles on his neck getting tighter, he hurriedly said, "I saw a big blue ray. There's a delicate palace on its back." "Oh?" The man raised an eyebrow. "Bicky? So it's Sliv." As soon as he finished speaking, a wave rose from the sea thousands of meters away. A huge ray slowly rose from the bottom of the sea. "Mariasa, what are you doing here?" It was the silver-haired young man standing at the front of the ray boat, sorcerer of Big Fish Sliv. "What does it matter to you what I'm doing here?" Mariasa sat up from his chair and answered Sliv's question lazily. "I'm the manager of the White Clam Shipping Company. Is it strange for me to show up at sea? Lord God of Ocean is about to arrive. Mariasa, I suggest you stay away. If you offend Lord God of Ocean, you won't be able to get away with your excuses." Sliv's words sounded frivolous, but his expression remained cautious. He did not lower his guard just because of Mariasa's casual tone. Mariasa was known as the Demon Hunter after all, and he was one of the few Truthfinder wizards in Floating Mech City who could fight real battles. "Speaking of which, I have a question." Mariasa stood up and stretched, revealing his muscular, tan chest. "Why not the other seas? Why this one?" Sliv stared at Mariasa quietly, waiting for him to say something. "So I was right. That Leviathan that showed up out of nowhere is very strange." Mariasa raised an eyebrow. Sliv was still smiling, but his expression was much colder than before. Mariasa continued, "At first, I didn't think there was anything wrong with the Leviathan. I just used detect luck, which I haven't learned for many years, to ask a question. You know, I'm not a prophet. Even if I learned a few prophecy cantrips, they often fail. I don't care if the answer is yes or no. But, the luck detection's answer is, unable to detect. Sliv's expression was getting colder. Interesting. You don't want anyone to know about Silver Palm Isle, so you set up a mist that even prophets cannot see through. Speaking of which, it's a bit unnecessary. Mariasa spoke slowly. Now, can you tell me why you won't let anyone enter the sea ahead of us? Sliv suddenly laughed. We wouldn't be willing to spend so much money if there's not a huge profit to be made. Can't you guess what kind of profit we're going to get? Mariasa shrugged nonchalantly. Looks like you're not going to give in. But it doesn't matter. Darch, keep driving. If you don't tell me, I'll see with my own eyes. Darch could not resist Mariasa's order at all. He let out a squeak and continued sailing, even though there was a giant ray in front of them that was many times larger than them. So you really want to go against Song of the Deep, Mariasa? Sliv's expression darkened. He even gave up on his usual what? Please be clear that I'm not your enemy. Instead, you're going against the entire wizarding world. Mariasa laughed as he drove towards Silver Palm Island. Sliv didn't stop him because he couldn't. After Mariasa left, Sliv frowned and saw two bubbles coming out of Becky's mouth. This kind of bubble was the unique communication bubble of the Song of the Deep. It used the sound field frequency between sea beasts to achieve ultra-long-distance communication. Sliv tapped on the bubble on the left and listened to the voice transmission. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Now he knew why Mariasa had said that they were going against the entire wizarding world before they left. He just received news that there were many undercurrents in the wizarding world in the south. Rumors about Silver Palm Island were spreading like wildfire. Some claimed that a mystery item was about to be born, some claimed that there was a chance to become a truth finder, and some even claimed that there was a secret dimension hidden here. Normally, wizards wouldn't pay attention to such news. They would just treat it as a rumor. However, the person who spread the rumor swore, "If you don't believe me, you can test it with a prophecy spell." Sliv didn't need to think about the consequences. When the wizards learned that Silver Palm Island was shielded from the detection of prophecies, they knew something was wrong. It was impossible for the island to be shielded from such a wide range of prophecies without spending a lot of money. There had to be something great going on. Any wizard who smelled something good would definitely flock here. Sliv clenched his fists. He was sure that Mariasa was the one who did this. Sliv was already considering if he should inform the God of Sea right away. Otherwise, if a large number of wizards came to Silver Palm Island, they wouldn't be able to handle all of them with their current manpower. Sliv decided to wait and listen to what was going on in the second bubble. However, when he heard the voice from the second bubble, Sliv couldn't sit still anymore. He patted the ray he was riding and said, "Bicky, send a message to the God of Sea. Tell him, the door is opening." Bicky flapped her butterfly-like wings and sent out a message. After Bicky sent the message, Sliv immediately flew towards Silver Palm Island. On his way to Silver Palm Island, Sliv ran into Mariasa again. Sliv glared at him and sped up without looking back. Mariasa stroked his chin and asked the imp Darch, what did his expression mean? Darcha licked his fangs. "Master, I'm just an imp with low intelligence. I can't read people's expressions." Mariasa raised his foot and kicked Darky hard. At the same time, Darky felt the chains tightening around him. He gritted his teeth and said, "Master, I think Sliv wants to express his anger towards you." "And then?" Mariasa continued. Then, something terrible must have happened." Sliv was very anxious and desperate. Darky turned around and saw Mariasa raising his foot again. He quickly said, "Master, I'm really an imp with low intelligence. That's all I can feel." Darky flapped his little bat wings as he spoke, as if he was trying to please Sliv. Mariasa put his foot down. He didn't want to argue with this imp with low intelligence. He mumbled to himself, "Looks like I'm here at the right time." After a round of proud laughter, Mariasa said, "Darky, speed up." When Sliv arrived at Silver Palm Island, he immediately saw the basket witch and Lady Payne hovering in the air. They glanced at him from afar. Although their gazes seemed weak, Sliv felt great pressure. It was even greater than the pressure he felt for Mariasa. Sliv picked a new direction, away from the people of Summerdew Ridge. He mumbled, "You don't have much time left to show off." When he was in the air, Sliv finally looked at Silver Palm. After days of self-doubt and struggle, Leviathan seemed to have understood something, but at the same time, it didn't. It didn't know why it came here, but it knew what it was here for. There was a mysterious force that brought it here and asked it to guard a door. It didn't know what was behind the door. It didn't know why it was here as a gatekeeper. It just followed its gut feeling. However, as time passed, the mysterious force seemed to have weakened. The Leviathan began to realize that it was not a gatekeeper, but the king of the deep, the predator at the top of the food chain in this area. When the seed of self-doubt blossomed into a flower of enlightenment and bore the fruit of anger, the Leviathan finally began to resist violently. It began to attack everything in its path, especially the door it was guarding. When Sliv arrived, the entire island of Silver Palm was razed to the ground in its frenzied attack. However, it seemed like the Leviathan was not done venting its anger. It kept moving its powerful body and slowly attacked the door that only it could see. A series of energy ripples were released from the Silver Palm Island. None of the non-wizard level supernaturals could withstand the energy ripples and fell into the sea, unconscious. Even Sliv was a little scared. He could even feel that Becky was trembling under him. The Leviathan was using all its advantages to destroy the source of its anger. The king of the deep's anger caused thunderstorms and hurricanes to appear in the sky. Combined with the Leviathan's power, huge waves were created. Countless sea tornadoes were rapidly forming and rushing in all directions. The violent outburst of power finally caused the unstable energy in the vicinity to collapse. Energy collapse signified the formation of an energy storm. The size of the energy storm depended on the size of the collapse and the amount of primordial mana in the area. The energy collapse caused by the Leviathan was calculated in the sea. Plus, Devil's Water was rich in primordial mana, so the energy storm was beyond imagination. Even Sliv could not hold on in such an energy storm. Only the Basket Witch and Mariasa, who had just arrived, were able to keep their composure. Mariasa looked at the rampaging Leviathan in front of him and smiled bitterly. "What's with all the commotion? I don't think I can use my opening lines now." As Mariasa spoke, he ordered Darky to row to the north. Under Mariasa's protection, Darky was fine. He even clapped his hands in joy when he saw the destruction caused by the energy collapse. "Master, why do we have to row to the north?" Mariasa didn't mind Darky's inappropriate question. He pointed at the sickly girl sitting on the basket monster and said, "That one over there is as crazy as Isabella, and he's much stronger than her. Let's stay away from him." Summerdew tilted her head and looked at the Leviathan with her hand on her chin. She didn't care about Mariasa's little gesture. Instead, she looked at the Leviathan with a smile as if she was looking at a toy. "Master, Raven has sent a message from outside. The spatial energy in the sea is very active. I'm afraid more than one adept has come to the Devil's Sea through a plain passageway." The one who spoke was Madame Payne. She was wearing a luxurious purple dress and a black pearl veil. "The more the merrier. Don't you think so, Wheeze?" Summerdew giggled as she sat on the basket. She did not care about the number of people. The basket monster she was sitting on, Wheeze, opened its mouth and let out a series of snorts as if it was responding to its master's question. Madame Payne covered her face with her fan and chuckled softly. Although there were only 2 of them in the Summerdew Ridge, their hidden combat strength was not something that could be matched by numbers. The fact that Summerdew Ridge was able to force Song of the Deep, one of the top 10 adept organizations in the southern region, to back down was more than enough proof of their power. While they were chatting nonchalantly, the Leviathan's madness had reached its peak. In the sea that looked like it was about to collapse, the storm and thunderstorm were nothing more than a gentle breeze. The more terrifying energy storms and spatial rifts were the real deal. The sea was rising from the bottom of the sea, and the waves were hundreds of meters high. Lightning bolts danced wildly in the dark world, and the energy storms destroyed all living things. The scene was comparable to the calamity of the demon god. Anyone who saw it would think of the end of the world. At this moment, the magi who were able to stand in this area all felt an immense pressure that seemed to represent the will of the sea descending from the sky. The raging sea also calmed down a lot under this pressure. The water elementium around them was unbelievably obedient, as if it was facing its true master. Mariasa's lazy demeanor disappeared in an instant, and his expression turned serious. The little demon darky, who was under his protection, was now lying on the boat with a weak face. Even if Mariasa could help him block the chaotic natural energy, he still had to bear the pressure by himself. On the other side, Madame Payne's relaxed expression finally disappeared. She glanced at Summerdew with a worried expression. Summerdew, on the other hand, was completely unaware of the situation. She rested her chin on her hand and stared at the Leviathan as if she was waiting to watch a good show. However, from the way her legs tensed up, one could tell that she was not as calm as she seemed. Even the Leviathan slowed down its pace of destruction. Occasionally, a hint of doubt flashed across its face. As a sea beast, it was born with strong control over the sea, but under this sudden pressure, its ability to manipulate the sea slowed down a lot. It felt as if an even more powerful master of the ocean was looking down on it. The only one who felt relieved was Sliv, the sorcerer of big fish, who had retreated hundreds of kilometers away. He was no stranger to this pressure. It came from one of the two strongest truth-knowers in Song of the Deep, God of Sea Xianxia. Although he and Xianxia had their differences regarding the otherworldly creatures, they were both members of the Song of the Deep, and were on the same side in this matter. Xianxia, the god of the sea, was one of the most powerful wizards in the world. It could be said that there were very few creatures in the southern region who could stand up to Xianxia in the sea. Currently, just the pressure alone was enough to stop the sea from roaring. It could be seen how powerful it was. The god of the sea is here. What is he going to do? Mariasa quietly steered the ship to the side and thought to himself, maybe it's time to find out the answer. Why are people from Song of the Deep and Summerdew Ridge all paying attention to this Leviathan? Also, what is the secret of Silver Palm Island? Lady Payne asked the same question, Master, what is the god of the sea going to do next? Summerdew, who was beside her, still had a cute and innocent expression on her face. However, the occasional malice and morbid look in her eyes was enough to send chills down one's spine. Maybe, he's going to open the door? Lady Payne raised an eyebrow. Can the god of the sea open the door to the mysterious dimension? Summerdew shook her head. Aside from the Leviathan, no other creature can sense the existence of that door. Not even a legendary wizard can sense it. Lady Payne also understood this. If it weren't for the prophet who saw the door through the wheel of time, they wouldn't have known that the door to the mysterious dimension was here. Then how will the god of the sea open the door? Summerdew looked at Lady Payne with an innocent look. Who knows? There must be a way. Xianxia is a cunning old fox. Her innocent look only lasted for a few seconds. She then spoke to the basket monster in a strange tone, Wheeze, since Xianxia is here, we should get ready to drive. Wheeze bus, roger that. We'll get to the first-class parking area. As soon as he finished speaking, another person arrived. Compared to God of the Sea Xianxia, who had been hiding in plain sight all this time, these people came out of the plain passageway and flew towards Silver Palm Island. They came from different wizard organizations, such as Nocturnal Forest, Valley of Storm, Utopia Academy, and even major organizations such as Floating Mech City, Brute Cavern, and Magic Flute Monastery. About 100 wizards stopped at the weakest point of the energy storm. While inquiring about the situation here, he also secretly made some small moves that no one knew about. However, most of these people were official sorcerers, and Truthfinder sorcerers were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It was not that they did not want to come. Most Truthfinder wizards were dragged into Monkey's plan and could not leave the Abyss Plane. Lady Payne was confident that she could handle so many wizards, but she was still a little nervous. Summerdew spoke to Lady Payne in a low voice, they're asking about this place, right? Tell Raven to send them a message. Tell them, there's a mystery space here, and there's a mystery item of strategic value. Lady Payne's pupils shrank. Mistress, it's not a good idea to tell them. We need to know the information first. With Xianxia here, do you think it'll be easy for us to get what's inside? We need to stir up trouble to get what we want. Lady Payne remained silent for a moment and nodded. It didn't take long for the news of a strategic mystery item on Silver Palm Island to spread. After the news spread, the whole scene was like a pot of boiling oil that had been added to boiling water. Everyone was excited. What was a strategic mystery item? It was a resource that could not be used easily. Every time a strategic mystery item was used, the situation would change on a large scale. The southern wizarding region did not have a specific classification system for mystery items, but strategic mystery items were classified separately. Currently, there were very few strategic mystery items in the southern wizarding region. Each of them was the core heritage of a major wizard organization, such as the Endless Corridor in Floating Mech City. If the rumors were true, and there really was a strategic mystery item here, then this would probably be the biggest event in the Devil's Water since the fusion of the planes 3 years ago. Song of the Deep was probably the one who was most enraged by the news. At this point, Sliv had no other way to change the situation. He rubbed his palms together and made up his mind. The plane fusion 3 years ago ended in failure, and he played the role of a villain. Not only did he get nothing, but he also attracted the attention of the Supreme Cult. This time, he had to get the mystery item for Song of the Deep. The sea area around Silver Palm Island became a chaotic place for wizards to gather. And in the center of Silver Palm Island there was a new change at this time. Ever since it sensed the presence of a higher-level sea master, it had become even more irritated. It had become even more irritated by the presence of a higher-level sea master. As the top predator in the deep-sea food chain, the Leviathan was not a docile sea monster. It was born as the king of the sea, and it was furious that someone dared to invade its territory. However, the Leviathan's weak spirit sense did not allow it to find the source of the pressure. Without anyone to vent its anger, the Leviathan could only keep attacking the invisible door. Unfortunately, the door did not budge. It was still standing in the Leviathan's mind. Suddenly, Leviathan heard the sound of the ocean's pulse. It was as if the god of the ocean was whispering in its ear, "Are you angry? You were fooled by an unknown existence. Are you angry? So angry that you want to destroy the door? Too bad you can't. Even if you destroy it, will the anger in your heart disappear? Too bad it won't. So, how can you resolve the anger in your heart? Destroy it completely. Destroy not only the door, but everything behind the door as well. Only then will you feel the pain of the existence that controls you." These words pierced the Leviathan's heart. It was annoyed by these obscene words, but it thought that they were very much to its liking. Indeed, there seemed to be no other use for destroying the door other than venting his emotions. It wanted to make the existence that controls it feel the pain of the existence that controls it. The Leviathan could not help but wonder, "What should I do?" The veins of the sea seemed to have heard the Leviathan's thoughts. It said in a softer tone, "Pry open the door and turn everything behind it into chaos. Only then will you be able to vent your anger. Pry open the door? Yes, open the door. You will be able to destroy everything behind it. Then, you will be completely free. You will never be able to feel the door again." The Leviathan was already in a state of madness. When the voice in its ear guided its actions, it did not think too much and accepted the suggestion. From destroying the door to prying it open. Ever since Taurus became a half-undead, he would occasionally regain his clarity of mind and recall some of his lost memories. He recalled that his ship was called Savage Beast, and he also remembered that his goal was to drive Savage Beast out of this desolate land. When he realized that Angor was heading to the Savage Beast, his obsession urged him to come out and stop Angor. However, his obsession was not as important as his own safety. When he saw the strange weapon in Angor's hand, he quickly ran away in fear. Taurus kept running for half a day. Angor was having a hard time chasing after Taurus. It wasn't that he couldn't catch up. It was just that Taurus would always use teleport to get away. Besides, Taurus was an undead, and Angor couldn't cast any spells to fight him. When Taurus finally showed up at the mountain range again, Angor's heart skipped a beat. "He's not going to hide again, is he?" Angor frowned. If Taurus really went into hiding again, he would find him even if he had to dig through the entire mountain range. As for whether he would leave any traces behind, Angor didn't care. He would just clean up the place as much as he could. In the worst-case scenario, with boundless silence and the protection of the newly crafted Blood Knight, no one should be able to trace his identity. When Taurus arrived at this place, a hint of absent-mindedness appeared in the half-soul side of his face. At the same time, a look of joy appeared on his face. The mountain range was his hiding place. As long as he could hide there, he would be safe. Torres didn't think that Angor would come looking for him at all. Angor knew what Torres was trying to do, but he couldn't do anything about it. He cursed in his mind and prepared to dig a hole. However, something unexpected happened. Just as Torres was about to use teleport to find a safe place to hide, something happened. The earthquake occurred once again. This time, it wasn't just a small tremor like the previous one. This time, the ground trembled continuously. Along with the tremors, the energy in the surrounding space also began to go berserk. Angor was a little surprised by the continuous tremors, but he didn't feel scared at all. The chaotic spatial energy meant that Torres' teleportation had been restricted. As expected, Torres quickly turned around and looked at Angor with a terrified expression. "Without space shifting, I'd like to see where you can run to." Angor grinned wickedly. This guy had wasted so many days of his time. Now that he was finally going to turn the tables around, how could he not be happy? Without using teleport or Toby's sequence of gravity, he could easily catch up with Torres using Night Dash. Torres had no choice but to fight for his life. Instead of dodging, he began to attack. Unfortunately, he was too weak to use his energy. Angor easily dodged the attack. He didn't use Prelude to Elimination in his fight against Torres. Now that he had a chance to turn the weapon into his soul, he didn't need to use it again. He still wanted to get the secrets of this island and Lucas out of Torres' mouth. But now, he had to figure out when he could use the white bullets. His original plan was to lock Torres up in the Church of the Deceased and use the remaining 5 bullets. But now, he had to consider when the tremors would end. Once the tremors were over, Torres would be able to teleport again. The longer he waited, the more likely things would go awry. It was better to use the bullets during the battle. Unfortunately, plans could never keep up with changes. Not long after Angor made up his mind, the island began to experience another tremor. This time, it didn't come from inside the island. Instead, it came from the outer space. Before the earthquake subsided, a series of manic roars came from the sky into the space. This roar seemed to have been blocked by a door, and by the time it reached his ears, it had already become much softer. Even so, the demon-like emotions in the roar still spread to every inch of the island. Along with the roar was an unstoppable aura. Both Angor and Torres, who was still fighting against Angor, could only cower in a corner and tremble in fear. Angor was better off. He was used to being intimidated by the aura many times, so he was able to keep himself moving. However, Torres couldn't hold on any longer. He curled up into a ball, unable to move. Angor quickly shifted his attention away from Torres. He looked up at the sky with a puzzled look. He tried to explore the dark sky above him before, but just like the sea around him, it was covered by a thick fog. He couldn't fly into it for long. At that time, he understood that this was probably an existence similar to an alternate dimension. If he wanted to leave, he had to use a teleportation array or the exit. Angor didn't know where the exit was before. But he did know that the teleportation array was hidden in a cave under the cliff. Now, he had a general idea of where the exit was. Or rather, he sensed that the door that blocked the roar was somewhere in the sky. However, Angor wasn't paying attention to the exit. He was more interested in the roar coming from outside. During the previous earthquake, he vaguely felt a familiar beast roar, but at that time, the beast behind the door did not roar loudly. With the sound of the door blocking it, he could not hear it clearly and could not determine who was roaring. But now, Angor recognized the demon who kept roaring as if it was possessed by a demon. Not to mention, the aura felt so familiar to him. He felt it himself when the limpet passed by Silver Palm Island. Roman even died because of it. The owner of the roar was none other than the Leviathan. He was wondering why he could hear the Leviathan roaring outside the door. Was there another Leviathan outside the door? So, is this Leviathan the Leviathan of the Isle of Silver Palms? Angor's instinct told him that the Leviathan outside the door was the same one on Silver Palm Island. Everything about Silver Palm Island, including the strange appearance of the Leviathan, seemed to be related to a puzzle. Angor believed that either the Leviathan was going to give birth to its offspring on Silver Palm Island, or that there was something else about the island. Now, it seemed that his instinct was right. The secret of Silver Palm Island must be this strange dark space. As for what other secrets there might be, Angor had no idea yet. The only clue he had was Torres, who was trembling on the other side of the island. Angor was having a hard time moving because of the aura. However, he could still raise his gun and fire. He was planning to shoot Torres during the fight, but it seemed that he didn't have to worry about that now. He aimed his gun at Torres and released a white flash. The second bullet went into Torres' body without much effort. At the same time, Torres' body trembled. The stable energy inside his body was quickly replenished, while the negative energy inside him began to shrink. If Angor didn't keep firing and raise his energy level to 98%, Torres would soon die from the energy imbalance. Without hesitation, Angor fired the third bullet, then the fourth, and finally the last one. The 6 white light bullets in the gun's magazine were all expended and entered Torres' body. Torres was curled up on the ground at first, but now he was lying on the ground, twitching non-stop. Wisps of black smoke were rising from his body. Angor tried his best to resist the pressure and approached Torres. He took out the Church of the Deceased and created a new space inside, which he separated from Freud and put Torres inside. The roar and the powerful aura had yet to dissipate. The earthquake didn't seem to be stopping. In fact, it was getting worse. At first, it was only a small tremor, but it soon became a huge one. Angor could even hear the sound of waves crashing in the distance. Seawater was overturned, and mountains were crumbling. An unprecedented disaster was sweeping across the area. Angor saw the ground cracking and the top of a mountain in the distance collapsing. He was still wondering if he should continue searching for Lucas's treasure. But now, the entire island was about to be destroyed. The teleportation array under the cliff might also be destroyed. If the array was destroyed, he would have to leave through the door. But the door was the Leviathan Hall. And it wasn't just the Leviathan Hall. He didn't think anyone from Summerdew Ridge or Song of the Deep would find the teleportation array in Shelley Garden. But this grand door, they may have already occupied it. It is very likely that not only Weya Hall but also the people of these two wizard organizations are outside. Just in case, Angor decided to run away first. Even if he couldn't find anything, he had to at least stay alive. Under the pressure, Angor injected energy into Night Glider and used it to drag his heavy body to the other side of the island. However, he didn't fly for long before he felt that the dead space had stagnated, as if a machine that had been silent for a long time had been restarted. A ray of light shone from the sky. Angor looked up and finally saw the door. The door that was hidden in the sky revealed a small gap, allowing light from the outside world to enter this long dead space. Angor looked at the dark world and saw a ray of light. It should have been something worth celebrating, but now, Angor felt a little scared. When the door was opened, a cold and cruel vertical eye had already occupied his vision before he could even see the first light of dawn. The familiar vertical eye was now filled with a fiery red color. It scanned the land with a gaze that could destroy everything. Without a doubt, the owner of the eye was the Leviathan. The eye behind the door was filled with coldness and cruelty as it scanned the dark land around them. Angor nearly jumped out of his skin. He knew that if he didn't do something to protect himself, he would be discovered by the Leviathan. Being watched by a berserk Leviathan was definitely not a good thing. Before the monster noticed him, Angor quickly dove to the ground. After landing on the ground, Angor quickly placed a small layer of nightmare illusion around him, which allowed him to blend in with the silent land around him. At the same time, he fully activated infinite reticence to make himself look invisible. Even so, Angor still felt that something was wrong. The island was not spacious at all. But when the light of dawn shone in, Angor's heart was pounding like a drum. He felt uneasy and uneasy. Even though the Leviathan's spiritual perception was weak, the illusion nodes were floating in the air as the land was too vast for them to hide. If the Leviathan had sensed the fluctuations of the illusion nodes, it would have noticed that something was amiss. I have to find a place to hide from the Leviathan. Even in such a dire situation, he was still able to control his body with his mind. He turned his head around and tried to find a good spot to hide. Suddenly, he saw a huge crater in the ground. The earthquake had stopped, and the terrain of the island had completely changed. The crater Angor was looking at should have been a mountain ridge. Earlier, Torres came here to find a hidden space inside the mountain ridge. But now, the mountain ridge was no longer there. What was exposed was a narrow crack in the ground. If Angor was right, there should be a hidden space under the crack, and Taurus was hiding inside it. Staying on the ground would only attract the Leviathan's attention. Even if he had a nightmare illusion, he couldn't do that. Besides, infinite reticence didn't make him invisible. It only weakened his presence, so there was still a chance for him to be discovered. For now, he believed that the safest option was to hide inside the crater. With that in mind, Angor quickly got to his feet. The Leviathan's attention wasn't here yet, but he didn't have much time left. Angor slowly crawled toward the crack. During this period, they also had to avoid the falling boulders caused by the aftershocks of the earthquake. It was extremely thrilling. Everything seemed to be going well. Before the monster could reach the central area, Angor had already reached the edge of the crater. With a gentle roll, he fell into the darkness. Next, he left an inconspicuous scout puppet outside the hole to act as his eyes. He didn't forget to activate his purification field to prevent his pheromones from leaking into the ground. After rolling for a few seconds in the dark, he finally landed on the ground. There was still some pressure underground, but it was much less dangerous than on the surface. He stood up and observed his surroundings with the help of the purification force field's light shield. The tunnel seemed to have been dug before, and it seemed to be able to withstand the pressure. There were some falling stones, but there was no sign of the tunnel being blocked yet. It seemed that Taurus had been hiding somewhere in this tunnel. After making sure there was no danger, he connected to the scout puppet on the ground. Using the puppet's vision, Angor began to observe the situation in the sky. The Leviathan was still patrolling the area. Angor noticed that while the monster was observing the world behind the door, it was also harboring malicious thoughts about the door itself. Angor could see the monster trying to tear the door open with its energy. Every time the door was torn open, the energy in the area would go berserk. Angor now had a good idea about the cause of the earthquake. Perhaps the monster was attacking the area, which was why the earthquake happened. While observing the Leviathan, he suddenly heard some strange noises coming from inside the building. Since the monster was still patrolling the area, its roars became softer and softer until they were almost inaudible. This gave Angor a chance to listen to other noises coming from behind the door. He listened carefully and heard the sound of waves, as well as a strange noise caused by the sequence of the law of the sea. The sequence of the sea was similar to the sequence of gravity. It was highly unlikely that the monster was using the sequence of the sea. It was more likely that the monster was someone else. Angor once heard from Sunders that there were only a few people who owned a sorcerer's garden. But there were still some. For example, Song of the Deep had god of sea Xianxia as an example. Xianxia owned a low-level sorcerer's garden called Ocean Paradise. Through the garden, Xianxia learned about the sequence of the sea. Angor's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that he was right. Maybe people from Song of the Deep and Summerdew Ridge were here as well. Angor felt a little anxious. No one had come through the door yet. Maybe it was because of the Leviathan, or the fact that the door was only slightly ajar. It was not the worst situation yet, but Angor believed that it would not take long for someone to come through the door. If he did not leave by then, he would be in big trouble. He did not have much time left. He had to find a way to get back to the cave and leave this place through the teleportation array. However, the Leviathan's eyes were glued to the door in the sky, and it couldn't leave just yet. Angor believed that the monster would not keep staring at the door. As long as the monster moved its eyes away, he would have a chance to get back to the cave. The only thing he was glad about was that he got the scout puppet earlier. Without it, he would not know what was going on outside. Besides, the alchemy item only consumed energy from the inside instead of using energy from the world, which would not attract the Leviathan's attention. Toby suddenly whispered into his ear while he was still keeping an eye on the Leviathan's movements through the use of his scout puppet. Angor looked at Toby in confusion. Toby floated in the air and pointed a wing at his back. Back? He looked back and saw a dark tunnel behind him. He couldn't see anything in it. What is it? Angor asked Toby while keeping an eye on the outside world. Toby chirped softly. You mean, there was a flash of golden light in the tunnel behind us? Angor tried to translate it. Toby nodded and asked if Angor wanted to check it out. Golden light? This is where Taurus used to hide. Perhaps Taurus's treasure is hidden here? Or perhaps Lucas's? Of course, it was possible that they were both the same thing. After all, Lucas' logbook was full of strange things. Angor reached his spirit feelers into the church of the deceased to check Tora's condition. If Torres woke up, it would be best if he could get some clues about the golden light from the monster. Unfortunately, Tora's soul still needed time to turn into a soul. He was still lying in a corner of the church without showing any signs of waking up. The good news was that Torres did not show any signs of collapsing. Since he couldn't get anything from Torres, Angor decided to check it out even if Torres' treasure was inside. As long as the Leviathan looked away, Angor would use the sequence of gravity to leave. With the help of the sequence of gravity, it would only take a few seconds for Angor to leave the place. With that in mind, Angor nodded. Let's check it out. I also want to know if the real secret of this space is hidden in it. There had to be something special about this place since it attracted the attention of a truthfinder like God of Sea. Angor wondered if the secret was hidden in the depths of the tunnel. Angor moved deeper into the dark tunnel while using his scout puppet to keep an eye on the Leviathan. Soon, he arrived at the end of the tunnel and saw a small room. There were a stone bed, a chair, and some decayed wooden furniture. There were also other miscellaneous items, most of which were already damaged. Beside the stone bed, there was even a sinister skull. Angor didn't find anything that could give off a golden light. However, when he used his spirit feelers to scan the area, he found a small space behind the bed that was separated by a wooden plank. The space wasn't big, so Angor couldn't see what was inside. But when he used his spirit feelers and a fluorite to check the area, he was surprised to see that there were treasures inside. A large number of treasure chests filled with gold coins were placed inside, all of which were shining brightly. Gold and silver, treasures, swords inlaid with pearls, precious utensils, legendary masterpieces. Everything was placed in one place. Even though Angor did not have much interest in mortal gold coins, he was still shocked by what he saw. Looks like this is Torres's treasure. Angor used his spirit feelers to check the chests inside. Too bad they're all ordinary things. As for the golden light Toby saw, Angor didn't see anything. Maybe Toby saw wrong, since there was nothing else worth exploring here, and there was no other way to go. He decided to go back. As for the treasures inside, he didn't really care about them apart from some masterpieces. As for the masterpieces, Angor wasn't in the mood for them since he was in a critical situation. Let's go. Angor patted Toby's shoulder and turned around. But as soon as he took a step forward, his expression changed to one of joy. The Leviathan is looking away from the door. Here's our chance. Let's get out of here, Toby. With that, he dashed toward the exit. Toby hesitated a little and prepared to follow. But before he could, he saw another golden light flashing behind him. When he looked back, he saw the golden light coming from the skull placed beside the bed. Humans might try to avoid looking at a dead person's skull, but Toby didn't mind at all. He simply thought that the shiny skull looked pretty good, so he put it into snowy feather and chased after Angor. The Isle of Silver Palm. When the door that only existed in the consciousness of the Leviathan was pried open, the shadow of a door finally appeared beside the Leviathan. All the wizards on the scene also noticed the door. It was at this moment that they finally believed the rumor that there was a mysterious space here. Everyone stared at the door with an inscrutable expression. Although they could only see the door through the crack, they could already sense the aura of death coming from the other side of the door. What did this aura mean? Although there was a crack in the door, neither Flunza nor the basket which dared to approach it. They could sense that the door was just a virtual one, not a real one. Only when the door was completely open would they make their move. However, even though the Truthfinder wizards could sense the door, not everyone could understand it. A wizard who boasted of his excellent shapeshifting ability took out a wooden staff and waved it. His flesh and blood shrunk into a small ball, and he turned into a buzzing mosquito. With his tiny body size, he tried to sneak into the door. But when he flew to the edge of the door, he noticed that the door was still in a mysterious and untouchable state. The only one who could touch the door was the Leviathan. The mosquito wizard was unwilling to give up, but he could only turn back. However, his actions had planted a small seed for what would happen later on. The Leviathan sensed the wizard who had turned into a mosquito. According to the basket witch, the Leviathan was a foolish sea monster. In fact, even though the Leviathan's spiritual senses were slightly weaker, it wasn't lacking in other aspects. Moreover, as the overlord of the deep sea, the Leviathan had a natural instinct for danger. Leviathan didn't pay much attention to the shape-shifting wizard, but it did realize that its surroundings were not as safe as it thought. There were supernatural beings like this mosquito lurking in the shadows, spying on it from time to time. The Leviathan recalled the voice that appeared in its ears earlier. Perhaps the voice belonged to another supernatural creature. Based on the Leviathan's mastery of the ocean, he could only imagine how powerful the Leviathan was. If there were so many supernatural creatures lurking in the corner, the Leviathan immediately raised its guard. At first, everyone noticed that the Leviathan had been trying its best to tear open the illusory gate, but all of a sudden, its tearing speed slowed down, and it was no longer exerting as much strength as before. The Leviathan's movement slowed down, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone knew that it was the shape-shifting wizard's fault, but they were not in a position to blame him. They also noticed the fluctuation of the shape-shifting spell earlier, but they did not point it out because they wanted to test the door's opening. Now, with such an outcome, it could only be said that there was no blame to be placed on anyone else. But it doesn't matter. The door is already open. Even without the Leviathan's help, it's almost time to open the door. It was Xianxia who spoke. After hiding for a long time, he finally showed himself on Vicky's back. However, Xianxia was not in his true form. Instead, it was a water elemental body made of seawater. Even so, his aura was no weaker than that of a regular wizard. Sliv felt threatened even though he was standing right next to Xianxia. "Mr. Sea God, will the door open without the Leviathan's help?" Sliv showed himself and stood behind Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. "Even without the Leviathan's help, the door will still open one day. However, with the Leviathan's destruction of the door, we should be able to bring forward the date of its reopening." "I see." Sliv paused for a second. "But the longer we wait, the worse it will be for us. There are too many problems, both inside and outside." Xianxia smirked. "Foreign invaders? Are you talking about the rabble that's gathered here? Even if they enter the mysterious dimension, they won't know what the item is or where it is because of the prophecy barrier. As for the internal problems, don't you feel it? The door is only open a little, but the aura inside can't be faked. That's not the aura of a living being. Everything inside is dead, so there can't be any internal problems." Xianxia sounded confident, and Sliv agreed with him. What they didn't know was that the internal problems did exist. Angor was still inside the mysterious dimension, waiting for the perfect opportunity to escape. It seemed like the shape-shifting wizard only slowed down the opening of the Leviathan's door. What they didn't know was that if it wasn't for the shape-shifting wizard, the door would have been wide open already. Angor would have been exposed if they tried to enter the Leviathan. It was because of this small seed that Angor was able to survive. Even Angor himself didn't know that the reckless wizard outside the door gave him a chance to escape. And he, too, grasped this opportunity. Using the scout puppet's eyes, Angor noticed that the eye behind the door disappeared. Without hesitation, he rushed out of the hole with Toby. However, as soon as they left the ground, they were once again assaulted by a powerful aura. Angor planned to use the sequence of gravity to reach the cliff, but he couldn't do that under the pressure. Fortunately, the pressure only suppressed their bodies and had no effect on the alchemy items. He took out Gondola from his bracelet and put Toby inside his chest pocket. Then he started the engine and flew toward the cliff. However, after flying for a short while, he felt the door in the sky shake again. An unprecedented sense of danger alerted Angor, and the Leviathan quickly focused its attention on him again. But now that he was out of the hole, he couldn't turn back. He had to keep going. Still, Angor tried to comfort himself by setting up illusion nodes around Gondola and turning it into a dark mist. "If I can't see it in the mist, it can't see me either." Angor's subconscious action saved his life. At the very least, when the Leviathan turned its attention back to the space it hated so much, it did not immediately realize what the black mist that was fleeing in the air was. It was this moment of confusion that gave him the last chance to survive. At first, the Leviathan thought that it was an earthquake that caused the dust to rise. It had noticed before that its movements would cause a strong tremor to the island inside. However, when the Leviathan noticed that the black mist was still fleeing in the air, it realized that something was wrong. It also noticed that there was a strange energy surging within the black mist. It did not know what was inside the black fog, but it subconsciously thought that the reason why it had become a goalkeeper out of nowhere might have something to do with the black fog. After all, the mist was the only thing that could move on its own in the space behind the door. Angor's anger, which was already calming down due to the possibility of powerful enemies outside, suddenly flared up. The Leviathan roared at the sky and focused all of its aura on one point, aiming at the mist in the air. The mist couldn't resist the Leviathan's attack and fell to the ground. Angor felt even worse than when he was shocked by Isabella's aura back at Silent Hill. He felt like his organs were about to explode. Still, he couldn't help but smile. Even though he was discovered by the Leviathan, he had already jumped over the cliff. The so-called falling was nothing more than a show he put on for the Leviathan to see. As soon as Gondola touched the ground, Angor quickly put it back into his bracelet. Since he deliberately controlled the direction of his fall, he landed right near the hidden cave under the cliff. After the previous unprecedented earthquake, the cliff had clearly collapsed. Large areas of landslides and boulders had changed the landscape of the coast. Luckily, the cave was still there, and there were no falling rocks blocking the entrance. Angor hurriedly controlled Night Glider to fly into the cave despite the great pressure. When he saw that the teleportation array on the wall was still intact, he relaxed a little. Fortunately, the Leviathan didn't attack the door while keeping its aura on Angor, which meant the island was still stable. Thank you, Fate. At this critical moment, he subconsciously bowed his head to the unknown fate. If anything went wrong during his escape, he might never make it to this place. While enduring the great pain, Angor chanted spirit mantra in his mind and ejected his soul. He looked at the glowing teleportation array and smiled. Because the teleportation circle was bidirectional, Shelley Garden could only be opened through Lucas' bloodline. Therefore, the magic circle here did not require bloodline integration. As long as the magic crystal was properly integrated into the center of the magic circle, the passage back to Shelley Garden would be opened. However, he still needed to be in his soul form to activate the magic array. Angor took out a magic crystal he prepared beforehand and put it into the magic array. When the portal vortex appeared, Angor and Toby rushed inside without hesitation. After losing its target, the Leviathan finally realized that something was wrong. It saw a strand of spatial energy escaping into an unknown place behind the door. It didn't take long for it to figure out that this strand of spatial energy was coming from where it was supposed to be. The Leviathan roared and slammed the door. The island began to tremble again, and spatial energy began to gather again. But it was already too late. Flunza, who was standing calmly on Bicky's back, heard Leviathan's roar, and his expression suddenly changed. As the owner of the Vein of the Sea, Flunza did not need to decipher the sea creature's language to understand what they were saying. Leviathan was one of them. Obviously, Leviathan had sensed that something was amiss behind the door. It was yelling at a creature or even a person behind the door. Based on what Flunza told Leviathan before, Leviathan must have thought that something was amiss and that it was the reason why Flunza was forced to become its watchdog. But, how could there be a creature or a human in there? The door was still in Leviathan's mind, and it had yet to appear in the human world. How could there be a creature inside? Maybe it's a descendant of a creature left behind when the mysterious dimension was first created? Or, undead? Flunza was still trying to figure it out. However, he was still a little uneasy. If there really was an uncontrollable person inside, then wouldn't everything they had done be for naught? While Flunza's mind was in turmoil, the rampaging Leviathan suddenly roared again, and this time, it was even more frenzied than the last time. There was a hint of regret and anger in its voice. Flunza understood what the Leviathan was trying to say. Someone had successfully escaped from the dimension behind the door. What's more, Leviathan's voice clearly expressed one thing: damn human. Now, Flunza finally realized that it was not the undead he thought it was. The internal and external troubles that Sliv mentioned earlier were real. The one who angered Leviathan was a human who came out of nowhere. Was he going to return empty-handed at Devil's Water like what happened 3 years ago? Don't touch that thing. I don't care who you are or where you are, I will find you. Xianxia clenched his fist and punched the sea. Huge waves of hundreds of meters high rose. Xianxia was not the only one who noticed Leviathan's strange behavior. All of the wizards who could decipher the language of beasts understood what the Leviathan was trying to say, but none of them understood what it meant. Only the people of Summerdew Ridge had a change in expression. Lady Payne closed her fan and turned to look at Summerdew. Mistress, according to the Leviathan's words, something happened behind the door. Is there a human inside? Summerdew nodded. Xiao Lu, who was propping up her chin with both hands, had her eyelids half closed. Her lovable and naive expression was no longer present, and her expression was somewhat gloomy. Seeing that Xiao Lu was silent, Madame Pei's cold expression finally showed a hint of anxiety. Master, could it be a human who accidentally entered? The space in the Devil's Water domain was not stable. From time to time, a spatial crack would open. 3 years ago, the space was so chaotic that it almost merged with a plane of existence. Therefore, the occasional appearance of a spatial crack leading to a mysterious space seemed to make sense. I don't think so. Summerdew pondered for a moment. Judging from the Leviathan's reaction, the human has already escaped its detection. That means he's a supernatural. Either the human's power is unfathomable, or he has a secret passage that none of us know about. Madame Pei frowned. Which one do you think is the case, mistress? Because this mysterious space is not naturally formed. It was forcibly modified by that item. Therefore, it's impossible to use spatial coordinates to locate the space. In order to locate and enter the space, one has to be at least at the legendary level. Summerdew paused for a moment. Do you think anyone at the legendary level would not do anything in the face of the Leviathan's threat? Or even run away? Then there's only one other possibility left. Madame Pei felt a chill run down her spine. It was impossible for mortals to have the ability to enter and exit the mysterious space. Therefore, there was only the second possibility. Did someone go in and pluck the peaches? Pluck the peaches? Summerdew suddenly let out a shrill laugh. Her expression became unreadable. First, he has to know that there are peaches in there. Second, he has to be strong enough to protect the peaches. Someone who chose to run away in the face of the Leviathan's threat does not have the ability to pluck the peaches. Summerdew did not look disappointed. Instead, she spoke to Madame Pei in high spirits. Get ready. If we can't sense the item in there, send Black Dove to contact Ivan. Madame Pei nodded and immediately sent a message to Black Dove to relay Summerdew's order. When Madame Pei was done, she suddenly smiled. It's fine if the peaches are plucked. Previously, we wanted to fight with Xianxia. Even if we had hidden our strength, it would still be difficult. But now, with Mr. Ivan's help, we are confident that we can get the peaches. Ivan, also known as the Strider of Balance. He was one of the 18 observers of the Starliege Temple. He was also the prophet wizard who pursued the path of balance the most. Ivan was much more powerful than Tuvalu, the prophet of the Song of the Deep. On the other hand, Mariasa, who was sitting on a canoe, noticed the change in atmosphere between Summerdew Ridge and Song of the Deep. Compared to the wizards who came later, Mariasa knew that Silver Palm Island was closely related to these two places. The atmosphere in the room had changed. Coupled with the fact that he had deciphered the meaning of the Leviathan's roar earlier, a thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be that someone had entered the door in advance and obtained the strategic level mystery item? If that was the case, they all came here for nothing. Mariasa frowned. He was the one who sent people to spread the news that there were all kinds of treasures in this place. If these people realized that they were tricked and tried to track down the source of the rumor, he would be caught. If things really came to that point, with his strength and status, there might not be any trouble, but the resources he requested from Lord Luosan might not be available. Mariasa shuddered. He hoped that it would not come to that. However, the more you did not want something to happen, the more likely it would happen when you were worried. Due to Angor's successful escape, the Leviathan felt that its authority was being challenged. It began to go berserk again. He tried his best to tear open the door, wanting to immediately rush into that mysterious space and find the place where the spatial tunnel was teleported. Following the Leviathan's rampage, the calm sea began to roar again. Dark clouds rolled, lightning bolts danced in the air, and giant waves rose high into the sky. Some of the magi who had been hiding in the clouds revealed themselves one by one. However, even though the Leviathan saw these people, it didn't pay them any attention. Although these people were all supernatural beings, Leviathan was certain that they would never be able to break through its scales. The most important thing now was to find that damned human. With the Leviathan's full strength, the door was finally opened. At the same time, the state of the door also fell from the virtual state to the real state. The air, waves, and all kinds of microorganisms rushed into the door in reverse. If Angor was still on the island right now, he would see the sun shining brightly in the sky. Seawater poured down from the sky and washed over the dead world like an apocalyptic tide. As soon as the door was opened, the Leviathan tore the door open and entered the mysterious space. As soon as the Leviathan entered the mysterious space, all the wizards present looked at each other and activated their own defensive mechanisms at the same time. Then, they followed the tide and entered the unknown space. As a matter of fact, the Leviathan was not the first one to enter. It was Xianxia, who turned into a sea current and entered the mysterious space. As soon as he entered, he released his senses to cover the entire area. As a truth-finder wizard, it was not difficult for his senses to cover this small area. However, the information that came back from his perception was a capital none. There was nothing here. No energy, no life, and no trace of anything. Xianxia frowned. He did not sense the aura of the mystery item. Perhaps it was already taken away by someone else. Moreover, as the sea water poured in, everything in the space was shifted. The ground was washed away by the sea water. It was almost impossible to find any trace of the person in this environment. Still, Xianxia did not give up. As Summerdew said, even if the mystery item was taken away, he could always find a way to get it back. Xianxia quickly used the frequency of the sea to contact Sliv and asked him to contact Tualu to find the latest information about the mystery item. Meanwhile, Xianxia quietly turned into a vein of the sea and followed behind the Leviathan. He knew that since the Leviathan was in such a hurry to enter the space, the first thing it would do was to go to the place where the person disappeared. He wanted to see how the person disappeared from this space, and where the person was heading to. Xianxia guessed that there must be a hidden space tunnel that they did not know about. The rat must have found it and escaped. As long as he could find the place where the tunnel led to, it would be much easier for him to track down the culprit or predict the future. Following the Leviathan, Xianxia arrived at the cliff that was being submerged by the sea water. The Leviathan's body was too big, and it did not know how to shrink itself. Although it knew where the cave entrance was, it could only use the outside world to destroy the portal. Xianxia, on the other hand, was different. He followed the gentle waves of the sea water and found the hidden cave right away. When he reached the inside of the cave, he vaguely sensed the fluctuation of spatial energy. However, the spatial energy was about to dissipate. It was almost impossible for him to use it to locate the culprit. Xianxia noticed that the wall was empty even though he had lost track of where the spatial energy had gone. After a quick inspection, he immediately found out how the magic array manifested. Xianxia's eyes lit up when he looked at the magic array with his soul. As long as he could supply the array with energy, he would be able to teleport to the other side. With that in mind, Xianxia placed a magic crystal on the magic array without hesitation. However, after a long while, although the magic array flashed, the dazzling pattern suddenly dissipated in the next second. The magic array was reduced to ashes. Xianxia's expression darkened. He destroyed the portal on the other side in such a short time, and even affected this one. Without a doubt, the culprit was an expert in the study of runes. 2 hours later, when most people were still searching for clues in the mysterious dimension, Xianxia transformed into his water elemental form and floated in the air. Beside him was Sliv, who was also floating in the air. Both of them looked down at the island that was almost completely submerged in water without saying a word. After a while, Sliv finally spoke, "Mr. Sea God, no one has found the item yet." Sliv's expression turned ugly. Even his habit of speaking was forcibly changed at this moment. Xianxia spoke in a low voice, "That lucky rat must have taken it away." Sliv nodded with a gloomy look. He had already reported this to Song of the Deep, and the core faction was already mocking him. Even Lord Donsay, who was guarding the outer realms, had labeled him as an incompetent person. So what should we do now? I've already told Tuwalu about the situation, but he told me that it's not easy to track down a random target in such a large area. Xianxia hesitated for a moment. Then we'll look for clues and narrow down the search area. Xianxia began to share his opinion about the rat. It only took him a few minutes to destroy the magic array after he left it. He even destroyed the teleportation array on both sides. That means he's an expert in runecraft. He's probably a rune warlock or an alchemist who knows how to enchant spells. Xianxia continued, he didn't try to fight the Leviathan head-on. Instead, he tried to escape. He's no stronger than a truthfinder, a level 1 wizard, or below. Below level 1? Mr. Sea God, you're saying he's an apprentice? Sliv was surprised. If he was really an apprentice, then he must be really bold. He fooled so many wizards, including one of the most powerful wizards in the southern wizarding region. Although the probability is very low, less than 10%, it is still possible. Sliv immediately thought of someone who was so good at rune study. Only Mr. Phantom's student could do that. But Jibra didn't seem to notice anything strange about Angor's condition. Xianxia continued while Sliv pondered, he must have a huge network of information to be able to find the passage and the mystery item in such a short time. Maybe there's a huge information network behind him, and there must be a lot of prophets in that network. Sliv quickly dismissed Angor's suspicion. He was sure that Angor was alone at the moment. 2 days ago, he triggered an alchemy anomaly in Lost Paradise City. It was impossible for Angor to receive such news in such a short time. Hey, Sliv. You're suspecting someone. Xianxia looked at Sliv. Sliv paused for a second. It's not that. It's just that when I heard it might be an apprentice, I remembered an alchemist who's been causing a ruckus in the inland recently. Before Sliv could finish, Xianxia already knew who Sliv was talking about. He also heard about Jibra's information. Now that you mention it, Angor's words do sound suspicious. But I don't think it's him. Sunders isn't in the southern wizarding region, and he wouldn't have arranged such a job for his student before he left. And Angor himself doesn't have such a complete set of information. Xianxia paused. The rat who stole the fruit left right before we came in. It can't be a coincidence. There must be a plan. Angor doesn't know who it is. Xianxia didn't sound too confident. But my professor once told me to trust my instincts. The first person you think of is Angor. Maybe he's the culprit. Send a message to Jibra and tell him to keep an eye on Angor. Sliv cast a meaningful glance at Xianxia and nodded to do as he was told. He knew what Xianxia meant. Xianxia had already removed Angor's suspicion from his mind. He only mentioned Angor because he wanted to give Jibra a task so that he wouldn't return to Song of the Deep for the time being. After all, Jibra was just as involved as Xianxia in this incident. Even if Angor was a student of the god of sea, he wouldn't be able to get away easily. It was better to send Jibra away in the name of a mission. A moment later, Sliv received a message from Tuwalu. When he read the message, his pupils shrank. On the other side, Summer Dew, who was sitting on the basket, also received Ivan's message from Madame Pei. Lady Payne's expression was a little uneasy. Ivan sent a message. He used Libra as the starting point and tried to pinpoint the location of the mysterious item. The final answer was, he couldn't pinpoint it. Summer Dew's expression froze. Locating an item's general direction was one of the most vague ways to locate it. Usually, it wouldn't be wrong. But what did that mean? It meant that the item had blocked the prying eyes of a prophet. There weren't many things that could block the prying eyes of a prophet, and Ivan was one of the 18 observers of Starliege Temple. Yet he still couldn't find the item's location. Furthermore, from this, one could deduce another piece of information. This must be a premeditated operation. He, or they, came prepared. Both Summerdew and Xianxia came to the same conclusion at the same time. Xianxia's expression turned gloomier after hearing Sliv's message. It was fine if they came prepared, but he just hoped that it wasn't an organization. Xianxia was determined to get his hands on that item as long as he had the chance, even if it was backed by a large sorcerer organization. That item was the only thing that could save Song of the Deep from its current predicament of being trapped by otherworldly spies. About half a day ago, when Angor escaped from the mysterious space, the first thing he did was to vomit blood from his chest. When he was on the island, he didn't dare to vomit blood because he didn't want to leave his password. Only when he returned to the bottom of the well in Shelly Garden did he spit out the breath in his chest and a large pool of blood. The Leviathan was almost a truth-finder monster. Even powerful wizards like Flunza and Sunders couldn't break its defense. Angor felt more pain than being stabbed by a giant monster's aura alone. Despite his severe injuries, Angor ignored the pain in his body. Instead, he forced himself to walk to the teleportation array on the wall. He had to destroy the teleportation array as soon as possible. Otherwise, once someone discovered the teleportation array at the bottom of the cliff, his identity would be exposed. Luckily, he already figured out how to destroy the runes when he was trying to break the magic array at the bottom of the well. With the tools and materials he brought with him, he was able to destroy the magic array in no time. In less than 5 minutes, Angor finally managed to reverse the runes on the magic array. Once the teleportation array on the island was activated, the two-way magic array would be destroyed as well. As soon as he removed the spell array, he fainted on the ground. Less than a minute after he fainted, the magic array on the wall behind him was already damaged. Someone must have found the teleportation array on the other side of the island. If Angor was any slower, he would have been dead by now. When he woke up, he was still at the bottom of the well. He felt a warm touch on the side of his face. He opened his eyes and saw Toby curled up and sleeping on the side of his neck. Angor was surprised to see that. His injuries were much better than before. Apart from his internal injuries, which still needed a long time to heal, his external injuries were mostly healed. Even his spirit injuries were mostly healed. Using the fluorescent lamp on the wall, Angor saw several empty potion bottles around him. He could also taste the potion in his mouth. He didn't know what kind of potion they were. Graham must have prepared them for Toby, and Toby gave them to him while he was unconscious. Angor's eyes were filled with gratitude. Toby was injured by the Leviathan's aura as well. Angor felt very grateful to Toby for taking care of Toby's injuries when Toby could barely take care of himself. Angor considered himself lucky to have Toby's company in this harsh wizarding world. He carefully held Toby in his hand and made sure the bird was also recovering. After that, he put Toby back into his bracelet and asked the Moon Lily Fairy to take care of it. Finally, Angor took out his hologram tablet to check the time. He stayed on the island for nearly 6 days, which meant it had been a week since he entered the island. In other words, he had been unconscious for less than a day after returning to the bottom of the well in Shelly Garden. After one day, Zhang Tai wondered what the situation on the island was like. He wondered if those who came in later had discovered the teleportation array under the cliff. Angor ejected his soul and looked at the wall. His expression froze for a second. He could no longer see any runes on the wall. This meant that someone had tried to activate the teleportation array and caused it to reverse. Angor felt lucky when he returned to his body, but he also felt worried. It seemed that someone was really looking for him. Angor carefully recalled his experience on the island and made sure he didn't leave any obvious marks on the island. He sighed in relief. He didn't discover the secret of the island anyway. Summerdew Ridge and Song of the Deep shouldn't be too concerned about him. As long as he kept a low profile and lowered his presence, this should be over soon. With that in mind, Angor felt less worried. There weren't any major events in the new Ross mansion this week. To them, the most interesting thing was that young Master Neat seemed to have gotten together with the maid guarding Shelly Garden. The strangest thing was that the Earl didn't stop them. This meant that the sparrow really did have a chance to leap onto a branch and become a phoenix. Thus, many unmarried girls who were in love faintly felt their hearts begin to beat. Apart from that, there was also something else. Everyone thought that a wizard had left the manor, but it turned out that he had been training in a secluded place all this time. Of course, they were only curious about this matter. With their status, they did not dare to talk about the matters of the Magi. Meanwhile, he was reading a novel he borrowed from the city library in his study, The Sound of Tide at Night. It was an adventure novel based on Torres, the Ruthless King, a legendary pirate from 2,000 years ago. Part of the story was based on unofficial history, while the other parts were made up by the author. Angor found the story interesting and fascinating. While reading the novel, He would use his spirit feelers to check on Torres, who was lying on the ground surrounded by black mist, to see if he could find the image of the legendary pirate in the book. However, Torres was still unconscious and listless. It was hard to reconcile him with the impression in the book. He kept reading until he reached the most interesting part of the story. Torres wielded his sword and fought against a group of bandits called Emperor of the Sea in an attempt to reclaim the Promised Land, the easternmost sea, which was called Glory of the Sea by all navigators. The description of the battle was not detailed enough, but Torres's majestic image was still vivid in the book. While doing so, he also released the black mist around Torres's body. It had been 3 days, and there was still negative energy leaking out of Torres's body. The black mist was the source of the chaotic energy. In order to prevent Freud from being affected by the chaotic energy, he had to release the black mist from time to time. He looked at Torres and was surprised to see Torres's soul moving around. Torres was not awake yet, but half of his face was exposed. Angor was surprised when he saw Torres's face. Torres had a delicate face that could even be described as a baby face. It was completely different from his bull-horned helmet and the leather armor that revealed his abs. Angor thought he was going to be a Mr. Strong. He could no longer watch the plot of The Sound of Tides at night. He quickly came up with an idea in his mind. He closed the book, put the Church of the Deceased into his bracelet, and left the manor. Before leaving, Angor checked himself in the mirror. What he saw in the mirror was a lazy middle-aged man. But in the next second, he became a handsome young man. Angor looked at his sickly pale face in the mirror and sighed. The external injuries on his body were almost healed, but the internal injuries were very difficult to heal. The most direct reaction was that his complexion was extremely pale. He wiped the mirror with his hand, and his face returned to that of a middle-aged man. Then, he slowly walked out of the door. It was snowing heavily outside. As soon as he stepped out of the manor, he saw Neat walking towards him with an elk sled. "You're pretty well informed." "Here I am," Angor said in a casual tone. "You're not drowning in Miss Saina's warmth in the middle of a snowy day?" "Hee hee." Neat scratched his head. His face, which was covered by the white mink fur, was a little red. It was unclear whether it was from the cold or embarrassment. "As long as Milord is in Lost Paradise, I will be Milord's personal coachman." He was planning to fly away, but his damaged internal organs made his body lazy when repairing itself. So, he decided to save as much energy as possible. He accepted Neat's offer and got on the elk sled. After walking out of the Count's mansion, Neat asked, "My lord, where are we going now?" Angor didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked into the distance and said, "You'll have to ask her." Neat followed Angor's gaze and saw a figure slowly appearing on the snow. It was a petite woman in a white dress. "Mr. Pad, the master has been waiting for you at Oceanside Mansion." Her eyes were closed. Angor recognized the woman as Haku. When he returned to the manor, Haku showed up and told him that Jibra wanted to see him. Jibra was going to pay him a visit, but Angor was too weak at the time, so he said he would visit Jibra when he was done with his new alchemy work. 2 days had passed since then. "You know where we're going now, right? Let's go to Oceanview Mansion." Neat was a little surprised by Haku's sudden appearance. Angor nudged him. "Got it. Oceanview Mansion is just across the street. It's not far." Neat lifted the reins as he spoke. Haku nodded to Angor respectfully and vanished into thin air. Angor frowned as he looked at the spot where Haku disappeared. He could sense Haku's presence earlier because Haku released its aura on purpose. But now, he couldn't sense Haku's aura at all. He had never seen someone who could hide like this before. Haku was able to completely bypass spirit detection without making any sound. Regardless of whether it was used for a sneak attack or to spy on information, it was undoubtedly extremely powerful. "I guess I can't underestimate anyone." If Angor fought against White, White could easily ambush Angor, and White could easily defeat Angor by surprise. Neat swung the reins and led Angor to Ocean Mansion. Perhaps it was because of the second supernatural in Lost Paradise City, Neat didn't say a word along the way. No one knew what he was thinking. When they arrived at Oceanview Mansion, Neat finally spoke. "We're here, sir." Angor glanced at Neat. "I know what you're worried about." Supernaturals usually don't interfere with mortals' business. Don't think too much. With that, Angor headed inside the luxurious building covered in snow. When he reached the entrance, he heard someone approaching from the other side. He turned around and saw a purple-haired woman smoking a pipe while leaning against a pillar. She saw Angor and quickly walked toward him. Angor stopped. He knew this woman was from Summerdew Ridge. She also showed up when he was crafting Crimson Shelter. "Mr. Pat, I've always heard about you. It's a rare opportunity to meet you in person. How about we arrange a time for a chat?" The purple-haired woman walked toward Angor while carrying a pleasant fragrance. Angor didn't say anything. He only looked to the other side. A young man in a blue robe was standing at the entrance of Oceanview Mansion. He had a handsome face, and there was a shining scale between his eyebrows. "I didn't enter your mansion, Jibra. Can't I talk to an old friend here?" The young man was Jibra. He looked at Swan, who was trying her best to dress herself up, with a sneer. "Old friend? I didn't hear anything about you," Jibra said. Swan tucked her hair behind her ear. "We met 2 days ago at White Oak Mountain. Why can't we call each other old friends?" Jibra chuckled and ignored Swan. "I've been wanting to talk to you since we were in Yether City, but I didn't get the chance. Now that I have the chance, why don't you come this way?" Angor nodded and followed Jibra into the room, leaving Swan standing outside the door angrily. "That's Shadow Swan from Summerdew Ridge. Don't be fooled by the way she flirted with you just now. Her sexual orientation is a mystery." Angor didn't intend to continue the topic. He didn't like to gossip about strangers. "Let's cut to the chase. I've been working on my alchemy manuals, so I don't have much time. May I know why you're looking for me?" Jibra recalled Sliv's message and narrowed his eyes. "I heard you were training in seclusion a few days ago. So you were working on your alchemy manuals?" Jibra's words raised Angor's vigilance. Jibra didn't mean anything. It sounded like he was repeating Angor's words. However, considering the time limit, it sounded like he was asking about Angor's whereabouts. As expected, Jibra continued, "I'm curious as well. Where are you? I sent Haku to contact you a week ago, but she only found you 2 days ago." Angor didn't answer Jibra's question directly. "So Haku isn't as good at tracking as she is at hiding." Angor continued, "You called me here just to talk about such meaningless things?" "Of course not. I invited you here for a different reason. Why don't we talk inside?" Jibra asked as he headed to the inner hall. Angor nodded noncommittally. When the two of them walked towards the inner hall, they did not speak, but each had their own thoughts. Angor thought about Jibra's words. It sounded like Jibra was trying to find out where he was. Jibra even found out about Angor's seclusion. But Jibra didn't have any reason to do that, did he? Could it be that he had left some clues on that island and the people of Song of the Deep had found them? But Angor didn't think he left any traces behind. Besides, he even cleaned up the portal. Maybe I'm overthinking it? On the other hand, Jibra was also pondering. Before this, Sliv had told him about the results of the mysterious dimension. He only told Jibra to keep an eye on Angor. Maybe Angor was the one who stole the mystery item from the island. Jibra noticed that Sliv's tone sounded a little strange. It seemed that even Sliv didn't believe Angor was capable of such a feat. But why would Sliv remind him of that? Jibra quickly understood what Sliv was trying to say, especially when Sliv emphasized that this was an order from God of Sea Flunza. Clearly, Angor's teacher was using this mission to help him avoid the chaos in Song of the Deep for a while. Jibra didn't want to reject his teacher's kindness, so he quickly asked Bai to invite Angor over. Jibra didn't find anything wrong with Angor's behavior. Of course, it was also possible that Jibra didn't think Angor was the one who stole the treasure, so he didn't notice anything fishy. Since both Sliv and Jibra were convinced of this fact, Jibra didn't try to probe further. Instead, he led Angor to the inner hall. Jibra only invited Angor here as a formality. His real goal was to make friends with me? Angor looked at Jibra, who was calmly sipping his wine, in surprise. Yes. This is my teacher's task. According to my analysis, you're going to leave this place soon, so I don't think I have time to use all kinds of methods to make friends with you, so I might as well be honest with you. Jibra took out a light blue disposable pouch and handed it to Angor. After my analysis, I believe that if I want to spend a long time in front of you to leave a good impression, I will need to spend magical crystals and materials. Since I don't have time to do that, I'll just give you all of them. Angor didn't know what to say. So Jibra came here just to give him money? However, shouldn't any kind of friendship be refined with time? To think that he could even equate them into a total amount, and then he had a clear conscience that this was a convenient method. What kind of mysterious confidence did he have? Could it be that this was the trend of the Magus world? Jibra quickly added, I also calculated the cost of time, but it's hard to determine, so I chose a median value. Jibra pointed at the space capsule. Don't you want to take a look? Angor gently pushed her away. I appreciate your honesty. However, I don't think I have the value of a good relationship. Moreover, if you think that building a good relationship is just a gift, then aren't you treating friendship too cheaply? Deep Song beckon, Jibra interrupted. Ah? I said there are 15 Deep Song shell metals inside, Jibra said. His hand paused, and his Adam's apple moved. Deep Song shell metal was an extremely rare mid-tier water alchemy material that almost never appeared on the market. Not only could it be used as an alchemy neutralization material, it was even a magic material in itself. It could only be produced by Song of the Deep. Usually, alchemists who wanted to get their hands on Deep Song shell metal would have to trade with Song of the Deep directly. There are also 13 types of shell materials produced by Song of the Deep, as well as some common magic materials used by sea wizards. Angor was about to push the capsule toward Jibra when he heard Jibra's words, but he quickly pulled his hand back. These materials are so precious. They're shining like gold, just like friendship, Angor praised sincerely. He didn't really care if Jibra was going to give him a magic crystal or something. However, Jibra gave him alchemy materials that couldn't be found anywhere else, which made Angor a little curious. Now that he thought about it, he didn't need to do anything to make a friend. White Bear, the shameless prankster, also called him a friend in front of the Sky Tower, and Angor accepted him as a friend. Besides, Jibra was one of the most talented wizards in the wizarding world, so it wasn't a bad idea to befriend him. Perhaps Keely would be angry, but friendship was a matter of personal friendship, and there was no overlap between them. He put away the deep-sea Gobek metal and smiled at Jibra. Alright, let's go. I'll take it. If you ever need anything related to alchemy, feel free to come to me. I'll do my best to help you. Angor knew that Jibra was trying to get close to Angor because he wanted to. As expected, Jibra nodded in satisfaction. It seemed Jibra did what Angor asked him to do again. Since the matter was settled, Angor decided to leave. From his conversation with Jibra, Angor could tell that no one from Song of the Deep knew about his trip to that island. However, he was still worried that Jibra would ask him about his seclusion several days ago. Once or twice could be dodged, but if Angor insisted on pursuing an answer, Angor, who had just accepted the offer of building a good relationship, directly rejecting or fabricating an excuse on the spot would arouse suspicion. It was better to leave now. Before Angor could say goodbye, Jibra spoke first. Since we're closer than before, can I ask you something? What is it? How's Xianxia doing? Angor looked at Jibra carefully. What's wrong? Are you going to get revenge on Xianxia? Jibra lowered his gaze. No. I just want to know how she's doing. I didn't pay much attention to her when I left Brute Cavern, but I'm not sure how she's doing right now, Angor said after making sure Jibra didn't look surprised. But I think she's fine. Jibra nodded. That's good. Jibra sighed in relief. Was this guy a masochist? Did he fall in love with Xianxia? If that was the case, Jibra would only have a crush on her for the rest of his life. Every time Xianxia saw Jibra, she would go crazy and try to destroy Jibra, who represented the sea attribute. There was no way Jibra and Jibra would work together. Seeing that Jibra didn't want to ask anything else, Angor prepared to leave. Before he left, he suddenly thought of a question. Is it worth it for you to spend so much money to get close to me? Jibra chuckled. I see you don't know about your reputation in the southern wizarding region. Reputation? Angor was surprised. He only showed his face once in the purification garden. After that, he went quiet for half a year. What kind of reputation did he have? Was it because of Grea's new spell? But the news shouldn't have spread so quickly, right? Besides, Grea's spell creation was mostly based on her personal experience. Jibra poured himself another glass of wine. Well, it all started from the auction 3 months ago. Angor arrived at Ocean Mansion around 3 in the afternoon. When he left, it was already night. The snow had stopped falling, and the entire Lost Paradise city was covered in a layer of silver. Fluorescent lamps were everywhere, which made the city look beautiful and peaceful. Neat was still waiting outside with the moose sled. The moose sled was naked before, but now it was covered with a soft coat. On their way back, Angor remained silent with a worried look on his face. He recalled his conversation with Jibra earlier. At first, Jibra only told him about Angor's music box at the auction house. Later on, Jibra also mentioned something about the southern region, which was why the conversation was delayed until now. Angor didn't expect the music box to be sold at such a high price. He also didn't expect Mithril innovator Jalal to win the bid. Because of the music box, Angor's reputation in the southern wizarding region had skyrocketed. Jibra even teased him. There are all kinds of nicknames out there, such as Mystery Next Stop, Music Box Magician, Illusion Manipulator, Lionheart Thorn, and so on. When are you going to go out and prove yourself? Angor wasn't in a hurry. As long as it wasn't Baron Milk, he didn't care. No matter how stupid the name was, it still depended on the wizard's own ability to survive. Using one's own ability to earn a title was much more convincing than going to the Sky Tower. Angor only smiled when he heard about the music box. What he was truly concerned about and worried about were a few other pieces of news. One of them was the darkness shroud in the Evernight Kingdom. According to Jibra, almost 1/6 of the Evernight Kingdom cities had fallen into the darkness. Countless refugees were fleeing to the neighboring countries. Even wizard organizations and clans in the Evernight Kingdom had begun to evacuate. So far, there was no effective way to stop the darkness from spreading. Angor was worried about this. However, as someone who fought against the core of the darkness, he wasn't as worried as he thought. At least he could still get rid of the parasites, and several of them were still alive in his nightmare domain. The second thing was that something happened in Fairy Town. To be more precise, something happened in Fairy World. From the outer world to the middle and inner worlds, a large number of monsters and parasites like the ones in the Evernight Kingdom had appeared. Fairy World was the second place to fall after the Evernight Kingdom. The only reason why he cared about this was because the name Pakrati popped up in his mind when he heard Jibra's explanation. The appearance of parasites in the fairy tale world. Did something happen in the underground village, Pakrati? Could it be that someone had gone to mess with the Pakrati lair? The nests of the rainbow dragonflies in Pakrati had been there for over 1,000 years. They looked peaceful, but only if no one dared to provoke them. The consequences of provoking them were absolutely terrifying and unpredictable. According to Jibra, Fairy World was on the brink of destruction. The situation seemed to be extremely bad, but in reality, it could be even worse. Others might not know, but Angor knew that there was a plain passage behind those nests that was open all year round. There was a high possibility that the plain passage was connected to the Nightmare Realm and could release endless monsters. Just the beasts that the rainbow dragonflies reared in the plain passageway were already calamitous creatures. Angor remembered that when he accidentally entered the plain passage, he encountered a series of super creatures under the guidance of the rainbow dragonflies. Among them, the most shocking one was a giant beast that was estimated to be more than 1,000 meters long and had purple jade eyes. That giant beast clearly had extremely high intelligence. If the rainbow dragonflies released these giant beasts, it would definitely be a disaster. That was why Angor was worried about it. Angor believed that the southern wizarding region already had enough troubles. But sometimes, one shouldn't look into the bottom line of human nature. Worse disasters had yet to come, but they were already waiting to fall at any time. Besides, such disasters were also caused by people's thoughts. The third problem was the Abyss Plane. He didn't know what was going on in the Abyss until Jibra gave him a general idea of how dangerous it was. Jibra didn't explain it clearly because he didn't know the details either. However, he knew that Monkey was going to hunt down a descendant of a demon from the Abyss Plane in order to reach the legendary level. There was no need to think about what it meant to hunt down a descendant of a demon god. No wonder Sunders kept encouraging Angor to grow as fast as possible. He even mentioned the threat of the demon god several times. So that's why, if Monkey succeeded, the demon god from the Abyss Plane would definitely be enraged. Monkey would be able to walk away regardless of whether he could reach the legendary level or not. The demon god who couldn't find a target to vent his anger on would definitely bring his anger to the entire wizarding region. When that happened, the entire southern wizarding region would suffer. His Excellency Meng Qi had sacrificed the peace of the entire southern domain for his own selfish interests. Angor was both worried and angry. But if he was in Manchi's position and had a choice to become a legend, he could understand Manchi's choice. Everyone in the wizarding world knew about the great demon calamity, and why so many wizards supported Mr. Monkey. Even the leader of Brute Cavern, Silent Warlock Rain Mute, allowed the Moonfrost Union to come to Brute Cavern because they were also looking for a way forward. It had been 1,000 years since a legendary battle pet warrior had been born in the southern region. If Sir Manchi could really become a legend, perhaps this would be the path they would choose in the future. So what if he had to sacrifice the peace of an entire region? Anyway, as sorcerers, they had plenty of places to hide. Moreover, the demonic god's calamity would eventually attract the will of the world, and the demonic god would retreat. The only sad ones were the innocent commoners and the sorcerer apprentices who couldn't get in touch with the core. Angor's heart had been heavy ever since he left Seawater Mansion because of these three things. He sighed as he looked at Lost Paradise City, which was still flourishing despite the snowy scenery. If the Great Demon Calamity really came, would the city still be so prosperous, unless the Great Demon Calamity didn't destroy the land? The answer was no. This feeling of worry lasted all the way until he returned to the new Ross Mansion. It wasn't that he had suddenly thought things through and was in a better mood. It was purely because he had seen the purple-haired woman from Summerdew Ridge outside the gates of Ross Mansion. Need also saw the woman by the door. He saw what happened outside Oceanview Mansion and knew that the purple-haired woman was also a supernatural. He didn't know what to do right now, so he looked at Angor and tried to say something. Angor waved a hand at him, indicating that he should go back first. He then stepped forward. I don't think I have anything to do with Summerdew Ridge. Why did you come to me again and again, Lady Swan? Despite his question, Angor already knew Swan's intention after what happened with Jibra. She was probably trying to get closer to him. As expected, both Swan's answer and her behavior were both trying to get closer to him. We're both supernaturals who met on Faron continent. No need to be so distant. You can call me Swan. Swan smiled seductively and whispered something into Angor's ear. The fragrance of her pheromone spread to Angor's face. Without hesitation, Angor activated his purification field to block the fragrance. He didn't know if the fragrance had any special effects. It was better to be careful. Swan's expression froze. She quickly changed her tactic and stepped away from Angor, trying to put some distance between her and Angor. As I said, I've admired your alchemy skills for a long time, Mr. Pat. I studied alchemy for a while, but I'm more inclined toward bioalchemy. Why don't we find a place to exchange ideas? Swan leaned against the door and raised an eyebrow while smoking a cigarette. Bioalchemy? She was talking about life modification. Angor remembered that basket which was a carabit, so it made sense that her apprentices could do something like that. There's no need for that. Although I'm a little interested in bioalchemy, I'll be leaving soon, so I won't bother you anymore. Let's talk again in the future. Swan frowned. She purposely chose to talk about alchemy, but it didn't seem to work. Angor sighed. Swan, right? Helen once told me about you. You're Swan, right? Helen is a talented girl. Her personality and ideals are perfect for the wizarding world. If you're sure about bringing her into the wizarding world, I hope you can train her well. I have high hopes for her future. With that, Angor turned around and left. It took Swan a while to realize what Angor meant. Did he mean? Angor suddenly changed the topic. Was he saying that he had high hopes for Helen's future? In other words, as long as Helen was around, he wouldn't mind getting closer to her, or was that it? Swan's eyes glowed as she watched Angor leave. Meanwhile, Angor returned to Ross Mansion. He didn't think too much about Swan's matter. Instead, he sat in front of his desk and took out his notebook to write down some things. The great demon calamity was very likely to happen. How to protect his elder brother and Professor John were some of the things he wrote down. There were many ways, but all of them had their pros and cons. The most fundamental method was to become a true sorcerer before the demon god calamity happened. By then, it would be easy for him to protect his family. But what if he couldn't become a wizard before that happened? That was what Angor needed to think about. It was the end of the month of resuscitation. It had been a week since Angor escaped from the island. He didn't find anything useful in Lost Paradise City. Also, he was seriously injured by the Leviathan's aura. His internal injuries hadn't fully recovered yet. It was almost time to meet up with Tulu, so he decided to leave right away. He didn't inform anyone about his departure. Instead, he rode his gondola and headed to Yother City. The only one who knew about Angor's departure was Haku, who had been keeping an eye on Ross Mansion. Not long after he left, Haku came to Seawater Mansion and reported the news to Jibra. Angor left already? Yeah, it's about time. Jibra didn't think too much about it. He only told Sliv about Angor's departure because it was part of a routine mission. It didn't take long for Sliv to reply. He didn't send the message through the horned whale. Instead, he contacted Jibra through a telescopic device produced by Floating Mech City. Jibra reluctantly tossed 2 magic crystals into the screen, which then displayed Sliv's current situation on the other side of Devil's Water. You said Angor left already? Then why are you still in Lost Paradise? Sliv's voice came from the other side. Mr. Sliv, I've already tested Angor. There's no way he's the one who escaped from the mysterious dimension. Sliv frowned a little at the mention of the rat. Oh? Why don't you tell me why? Jibra cursed in his mind. You already know the answer. Still, he maintained a respectful look and explained, I've tested him a few days ago. He's acting normal, nothing out of the ordinary. Also, as I said, he made a peak-level mid-tier alchemy item at White Oak Mountain. Mr. Sliv, you should know that alchemists value their creations very much. There's no way he would have time to leave. Many alchemists would prepare in months, years, or even decades before they could refine a piece of work that they liked. Even if they could use Narda's vision to appraise the product, they still had to test it themselves and spend a lot of time analyzing the data of the product. After that, they would also write an alchemy handbook. The handbook could be used as a souvenir, to fill in the gaps, or to teach the alchemy handbook to future apprentices, or to auction or trade items. This series of events would take a long time, so how could he have the time to be distracted by other things? Jibra was thinking about the alchemists he knew, or rather, the unspoken rules that alchemists always showed to outsiders. What Jibra didn't know was that Angor's path as an alchemist was very different from that of other orthodox alchemists. He had never received any formal alchemy instruction. Angor was aware of some of the unspoken rules, but he was never forced to do so. He just followed his heart. Take the alchemy handbook for example. He would also write a handbook after alchemy, but it was always to record his doubts during the refining process, as well as some shortcomings that could be improved in the future. He did not record the refining process in detail like other alchemists. If Jibra spent more time with Angor, he would have noticed these details. But for now, he could only follow the traditional rules of alchemy. Sliv knew what Jibra was trying to say. However, he simply nodded and kept asking Jibra to follow Angor as if Jibra's words were nothing but nonsense. Jibra didn't understand why Sliv still wanted him to follow Angor. If Sliv wanted him to stay away from the current conflict in Song of the Deep, he could just stay away. The world was big, and he could go anywhere he wanted. Sliv didn't want to answer Jibra's question. After all, he was only on the surface with Jibra. However, due to the theft of his mystery item, he was no longer a core member of Song of the Deep. The only person he could rely on now was Xianxia, the god of sea. In the end, Sliv gave in and said, You and I both know that Angor isn't that person. But since Mr. God of Sea hasn't terminated the mission yet, you can keep following him. Jibra frowned. Where is my professor? I can talk to him directly. I'll just stay at Faran if I have to. Sliv shook his head. Mr. God of Sea has returned to Song of the Deep and is negotiating with Dance's people. He won't answer you. Slip paused for a moment and continued, that's why you should continue to follow them until the mission is over. Think of it as a way to get closer to him. Jibra remained expressionless. But I've already gotten closer to him. Oh? Slip was surprised and asked curiously, how did you get close to him so quickly? How did you do it? Jibra told Angor about his experience in Seawater Mansion and sounded quite proud of himself. Slip was speechless. Is this what you meant by getting closer? Slip didn't give Jibra any room for negotiation. Keep following him. With that, Slip disconnected the call and left Jibra alone with a sour expression. Haku, who had been hiding in the darkness, showed herself. Sir, should we go look for Mr. Pat now? Jibra considered for a moment and nodded. I'll go. But I'll go alone. You guys stay here and wait for Mr. Slip's orders. With that, Jibra left the mansion with a gloomy expression. Meanwhile, Angor had already left the territory of Amram Empire and entered the wildlands of the central region. By nightfall, he arrived at Orium Kingdom. His journey went smoothly, and he soon arrived at Marcel Street of Yether City. Along the way, many mortals knelt down and greeted him. Angor could even hear them calling out Marcel's name. But he didn't pay them any mind. Instead, he went to Erwin's house. Erwin had already returned from the capital of Orium. Angor greeted him and asked about Tulu's whereabouts. From Erwin, Angor learned that Tulu was still in the fishing village and didn't come to him. After asking for the location of the fishing village, Angor left Yether City on his gondola. When the night sky was filled with stars, Angor followed them to a peaceful fishing village near the sea. Flames floated on the surface of the sea, which was the light of fishermen returning from their fishing trips. Inside the village, there was smoke from cooking, and children were playing around. It was so peaceful that it felt like an otherworldly paradise. Angor found a secluded spot and landed on the ground. Then, he slowly walked towards the village. Soon, he saw a group of people running out of the village in a hurry. Most of them were women or elderly people who stayed at home. They were speaking the common language with an accent, and it seemed they were calling someone by the name of Kumor. When they saw Angor outside the village, they only looked at him for a second before they ignored him and continued running away. It seemed they were looking for someone. Only an old man with a walking stick was left at the entrance of the village because the road outside was full of gravel and he couldn't walk properly. Hey, who are you? I don't think I've seen you in the village before. He walked to Angor in confusion. I'm just a traveler. I'm here to look for someone. Traveler? The old man pursed his lips. Who are you looking for? Tulu. Tulu. Oh, you mean the Scots son? His house is over there. The old man was stunned for a moment before he pointed at a wooden house behind a coconut garden not far away. He's not home. Angor glanced at the house. The old man nodded. Yeah. I heard he went fishing with Leaf this morning. I think he'll be back soon. The old man didn't care whether Angor was a good person or not. Instead, he began to talk about Tulu and Leaf in the end. Angor didn't have anything else to do, so he just listened with interest. Suddenly, he heard someone screaming from the beach. The old man suddenly paused and turned to look at the sea. Then, he slapped his head and said, Oh, I was just talking to you. How could I forget that there's still no news from Kumor? What's with the henpai boy? Did something happen to Kumor? The old man paced back and forth anxiously while praying that everything was fine. From the old man's mumbling, Angor figured out what happened. A group of kids went to the beach to play, and for some reason, they decided to dive into the sea to look for shells. When everyone came back, they found that Kumor was missing. They ran back to the village in tears. The adults all stopped what they were doing and rushed to the village. It had been half an hour since Kumor disappeared into the sea. If he was not mistaken, Kumor was already dead. Hey, outsider. Can you help me see what's going on? Have you found Kumor yet? The old man looked at Angor and asked, Well, I'm sorry, but can you help me? Sure, I'll go. Angor didn't refuse the old man's request. The reason why he agreed to the old man's request so readily was that he could faintly feel energy fluctuations near the coast, and the location was coincidentally where everyone was. When Angor arrived at the shore, he saw everyone staring at the sea with their mouths wide open. Following their gazes, he saw that under the moonlight, in the sparkling waves near the shore, there was a child flopping on the surface of the water. His hands and feet were sliding randomly, splashing water everywhere. From the crying people on the bank, he learned that the child was Kumor, who had been missing for quite some time. He disappeared for half an hour, and he's still alive? So he was playing a prank on us? Now he's reaping what he sowed. Angor followed the child's train of thought. However, Angor didn't really care. He looked at the child's back. The moon happened to be at an angle with the surface of the sea, so everyone on the shore could see that there was a sea beast about 10 meters long lying in wait behind the child called Kumor. The energy ripples Angor sensed earlier probably came from this monster. It looked like a sea lizard with sharp spikes on its head. It was staring at the shore with a pair of ferocious and bloodthirsty eyes. People like to fish. I didn't think I'd see a sea monster doing the same thing, Angor muttered to himself. The sea monster didn't touch the kid named Kumor because it wanted to use him to catch bigger fish, such as the group of people on the shore. But would anyone take the bait? Angor glanced at the people in front of him. They all looked scared. No one dared to move. Kumor's mother, on the other hand, was the only one who was begging for help to save her child. But no one answered her request. She couldn't swim, and her child's father had yet to return from the sea. There were no boats nearby. She collapsed on the ground and stared into the distance. She watched her child struggling in the water, but she couldn't do anything about it. At this moment, someone suddenly pointed to the front and saw a boat floating over the sea. Hey, there's a boat going over. Angor also looked up and saw a small wooden boat floating toward Kumor's position. It was burning with a small flame. The boat was covered by a black cloth, so Angor couldn't see what was inside. However, the villagers recognized the boat. That's Leif's boat. Leif? Angor recalled that the old man mentioned that Tulu went to the sea with Leif earlier. Was that Leif? As Angor wondered, the cloth covering the boat was lifted, and a dark-skinned man came out with an anxious look. It was none other than Tulu. Knowing him, he did not mind lending a helping hand to the child who fell into the water. But from what he heard from the villagers, Angor was right. Kumor brought this upon himself. He was trying to scare his friends away by hiding in the water. By the time he wanted to come out, this accident happened. Angor believed that Kumor deserved to be taught a lesson. Now that Kumor had become the bait of a sea monster, it was a good karma. Angor didn't do anything right away. He simply watched from the back of the crowd. No matter how fast the sea monster was, it couldn't possibly be faster than Toby. Angor waited patiently for the disaster to come, so he could leave a mark on Kumor's life. However, he didn't expect that halfway through, someone would actually rush to his rescue without any regard for his life. And that person was Tulu. Angor shook his head. He didn't agree with Tulu's decision. Kindness or evil, kindness or indifference, was nothing more than a question of choice for all living beings. From a rational standpoint, there was no right or wrong. Everything depended on one's choice. Angor was a light wizard who believed in the laws of order, thanks to John's education on Earth. Even so, Angor still didn't think Tulu's decision was rational. It would be fine if Tulu was only facing a common sea monster. With human wisdom and skills, Tulu wouldn't lose even against a powerful shark whale. If he used his kindness and kindness, he might be able to create a miracle. But Tulu was facing a supernatural sea monster, while he was only a mortal. How could he fight against a supernatural creature? And he was in the home of a sea monster. This was definitely an outcome with no chance of survival. Not only would he fail to save Kumor, but he would also lose his own life. The most valuable asset of a wizard was the knowledge stored in his head, and the long lifespan he needed to further his knowledge. Death meant nothing. But Tulu was going to become a wizard who pursued the path of truth in the future. Angor didn't agree with Tulu's decision. In the cruel and cunning wizarding world, one could be kind, but one had to know one's own limits. You had to do what you needed to do at your current level. He watched as Tulu and his friends drove the fishing boat to where Kumor fell into the water. Originally, he only wanted to teach the devilish brat a lesson, but now there was another person involved. As time passed, Tulu's ship was getting closer and closer to Cumor. The monster's eyes flashed red as if it was about to reel in the net. The people on the shore were already in despair. At this time, they also saw the situation clearly and understood that the sea beast was deliberately setting up a trap. Someone even shouted for Tulu and Leaf to retreat and not get involved, but it was obviously too late. Angor shifted his attention away from Tulu and looked at Cumor. "It's a bit strange." Angor frowned. The kid had been struggling on the water for half a day, and he was still struggling. A normal person would have been exhausted long ago. Moreover, the longer they struggled, the greater the possibility of cramps in their legs. The child was like a perpetual motion machine. It didn't look like it was floating on the water at all. Instead, it looked like it was jumping on the ground. Angor was a little confused, but he didn't think too much about it. Maybe the children who grew up in fishing villages all learned how to swim. When Tulu and Leaf's ship was about 2 ship lengths away from Cumor, Cumor finally noticed that someone was coming to save him. His throat was dry from all the crying, so he quickly tried to swim toward the ship. But as soon as he moved, he found himself falling into the water. Everything had been fine before, but now something had happened. The devilish brat immediately bobbed up and down on the surface of the sea. Moreover, his head would be submerged in the water for a while before coming out of the water for a while. It was even more dangerous than before. "Mr. Tulu, help me." Cumor spat out water, and seawater started to enter his nose. He looked extremely pitiful. "Save me, damn you. How many times do I have to tell you to call me Big Brother?" "Hold on to the oars," Tulu said softly. "Hold on to the oars." Cumor struggled for a long time, but he couldn't reach the oar at all. He covered his nose with his hands and said in a weak voice, "My legs are cramping, what the hell?" Tulu cursed. "Why did it have to be now of all times? Why didn't you get cramps before?" Leaf, who was standing behind Tulu, said in a trembling voice, "Do-do-do-Lu, the sea monster is coming." Tulu turned around and saw the sea monster, which had been staying in the same spot for a long time, finally showing half of its head. It was slowly moving toward Tulu's direction. In its eyes, the 2 mortals on the ship were already food for the monster, so it didn't even use any energy to attack them. The sea monster moved quickly even though it was just swimming. While Tulu was yelling, the sea beast had already opened its mouth and bit down viciously on the small boat. 2 loud crunching noises and 2 splashes were heard at the same time. Tulu and Leaf stood at the front and back of the boat respectively and jumped into the water. The sea beast's bite directly tore the ship in half. After eating a mouthful of wood, the sea beast shook its head and shook off the wood dregs in its mouth. Its scarlet eyes glanced at the 2 of them again. "Swim. Swim back to the shore," Tulu shouted. Leaf didn't wait for Tulu's order. He followed his survival instincts and swam back to the shore. Their relatives on the shore were crying bitterly as they tried to find a way to guide them. Tulu had jumped into the water near Cumor. He wanted to swim back to the shore as well, but when he heard Leaf calling him Uncle Tulu, he gritted his teeth and pulled Cumor into his arms to swim with him. Fortunately, Cumor was still in a semi-conscious state, and his hands and feet were not struggling. Otherwise, his instinctive struggle would have been enough to kill them. Even so, things weren't looking good for them. That was because the lizard-like sea beast chose Tulu over Leaf. After all, there were 2 people here, while Leaf was the only one on the other side. The sea monster was still slowly swimming toward them. Tulu couldn't swim faster than it even if he tried. When the sea monster was about 2 meters away from them, it opened its stinky mouth and bit down on them. Tulu's survival skills allowed him to dodge instinctively, and he managed to avoid the attack by a hair's breadth. However, good luck didn't last forever. The sea monster was angered by the fact that it didn't get any meat after 2 bites in a row. It moved the water to block Tulu's path and vision. The sea monster bit down again. This time, Tulu dove into the sea and swam to the right side. Although he successfully dodged the attack, he heard a whistling sound coming from behind. He turned around and saw several water arrows being shot out from the sea monster's mouth. Tulu's fighting instincts made him curl up and dodge the other water arrows. However, one of them still slashed across the left side of his face and tore his skin open. Before the pain could reach his central nervous system, the smell of blood started to spread. Tulu touched the left side of his face. He could still feel the smooth skin, but for some reason, he felt like something was missing. At this moment, the intense dizziness and pain finally hit him. Tulu's calf was twitching, but the pain wasn't fatal. The consequences of his forceful maneuvers in the sea just now were finally beginning to show. Tulu's scream came from afar. Leaf didn't know what was going on, but he didn't dare to look back. He kept swimming forward. While Tulu's leg was cramping, the sea monster slowly swam towards Tulu and opened its mouth in front of his desperate eyes. Tulu thought that he was going to die here today, and his heart was filled with regret. If he didn't go back to the fishing village, if he didn't go back to Yother City, if he didn't go out to the sea, if he didn't come here to save people, would he not have to face death? But it had already happened. His wrong choice had led him to this path of death. Truman closed his eyes, a look of deep regret on his face. As he waited for death to claim him, a cold voice spoke into his ears. It's your fault for not recognizing reality and doing something beyond your capabilities. Remember, I saved your life this time. Cherish your life, and I'll be waiting for you to pay me back. Tulu opened his eyes and saw a tall and slender figure standing in front of him, facing the sea monster that was terrifying to him. The sea beast was cut into two halves by a crescent-shaped blade. TTTT, we're saved? Tulu's heart was filled with complex emotions at the sight of the sea beast's corpse being sliced in half. Aside from the joy of being saved, he also felt a sense of emptiness after his impulsive actions. It was Angor who saved Tulu. Angor floated above the sea and looked at Tulu with his cold eyes. I hope you've learned your lesson this time. With that, Angor grabbed Tulu in his hand of spell and swam back to the shore. Surprised shouts and cheers came from the shore as well. Since he didn't sense any movement from the sea monster, he looked back and saw the two halves of the sea monster floating on the sea. When he looked back, he saw Angor hovering in the air and placing Tulu and Kumor on the beach. Is that the wizard Tulu was talking about? When Leaf swam back to the shore, it should be a happy moment for everyone, but everyone was silent. Puzzled, Rafe looked over and saw Tulu sitting in the center of the group, clutching his left ear in a daze. When Leaf took a closer look, he saw that there was a huge cut on Tulu's left cheek, and his left ear had disappeared. At this moment, a series of kowtows came from afar. Leaf looked over and saw Kumor's mother kneeling beside the wizard. Most of the villagers were there as well. Only a few people stayed with Tulu. For some reason, seeing such a scene, Leaf felt inexplicably sorrowful. Through the sparse crowd, Leaf saw Tulu kneeling in the middle of the crowd. He didn't say a word and just covered his left ear, which made Leaf feel distressed. Leaf wanted to comfort him, but he didn't know what to say. Furthermore, Leaf felt that Tulu was surrounded by an aura of silence and resistance. None of the villagers who were on good terms with Tulu stepped forward. They only looked at Tulu with pity. After a long time, tears of blood fell from Tulu's eyes. Silent sobs. Tulu, your ear is still bleeding. You need to bandage it, or it'll be a problem in the future. Leaf stepped forward and said to Tulu. Tulu looked at Leaf and remained silent for a long time. Leaf couldn't understand his expression, nor did he know what he was thinking. He just stepped forward and wanted to help Tulu back to the village to apply the medicine. Tulu didn't refuse. Leaf helped him up, and they walked towards the small fishing village. At this time, the villagers who had been estranged from the outside finally came over and told Leaf to bring Tulu to them. They all said that they had dried herbs at home. Just as they were about to pass by the wizard said to Kumor's mother, who was kneeling in front of him, the one you should thank the most is Tulu. At the same time, the one you should apologize to the most is Tulu. Kumor's mother was stunned. She finally remembered that Tulu had risked his life to save her son. She turned around and looked at Tulu, who was in a daze. With Kumor in her arms, she walked over to Tulu and bowed her head in thanks. How are you doing, Kumor? Tulu finally spoke his first words since he came ashore. Thank you, thank you. Kumor's mother nodded. At that moment, Kumor woke up in her arms. She immediately spanked Kumor's buttocks and pressed his head down. Thank your savior. Kumor's mother yelled. Quick, thank your savior. Uncle Tulu, thank you so much. Cumore lowered his head to Tulu. Tulu had a complicated look in his eyes. He would never have lost his left ear if he didn't have to save Cumore. He could no longer hear anything in his left ear. In other words, he was half-crippled. It was all because of Cumore's prank. He really wanted to slap Cumore in the face, but could he blame Cumore for everything that happened? It was his own idea to save Cumore, and he even ignored Leaf's warning. Whether it was Cumore or himself, they were both trapped in their own cocoons. They were lucky enough to run into Mr. Pat. Otherwise, they would have been dead by now. Everyone thought that Tulu was still holding a grudge against Cumore. Although it was embarrassing for an adult to argue with a child, no one dared to say anything. They wanted to skin Cumore alive as well. Cumore's mother also bowed her head and apologized for Tulu's injuries. Unfortunately, what was lost. There was no point in apologizing. When everyone thought that Tulu would never forgive Cumore, Tulu spoke in a weak voice, "I told you to call me big brother. Don't call me uncle." Tulu didn't say it out loud, but everyone knew what he was going to do. "Thank you for saving my life, Mr. Pat." Tulu pushed away Reef's hand and staggered to Angwar's side. Everyone's gazes once again focused on that powerful, extraordinary human. Their eyes were filled with shock, curiosity, doubt, and fear. In the face of a powerful and unknown spellcaster, no one dared to speak at this moment. Everyone held their breath. Even Cumore's cries were forcibly covered by his mother. "Don't thank me. I already told you on the ship that the most important thing in the wizarding world is equal exchange. I saved your life today, and I'll be waiting for you to pay me back in the future." Tulu nodded with a pale face. Angwar's attitude was cold, but Tulu knew that Angwar could choose not to help him. Just like Mr. Roman only cared about killing sea monsters when he was in danger. Angwar didn't want to separate his personal life from his personal life, but he couldn't do that himself. "You only have one life. I hope you'll understand how valuable it is after this." He asked Reef to take Tulu back to the village so that he could bandage Tulu's wounds. Otherwise, Tulu would die from excessive bleeding. Of course, he could use a healing cantrip to heal the man. However, any kind of shocking lesson that would never be forgotten by the rest of his life would have to be taught a lesson first. Angwar hoped that Tulu would learn his lesson this time. At least, Tulu only lost his left ear. If he became a supernatural in the future, he would have a chance to get a new one. But if Tulu died for real, there would be no hope left. Reef helped Tulu back to the village, and the other villagers quickly followed them. They all bowed to Angwar respectfully when passing by him. When everyone was gone, only Cumore and his mother were left in the village. Cumore's mother thanked Angwar again, but Angwar didn't say anything. He only looked at the child in Cumore's arms. He was still crying loudly, as if he had been greatly wronged. He had clearly fainted from drowning and had even been frightened by the sea beast. Why had no one come to comfort him? Instead, even his mother was beating him. Angwar took out a ball of nightmare aura and tossed it into Cumore's forehead. Cumore stopped crying in an instant. Cumore's mother looked at Angwar in horror and instinctively shielded Cumore. She didn't know what Angwar was going to do. What was that ball of mist? His actions will lead to the consequences of his actions. Endless nightmares will be his punishment, Angwar said in a plain tone. When he realizes his mistake, the nightmares will go away. With that, Angwar turned around and walked back to the village. Cumore's mother quickly checked her child, but she didn't find anything wrong. Then, the nightmare that the other party mentioned, could it be that he had nightmares at night? While Cumore's mother was still trying to figure out what to do, she saw Angwar stop walking. Angwar suddenly looked at Cumore. "By the way, I have a question. Why didn't you sink when the monster was right behind you?" Cumore didn't know what Angwar was talking about. Cumore's mother, on the other hand, did. She didn't pay much attention to it before because she was too overwhelmed with emotions. Even an adult wouldn't have the strength to keep struggling in the water when drowning. But Cumore was only a child. How did he survive for so long? Seeing Cumore's confusion, Cumore's mother whispered to him. Cumore finally understood. After a while, he said, I don't know. But I felt like there was something under the water supporting me, like I was standing on flat ground. But I also took a look at that time, and there was actually nothing underwater. Walking on flat ground? Something was holding him up, but there was nothing at all? That was something to think about. Obviously, there was some kind of indescribable energy supporting Cumore. Was it because of the monster? If this was really done by the sea beast, then it was too strange. In order to catch people, it was even willing to expend energy to maintain the life of the human bait. Angor glanced at the sea. The monster's body was nowhere to be seen. Perhaps it had become food for other sea creatures. Angor shook his head and headed deeper into the village. Not long after Angor left, a young man with a fish scale between his eyebrows was sitting in a dark corner of the sea. He rubbed his chin and clicked his tongue. Damn, I almost got caught. Maybe I shouldn't do unnecessary things in the future. When Angor returned to the village, he saw the old man still standing at the entrance. The old man quickly walked to Angor and said, "Stranger, I didn't know you were the legendary wizard. I heard from them that if you didn't save them in time, they would've." Ugh. Why is Cumore so naughty? I'm going to teach him a lesson this time. The old man went on for a long time. Angor didn't hurry to find Tulu, so he simply listened to the old man's rambling. When the old man saw his son, he finally stopped talking. His son was a middle-aged man with stubble all over his face. He looked at Angor with fear in his eyes. The old man patted his son's shoulder. "Son, this stranger is a good one. Treat him well." The old man exchanged a look with his son, which eased the fear in the middle-aged man's eyes a little. Angor didn't miss the exchange between the old man and his son. Angor thought the old man was here to spy on him, but he didn't expect the old man to do so. It was probably because he felt that since he could quietly listen to his nagging, he should not be a heinous spellcaster. That was why he was relieved to let his son handle this matter. The old man walked back to the village with his walking stick. "Son, I'm going to check on Scott's boy." The middle-aged man waited for the old man to leave before he spoke again. Mr. Wizard, thank you so much for your help," the middle-aged man stuttered. "I'm the village chief. It's getting late. Come to my place for dinner." Angor considered for a moment. It had been a long time since he had a serious meal. Besides, this was a fishing village. There must be a lot of fish here, and Toby never stopped loving dried fish. With that in mind, Angor nodded. They entered the village one after the other. Along the way, Angor noticed that all the doors and windows were tightly shut. Occasionally, someone would poke his head out from a window and peek at him. But when Angor looked at them, they would quickly shrink back. It's almost like a bandit. Angor felt a little helpless. He planned to take Tulu away quietly as a traveler, but he didn't expect to run into such a big problem. The atmosphere in the village chief's house was also strange, but Angor didn't mind. The seafood on the table was all boiled and steamed without much seasoning, which made the food smell fishy. Angor wasn't satisfied with the result. Toby, on the other hand, enjoyed the meal. He even asked Angor to let the Moon Lily Fairy out of his bracelet so that they could enjoy the food together. But Angor didn't agree in the end. The Moon Lily Fairy was a flower spirit that didn't like meat. According to Angor's observation, the Moon Lily Fairy mostly ate vegetarian food. Her main diet was the nectar she brewed herself. By the time Toby's belly was full, the door to the village head's house was pushed open. An old man with a walking stick entered the house with a sad look on his face. "Dad, how are Cumore and Tulu doing?" The village head walked over to the old man and asked in a concerned tone. "Cumore is fine. His mother gave him a good beating. Half the village can hear him crying." The old man sighed and said, "As for the kid from the Scott family, his bleeding has stopped, but unfortunately, his left ear is still deaf." An old woman came out of the kitchen and chimed in, "Well, he's lucky that he's still alive. At least he still has an ear." The old man slammed the floor with his walking stick. "That's not a nice thing to say, old woman. Scott's grandmother might have a grudge against you in the past, but you can't bring it to your grandson." The old man dragged the old woman out of the house and began arguing with her. The village head turned around and apologized to Angor, who was watching the show. Angor didn't mind. He picked up Toby from the table and put the boy into his chest pocket. "Thank you for your hospitality, sir. I'll go check on Tulu now. Angor didn't listen to the village head's words and walked out of the house. He left a gold coin on the table as payment for the meal. Angor closed his eyes to sense Tulu's location and found that the boy was already back at home. Then, he strode toward the coconut tree garden. He wasn't surprised to learn that Tulu had lost his hearing in his left ear. He already knew that. Angor could have saved Tulu's life before the boy lost his hearing, but he didn't do so. Angor wanted to teach Tulu a good lesson and hoped that Tulu would learn from it and grow up. Every wizard organization had their own guidance mission, and those who carried out the mission had their own way of selecting talents. For example, Sunder's deathmatch. The deathmatch was cruel, but it at least taught the talents that the wizarding world was full of competition and cruelty. In fact, this was also a kind of shocking education. The worldview of order and rules that you had formed in the mortal world was ruthlessly torn apart, and then glued back together to form a new worldview. And this new worldview belonged to the deceitful Magus world. It was an extreme method, but it worked well and didn't hinder the apprentice's growth. As far as Angor knew, the last batch of apprentices who survived the deathmatch all had their own experiences. Of course, Hook Dick was the only exception. Even Hook Dick had his redeeming qualities. The deathmatch was cruel, but it was also a good way to recruit talents. Now that Papaya and the other two had joined him, he only needed to find 2 more people to complete a guide quest. Angor's time, he didn't need to set up a recruitment method. As long as he could find someone to fill the numbers, he would be fine. But after what happened to Tulu, Angor realized that if he brought Tulu into the wizarding world, the boy would be devoured by all kinds of monsters in less than 2 days, unless he was extremely lucky. On the other hand, perhaps Tulu would restrain his saintly nature after this incident. Perhaps that wasn't a bad thing after all. Angor decided to be cautious. He only needed 1 more talent, so he didn't want to push them into a pit of fire instead of leading them to the truth. When Angor arrived at Tulu's house, he saw a group of villagers crowding around the entrance. However, as soon as Angor showed up, the crowd quickly dispersed, and the garden became much quieter. The single-story wooden house looked a little old. Angor pushed the door open and saw Tulu lying on the bed, while Rafe was taking care of him. When Angor came in, Rafe bowed to Angor and hid outside the room like a frightened bird. Tulu forced himself to sit up and greet Angor. Tulu lowered his head and looked a little uneasy. He could tell that Mr. Pat wasn't happy with his behavior. When he came back, he was still in a daze due to the loss of his left ear. Then, he slowly began to think about what he did wrong. He had spent a long time in White Shell City and was no stranger to the world of adepts. As such, he began to understand why Mr. Pat was so displeased with him. Tulu was clearly feeling a little uneasy when he saw Angor again. Angor gave Tulu a meaningful glance. It was impossible for Tulu to change completely in just 1 hour. But Angor could see something different in the boy's eyes. At the very least, he understood where he was not good enough. That was good enough. Now that the seed was planted, whether it would grow into a giant tree or an ugly melon depended on whether Tulu could adapt to the wizarding world. When Tulu saw Angor's silence and wondered if he should apologize, he suddenly heard Angor's voice. "Rest for tonight. We'll be on our way tomorrow." With that, Angor waved a hand and closed the door behind him. Then, he sat down in front of the stove in the middle of the house and closed his eyes to rest. Tulu looked at Mr. Pad's chiseled face under the illumination of the firelight. He wasn't exactly handsome, but he still admired Mr. Pad. Mr. Pat was a real genius in the wizarding world. When would Angor become as mature and wise as Mr. Pat? "What are you looking at me for?" Angor suddenly spoke again. It took Tulu a while to realize that Angor was talking to him. He thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "Sir, I didn't use my brain today. I saw Cummer fall into the water, and the sea monster wasn't that big. It was much smaller than the one we encountered on the ship, so I rushed over." "And then?" Angor's voice was still as cold as usual. He sounded less lazy than usual. "I'll keep my kindness to myself and know where I'm going from here. If you choose to be kind or not, it won't conflict with your future path. What you need to know is whether you should do it, how you should do it, and whether I can do it or not." Angor didn't want to interfere with Tulu's future. Only by thinking independently could one deal with unexpected situations in the wizarding world. Tulu was also lost in thought for half a day. When Tulu woke up, his eyes were much clearer than before. However, even though he had thought things through, it didn't mean that his body was fine. "Mr. Pat, is it really impossible for me to get my ears back?" Tulu asked in a low voice. "You'll know when you enter the wizarding world. Anything can happen. Even if you want to remove your ears and attach them to your belly button, you can still do it," Angor explained. Tulu relaxed a little after hearing Angor's words. It was getting late. Tulu lay on his bed and slowly fell asleep while listening to the crackling of the firework. When Tulu finally fell asleep, Angor suddenly opened his eyes. He cast a nightmare illusion on Tulu and put him into a deep sleep. As for himself, he took out the Church of the Deceased, which looked like a miniature sculpture. Although it seemed like he was resting, he had been keeping his spirit feelers inside his bracelet. First, he was observing the Crocox to make sure they were doing well. Then, he turned his attention to the Church of the Deceased. His next stop was to leave Faron Land and travel to the Land of Revelation through Blackberry Waters. Before reaching the Land of Revelation, Angor wanted to confirm the location of the Dream Welk from Moonlight Coast with Freud. The mystery item wasn't useful to him, but it could help him study mystery items and become a mystery alchemist sooner. After chatting with Freud for a while and confirming the general location, Angor also added some entertainment facilities for Freud. Freud had been living in the illusion for half a year, and he had read most of the books Angor prepared for him. Angor decided to create some more books, most of which were literary works or novels. At the same time, Angor also created a sub-illusion of Monument Valley for Freud to pass the time. When the new illusion was almost done, he prepared to leave. But at that moment, he sensed that Torres, who had been unconscious for almost a week, had opened his eyes in another room of the Church of the Deceased. "Who am I?" A voice rang out from the depths of his heart, asking the question to his somewhat chaotic memories. With the appearance of this sentence, a bunch of related memories popped out of the memory box. From the naughty and mischievous childhood to the unruly teenage years, and then to the high-spirited youth years, all of them were instilled into his mind like images. "My name is Torres. I am the glory of the Elosians. I am the demon king of the easternmost sea. I am also the ruthless king." He quietly accepted the series of memories. "Where am I from?" Another question popped up in Freud's mind. The memory box gave him the answer again: "I'm from the Phantom Continent." "Where am I going?" The third question popped up in Freud's mind. This time, Freud's mind was in a mess. Many memories popped up in his mind. The Magic Eve's Corridor, the Phantom Continent, Faron Land, the Old Earth. There were many places he wanted to visit, but none of them gave him an answer. In the end, he found himself in a dark world. Filthy, stinky, dead, and lifeless. Yes. I need to get out of here. As long as I can get out of here, I'll go anywhere. However, at this moment, the mottled and complicated memory fragments froze on a scene. It was a pitch-black cave. His emaciated body lay on the ground, his lifeless eyes closed. His life was frozen. His corpse slowly swelled, deteriorated, and decayed until it was nothing but a skeleton. It was a ghastly white skeleton. "I'm Torres, but I think I'm already dead?" When Torres realized this, his eyes snapped open. When he opened his eyes, even more information flooded into his mind. The unwillingness, hatred, and the desire to leave after his death drove him insane. Then he would wander on that dead island, year after year. During this time, many people entered the island and were killed by him. Every time he killed a living person, he would return to his burial ground and hibernate, waiting for the next one to enter. It was as if he had become the scavenger of this small island, getting rid of all the existence that he deemed as an eyesore. He didn't know how many years later, but he met another living person. That person was so powerful that he seemed to have been killed by him. Huh? Wait. If I've been killed, why am I still here? Torres pondered this question. He didn't even notice the changes in his surroundings. But I was killed by that strange gun. Even now, Torres couldn't tell if he was an undead or a soul. While Torres was puzzled, a voice suddenly entered his ears. "You're awake?" It was a clear voice. The ending note was long and elegant. It was very pleasing to the ear. Huh? Pleasing to the ear? Torres was stunned. What a beautiful word. Why would he use such a word to describe this voice? From the moment he was trapped in that pitch-black and deathly silent despairing place, all the emotions he could sense were negative. Darkness, fear, helplessness, madness, and even killing and death. These melodies had been lingering in his memory fragments. They caused him to sink into darkness and depravity. He never thought that he would one day be so happy because of this. It was a very small joy. Normal people wouldn't notice it, but Torres, who hadn't felt any positive emotions in 1,000 years, was sensitive enough to notice the changes in his heart. How long had it been since he had felt such a wonderful feeling? At this moment, Torres felt as though he had sensed light. I miss it so much. It was as if he had reunited with a friend he hadn't seen in a long time. Torres couldn't help but burst into laughter. What are you so happy about? He used his spirit feelers to sense Torres' movements, so he knew that Torres' smile was a natural sign of happiness. Was he happy because he was a new student? Your voice is very pleasant. It makes me feel very happy. Torres narrowed his eyes with a smile. He didn't care where the voice came from or who it was. What he cared about was that his withered consciousness, which hadn't been bathed in rain for a long time, was slowly being reborn. Thank you for the compliment. Angor was still looking at Torres. Torres looked even more babyish when he smiled. If Torres had long hair under his helmet and changed into a woman's outfit, Angor believed that he would be able to win the hearts of many young men who were interested in him. I can't sense your happiness, but once it's over, do you mind sharing your story with me? Torres's smile grew even wider as he mumbled, your voice fits my taste perfectly. So, I'll accept your request. With Torres' permission, Angor didn't force him to talk right away. Instead, he waited politely. You're Torres? Angor asked when Torres' smile slowly faded. I am. Haven't you ever wondered who I am since you woke up? I know who you are. You're the wizard who killed me. Killed you? Is that what you think? Do you think you're dead? Angor asked again. He wanted to see if Torres' memory and thinking ability were different. I don't know. But I think you killed me. You killed the version of me that didn't look like me. The version of you that didn't look like you? Angor chuckled. You mean the version of you that was filled with violence? But I remember you're called Ruthless King. That's right. You killed the version of me that I hated, the version that I couldn't control. Speaking of which, I should thank you for removing him from my mind. As for Ruthless King, it's just an excuse made up by an evil noble that I stole from him. I don't know why it's still being used. But I like Ruthless King very much. It fits my style of naming. From Torres' conversation, Angor was able to confirm one thing. Torres had regained his memories. Not only did he remember what happened in his previous life, but he also remembered what happened when he was an undead. It seemed Prelude to Rebirth was working just as Sunders predicted. 6 white bullets could only be used on one undead creature, and the final effect of each bullet was to turn the undead creature back into a soul. Angor quickly took out his notebook and recorded the results of the experiment. While writing, he didn't forget to tell Torres something else. When a mortal dies, there's a chance that their soul will be born. If the soul isn't affected by an external force, it's possible for them to fall and become an undead creature because their bodies are filled with negative energy. So I'm an undead, and now I'm a soul again? Torres looked at Angor in bewilderment. That's right. Those bullets are the only ones in the wizarding world who can turn you back into a soul. You're lucky to be able to return to the real world. Torres came to a realization after hearing this. No wonder he felt happy before. It was because he was no longer an undead. You're a soul now, but if you continue to be exposed to negative energy for a long time, you'll still fall. So, I suggest you give up on your obsession. If you become an undead creature again, my bullets will be wasted. Of course, this is just a suggestion. You can do whatever you want. No matter how bad Torres became, he could still add new data to his experiment. He didn't mind if Torres would fall again. But before that, he had to at least tell Torres about the island. I'm fine now. I don't want to go back to being a demon again. Taurus said in fear. After being suppressed for 1,000 years, he knew how precious it was to have peace. By the way, Mr. Wizard, are we still on that dead island? Taurus suddenly asked. Taurus looked a little worried when he said that. He shook his head. No, I brought you out. When Taurus heard that he left the cage, his expression froze for a second. Something in his mind snapped, and he felt as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his chest. I'm really gone? I'm really gone. Whether it was his obsession as an undead creature or his wish as a soul, all he wanted was to leave the cage that held him back. Taurus didn't show it on his face, but his mind was filled with excitement. After a long while, Taurus finally calmed down. Since he had left the cage, where would he go next? Taurus knew that he had to wait for the wizard to decide. He scanned his surroundings, trying to figure out where he was before talking to the wizard outside. It was a small room with no walls. Apart from a colorful window that looked like a church, Taurus couldn't see anything else. Taurus walked to the window and tried to look outside. But when he saw what was outside, he quickly took several steps back. He couldn't see anything except for the raging flames outside. Am I in the abyss of fire? Taurus exclaimed. Angor looked at the miniature church in his hand and the burning furnace beside him. His lips twitched. With a wave of his hand, he created an illusion in Taurus' room just like what he did in Freud's room. There was a bed, a chair, and a book. He even placed the Sound of Tides on a conspicuous desk. Taurus was surprised by the sudden change in the room around him. He walked around the room and finally chose to sit cross-legged on the bed. It's been a long time since I've slept on such a soft bed. This suits my personal taste very well. But I don't like it facing the mirror. Angor didn't know what to say. Sounds have aesthetics, names have aesthetics, and even furniture has aesthetics? Angor couldn't help but feel that Taurus was getting more and more out of hand. As expected, novels shouldn't be trusted at all. The mighty image and the sound of the devil's night tide should just disappear with the wind. This room is yours from now on. Decorate it however you like, Angor said. Taurus nodded. Mr. Wizard, can you tell me why you spent so many precious bullets to turn me back into a soul and take me away from that dead island? There are 2 reasons. First, I hope you can answer some of my questions. Second, you're now my experiment subject, so I have to take you with me. He carefully observed Taurus' expression and didn't find anything strange, which surprised him a little. Aren't you afraid? Angor raised an eyebrow. Mr. Wizard, you went through so much trouble to turn me back into a soul. I don't think you're going to spend so much effort to get me back, right? Besides, I'm already dead. It doesn't matter if I'm afraid or not. Taurus shrugged. So you've accepted your fate. I have no choice. I can't beat you, Mr. Wizard, Taurus said helplessly. Not necessarily. You still remember when you were an undead, right? You once killed an apprentice from the White Clam Shipping Company. Taurus tried to recall, but he couldn't remember anything. His memories as an undead were all messed up. He killed too many people. Whenever a ship came from the outside world, he would kill it. He didn't really care who was who. Really? I don't remember. But even if I did, I found out that I could teleport when I was an undead. Maybe I killed a weak wizard apprentice at that time. Now that I've become a soul, I can't teleport, so how can I fight against a wizard? You can't teleport anymore? Angor was puzzled. Could it be that spatial transference isn't your innate divine ability? End of chapter 792. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.